Chapter 112. The Duke of Yongqing takes command, Your Majesty. It is time for the morning court, Zhen Er gently reminded. Zhu Jian Shen glanced at the pile of bedding before him, reluctantly conceding, and with a wry smile, he responded, Mother, I must attend the morning court. He corrected himself. No, you few should stay and accompany Mother. With that, Zhu Jian Shen left the room. Your servant bids you farewell, Your Majesty. The ladies curtsied to his retreating figure, then turned to one another, their large eyes reflecting weariness and resignation. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the ministers exhibited a variety of expressions. Upon their arrival, they encountered numerous members of the Jinyiwei and Dongchang exiting the palace, an occurrence that was evidently unusual. A group of them engaged in hushed discussions, while the supervising eunuch estimated the time and noticed the hall remained in disarray. Clearing his throat, he declared, Silence. The ministers paused momentarily, but soon resumed their chatter. The eunuch found himself in a quandary. He recalled the previous incident with Wang Ji and was uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. Should he allow the emperor to witness this chaos? He would surely be reprimanded. Just as he grappled with his dilemma, the noise abruptly ceased, leading him to believe the emperor had arrived. He quickly raised his feather duster to signal, only to see an elderly gentleman approaching, Duke Yongqing. The eunuch was taken aback, yet secretly delighted, thinking, You look down upon us, believing yourselves to be superior. Yet, upon the arrival of Duke Yongqing, you all dare not utter a sound. How virtuous! He questioned internally, Are you truly here for court? The ministers were both startled and incensed, inwardly cursing. Li Qing stood at the forefront, even slightly ahead of the 6 ministers, and no one dared to challenge his position. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Jian Shen entered the hall, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. Upon seeing Li Qing present, his weariness dissipated, and his mood lightened significantly. The ministers pay their respects to Your Majesty, they proclaimed in unison. All rise. Zhu Jian Shen waved his sleeve and took his seat on the dragon throne. The officials stood up in a flurry. Li Qing was the first to step forward. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Proceed. Zhu Jian Shen replied with a smile and a nod. Indeed, this fellow was akin to a wolf, always seeking his next meal, the ministers thought cautiously. There are signs of unification on the grasslands of the northern desert. The Walla are weakening, while the Tatars are resurfacing. The Ming must devise a response. Li Qing articulated confidently. It was evident he was advocating for military action, and the ministers began to strategize discreetly to counter his proposal. However, Li Qing then shifted his argument, stating, Yet, to fend off external threats, we must first ensure internal stability. The issue of the Ming chieftains is pressing. A large-scale military deployment would be unwise. I implore Your Majesty to adopt a strategy of using foreign forces against foreign forces. Military action must be addressed openly. Albeit on a smaller scale, Li Qing asserted, as he was not one to easily transgress established protocols. Hearing his reasoning, the minister's initial tension eased, and no one opposed him. Firstly, allowing the grassland tribes to battle among themselves would render their refusal under the pretense of caring for Ming soldiers ineffective. Secondly, the proposed military action was not extensive. Zhu Jian Shen nodded slightly, inquiring, Which commander do you deem suitable for this role, my dear minister? Li Qing smiled faintly, I am unworthy. His humble declaration sent ripples through the Hall of Supreme Harmony, leaving all present astounded. Li Qing intended to lead personally? This was indeed remarkable. Victorious, they emerged unscathed. For Li Qing was already formidable, what more could be achieved? Moreover, should Li Qing ascend further, he would attain the rank of a duke, thus enabling him to participate in governance. Conversely, a defeat would furnish them with grounds to impeach Li Qing, for a loss in battle is a grave matter. Even if the emperor were reluctant to impose severe penalties, he would have to contemplate the repercussions. Should one perish on the battlefield, I, too, would toil day and night, shedding my hair in great amounts, only to bestow upon him a commendable posthumous title. They have always been generous towards the deceased. A spirited assembly. They perceived this situation as overwhelmingly beneficial. They even fantasized about Li Qing sacrificing himself for the nation. Oh, eternal Qing Duke, perish! Zhu Jianshen sighed inwardly. Addressing his ministers, what do you all think of Li Qing's proposition? It is indeed brilliant, exclaimed the Minister of Personnel, Min, stepping forward with admiration. The eternal Qing Duke serves the nation tirelessly. I am truly humbled. Following suit, the Minister of Revenue, Yang Ding, concurred, stating, I support the eternal Qing Duke's strategy. Such a significant matter deserves the full backing of our ministry. As the eternal Qing Duke embarks on his expedition to the northern desert, the Ministry of Revenue must lend its assistance. His capabilities are evident. He alone is fit to bear this crucial command. Intoned the Minister of War, Bai Gui, in a solemn tone. The Minister of Rights and Grand Secretary, Wan Un, added, there should be no second choice. I concur, echoed the ministers in unison. A chorus of agreement ringing through the hall, signifying unanimous approval. This marked Zhu Jian Shen's first military campaign proceeding so smoothly, with the Ministry of Revenue not requiring a single coin from the imperial treasury, nor lamenting poverty. The ministers collectively affirmed. All expenses will be covered by the Ministry of Revenue. United in purpose, Zhu Jian Shen found it difficult to refuse, especially since he had already acquiesced to Li Qing. Nevertheless, a twinge of reluctance lingered. Let us proceed as you suggest, Zhu Jian Shen sighed. To achieve excellence, one must first sharpen their tools. There is no need for you to rush, Li Qing. The provisions and equipment shall be prepared in due course. I shall obey, replied Li Qing, offering a respectful gesture, mindful of the emperor's dignity. After a brief pause, he continued, in addition to myself, it is essential to appoint a leader from the steppe. I recommend the son of Hezhong, as long as it ensured Li Qing's swift departure to the northern desert. The ministers cared not if another commander were appointed, even if it meant appointing 10 more. They had no objections. I concur, echoed the assembly, a mindless chorus of agreement. Zhu Jian Shen readily consented, as this was merely the formalization of a strategy established the previous day. In Kuan-Ning Palace, amidst the continuous reassurances from her many daughters-in-law, the mood of Lady Zhou gradually stabilized. Cautiously, she lifted the covers to reveal her head. A collective gasp escaped from Empress Wang and the other concubines. Zhen Er's gaze sharpened, her eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty. Lady Zhou's visage had drained of color, resembling that of an aged, withered woman. Her hair was disheveled. Hairpins long since fallen away, giving her the appearance of an elderly matron. At that moment, she seemed to share no resemblance to Zhen Er, who was of the same age. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law stood together, devoid of any sense of incongruity. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. What truly horrified them was the mark upon Lady Zhou's throat. The vivid crimson circle of marks indicates that the Zhou matriarch has indeed been attacked. My goodness, there truly is an assassin. The concubine Zhang, overwhelmed with shock, collapsed onto the ground. Not only she, but even Zhen, who had been eagerly anticipating Zhou's disgrace, was taken aback. Oh heavens, there is indeed an assassin. She felt a wave of dread wash over her, relieved that the assassin was not targeting the emperor. Had the assassin ventured toward Yongqing Palace, it would have sent chills down her spine. Empress Wang was equally filled with trepidation, her voice trembling as she urged, quickly, inform the sisters to remain calm. Concubine Xiao stepped forward again, explaining, this must have been caused by Her Majesty herself. What? The other women were taken aback. And Empress Wang asked hesitantly, how so? Concubine Xiao elaborated, clearly, Her Majesty has been affected by some malevolent force, for spirits cannot directly harm others. Her explanation, somewhat technical, left the women both impressed and perplexed. Upon reflection, they too began to believe it plausible. The palace was heavily guarded, and the likelihood of an assassin's intrusion was virtually non-existent in the century since the establishment of the Ming dynasty. They could not fathom anyone managing to infiltrate, and if there were indeed an assassin, it certainly wouldn't be directed at the Empress Dowager. Empress Wang began to relax, hastening forward to inquire, Mother, are you all right? The others hurried to her side, their faces etched with concern. Zhou sat there, dazed, her gaze unfocused, her lips moving without sound. Empress Wang felt a surge of anxiety. Should the Empress Dowager suffer any ill fate, her own position as Empress might be jeopardized. Concubine Xiao, you understand these matters. Do take the lead, she implored. Concubine Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She had only heard such talk from neighbors before entering the palace and felt unqualified to address the situation. At such a moment, do not be modest, Empress Wang reassured, believing her reluctance stemmed from fear of blame. Your filial intentions shall surely earn you Her Majesty's gratitude upon her awakening. Concubine Xiao was on the verge of tears, wishing she had kept silent. Indeed, sister, do not withhold your insights, the others chimed in encouragement. Zhen observed coldly. Concubine Xiao stammered, Mother, it seems you have lost your spirit from fright. We must summon a physician. Suddenly, Zhou shrieked, startling the women. I have lost my spirit. I have lost my soul. It has been taken. Zhou mumbled incoherently for a moment before leaping up to embrace concubine Xiao, declaring, You must bring it back for me. I will reward you. Concubine Xiao had never witnessed such a scene and was instantly brought to tears. Whether Zhou had indeed lost her spirit was uncertain, but it certainly felt as though her sanity was slipping away. Fortunately, Zhu Jian Shen arrived, stepping in to defuse the situation. Mother, open your eyes and look, it is I, your son. He shouted, spittle flying from his mouth. He too was exasperated. The day's chaos was truly overwhelming. After a prolonged moment, Zhou's vacant gaze finally regained focus, and she stared at her son, suddenly exclaiming, My dear child, do not fear, Zhu Jianshen reassured her. It is all in the past. Ah, my child, I was wrong. I shall never allow you to suffer again. Speak to your father. And do not let him send anyone here. The Empress Dowager trembled as she spoke. Zhu Jianshen looked utterly speechless. Father is in Jinyiwei. How am I to convey this to him? Moreover, Li Qing is heading to the northern desert. He is not passing through here. What is this madness? He forced a smile and said, Mother, please do not be so suspicious. Everything is fine. Ah, my son, you should speak to your father. Mother truly acknowledges her mistakes. Zhou's lips trembled as she spoke, her voice quivering. He will surely come to you in a dream tonight. You must speak well of me, otherwise, I fear I may not survive. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her regal demeanor as the Empress Dowager completely vanished. The terrifying events of the previous night had genuinely frightened her, and she found herself unable to dismiss the words of that cloaked figure. After all, the fate of the former emperor was an open secret. She believed Li Qing's ghostly tales, convinced that Zhu Jian had sent someone to punish her. Zhen Er, how exhilarating. Chapter 113. A well-formed strategy. From that day forth, Zhou's spirit plummeted. She remained confined within Kunning Palace, convinced that she had lost a part of her soul. In the Jing and Marquis' residence, Li Qing sat while He Yong reclined, both appearing quite dispirited. In just a few years, this former Tartar Grand Master seemed to be nearing the end of his life. Li Qing sighed, but He Yong wore a calm expression. He chuckled, at over 60, having fought for most of my life and still living, is truly remarkable. There is nothing to regret. Even Shi Hong did not outlast me. Li Qing's gaze sharpened. Shi Hong is dead? He had just returned and had not heard of this news. He passed away earlier this spring, He Yong lamented. For a military general, especially one like us who has fought for years, once we age, our bodies can falter. It is not unusual to feast today and sleep eternally tomorrow. Li Qing remained silent for a long while before speaking. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Given our friendship, there is no need for formality. He Yong chuckled. You have been kind to me. Please speak candidly. Li Qing nodded. I shall be straightforward. The situation in the northern desert is unstable. The Walla are weak, and the Tartars are re-emerging. I have petitioned the emperor to send an army to disrupt the situation. Let He Zhong be the commander, and I will join as well. Pausing, he added, I will also participate. He Yong pondered. My son is merely a captain in the Jinyiwei. It is already a stretch for him to handle cases, let alone engage in battle. I will teach him. Li Qing replied. He Yong thought for a moment and asked, Could you elaborate on the details? Certainly. Li Qing responded without reservation. This is not a military secret. And besides, it involves your own son. After hearing Li Qing's explanation, He Yong found himself in a dilemma. Sir, this endeavor carries risks. Li Qing nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, there are risks, but the potential rewards are substantial, are they not? He Yong sighed. It is precisely because the rewards are great that I am concerned. Please, elaborate. He Yong struggled to sit up, his previously lethargic demeanor now serious. I trust your abilities and believe that this army can stir the winds on the grasslands. But this army must establish a foothold on the prairie for the long term, as such aligns with the court's enduring interests. However, over time, it may become unwieldy. He Yong expressed his concerns. As time progresses, the wealth of those warriors will inevitably accumulate upon the grasslands. Cattle, sheep, women, and perhaps even children. In such circumstances, they would never return. Not even a commander could alter the will of his subordinates. Should the court summon He Zhong to return with his troops, he would find it utterly impossible. If He Zhong were to impose his will, he would face backlash. Conversely, should he disregard the court's orders, the emperor's wrath might lead to the annihilation of the Jing and Marquis. Li Qing chuckled softly, remarking, I must say, you have matured considerably over the years. Please don't jest. Sir, He Young replied with a bittersweet smile. I trust your character, but the risks involved for my descendants are indeed too great. Li Qing reassured him. You are worrying excessively. Those individuals are of the grasslands by nature. What reason would the court have to summon them back? Remaining on the grasslands to stir trouble is evidently more advantageous for the Ming. The emperor would not act so foolishly. Moreover, if the Ming can extend support to the Walla, why not offer assistance to this contingent as well? The concerns you harbor have already been contemplated by me and His Majesty. He Zhong's tenure will last merely a few years, if not less. I shall return. And he shall return. Upon hearing this, He Young's demeanor visibly softened, and he relaxed, nodding in agreement. If so, it would indeed benefit the He family without causing harm. However, the issue of the tail being too large to shake off remains unresolved. He sighed. Your wisdom is unparalleled, yet should you falter on this matter, it would be a regrettable loss, as many would seek to find fault with you. Li Qing remained unfazed. The inevitability of a cumbersome tail is understood. But what of it? Those individuals hail from the grasslands. They do not equate to a loss for the Ming. It suffices that they can divert attention and balance the situation on the grasslands, does it not? But what of you? He Young furrowed his brow. Li Qing shrugged. I am indifferent. By then, I shall have retired from public life. They would have no cause to criticize me, as I would bear no influence on them. After a pause, he added, they might not even dare to provoke me. He Young pondered for a moment and nodded. Then I have no objections. I shall speak to my son shortly. When shall we set forth? Very soon, Li Qing replied. The Ministry of Revenue is already preparing. Have him visit my home afterward. Absolutely, He Young responded eagerly, then sighed. This farewell may very well mean we shall never meet again. Li Qing remained silent for a moment. Shall we have a drink? Let us drink, He Young smiled broadly. Before parting, Li Qing provided him with a prescription, urging him to take care of his health. For there might yet be another opportunity to share a drink. He Young accepted it gladly. After exiting the Jing'an Marquisate, Li Qing felt a weight upon his heart. He did not return home immediately, but sought out Shi Biao instead. Shi Biao appeared weary, as an ailment he had long carried had reached a critical stage, and though he had not yet reached 60, he was already reliant on a cane. Upon seeing Li Qing, he was delighted and instructed his servants to prepare food and drink. The two engaged in heartfelt conversation, reminiscing about their illustrious past and their shared efforts against the Tatars beneath the city. After an extended dialogue, Li Qing arrived home well into the evening. A robust man awaited him at the entrance. Upon seeing his return, he hastened forward, clasping his hands in salute. I am He Zhong, honored to meet you, Marquis Yongqing. Please, no formalities, Li Qing smiled. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Come inside, let us speak. Ah, Your Grace, please, He Zhong replied. He and Zhong evidently received guidance from their father, devoid of any psychological burden, instead filled with fervor. Beneath the trees in the small courtyard, the two settled beside a stone table. He Zhong clasped his hands and said, My father has already discussed the expedition with me. I kindly ask for your specific directives. My lord, Li Qing responded with a slight nod, stating, Our sole purpose in this military campaign is to disrupt the current dynamics of the grasslands and to impede the trend towards unification. The troop size will be approximately 5,000, equipped with top-tier provisions. After briefly outlining the configurations, Li Qing inquired, Do you have any questions? Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation. He Zhong asked, Whom are we to confront? Initially, we have no fixed target. We must first grow in strength. Li Qing remarked. 5,000 is neither excessively many nor too few. To truly stir the pot, we must first develop. So we will target the easier foes first, attacking whoever we encounter? He Zhong inquired. Li Qing chuckled lightly. You could interpret it that way. He Zhong nodded slowly, contemplating. Your strategy is indeed commendable, yet, if I may speak candidly, implementing it will pose certain challenges. Do share your thoughts, Li Qing said with a smile. You need not be reserved. Speak your mind. He Zhong continued, During my youth, I spent time on the grasslands and am well acquainted with the tendencies of the tribes there. While picking easier targets sounds advantageous, I fear it may lead to greater losses. He smiled wryly, adding, The positions of the smaller tribes are often elusive. Merely locating them could consume a great deal of effort. Li Qing reassured him, You need not worry. I have already mapped out the routes, ensuring no effort is wasted. Back in the Hongwu period, when he served as the inspector of the Jinyiwei, he familiarized himself with the northern grasslands and compiled a comprehensive overview. Prior to this visit, He had already devised a strategic development route. Although the grassland tribes may seem nomadic, they indeed follow certain patterns, settling only in areas with abundant water and grass. With a thorough understanding of the geography of the northern wilderness, Li Qing felt no apprehension in this regard. He Zhong, though somewhat skeptical, recognized Li Qing's capabilities. Evident to all. Since you are confident, I shall also feel assured, he stated. Might I inquire how you intend to assign responsibilities? You shall be the commander, leading the troops into battle. Li Qing declared, this army will be under your command. I will oversee the broader strategy. He Zhong was taken aback, hesitating, my lord. I lack experience in military formations. While commanding sounds appealing, the responsibility is immense. Placing me in such a position makes me quite anxious. I have experience. Li Qing chuckled. I will manage the overarching strategy. You will handle the specifics. He Zhong pondered. So, the army will follow my command, and I will follow your lead? Precisely. Li Qing nodded. Your understanding is quite astute. He Zhong, feeling somewhat reassured, admitted, to have a mere Jinyiwei captain leading 5,000 or more soldiers truly terrifies me. Li Qing, with a grin, affirmed, rest easy. I will support you. My bond with your father is long-standing. I would never lead you astray. Indeed, He Zhong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, managed to smile. He could hardly discern that this was indeed a golden opportunity presented to him. In the event of trouble, Li Qing would take the fall, yet he would also share in the glory, a truly advantageous arrangement. While Li Qing spoke of strategic deployments, the Ministry of Revenue was not idle either, busily allocating silver and grain, fervently striving to ensure Li Qing's swift departure. They wished to delay not a moment, eager for him to be on his way. After all, a man in his 60s undertaking such a grueling expedition to the northern deserts could very well meet his demise along the journey. Oh, Lord Yongqing, may you not perish before your campaign even begins. In the span of merely 3 days, everything was prepared for Li Qing, to preclude any excuses from him. They even borrowed additional transport carts from the Ministry of Works to expedite his journey. Not a grain of food nor a coin of silver was withheld from him. Truly an act of substantial assistance. In the Qianqing Palace, the sovereign and his minister sat facing each other, toasting softly. Sir, when do you think you shall return? Li Qing pondered. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years. If all goes smoothly, a little over a year should suffice to cultivate a formidable force. That would be splendid. Zhu Jian Shen responded, relieved, raising his cup with a smile. I wish you triumph in your endeavors and a swift return to serve the nation. Ah, Your Majesty. You overthink it. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. Once this mission concludes, I shall wash my hands of such matters. Zhu Jianshen became anxious. But at your age, how can you simply retire? He chuckled in disbelief. Retire? Do you consider yourself a mountain bandit? I must tell you, while you may indulge in self-degradation, you cannot drag the cord down with you. All right, enough with the grandstanding. That tactic does not work on me. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Were it not for the unforeseen circumstances on the grasslands, I wouldn't even return. That is rather excessive. Zhu Jianshen replied solemnly. Li Qing chuckled. Spare me that rhetoric. I had already planned my travels, and for the sake of the court, I am making this arduous journey to the northern deserts. I have been quite accommodating. So do not push your luck. After a long pause, Zhu Jianshen inquired, are you truly resolute in your decision not to return afterwards? Your Majesty is wise and formidable. Do you still require my protection? Li Qing countered, sighing, you have grown. My presence or absence bears little significance. I merely draw some of the fire towards myself. Very well, I understand your perspective, Zhu Jianshen sighed. But do return afterward. Let us have a proper farewell. Li Qing contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. A pleasant parting is best. Zhu Jianshen raised his cup, downing the drink, then inquired, you are still just over 60. How do you plan to live your life thereafter? What? Is life impossible without attending court? Zhu Jianshen continued. What I mean is, do you have plans to retire in Jinling? If that were the case, you might as well let me retire in the capital. I could provide you with a residence, Zhu Jianshen suggested. There's no need for extravagance. I shan't retire in Jinling. Li Qing replied with a smile. The world is vast, and I wish to see it. Zhu Jianshen's face fell in dismay. You are over 60, at this age. You still wish to explore the world? What of it? Li Qing retorted. Just a moment ago, you remarked that I am just over 60. There is still ample time ahead. But that ample time has been squandered. Zhu Jianshen lamented. Li Qing curled his lips in disdain. Come on. You just want me to be a mere worker for the Ming dynasty for the rest of my life. The Zhu family is truly heartless and audacious. Zhu Jian Shen interrupted him, somewhat annoyed. While you may be impertinent with me, do not drag the emperors of the Ming dynasty into this. What? Are the founders, the Taizu and Taizong, also a burden to you? That pair was even more ruthless, especially the elder Zhu. Li Qing rubbed his nose, feeling quite vexed. Fine. I'll drink 3 cups as penance. After downing 3 cups, Li Qing's mood was exceedingly gloomy. Just thinking about it made him furious. Back when he was still honing his skills, he was often at the mercy of the elder Zhu, forced to consume copious amounts of flatbread, nearly choking to death in the process. Zhu Di was somewhat better, as he bore the favor of the Jingnan campaign, yet he too exploited Li Qing to the fullest. When it came to Zhu Gaoqi, he was the only one who genuinely aligned with Li Qing's ideals. Even the esteemed grandson did not earn his favor. Zhu Qiyu was passable, but lacked political acumen, while Zhu Qizhen had a decent political strategy, albeit he tended to be overly forceful. And let's not forget Zhu Yunwen, who, as Li Qing's junior, he held in some regard, but as an emperor of the Ming, well, that was better left unsaid. Considering it all, the man before him, the most sentimental of the Ming, had little to criticize. His preference for mature women was quite personal and, in terms of the realm's governance, utterly inconsequential. Li Qing set down his cup and spoke earnestly. Throughout history, no unified dynasty has failed to decline after a few emperors. Only our Ming is an exception. The current state of the Ming is hard-earned, and I implore the emperor to exercise patience, to not betray the countless common folk, nor the legacies of past sovereigns. I have invested much for the Ming to reach this point, and I do not wish for my efforts to be in vain. Fortunately, the current emperor was quite reassuring. Zhu Jian grew serious and nodded. The legacy of my ancestors shall never falter under my reign. Li Qing smiled and nodded, jesting, you are quite confident. Zhu Jian chuckled. Speaking sincerely, without your assistance, I might have faced shortcomings, but now, it is different. Even if you were to retire, I possess enough confidence to manage the situation. His face radiated with satisfaction and self-assurance. I have already taken the initiative. They cannot replicate the early years of the Zhengtong era. Well, let us not go to extremes. Li Qing cautioned, one must allow for some leeway. Zhu Jian acquiesced, I understand this. However, it must be noted that the officials of the Ming today enjoy far greater comfort compared to those during the Hongwu era. To speak of it plainly, salaries have seen several increases, both overtly and covertly. Moreover, they have garnered substantial gray income from various forms of compensation throughout the year. I have never imposed strict regulations on these matters. Li Qing nodded, smiling. It must be said that the current income of Ming officials was indeed quite satisfactory. While they vocally lamented low salaries, it was merely for show. Everyone knew the reality of the situation. Of course, the official salaries were still not particularly high. A truly incorruptible official would struggle to save much over the course of a year. Yet, how many such officials existed? Stepping back, even if the court were to substantially increase the officials' salaries, the propensity for corruption would persist. There simply exists no scenario where low wages compel one to engage in embezzlement. Over the years, Li Qing has discerned that even elevating salaries to astronomical heights would not eradicate the malfeasance among officials. As the master wisely stated, human nature is such that one always desires more. It is far better to meet their psychological expectations incrementally, thus ensuring a more stable bureaucratic environment over the long term. In times past, the old Zhu wielded his blade, and though it bore fruit, he at least instilled in the officials of the Ming a sufficiently low psychological expectation. Subsequent rulers, by merely improving conditions slightly, could significantly uplift their spirits. Li Qing harbored no intentions of elevating officials' expectations unrealistically. The sovereign and his minister frequently raised their cups. The atmosphere amicable, their rapport, though not as harmonious as during the Zhengde era, was nonetheless grounded and relatable, akin to that between elder and junior. Though the younger generation may exhibit some rebelliousness, the following day, Li Qing and Zhong led 5,000 cavalrymen towards the Hetao region. This contingent was not dispatched for warfare, but rather to replenish the ranks left vacant by the departure of the brave warriors from the Hetao grasslands. Zhu Jian suspended the morning court session to bid farewell alongside numerous officials. This military expedition was seen as a fulfillment of collective expectations. Smiles adorned the faces of many, and hearts were light as they escorted the troops beyond the imperial city. Farewell, Duke Yongqing. May we never meet again. I hope this battle etches your name into the annals of history. In early July, Li Qing and his troops arrived at Hatao and established their encampment. After several years, the transformation of Hatao was profound. The area he had initially envisioned was fully developed and gradually expanding outward. Riding forth, Li Qing was accompanied by Duke Funing, Zhu Yong, who narrated the developmental journey of Hatao over the years. Zhu Yong remarked, "The current stock of horses, both large and small, has exceeded 8,000. And the arable land has increased by nearly 1/3 compared to your original vision, Duke Yongqing. Beyond tax obligations, there remains a substantial surplus. Indeed, excellent." Li Qing responded with delight. "The achievements of Hatao today are largely attributable to your efforts, Duke Funing. Your ennoblement is surely on the horizon." "Not at all, Duke Yongqing. You flatter me." Zhu Yong chuckled awkwardly. "You have yet to be ennobled. How could I dare to dream?" "Haha, we are not the same," Li Qing interjected. "In what way are we different?" He continued, somewhat taken aback. "You are younger than I, with far greater potential for advancement. Once I conclude this battle, I shall retire to my homeland. Your situation differs significantly. The Emperor places great trust in you, a rarity indeed. If you continue to perform well, ennoblement is not a mere fantasy." This was Zhu Jiashen's grand vision for Zhu Yong, conveyed through Li Qing. However, Zhu Yong's ennoblement seemed nearly assured. The current Ming dynasty was not the era of the early Ming when stars in the sky were abundant. There were few capable individuals in the court, and Zhu Yong was undeniably one of them. Li Qing patted Zhu Yong on the shoulder, and he felt as though he were floating, unable to suppress a broad smile. Having interacted with Li Qing before, he recognized that his words were seldom without merit. Thus, Li Qing's praise likely bore the emperor's encouragement. In an instant, Zhu Yong's spirits soared, brimming with enthusiasm. "When does Duke Yongqing plan to depart? Is there any way I may assist?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing replied, "Please assist in tallying those willing to accompany us to the northern deserts, ensuring that Hatao remains secure while mobilizing as many individuals as possible." After a brief pause, he suggested that a sufficient supply of provisions be prepared here to sustain our military on this journey, a decision I had previously discussed with the emperor. "The consumption of our supplies can offset taxes, thus alleviating your concerns regarding tax transport." Zhu Yong naturally agreed with great enthusiasm, expressing his willingness to comply. He inquired if there were any additional tasks I could assist him with. For the moment, there were none, but I would inform the Marquis of Funing should anything arise. Li Qing remarked that it was already July, and as the weather would soon turn cold, marching would become increasingly difficult. The Marquis of Funing ought to act swiftly. Zhu Yong assured him, "Rest easy, I will take care of it. With the court's generous provisions, I am confident that within half a month, I can assemble a force of no fewer than 7,000 men for the Marquis of Yongqing." Li Qing smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. "It seems I must trouble the Marquis of Funing then." Zhu Yong returned the gesture, stating, "It is all for the court and the emperor. You are too courteous." Marquis Yongqing, Zhu Yong, stationed at the Hatao region, was far more articulate than Li Qing, who relished the tranquility, spending his days admiring the splendid scenery. The court's generous compensation was enticing. Those willing to fight in the northern deserts received a monthly salary of 5 taels of silver, with 100 taels in compensation for those who perished in battle and additional rewards for valiant warriors. Although the total was modest, Li Qing had no reservations about spending liberally. Naturally, this funding came from the Ministry of Revenue. Had it been from the imperial treasury, Zhu Jian Shen would likely have negotiated a lower amount. Li Qing understood the ministry well, predicting that they would concede to secure his cooperation. Thus, he boldly demanded substantial rewards. The adage that generous rewards will inspire bravery holds true at all times. Life in the Hatao region, while stable and bountiful, leaves one yearning for a better existence. Earning 60 taels over a year, excluding merit-based rewards, would allow a family to dwell in a grand residence. In no time, warriors from various tribes flocked to enlist. Chapter 115. The war machine. Zhu Yong's ability to mobilize was remarkable, and with sufficiently enticing conditions, he gathered nearly 7,000 warriors in just 10 days, surpassing Li Qing's expectations. Li Qing requisitioned an equal number of horses, along with a few camels for carrying provisions. However, the supplies were limited, having arrived on the plains. It was essential to employ the customary tactics of the grasslands to sustain warfare. The advantage of cavalry lies in their operational mobility, which Li Qing intended to exploit to the fullest. After a brief rest of several days, he resolved to set forth. advising Zhu Yong to be prepared for potential tribal alliances along the way. By mid-July, Li Qing's army embarked on their expedition. The autumn breeze was refreshing against his face, elevating his spirits. By mid-August, they encountered a mid-sized tribe of 7,000 to 8,000. With a mere 1,000 warriors, this tribe was no match for them. The battle lasted just over half an hour, concluding with the enemy's surrender. Li Qing showed no mercy, seizing a significant portion of the tribe's cattle, sheep, and wealth. However, he did not drive them to desperation. Instead, he provided them with a path to survival, to journey to Hetao and seek refuge with the Ming dynasty. He left them with sufficient provisions for their journey and even outlined a safe route for their passage. In the vast expanse of the grasslands, tribes, regardless of their size, consider raiding a fundamental aspect of their existence. When victimized, they do not harbor intense animosity towards their aggressors. Rather, they often blame their own weakness. Following the Great War, a considerable number of young men from the opposing side expressed their desire to join Li Qing's ranks. Naturally, Li Qing welcomed them, albeit selectively, accepting only a few hundred robust individuals to prevent overshadowing his established forces. As for the spoils of war, Li Qing claimed none for himself, generously distributing rewards from top to bottom, ensuring that all received wealth, including cattle and mutton. After indulging in sumptuous feasts, the warriors adeptly began slaughtering the livestock, transforming the meat into jerky for easier transport, which they hung in abundance upon their camels and horses. Food and wealth are undeniably the most immediate and motivating incentives. The warriors' fervor for battle surged, each one eager for the next conflict. In late September, they encountered another small to medium-sized tribe, and the familiar scenario unfolded once more. After the battle, Li Qing again took a substantial portion of the wealth, rewarding his men while claiming nothing for himself. He encouraged the displaced individuals to seek refuge in the Ming dynasty, even outlining a safe path for their journey. At the same time, he recruited a small contingent of young warriors. Following these two engagements, the warriors, having reaped tangible benefits, found their appetite for warfare intensified, eagerly anticipating the next raid. The exhilarating sensation of rapidly accumulating wealth was utterly intoxicating. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Li Qing led his troops in search of a medium to large tribe. Preparing for the winter ahead. Early in the winter month, they finally identified a target for raiding. However, it was not as he had anticipated. Instead of a medium to large tribe, they faced a formidable one, boasting nearly 50,000 inhabitants and an armed force of nearly 10,000, surpassing Li Qing's own troops in combat strength. Such miscalculations are inevitable, as Li Qing based his assessments on terrain maps, which can lead to inaccuracies. Yet, this particular misjudgment was significant and caused him considerable concern. Nevertheless, retreat was not an option. With winter upon them and harsh conditions prevailing, they needed to seize a territory in which to establish a base. This engagement was destined to be arduous, and Li Qing, at the venerable age of 60, took to the battlefield, leading by example and displaying remarkable prowess. The battle raged on for several days, with both sides suffering substantial losses. Ultimately, Li Qing employed the strategy of capturing the leader to conclude the conflict. However, given the enemy's overwhelming numbers, he had little choice but to enforce a strong suppression. After nearly half a month of relentless pressure, they finally secured a foothold. In addition to rewarding his soldiers, Li Qing also allocated compensation to the families of the fallen warriors. After assessing the wealth of those who perished, he dispatched a small team back to the river basin to ensure that Zhu Yong distributed the compensation to their families. The total compensation for over 2,000 individuals astonishingly amounted to 350,000 taels, significantly depleting the 500,000 taels of silver he had left in the river basin. Yet, Li Qing harbored no regrets. It was a necessary expense, as such actions would inspire his men to fight valiantly. As for this tribe, rather than allowing them to seek refuge in the Ming dynasty, Li Qing decisively integrated them into his ranks, claiming their stronghold for his own. The primary issue lies in the overwhelming number of individuals. The Hetao cannot be consumed in one bite, and the journey is exceedingly long. The resources required to ensure their arrival at Hetao are substantial, and providing for them leaves little for ourselves. Once stability was achieved, time progressed into the 12th lunar month. Li Qing refrained from deploying more troops, for to consume such a vast amount would lead to a state of indigestion. Further expansion could indeed be fatal. Within the tent, slices of meat simmered in the pot. Yet Li Qing found little appetite. his brow furrowed in contemplation over some unspoken concern. As the tent flap was lifted, Zhong entered. Li Qing snapped back to attention and inquired, "How goes it?" "Essentially stable," Zhong replied. With a sigh of relief, Li Qing gestured towards a low stool opposite him, bidding, "Please, sit and elaborate." Zhong settled across from Li Qing, taking a moment to catch his breath before continuing. "The infants and young girls are entirely under our control, while married women remain untouched. Only unmarried women over the age of 16 have been allocated, but fortunately, this tribe is sufficiently large to fulfill our needs." Upon hearing Zhong's report, Li Qing fell into a contemplative silence. Observing his lord's demeanor, Zhong urged, "My lord, we have already shown great mercy. Truly, if another tribe had conquered this one, they would have unleashed a massacre until total submission was achieved. As for the women, the fact that you have managed to reach this point is already an extraordinary limit of compassion." Zhong spoke sincerely, having lived on the grasslands during his youth and intimately understanding its darkness. In the grasslands, victors treat the vanquished in such a manner. Under Li Qing's command, aside from casualties incurred during battle, this tribe had suffered no further losses. Even the able-bodied had not been ruthlessly slaughtered. The infants and young girls were merely controlled, not harmed or abused. In fact, controlling these children served the purpose of preventing further bloodshed. With hostages in place, the opposing side would be hesitant to act recklessly, significantly diminishing the likelihood of renewed conflict. The women who were allocated were to be with only one man, rather than succumbing to the whims of any who desired them. Food, wealth, and women are the three most vital means of winning hearts. Previously, only two of these aspects were satisfied due to insufficient gains, but this time was different. These warriors, who had fought valiantly, achieved a hard-won victory, yielding rewards several times greater than those of the previous two battles. Should women be withheld from them, unrest would surely ensue, even to the point of rebellion. Li Qing had already reached the limits of his mercy. Any further kindness could lead to the collapse of this force. The martial prowess of his subordinates was founded upon substantial rewards. Should that foundation be undermined, the edifice of power would swiftly crumble. "How many of us remain?" Li Qing inquired. "From those who journeyed from Hitao, there are still over 4,500. And with the previous two incorporations, we totaled just over 5,000, Zhong confidently stated. "Do not let our number of 5,000 deceive you. Even when facing 8,000 or even 10,000 armed adversaries, we can engage, perhaps even triumph. Those who dared to accompany us to the northern desert are inherently self-assured in their strength, distinguished individuals who, through the crucible of battle and the allure of substantial benefits, display a combat capability that is truly astonishing. Although we have lost over 2,000, our overall strength has paradoxically increased, and we have effectively become a war machine. However, this war machine possesses significant drawbacks. It requires substantial interest to drive it, which puts the commander's abilities to the test. Fortunately, the actual power lies with Li Qing. Otherwise, both loyalty and fear could have driven him to despair. This double-edged sword, if it fails to harm others, will inevitably wound the wielder. 5,000 men are still insufficient. Even with formidable combat prowess, they cannot disrupt the balance, and development is essential. Li Qing contemplated, instructing the able-bodied within the tribe that in the coming year, they shall plunder other tribes. Those willing to follow will not only free their sons and daughters, but also partake in the spoils of war. The conflicts are merely suppressed temporarily and remain unresolved. It is imperative to redirect the tensions. If harnessed correctly, this force could be transformed into combat strength. Zhong hesitated, saying, "My lord, if that is the case, the required spoils must be even greater. Are you not concerned about the potential for failure?" "Indeed, it is a daunting risk, akin to grasping at fire." Li Qing smiled. "People are driven by interests. The greater the incentive, the more explosive the energy unleashed. Otherwise, how can we cause disruption?" Zhong sighed. "Yet, interests are ultimately finite. Once we can no longer satisfy them, rest assured, before that moment arrives, we shall withdraw," Li Qing replied calmly. "This bomb will eventually explode, but it shall not detonate upon us." Zhong swallowed hard, asking, "What if that day comes and they turn their weapons against us?" "That will not happen. Do not forget, the main forces hail from the Hitao region, where their families reside. This core strength will never turn against us." Li Qing took a sip of wine, adding that they are unlikely to return. As they grow and prosper, their interests will increasingly concentrate here. With women now, children will follow. Thus, this double-edged sword cannot harm the Ming. He Zhong felt a chill run down his spine. Having once perceived Li Qing as somewhat merciful, he now found himself filled with dread. The calculations of the Duke of Yongqing were truly terrifying. From this day forth, He Zhong's respect for Li Qing morphed into a profound awe. In the capital, the imperial palace, Zhu Jian Shen gazed at the vast, falling snow, softly murmuring to himself. Unbeknownst to me, 10 years have passed. After the new year, it shall be the 10th year of the Changhua reign. His eyes sparkled with determination. They say a sword is tempered over a decade. My concealed imperial sword has awaited its moment to be drawn. Chapter 116. The Ming Company must downsize. Calculating the days. It was already the 20th of the 12th month, and the New Year's holiday and red envelopes were fast approaching. At such a time, a minor friction had occurred, yet it should be inconsequential, as there were still red envelopes to dangle the spirits. Zhu Jian Shen pondered quietly. After careful consideration, he proceeded to the Jinyiwei prison. The prison was dark and damp, filled with various strange and unpleasant odors, epitomizing filth and chaos. After all, only those who had committed grave crimes found themselves within these walls. However, there was one prison cell that stood apart. Though not particularly grand, it was at least decent, relatively clean, and the bedding was thick. Wang Ji had been here for over a year. He had grown thinner yet taller, nearly matching Huayan in stature. Though his long absence from sunlight rendered his complexion pale and haggard, the chain was unlatched, and Wang Ji, who had been hibernating in his bedding, perked up at the sound. Upon glancing over, his expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly crawled out from under the covers, lacking even the time to don his clothes, and approached to bow in reverence. Your servant pays homage to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Rise. Zhu Jian Shen waved his hand, and the commander in splendid attire stepped back with a bow. Trained by Zhen Er for many years, Wang Ji, though young, was remarkably astute. From the very first moment he lay beneath those covers, he was certain the Emperor would not execute him. Indeed, he would likely put him to use, though he was unsure of the exact timing. Clearly, that moment had now arrived. The sovereign would not venture into the ominous confines of a prison as the joyous year-end approached without a purpose. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Ji rose from the ground, his head bowed, presenting an image of submission and acquiescence. Zhu Jian Shen couldn't help but chuckle softly. You clever little fellow. Put on your coat before replying. The term little fellow instantly soothed Wang Ji's heart, prompting him to quickly don his attire and respectfully state, Please, Your Majesty, instruct me. Zhu Jian Shen, with an imposing demeanor, asked, Tell me, will you act so recklessly again in the future? Wang Ji took a deep breath. Adopting the phrasing taught to him by Zhen Er, your servant is solely loyal to the Emperor. All else must yield in comparison to that loyalty. Though Wang Ji did not directly answer, his words conveyed that his recklessness was in service of the Emperor, rendering the nature of his audacity insignificant compared to that duty. Zhu Jian Shen smiled. This was precisely the Wang Ji he desired. If he were to lose his edge, he would lose his purpose. Who taught you these words? This is part of my duty, Wang Ji began, but then abruptly halted, discarding the formalities to speak candidly. It was the imperial concubine who instructed me. She also said that there must be no deception towards Your Majesty. Wang Ji held this as a fundamental principle. Zhu Jian Shen nodded slowly, a gentle expression gracing his face. You are quite commendable. You need not remain here any longer. Wang Ji momentarily froze. Then, his pale face flushed with excitement. Realized he would no longer have to endure the oppressive darkness of the prison. Your servant thanks His Majesty for this great kindness. Wang Ji bowed fervently. Enough, rise. Zhu Jian Shen turned and commanded, Follow me. Your servant obeys, Wang Ji replied, scrambling to his feet and trailing closely behind the Emperor. Zhu Jian Shen appointed Wang Ji to serve in the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office, promoting him further to a commanding position. This was a position of real power. Beyond it lay the position of Chief Eunuch, followed by that of Supervisor Eunuch, and finally the highest rank of the eunuch in charge of the Imperial Horse Office. Wang Ji, still too young, required time to hone his skills, yet Zhu Jian Shen held high expectations for this pawn, even paving the way for his future. Wang Ji was unaware of the grand designs the Emperor had for him. He only understood that the Emperor intended to cultivate his potential. Your servant will not fail Your Majesty's expectations, Wang Ji proclaimed, trembling as he accepted the decree of appointment. Zhu Jian Shen smiled. Come back during the new year. The imperial concubine often speaks of you. Your servant will obey. Wang Ji's voice quavered. and he bowed once more before exiting the grand hall. Zhu Jian Shen sighed softly to himself. I hope you can live up to your words and not disappoint me. Zhu Jian Shen endured in silence for a decade, meticulously managing affairs throughout those years, which endowed him with the genuine capability to engage in a contest of wills with his ministers. The time had come to showcase his prowess. Over the years, they had grown too complacent. With a cold smile, Zhu Jianshen reflected that it was time to rectify the prevailing atmosphere in the court and reshape it. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "Someone wanted to see me." The following day, during the morning court assembly, the emperor entered, and the ministers paid their respects, the proceedings seemingly no different from any other day. As the year drew to a close, the atmosphere in the court lightened, even becoming jovial. With the command, "All rise," the ministers stood up, returning to their places, presenting a scene of cordiality. Yet, there was one exception, Wanan. The old fellow was utterly distraught. The task assigned to him by the emperor was truly onerous, and he sensed that if he spoke, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, despite the fact that his reputation was already far from pristine. After this incident, he might even become infamous in the annals of the Changhua era. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. As time ticked away, Wanan remained paralyzed with fear, to the point where he nearly missed his opportunity to speak even as the court session was nearing its conclusion. He wished to evade the moment, but not everyone shared his reluctance. Yongqing. I am here, Wanan stammered, forcing himself to step forward. Zhu Jianshen's expression darkened, his gaze threatening. I observe you appear distracted, burdened by uncertainty. Do you have counsel to offer, yet lack the courage to voice it? The eyes of the assembled ministers immediately turned to Wanan. Wanan's mind raced. He was acutely aware that if he uttered any so-called advice, he would sever ties with the civil officials and have no hope of redemption. Conversely, remaining silent could lead to his immediate dismissal. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to forge ahead. Your Majesty, I do have counsel to offer. Zhu Jianshen's demeanor softened at once, a smile gracing his lips. Speak freely. Wanan recognized there was no retreat, his reputation already tarnished. He could not curry favor with the emperor. He would not last in his post otherwise, so he decided to be forthright. Your Majesty, since the founding of the Ming dynasty, over a century has passed. As time has progressed, the number of officials has grown excessively. Currently, the various institutions of the Ming have become bloated. An overabundance of officials not only burdens the treasury, but fosters a culture of lethargy among them. As the saying goes, one monk fetches water, two monks share the load. Having begun, Wanan spoke without restraint. This is a fact. The imperial examinations occur every 3 years. And according to tradition, passing as a jinshi grants one an official title, while even those who achieve the status of a jiren are qualified to serve. Although it is true that achieving jinshi status is rare in this era, each session still sees over 100 successful candidates, and at times, even several hundred. The examinations occur every 3 years, yet officials are not rotated as frequently. Often, they serve until death. Over the past century, the bureaucratic apparatus of the Ming has reached a point where it can no longer sustain itself. In other words, it is time for the Ming to consider reducing its workforce. Having finished his speech, Wanan clasped his hands and implored, I beseech your Majesty to streamline the ranks of Ming officials, promoting the capable while weeding out the inept. Your Majesty must not heed the words of Wanan alone. The Minister of Personnel, Ming, was the first to step forward, scoffing at Wanan's remarks, declaring them utterly misguided. Zhu Jianshen's expression fell as he casually inquired, what insights does Minister Yin possess? He continued, Your Majesty, may I ask, which official has not endured a decade of arduous study and countless examinations to attain their position? Ming clasped his hands and replied, Indeed, I do not speak on behalf of the officials, but rather for the sake of the Ming dynasty and its realm. He eloquently articulated, these scholars toiled diligently to become officials, yet their ranks can be stripped away with ease. The disparity between effort and reward is profoundly skewed. If this persists, there may soon be no one willing to serve in governance. In such a scenario, who will assist your Majesty in managing the state? Minister of Revenue Yongqing joined the discussion, asserting that while Wanan's statements might appear reasonable, they harbor grave implications. History has shown that people are generally diligent. Laziness is not a common trait. Cabinet member Liu Ji interjected, to liken Ming officials to monks is an affront to their dignity and an insult to your Majesty. Minister of Justice, Liu Yu, concurred, I support this view. The salaries of officials are modest, Yet the prosperity of the Ming is undeniable, with tax revenues reaching new heights. Such expenditures are negligible. Why should they be of concern? While there is some truth to this, the reality is that officials' actual incomes are not insignificant, raising questions about the claim of negligible impact. This is well understood among the ministers, yet remains unspoken. Minister of War, Bai Gui, went further, insinuating that Wan An's reference to monks carried veiled implications. It is no secret that the founding emperor had once been a monk. The main issue lies in Zhu's humble origins, which he desperately attempted to embellish, yet the challenge proved insurmountable. The generals of Huaishi were well aware of Zhu Yuanzhang's background. Consequently, Zhu resigned himself to the reality, often identifying as a commoner from Huai. He believed that this, in turn, accentuated his divine mandate. Consequently, the official records of the founding emperor do not attempt to embellish Zhu Yuanzhang's impoverished beginnings. Wan An's intentions are treacherous, and I beseech your majesty for a just verdict. The outcry against Wan An was fervent, each voice filled with deep animosity, as if desecrating ancestral graves. Should this policy be enacted, no one would escape unscathed. They would either be forced to leave or face fierce competition, bowing submissively to royal authority. Wan An had anticipated this backlash and felt no surprise. He remained silent, knowing that others would advocate for him. Zhu Jian Shen felt compelled to speak, recognizing that Wan An served merely as a pretext. Such a significant matter required his direct intervention. Your concerns, dear ministers, are indeed valid. However, Wan An's arguments are not without merit, Zhu Jian Shen remarked. The overabundance of officials in the Ming is an undeniable truth. As the ministers prepared for a collective rebuttal, Zhu swiftly redirected the conversation. Of course, matters of such gravity must be approached with utmost caution. With a smile, he assured them, rest assured, I shall deliberate carefully before taking any action. Chapter 117. At the dawn of humanity, one's nature is inherently good. The court was dismissed. Zhu Jianshen rose and departed, granting the ministers no opportunity for rebuttal, nor did he indicate an immediate implementation of any decisions. This was merely a trial balloon, intended to prepare the ministers psychologically for what was to come. Certainly, Zhu Jianshen's choice to test the waters at this moment was a result of careful contemplation. As the new year approached, the year-end bonuses loomed large, and since he had not directly announced layoffs, it was unlikely that the officials would rebel against him. However, it was foreseeable that this year would not be a joyous one for them, as their hearts would remain unsettled. In the imperial study, Zhu Jianshen hummed a tune while attending to memorials, feeling quite pleased within himself. The young eunuch entered with measured steps, announcing that General Li Hong sought an audience at the palace gates. Zhu Jianshen paused his writing, nodded, and said, "Let him in." Shortly thereafter, Li Hong entered with the eunuch, bowing, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Zhu Jianshen gestured for him to rise and inquired with a smile, "Are preparations complete?" Li Hong clasped his hands and affirmed, "A total of 5,200 men, all meticulously selected by me." "Excellent," Zhu Jianshen replied with delight. "We shall set forth after the new year. The Ming Navy has languished for too long. It is time to resume training." He paused, adding, "You have traveled extensively these years, neglecting your family. This journey to Jiangnan will likely become your new residence, alleviating the longing between you and your spouse." Li Hong, somewhat bashful, expressed, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." Zhu Jianshen smiled and asked, "How is your wife and her family?" "They are all well," Li Hong nodded. "Good to hear." Zhu Jianshen sighed wistfully before steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. The Duke of Yongqing once remarked, "The wealth of the Ming comes largely from the sea, yet calamities may also arise from it. In the grand scheme of the Ming dynasty, the Navy's significance is on par with the three main camps, if not greater. I wholeheartedly concur. Placing you in this position is both a testament to my trust in your character and an acknowledgement of your abilities. A tiger begets no dog. Do not disappoint me." Li Hong bowed deeply. "I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, living up to your immense grace." Indeed, Zhu Jianshen nodded slightly. "The Navy is costly to maintain, and my current capacity to provide is limited, especially with the political situation at hand. Let us not dwell on that." Taking a breath, Zhu Jianshen stated earnestly, "You need not worry about equipment. I can certainly support a naval force of 5,000. Cannons, firearms, and all necessary armaments shall be arranged. But you must ensure that resources are utilized to their fullest potential." "I shall obey." Li Hong bowed again, and noticing the emperor had finished speaking, he tentatively inquired, "Your Majesty, have there been any updates from the Duke of Yongqing?" Upon returning from his leave, Li Qing had already set out with his troops, and Li Hong had not had the chance to speak with his godfather in over half a year. He felt both longing and concern. Knowing his godfather was in his 60s, Zhu Jian Shen sensed his worry for Li Qing and, with a gentle smile, assured him, "You can always trust him." Indeed, Li Hong acknowledged. The emperor's reluctance to divulge details prevented him from probing further. He had only wished to inquire about his godfather's well-being, not military affairs. Knowing his godfather was safe brought him some relief. As Zhu Jianshen resumed his writing, Li Hong took his leave, and Zhu Jianshen sighed. "May it truly be that a tiger begets no dog, otherwise my investments may go to waste. Warships, artillery, firearms, ammunition, bows and arrows, and armor, all these accounted for. A well-equipped naval force of 5,000 would cost more than 10,000 cavalry. Although it was not impossible to request funding from the Ministry of Revenue, it would surely entail a protracted bureaucratic struggle, especially with the imminent disruption to the interests of the bureaucratic apparatus. Therefore, Zhu Jianshen chose to personally finance it, sparing himself the leverage the other party might wield. Fortunately, following the reorganization of commercial taxes, revenues had become increasingly abundant, rendering these additional expenditures manageable for Zhu Jianshen. After a bustling morning, Zhu Jianshen finally completed his work for the day. In truth, since the delegation of authority to the cabinet, the emperor's workload had become considerably lighter compared to the strenuous days of the Hanwu era. He could even spend entire days in leisure, provided he simply stamped his approval. However, such complacency would allow the cabinet to consolidate power, and their suggestions were often laced with self-interest, making blanket approval unwise. Thus, the emperor still had to engage in his duties, albeit with far more comfort than Zhu Yuanzhang experienced after deposing the chancellor. After dining, Zhu Jianshen took a small sedan chair to Annal Hall. Recently, his visits to Annal Hall had nearly equaled those to Yongqing Palace. The adorable chubby child there was simply irresistible. Furthermore, compared to the oppressive atmosphere of the palace, Annal Hall felt more like home. In the backyard of Annal Hall, the little one, lacking his usual cheer, rested his chin on a low table, his face distorted slightly by his small hands, appearing listless. "Mother, can I not study?" he implored. After this year, he would turn 4, the age for learning to read. "No," Miss Li firmly rejected. "Come. Let us read together. Human nature is inherently good." The little fellow's dark eyes twinkled as he proposed. "What if I could eat candy while reading? I would surely read well." "Candy again? You cried about a toothache last night. Have you forgotten?" Miss Li huffed. "If you don't behave, Mother will have to discipline you." "Mother, I'm tired," he declared, resting his head on the low table, closing his eyes and disregarding her threat. Typically good-natured, Miss Li felt her patience waning and walked over to retrieve a ruler. Moments later, the little one burst into tears. "Are you still tired?" "Not tired anymore." "Can you read?" "Yes." Miss Li smiled with relief. Human nature is inherently good. As he wept, he followed along, reciting. In this era, children from well-to-do families primarily studied texts such as the Analects and the Book of Songs, or the 1,000-character classic. Only thereafter would they turn to more accessible materials like the 3-character classic or the 100 family surnames. Miss Li, hailing from a Yao chieftain family, noted that the Ming dynasty's policies toward chieftains were generally lenient, focusing on moral guidance. Thus, her early education consisted of the 3-character classic, leaving her ill-versed in the Analects or the Book of Songs. To put it bluntly, she could barely comprehend them and was unfamiliar with many characters, prompting her to start with the 3-character classic. She was somewhat anxious, fearing that her limited knowledge might hinder her son's education. Contemplating whether to request the emperor to assign a court eunuch to teach her son to read and write, Miss Li harbored no ulterior motives. She understood that given her background, her son was destined to be merely a prince, despite currently holding the title of the crown prince. However, even as a prince, he ought to possess a modicum of literacy, shouldn't he? After a considerable time, Miss Li finished reading, and the little one clumsily echoed her words. With hopeful eyes, he inquired, "Mother, may I have some candy?" "Not at all. From this day forth, no more sweets." The little fellow burst into tears, his sobs more poignant than when he had earlier received a slap on the palm. The prohibition of candy felt like a death sentence to him. Miss Li felt a pang of compassion and was about to console him when a resonant voice interrupted. "Xiao Ji, open the door. It is I. Stop crying." Miss Li's heart leapt with joy, and she rose to open the door. Instantly, the little boy ceased his weeping, eagerly following his mother, fully aware that his father had arrived and, with him, the promise of candy. Well, what has my dear son been up to? As Zhu Jian Shen entered, he scooped up his son, noticing the tear streaks on his cheeks. He gently wiped them away with his sleeve and, as if speaking from experience, remarked, "He is still young. Do not resort to punishment at the slightest provocation. If you strike him now, it will be ineffective in the future." Miss Li nodded in agreement, lowering her head to close the door before joining the father and son as they made their way back inside. Once settled, she promptly offered a cup of hot tea, for the weather was chilly and the emperor needed warmth. Zhu Jian Shen leaned back in his chair, savoring a sip of tea, observing her silence as she bowed her head. He said, "I did not intend to reproach you earlier." "I understand," Miss Li replied, nodding slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she continued, "Your Majesty, I have a request. Speak freely. With our son soon turning 4, he is at the appropriate age for reading and writing. Might you?" Miss Li could not hide her feelings of inadequacy, confessing, "I possess little knowledge myself and am unable to teach him." Zhu Jian Shen chuckled. "You wish for me to send someone to instruct him, do you not? Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no such delusions, merely. Do not explain." He interrupted with a wave of his hand, smiling. "This is indeed a matter of course. I had intended to send someone after the new year. But since you have spoken up, I will select 2 capable eunuchs from the inner study to assist him." Miss Li sighed in relief. "I am grateful for your kindness." "Your Majesty, is this not my son? Do you need to express thanks?" He laughed, adding, "You see, you have become anxious again. I am not a ferocious beast. I cannot possibly devour you." Miss Li lowered her gaze, a faint blush creeping onto her pale cheeks. Zhu Jian Shen, observing her, felt his heart stir. "Father! Father!" The little boy's cries jolted him back to reality. "I do not wish to study. I want candy." The child looked up with hopeful eyes and asked, "Can I?" Zhu Jian Shen pinched his soft cheek and laughed heartily. "Of course not." The little boy was taken aback. Yet, he soon heard his father add, "Books must be read. But candy can also be enjoyed." Hearing this, the little boy dashed over to his mother, extending his chubby little hand. "Father said I can't have candy." Miss Li sighed. "Your Majesty, our little darling already has cavities." "Is that so?" Zhu Jian Shen glanced at his pitiful son and cautioned, "You may have this one piece, but no more afterward." "All right." The little boy agreed eagerly. Miss Li smiled helplessly, retrieving a candy from her purse, stating, "It is the last one." The little one eagerly savored the sweet treat, his large eyes gleaming with delight. Zhu Jian Shen also felt joy, yet amidst his elation lingered a tinge of guilt. He sighed softly, "After the new year, I shall accompany you to celebrate properly." Miss Li's heart warmed at his words, and she softly replied, "Your Majesty, it is of no consequence." Zhu Jian Shen chuckled lightly, followed by another sigh. "Let this be my atonement. After the new year, I shall be occupied and unable to visit often." Chapter 118. Happiness Mother? "Yes, my father. The emperor is indeed a remarkable man, isn't he?" the little one inquired. Miss Li's expression shifted, her brows furrowing slightly. "Who told you that?" "No one taught me. I observed it myself," he replied with a hint of pride. Miss Li chuckled, asking, "And how did you deduce that?" "Mother fears the emperor, and those without beards do as well." "Enough," Miss Li interjected. "At your age, focus on your studies. Do not concern yourself with other matters." "Oh." The little one scratched his head, then asked, "Mother, can studying well make me an emperor?" "Absolutely not." Miss Li shook her head firmly. "Such words must never be uttered again." "Why not?" The little one questioned, perplexed. "Father can do it. Why can't I?" He expressed his defiance. "When I grow up, I shall be an emperor too." Miss Li's expression abruptly changed, her voice sharpening. "What nonsense are you speaking?" The little one was frightened, having never encountered such a fierce side of his mother. Trembling, he shook his head, tears welling in his eyes. "I didn't mean to upset you, Mother." It was not anger that gripped Miss Li, but fear. Her trepidation was no less than that of her son. Though she lacked extensive insight, she understood the grave implications of his words, realizing they could invite dire consequences. She felt an overwhelming sense of unease and, in her anxiety, scolded her son sternly. Both cried in their distress. Eventually, the little one nestled in his mother's embrace, falling asleep, his small frame trembling intermittently, with tears staining his cheeks, appearing utterly vulnerable. Miss Li felt a blend of guilt and heartache, coupled with profound anxiety. Innocent words could carry weight, Even the most innocent of children could utter phrases that were taboo, evoking the unsettling notion that someone might be instilling particular thoughts in the child, let alone the fact that her son was a mere illegitimate child. Even the legitimate crown prince would tread carefully when expressing desires to ascend the throne, as such notions could invoke calamity. The emperor, in his prime, commanded respect. Even in his twilight years, uttering such rebellious sentiments could lead to severe repercussions. Miss Li found herself helpless, resorting to this clumsy means to mitigate the risks of misfortune. She gently rocked her son, her face etched with worry. Upon returning to the palace, Zhu Jian Shen proceeded to Yongqing Palace. Zhen Er was engrossed in a children's book. Upon hearing from the servants of the emperor's arrival, she merely shifted her position, unwilling to part with her reading material. In Yongqing Palace, she had always been rather bold, a behavior Zhu Jianshen had indulged due to his affection for her. After a brief moment, Zhu Jianshen entered, prompting Zhen Er to put down her book and rise. I have seen the emperor. Indeed. Zhu Jianshen, lost in his own thoughts, casually approached her and took a seat beside her, gently urging her to sit down as well. Are you still reading those frivolous comics? The maidservants, observing the situation, discreetly withdrew. Just passing the time, I suppose. Zhen Er cast a sidelong glance at the guilty-looking young master, pursed her lips, and inquired, Have you been to the Annal Hall? Indeed. I had some leisure time to visit today. Zhu Jianshen nodded awkwardly, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt each time he returned from Annal Hall, as though he had committed an act of infidelity. Perhaps this is an unintended consequence of being the most affectionate figure in the Ming dynasty. Zhen Er said nothing further, merely stating, Next time, do take me with you. It can be rather dull here, and I dislike venturing out alone. What is the harm? If you feel bored, just go for a stroll. Who would dare to speak ill of you? Zhu Jianshen expressed his surprise. But has your mother not been a source of trouble for you? Not at all. Zhen Er shook her head. Since that incident, she has been rather unconcerned about me and has ceased to meddle. Truly, heaven is merciful. Ahem. You must feel considerably more at ease, Your Majesty. Zhu Jianshen smiled wryly and nodded in agreement. He understood that the discord between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could not be easily resolved, so he tactfully shifted the topic. I wish to discuss something with you. What is it? Your Majesty? Zhen Er leaned in closer, playfully teasing him like a kitten. Zhu Jianshen cleared his throat and said, After the first day of the month, I intend to spend a night at Annal Hall, and I need you to provide me with some cover. Zhen Er's movements froze as she withdrew from his embrace, responding with a playful huff. As you command, how could I dare to disobey you, Your Majesty? Are you feeling jealous? How could I possibly? Zhen Er picked up the comic book and resumed her reading, her demeanor markedly different from before. Zhu Jianshen touched his nose, chuckling. Zhen Er is usually so magnanimous. Why the sudden change? Enough of this. I know you are merely flattering me. Zhen Er rolled her eyes, not genuinely envious, but rather engaging in playful banter. For the young master was quite taken by this approach. Zhu Jianshen recognized her teasing intent and sighed lightly. I owe much to her and her son. However, the current circumstances do not permit it. Otherwise, I would bring them into the palace to keep you company. Indeed, Zhen Er nodded, growing serious, Your Majesty. Annal Hall is not as spacious as the Imperial Palace. If you go, it is essential to bring more guards. Zhu Jianshen smiled in agreement, jesting, By your command. Zhen Er, none would dare to oppose. Zhen Er murmured something under her breath, then leaned in closer. Speaking of which, you should indeed strive to expand the royal lineage. With someone as enchanting as Zhen Er by my side, I find myself preoccupied. Zhu Jianshen embraced her, making his intentions known. I speak earnestly, Zhen Er replied, brushing his hand away. The emperor has only 3 sons thus far. Alas, previously, you focused on consolidating your power, but now that you wield authority, it is time to consider the royal family's future. The common folk believe that having more children brings more blessings. And surely this holds true for the imperial family as well. She sighed softly. Nowadays, both the inner and outer courts are placing the blame for your childless status squarely upon me. If the palace does not welcome new life soon, I fear history will unfairly depict me as the cause. Who would dare? While they may not openly speak of it, they certainly whisper in private. After a pause, Zhen Er smiled and remarked, I believe that concubine Chen would be a splendid choice. She is bound to bear you a healthy dragon heir. Last time, thanks to concubine Chen's timely intervention, I managed to rid myself of that vexatious mother-in-law. Zhen Er is determined to repay her kindness. Zhu Jian Shen contemplated the situation and realized that it had been a decade since the reign of Chenghua, yet conspicuously, no imperial sons remained. This was indeed rather absurd. One might even think he was incapable. He chuckled softly, remarking that before anything else, he must first ensure the happiness of his beloved Zhen Er, despite their 17-year age difference. This very disparity fostered a remarkable affinity between them, one in the prime of his youth and the other brimming with vitality. As the new year approached, the streets of the capital bustled with life, the faces of the common folk radiant with joy, finally able to relish the fruits of their labor after a year of toil. However, the elite within the city found no joy in the festivities. It was an unspoken rule that one must not cause disturbances during the new year, and naturally, they could not afford to do so. The emperor had not broken this unwritten code, merely hinting at it, leaving much unsaid. Without the emperor's explicit mention, they could not broach the subject. Yet everyone was acutely aware that this matter would inevitably be raised. Though it had not yet come to pass, it weighed heavily on their minds, causing considerable discomfort. It was clear that this new year would not be a comfortable one for them. In stark contrast to the anxiety of his ministers, Zhu Jian Shen felt remarkably at ease. Displaying a genial demeanor within the Fengtian Hall, never once flushing with embarrassment, embodying the virtues of humility and respect. Yet the more at ease he appeared, the more discomfort his ministers experienced. They were not foolish and could easily discern the emperor's concealed intentions. Coupled with the emperor's previous strategic maneuvers, which had struck with precision, their unease only deepened. This Chenghua emperor had always been one to devise plans before taking action, achieving strategic objectives through decisive decisions, leading them to lose their unwavering confidence even before the onset of any conflict. Although the Yongqing marquis was absent from the capital, the emperor had already amassed considerable power and was well versed in the art of governance. Filled with trepidation, they finally endured until the new year. On the first day of the Chenghua decade, Zhu Jian Shen reflected on the present and anticipated the future, exuding confidence in the prospects of the Ming enterprise, presenting an image of strength and growth, deliberately avoiding any mention of layoffs. The year-end bonuses were generous, increased by 10% compared to previous years, and were funded from his own coffers. He was undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. The ministers felt uneasy even receiving these funds, perceiving them as burdensome. They could almost envision the emperor's wry smile. In high spirits, Zhu Jian Shen dismissed his ministers and proceeded to the Kunning Palace with Zhen Er. Since their last meeting, Empress Dowager Zhou had seemingly transformed, no longer treating Zhen Er with disdain. The festive atmosphere of the new year contributed to a more harmonious interaction between them. With only a few leisurely days in the year, Zhu Jian Shen grew enthusiastic and organized a gathering, playing a game of Wanbing Tiao with his beloved concubine and mother. They played for an entire afternoon. The following morning, Zhu Jian Shen took a sedan chair to the Annal Hall, accompanied by Huaiyan. The emperor intended to spend the night outside the palace, and security measures could not be taken lightly. Naturally, Huaiyan would follow closely. After seeing the emperor safely into the residence, Huaiyan promptly mobilized the Eastern Depot and the imperial guards to conduct thorough surveillance around Annal Hall, just in case. To avoid drawing attention, he deployed a significant portion of the capital's guards to patrol the streets, justifying their presence by stating that the emperor cared for his subjects as if they were his own children, to prevent any desperate souls from causing disturbances during the festive season. The palace guards remained unaware of the underlying circumstances, yet the chief eunuchs of the ceremonial court had personally taken to the field, not daring to be negligent as they conducted their rounds. Fortunately, it was the new year, and most people were at home with their families, leaving the streets relatively empty and undisturbed. In the Annal Hall, in the rear courtyard, a family of 3 gathered around the table, adorned with fresh vegetables, fruits, pastries, and slices of fish and lamb. At the center, a bubbling hot pot simmered, the broth swirling invitingly. The little one, dressed warmly and resembling a plump penguin, appeared adorably clumsy. He glanced at his father on the left and then at his mother on the right, breaking into a wide, innocent smile, radiating pure joy. Zhu Jian Shen retrieved a red envelope from his pocket and gently said, "This is your new year's money." Though belated, he wished to make amends. "Thank you, father." The child replied, curiously inquiring, "What can I do with this new year's money?" He vaguely recalled that last year, his mother had given him a similar envelope, only to take it back afterward. Zhu Jian Shen chuckled softly. "You can buy a great deal of candy." "Really?" the child exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Of course," Zhu Jian Shen affirmed with a nod. The child's laughter grew even more radiant, his big eyes curving into crescent shapes. He may not have understood the essence of happiness, but in that moment, he truly felt it. Chapter 119. Parents sleep on either side. Child sleeps in the center. The meat slices floated in the pot, accompanied by a tantalizing aroma. Zhu Jian Shen picked up his chopsticks and selected a succulent piece of lamb, blowing gently on it before pausing. He placed it into his son's bowl instead. Give it a try. Is it delicious? The little one, already eager, struggled with the chopsticks, opting to scoop the food directly into his mouth with his small bowl. Moments later, he beamed with satisfaction, mumbling, "So delicious. If it's tasty, eat more." Zhu Jianshen encouraged, picking up another piece, blowing on it, and placing it into the child's bowl. Miss Li, observing this, quickly interjected, "Leave it to me, Your Majesty. Please enjoy your meal." "It's quite all right," Zhu Jianshen replied with a smile. "You should eat as well, don't be formal." Miss Li replied softly, her usually serene demeanor revealing a hint of joy today. The child ate slowly, while his parents hurried to serve him, and soon his little bowl was piled high. Unable to hold the bowl anymore, he leaned in to eat, his small face becoming greasy with delight. After the meal, Zhu Jianshen basked in the sunlight in the courtyard, while the child sat beside him on a small stool, clumsily mimicking his father, crossing his stubby legs and squinting at the sun, his chubby face flushed. Miss Li, tidying the bedding in the inner room, occasionally glanced out the window, smiling at the synchronized sight of father and son. As midday approached, a knock sounded at the door. "It's unlocked. Come in," Zhu Jianshen lazily responded, continuing to rest his eyes. The child echoed, "It's unlocked," but halfway through, he suddenly realized something. His little face falling. Two eunuchs from the inner study entered together, aware that the emperor was present and eager to showcase their respect. "We greet your majesty," they said, bowing respectfully. They then turned to the little one, beaming, "Young prince, it's time for your studies." The child, with a forlorn expression, tugged at his father's sleeve. "Father, can I not study today?" "Of course you can." With a grand gesture, Zhu Jianshen commanded, "You two may withdraw for now. We shall continue the lessons tomorrow. Whether you learn for an additional day or not is of little consequence, especially since he has no intention of making this son the crown prince." "Yes, we obey your command," the two replied reluctantly, bowing before preparing to depart. "Wait," Zhu Jianshen called out, prompting them to halt and turn back with bowed heads. He pointed to the wooden box on the tea table and instructed, "Each of you shall receive a gold ingot, and the remaining silver ingots are to be distributed among the servants." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift." The two could hardly contain their joy, hastily kneeling to express their gratitude before eagerly lifting the wooden box and departing with delight. Before long, sounds of gratitude echoed from outside. The little one tilted his head and asked, "Father, are you very wealthy?" Zhu Jianshen chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, I possess considerable wealth." "How much?" the child inquired with curiosity. "So much that it could fill this small courtyard," Zhu Jianshen mused, illustrating his point. The child was astonished, murmuring, "Then couldn't he that by a mountain of candy?" Unable to contain his laughter, Zhu Jianshen eventually composed himself and sighed. "However, not all of father's money is his own. A significant portion must be spent on others." "Why?" the child asked. "Because father's wealth is derived from the hands of others. It is taken from the people and used for their benefit," Zhu Jianshen explained. "Like the people you just rewarded?" the child queried. Zhu Jianshen shook his head. "No, they are merely servants. Father's money does not come from them. Spending on them, in a sense, is a method of sustaining father's economic sources." This was beyond a child's comprehension, and he scratched his head, responding with a simple "Oh." Soon, he found a new topic. "Father, what is the emperor?" "The emperor, should he rest?" At that moment, Miss Li approached swiftly, interrupting her son while casting a sharp gaze at him. The little one immediately recalled the previous chastisement and fell silent. "No need, I am not fatigued." Zhu Jianshen gently waved his hand, looking at his son. "Are you very curious?" "Children are curious about everything." Miss Li smiled and continued, "Children naturally have an admiration for strength, especially towards their valiant fathers." Zhu Jianshen chuckled in agreement. Indeed. Miss Li, fearing her son might say something inappropriate, quickly took his small hand, saying, "Since there is no studying today, let us take a nap instead." But the child, he faltered under his mother's threatening gaze, afraid to repeat the previous reprimanding. Zhu Jianshen did not intervene, and once Miss Li had taken their son back to the chamber and returned, he remarked. One should not be overly strict. Children have limited endurance, and excessive discipline is not beneficial. Miss Li nodded in acknowledgement. I understand my mistake. Zhu Jian Shen chuckled lightly. You need not say it. I am aware you fear the child might utter something taboo, or perhaps you worry I may suspect your fanciful notions. Do you believe I am so petty? Miss Li felt a chill run through her and quickly shook her head in denial. No, Your Majesty. There is no need for explanations. I am not angered, Zhu Jianshen assured, his tone still gentle. I have great affection for this child, though he lacks the bearing of an emperor. When the crown prince is established, I shall recognize both you and him, granting you your rightful status and his identity. Zhu Jianshen smiled. Surely, I could not be stingy towards my own son. Miss Li, noticing that he bore no ill feelings, felt her anxious heart finally settle. It seems I have been overly concerned, she remarked. It is good that you recognize this. In the future, do not let your thoughts wander aimlessly. Zhu Jianshen stretched lazily, feeling somewhat drowsy after basking in the sun for too long. Let us return indoors. Miss Li's cheeks flushed as she softly replied, Your Majesty, I am not quite comfortable. Zhu Jianshen paused momentarily, his expression turning slightly awkward. Then, would you join me for a game of chess? Very well. Though Zhu Jianshen was not particularly skilled at chess, Miss Li had no knowledge of Go. As they engaged in conversation while playing, the warm sunlight enveloped them, creating a cozy atmosphere. Throughout the game, they exchanged victories, proving to be worthy opponents. When their son awoke, the two of them gathered around the little one, playing games and telling stories. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began its descent in the west. Spring had yet to arrive, and the skies quickly darkened, with the temperature dropping sharply. After enjoying their evening meal, the family of three retreated to their chamber. The bed was neat and soft, adorned with brand new cotton quilts. Their little one, having taken a nap, was bursting with energy, bouncing joyfully on the plush bed. Stop jumping. You're making a mess, Miss Li exclaimed, exasperated as her meticulously arranged bed was thrown into disarray by her son. Oh, it's no matter. Children should be full of energy, Zhu Jianshen countered, embodying the image of a doting father, while Miss Li appeared somewhat vexed. After a while of playful antics, the little one finally settled down, climbing off the bed to retrieve his small pillow, which he placed in the center. Mama and Papa sleep on either side, and I sleep in the middle, he declared. Zhu Jianshen chuckled heartily. How poetic. Are you aspiring to compose a poem? Miss Li could not help but chuckle as well, pulling her son down beside her. Enough of the antics. Hurry and lie down under the covers. After a moment's pause, she added, Your Majesty, it is time to rest. Indeed, Zhu Jianshen replied, sitting up from the head of the bed. Miss Li quickly approached to assist him in removing his outer garments, and once he was covered with the quilt, she crawled in beside him, still dressed. Mama and Papa sleep on either side, and the child sleeps in the center. The moonlight poured gently through the paper window, illuminating the child's bright eyes. He glanced to his left, then to his right, listening to his father speak and his mother respond. Many of the words eluded his understanding, yet he delighted in the sounds. As the night deepened, he inevitably succumbed to slumber. The next day, when he awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Awake now? Yes, Papa, the little one called lazily. Quickly go brush your teeth. Zhu Jianshen said lightly, from now on, no more candy. What? The child perked up immediately, bewildered. Why not? You cried out in pain from a toothache all night, Zhu Jianshen replied, slightly irritated. I hardly got any sleep. In any case, no more candy. I didn't say that. I don't remember, he protested vehemently. My teeth don't hurt at all. Zhu Jianshen's expression hardened. What did you say? If you don't want me to, then I won't, the child mumbled, shrinking back. If it had been his mother speaking, he would have surely protested, for she was more affectionate and frequently forbade him from eating candy, yet ultimately relented. However, his father felt more distant. Zhu Jianshen sat at the edge of the bed and asked, Can you dress yourself? I can button my shirt, the child replied, lowering his head. The winter cotton clothing was quite thick, and at just 4 years old, he found it challenging to dress himself. Sit up, let me teach you. Dressed and ready, he was led by his father into the parlor, where his gaze immediately fell upon 2 large food boxes adorning the table, instantly igniting his appetite. Although he was unaware of the specific contents within, he was certain they would be delectable, for every time his father visited, the meals were particularly sumptuous. Without needing much encouragement, he nimbly dashed to the corner by the door, retrieving the loofah pulp his mother had prepared in advance. dipping it in a bit of salt to cleanse his teeth. The loofah pulp was somewhat unwieldy, making the task laborious. After rinsing his mouth with warm water, he grabbed the steaming towel from his mother's hand and hastily wiped his face. He then scampered back to the dining table, climbed onto a chair, and called out, "Mother, come quickly, it's time for dinner." Lady Li chuckled, shaking her head, remoistening the towel before approaching him to affectionately tousle his little face, playfully chastising. "Where did you learn to wash your face like that?" After the warm towel had been applied, his chubby cheeks appeared even cleaner and more rosy. Zhu Jian Shen pinched his cheeks and, standing up, opened the food boxes, exclaiming with a smile, "Look how eager you are. Let us commence the meal." Lady Li set the towel aside and hurriedly approached, saying, "Your Majesty, allow me to assist." "Very well," Zhu Jianshen replied, not contesting her offer, and he settled down, ready to indulge. Lady Li meticulously unwrapped the layers of the food boxes, revealing exquisite dishes. These delicacies had already been tasted for poison by the young eunuchs. But the little fellow had not yet awakened, so they were returned to the boxes. By now, they had cooled sufficiently, making them just right for the impatient child. However, just as he took a bite of a small meat bun, a young eunuch entered to announce, "Your Majesty, the imperial concubine has arrived." "Let her in," Zhu Jianshen nodded. Lady Li hastily instructed her son, "Do not eat yet. Wait for your aunt." "Oh, fine," the little one replied reluctantly, craning his neck to peer outside. Before long, he spotted his long-missed aunt entering, accompanied by a young man. Soon, both the lady and her attendant entered, bowing in respect. "We pay our respects to your Majesty." One offered a slight bow, while the other knelt and prostrated, both showing deference, yet in remarkably different manners. Zhu Jianshen maintained a neutral expression, responding, "No need for such formalities." "Thank you, your Majesty." Zhen Er stepped forward, engaging Lady Li in casual conversation. Wang Ji also rose, a fleeting look of shock crossing his face before he bowed low at the entrance, avoiding even a glance at Lady Li and her child. Zhen Er stole a glance at Wang Ji, secretly relieved. This time, it was not Wang Ji's arrogance. Rather, it was a demonstration of his cleverness. With the emperor present in a private residence, accompanied by a graceful woman and a child, how could Wang Ji fail to grasp the reality of the situation? However, this private residence had evidently been established for some time, yet there were no rumors circulating within the palace, even when the imperial concubine arrived under a veil of secrecy, hinting at deeper layers. In such circumstances, feigning ignorance was undoubtedly the wisest course. Any overt displays of servility could invite trouble. Having been guided by Zhen Er for several years, and having spent a year in the Zhaoyuan prison, Wang Ji had become astutely aware, integrating seamlessly into this pragmatic environment despite his youth. He observed with a calm demeanor, as if sculpted in marble. Zhu Jianshen, in good spirits, smiled and inquired, "Has Zhen Er had breakfast yet?" At this hour, Zhen Er had undoubtedly already eaten. "Then let us dine together," she suggested. Miss Li promptly urged, "Sister, please take a seat," fortuitously. "I have an extra pair of chopsticks." As she spoke, she handed her untouched chopsticks to Zhen Er, while picking up her son's chopsticks to serve him a meat bun, whispering, "Call her, dear." The child called out, "Auntie." Zhen Er smiled and teased, "What's this? After a few days without seeing you, do you no longer feel close to Auntie?" No. The little one shook his head, as if to prove his honesty, offering her a bite of the meat bun. "Auntie, here, have some." Miss Li's expression shifted slightly. She was about to admonish her son, but Zhen Er accepted the offering with a smile, showing no disdain as she took a bite. "See, Auntie loves you dearly." With that, she produced a red envelope, saying, "Here, this is your New Year's gift from Auntie." "Thank you, Auntie." The little one eagerly jumped off his chair to accept it, laughing heartily. Observing this, Miss Li felt a sense of relief as the atmosphere at the dining table turned harmonious once more. "Let us eat before it grows cold." "Yes, your Majesty," they replied. After the meal, Zhu Jian Shen and Zhen Er departed, but the lively little boy wore an unusual frown on his cherubic face. Miss Li understood the emotional turmoil he was experiencing and comforted him, saying, "Father will come again." The little one nodded reluctantly, suddenly asking, "Mother, is Auntie's relationship with Father the same as yours with him?" "Why do you ask?" Miss Li hesitated for a moment before affirmatively nodding. "Yes, it is so." The child grew anxious, questioning, "But why? Father already has a mother." Children may not grasp profound truths, yet certain feelings are innate, especially for a 4-year-old. Miss Li pondered. Her son was now of an age to begin learning about such matters. Thus, she explained, because your father is the emperor. An emperor must have many women. Why can't he have only one mother? He asked, visibly upset, both for his mother and himself. Miss Li sighed. This has been the way throughout history. No emperor has ever had only one woman. But enough of this. We missed lessons yesterday, and today we must not. Rising, she instructed, Mother will go summon the tutor. You stay here and be good. Understood. The little one pouted, resting his chubby face in discontent. The palanquin, cramped with 2 people, swayed precariously. It was far less stable than the dragon carriage, but held its unique charm. Zhu Jian Shen lifted one side of the curtain, casting a glance behind to see Wang Ji dutifully following, bowing slightly in step with the palanquin. After a moment, he lowered the curtain, softly inquiring, was this mentioned beforehand? It was not, Zhen Er replied quietly. How could I dare to overstep the emperor's orders? Zhu Jian Shen nodded in satisfaction. This is indeed useful. My investment in his cultivation over the past year has finally borne fruit. Zhen Er smiled. I have always said Wang Ji is clever. You just didn't believe me. Huh. His cleverness is all thanks to your excellent guidance, Zhu Jian Shen teased. Zhen Er pursed her lips before adopting a serious demeanor. Your Majesty, I have a request. Zhu Jian Shen frowned. Between us, is there truly a need for such formalities? Zhen Er nodded and candidly expressed. I wish to implore your Majesty to ensure that even if he is no longer needed one day, he should not be cast aside, at the very least. Do not discard him after his usefulness has waned. Zhu Jian Shen felt a pang of guilt, for he had indeed done so once before. If the emperor were to refuse, it would be better to allow him to continue serving me rather than send him to the imperial horse depot. Very well. Zhu Jian Shen nodded. I promise you, I shall not harm him. Upon hearing this, Zhen Er finally felt at ease and smiled brightly, saying, Wang Ji will undoubtedly not disappoint your Majesty. You have such confidence in him? Zhu Jian Shen inquired. It is not merely confidence in him, but in my own training and judgment, Zhen Er replied. Zhu Jian Shen chuckled and nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further, instead sighing, after this year. I shall be quite busy. Indeed, after this year, we must get to work, Li Qing echoed with a sigh. Within the tent, the hot pot broth bubbled, and the slices of meat floated. However, due to a lack of seasonings, it was not particularly delectable, though Li Qing had grown accustomed to it. He chung. Upon hearing this, wore a troubled expression. My lord, the internal discord is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress, if we do not take action soon. It may lead to dire consequences, he said, unable to conceal his apprehension. Li Qing nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Tomorrow, have someone arrange for their representatives to come forth. Allow them to check on the children's well-being. This will not only reassure them, but also ignite their desire to achieve merit. Understood, He Chung replied with a bow, adding, My lord, the timing of our departure is crucial. Forgive my boldness, but we cannot delay any longer. Once they have seen the children, we must proceed. Li Qing produced a map and pointed to a marked location, saying, This is where the Tartar camp was situated during the Yongle reign, approximately 500 li from here. And it is our next target. The Tartar camp? He Chung questioned with a puzzled expression. My lord, that cannot be right. My father was a Tartar Grand Master in his youth. How could I not know where the Tartar camp is? This is the old Tartar camp, Li Qing explained. In the 22nd year of Yongle, Emperor Taizong decisively defeated the Tartars in their final northern expedition. In their hasty retreat, the Ming polluted their water sources with the corpses of the enemy and their horses, forcing the Tartars to seek a new refuge. Nearly 60 years have passed since then, and I imagine the area has returned to normal. He Chung was taken aback, stammering, Is that so? Would I deceive you? Li Qing replied nonchalantly. But it is understandable that you are unaware. Your father was still a mere child at that time. He Chung nodded sheepishly. The Yongqing Marquis is truly knowledgeable about such secrets. You are indeed well informed, my lord. Of course, Li Qing smiled, speaking proudly. This Marquis never engages in battles without assurance. Now, go and make the necessary arrangements. Yes. He Chung stood, seemingly revitalized, his spirit restored. I shall attend to it immediately. As Li Qing watched him depart, he sighed softly, having bolstered He Cheng's confidence, yet he himself was burdened with worries. Unlike He Cheng's concerns, he did not find the internal discord particularly troubling. With hostages in hand, the opposition could not rise against him. The current situation was merely a tactic to apply pressure, which Li Qing was fully aware of. His true anxiety lay in the number of troops currently residing in that old Tartar stronghold. Reflecting on the vast steppes of the Yongle era, Li Qing sensed a transformation in the climate, with the population of the grasslands gradually consolidating. Otherwise, he would not have misjudged the demographics of the tribe he found himself in. This is not an auspicious development, for concentration of populace implies a move towards unification. Yet it is not entirely detrimental. A concentrated population would facilitate military endeavors for the Ming dynasty. There are merits, as well as drawbacks. However, discussing such matters now feels premature. Li Qing's concerns were anchored in the present. Cursing under his breath, he wished for a situation that would not spiral out of control. Before picking up his chopsticks and eagerly devouring his meal. 10 days later, Li Qing, along with General Zhong and 3,000 troops, selected 2,000 capable men from the tribe, embarking with only the provisions they had brought, traveling light for the campaign. Before departing, he vowed that those who fought valiantly would not only share in the spoils of victory, but would also see their children liberated. Simultaneously, he assured those who were not chosen that they too would have future opportunities. He left behind over 2,000 elite troops to safeguard the children, warning that any disturbances would be met with dire consequences. This strategy provided both hope and deterrence. Having accomplished this, Li Qing and his 5,000 elite soldiers set off. Their previous victories filled the ranks with fervor, while the 2,000 conscripts, under the pressure of their children's fate, were compelled to muster their spirits. The weather was harsh and the march was slow, yet General Zhong remained unhurried. Having successfully shifted internal conflicts towards external ones, the remaining task was to engage in battle. With 3 victories under his belt, one of which was achieved against greater odds, his confidence soared. However, he failed to notice the subtle worry etched on the usually astute face of Duke Yongqing. May the great Emperor Jinwu protect us. Let us not misjudge the situation too gravely, Li Qing thought, gazing ahead, feeling an unsettling uncertainty. This was his first venture into an uncertain battle, primarily because the troops were not Ming soldiers. Otherwise, he would not have acted so recklessly. Nonetheless, this did not imply a sense of surrender. Otherwise, he would not have retained nearly half of his elite force. A fortnight later, with just 100 miles remaining to their destination, Li Qing ordered the army to encamp and took it upon himself to scout the area for intelligence. On a mound, the war horses stamped their hooves, exhaling warm breaths. Li Qing stood atop his steed, surveying the horizon. The sun shone perfectly, revealing white dots the size of fingernails scattered across the landscape. In an instant, his heart sank. He had indeed misjudged. What lay before him was merely a fraction of the entire scene, and it was evident that the population exceeded 10,000. One could only imagine the total number within the tribe, likely surpassing 100,000, perhaps even reaching 150,000. Such a scale could not be challenged without the imperial army's presence. Yet Li Qing commanded only 5,000 men, albeit fiercely courageous. Yet, retreat was not an option. If internal conflicts were not addressed externally, they would inevitably erupt within. This was precisely why he had brought only the provisions from their departure. He understood the risk of misjudgment, yet he also recognized that misjudgment necessitated action. The circumstances were, indeed, dire. According to conventional analysis, such a vast tribe would possess armed forces of at least 20,000. The disparity in strength is staggering, causing Li Qing considerable distress. In the grasslands, no tribe neglects martial prowess. The individual quality of their warriors is unlikely to be inferior to that of his own subordinates, even if they are slightly less capable. The overwhelming numerical advantage of fourfold or more makes victory seem nearly impossible for his side. Li Qing furrowed his brow, feeling the gravity of the situation for the first time since setting out for the northern deserts. The proximity to the enemy's main camp heightened the risk of exposure, and thus he decided against further reconnaissance, opting instead for a swift return to the command post. Upon entering, Zhong hurried forward, visibly relieved to find Li Qing unharmed. He inquired, "My lord, how fares the front?" Without uttering a word, Li Qing exchanged a glance and proceeded to the low table, where he began to eat voraciously. Zhong understood the unspoken message, promptly dismissing a few trusted subordinates, his expression turning grave. Taking a seat opposite Li Qing, he finally asked, "My lord, is the situation dire?" "Indeed, it is quite challenging," Li Qing sighed, recounting without reservation what he had witnessed. Zhong, upon hearing the account, broke into a cold sweat. "What can we do about this?" "My lord, our supplies will last only 4 or 5 days. If we fail to achieve results, even a retreat may not suffice." Li Qing spoke in a low voice. We must engage. But we cannot win. He Zhong replied with a bitter smile. Citing the overwhelming numerical disparity and the nature of open warfare where true capabilities are tested. I know you are well versed in military strategy, my lord, yet in such circumstances, even the legendary Yu Wumo would find it daunting. What shall we do? Why panic? Li Qing countered. We have not yet reached a point of utter despair. Moreover, you are the commander. If you lose your composure, what hope is there for the men below? He Zhong stared blankly for a moment, nodding awkwardly, though unease lingered. My lord, our current predicament is that it is fundamentally impossible to secure victory, nor will we gain any spoils. If we follow your counsel and keep our contradictions from surfacing, they will inevitably explode internally, leading to a backlash. Thus, we must engage. Li Qing asserted. He Zhong felt tears welling up. My lord, while the men are eager to fight, confronted with such a disparity, even the most reckless among them will awaken to reality. At that point, where would their fighting spirit be? I understand, Li Qing acknowledged, exhaling deeply. Engagement is necessary, but we must not employ conventional tactics. A surprise attack? He Zhong remained skeptical, yet he could conceive of no better alternative and thus resigned himself to follow Li Qing's lead. Certainly, a surprise attack is essential. But it is merely a means, not a strategy, Li Qing explained. Engaging directly is futile. However, if we focus solely on sabotage, we stand a significant chance of success. But if we engage in pure sabotage, we will lack sufficient supplies, my lord, He Zhong lamented. Even if we succeed, their fighting capacity remains unaffected, and they will retaliate with relentless fury. That is precisely the point. We want them to retaliate and create enmity. Li Qing remarked coolly. Without this, how can we stabilize our internal situation? He Zhong suddenly experienced an epiphany. The worry etched on his face swiftly replaced by a glimmer of hope, only to be shadowed by concern once more. My lord, what shall we do about supplies? In a span of merely half a month, the journey had devolved into the mere slaughter of inferior horses, remarked Li Qing. With hesitation, He Zhong responded. If we resort to killing horses to stave off hunger, it will undoubtedly delay our march. Let me be candid. We must ensure they catch up and locate our encampment. Only with formidable enemies before us can we unify against a common foe. He Zhong was taken aback, yet found himself unable to refute the notion. Upon deeper contemplation, he deemed it the most optimal solution. Your Grace, what a brilliant stratagem. In the imperial capital, at the Qianxing Palace, the emperor mused. Wang Zhi has arrived. He took a sip from his teacup, and the young eunuch, understanding, bowed and withdrew. Once the eunuch had exited, Wang Zhi saluted. Your servant pays homage to your majesty. Rise, Zhu Jian Shen replied. Is your experience at the Imperial Horse Bureau satisfactory? Quite satisfactory. Wang Zhi suddenly grasped something and quickly added. Yet I feel I cannot alleviate your majesty's burdens. I am unworthy of your majesty's nurturing. Zhu Jian Shen chuckled, realizing that this audacious youth had finally gained insight. Setting down his teacup, he inquired, What? Do you believe you possess the capability to relieve my concerns? After a moment's hesitation, Wang Zhi confidently affirmed, I do. Very well. Zhu Jianshen stated nonchalantly, I assign you a task. The Jurchens of Liaodong are notoriously unruly. Take my imperial decree to find Marquis Wu Jing, Zhao Fu, and teach them a lesson. After a pause, he added, This time, you shall serve as the supervising eunuch. I shall obey, Wang Zhi exclaimed. His face flushed with excitement as he bowed deeply. He understood this was a great favor from the emperor, yet he remained oblivious to the true weight of this honor. The Jurchens had already ravaged the land twice, akin to the Dahua sweet potatoes being uprooted repeatedly. How much sustenance could remain? To put it plainly, this was not a matter of cultivation, but rather a gilded opportunity for Wang Zhi. Zhu Jianshen was on the brink of a confrontation with the entire bureaucratic apparatus of the Ming dynasty. He was acutely aware of the challenges and the enduring nature of this endeavor. Nurturing a bold, yet loyal hound was of utmost importance for unforeseen necessities. Zhu Jianshen gestured towards the pre-prepared decree on the imperial desk, urging, Do not delay. I shall obey, Wang Zhi replied, rising to take the decree in both hands before bowing and exiting the grand hall. Zhu Jianshen took another sip of tea and sighed deeply. While I am still young, and while Li Qing remains alive, I must hasten to accomplish this task. This increasingly bloated bureaucracy will inevitably transform into a parasitic entity. Alas, some matters I leave for my successors to address, yet they have yet to be born. Zhu Jianshen shook his head, his expression grave. He understood the magnitude of the impact his actions would entail and the formidable resistance he would face, yet he knew he must proceed. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Li Qing's voice resonated as he led the spear formation outward. Do not linger in battle. The surrounding heat was oppressive. Behind him roared a sea of flames, intermingled with curses, cries for blood, and the thunder of hooves, all enough to rend one's heart. Even Li Qing felt a chill. This time, he had truly lost great virtue. The inferno had consumed everything, and yet it could not wash away the deep-seated animosity born of bloodshed. Li Qing gained nothing, yet he had obliterated countless lives. Although the new year had arrived, the harsh winter lingered on. One could hardly fathom the dire living conditions the indigenous people would endure after the flames had extinguished. A feud had been forged, one of monumental proportions. His voice was remarkably penetrating, and with meticulous planning beforehand, the scattered troops swiftly organized themselves and charged forth. Once again, Li Qing employed every conceivable trick in the book. From luring the snake out of its den to drawing the tiger away from its mountain, achieving remarkable success. It was estimated that at least over 20,000 individuals would be left homeless. It was no wonder the indigenous people felt foolish. Who could have anticipated that Li Qing would refrain from slaughtering or plundering, leaving their cattle and sheep untouched while solely incinerating their tents? Wasn't this a quintessential example of harming others without benefiting oneself? Everyone fought for survival. If he truly came to raid, they would have accepted it. But setting their resting tents ablaze was simply inhumane, especially in such frigid conditions. Li Qing understood Mongolian, and he could discern the filth of their curses, which were anything but ordinary. Yet, he dared not retort. Retreat, do not linger in battle. Li Qing shouted in Mongolian while galloping on horseback. In truth, his cries were unnecessary. The arsonists were acutely aware of their moral transgressions, each one fleeing for their life. The venomous curses they hurled sent shivers down one's spine. If captured by the enemy, a brutal fate awaited them. He ran, they pursued. 2 days later, their supplies were exhausted, yet the enemy continued their relentless chase, determined to engage in a fight to the death. Their unwavering resolve was akin to mountains without peaks or the merging of heaven and earth, daring to confront him head-on. My lord, He Zhong exclaimed anxiously, our provisions have run out. Are we truly to take that final step? Do not panic, Li Qing replied. A single surge can be as fierce as a tiger, but it wanes and eventually exhausts. If we endure just a bit longer, we can first slay inferior horses to quell our hunger. He Zhong knew this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, yet had no choice but to comply. After slaying the horses, the hunger was alleviated, but their speed of retreat diminished. 3 days later, they were caught by the enemy. Li Qing positioned archers at the rear, managing to hold them off for just 1 day before their arrows ran out. With an unavoidable battle looming, Li Qing took the lead, employing a strategy akin to flying a kite to fend off the pursuers with his formidable personal prowess. After 2 more days, he could no longer endure and was compelled to engage in combat. Fortunately, they were not far from their own camp, and the enemy, weary from the chase, were equally exhausted. After several exchanges, the casualties on both sides were not significant. After numerous skirmishes, Li Qing's forces finally stumbled back to their camp. Observing the enemy's palpable frustration, Li Qing mockingly taunted, "We have arrived home. Why do you still pursue us?" Another wave of furious curses erupted, igniting their anger once more, yet they had not reached the point of being blinded by rage. Confirming their position, they retreated. However, anyone not foolish understood they would return. Meanwhile, Li Qing had achieved his strategic goal, to sow discord and redirect tensions outward. It even escalated into a life-and-death crisis. Chapter 122. A direct approach in the general's tent. Li Qing and He Zhong sat across from each other, their expressions grave. "My lord, the current situation is dire," He Zhong remarked. Although internal conflicts had not erupted, it was merely a temporary state. Furthermore, this battle had given rise to 2 severe new issues. Li Qing responded with a somber tone, the collapse of power. He paused for a moment, nodding in agreement. "Your Excellency is indeed wise. This issue is of grave concern. The structure of our forces relies heavily on abundant spoils to sustain itself, and our formidable combat capabilities are built upon this foundation. Yet, this time, we have gained nothing." He furrowed his brow, continuing, "While we may not be overly concerned as disruptors, they are driven by profit. Thus, I propose we dispatch a contingent to Hatao. requesting Duke Zhu Yong of Funing to supply us with provisions. I will personally compose a letter. He will surely expedite the matter. Simultaneously, we must make this news public, and those deserving rewards shall still be compensated. After a brief pause, he added, I will also reveal my identity to ensure credibility. He Zhong nodded slowly. If that is the case, this issue should be resolvable. But what of the other matter? He swallowed hard, stating with difficulty, even if our side stands united, we only number around 50,000, while they likely outnumber us threefold. Given the deep-seated animosity, will they truly relent? Not to worry, Li Qing replied. They are still 500 miles away. The costs of prolonged warfare are immense. They cannot afford to mobilize their entire force. Besides, we have only scorched a small portion. Not the entirety. It should not be as dire as you suggest. He Zhong managed a wry smile and nodded. Let us hope your excellency is correct. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Wait a moment. Do you have further instructions? Li Qing pondered briefly before saying, once we have stabilized the morale, release those children. He Zhong questioned, rare in his skepticism. Your excellency, if we do that, we will completely lose the initiative. Li Qing sighed. At this juncture, we cannot afford to be overly concerned with initiative. The situation has escalated to a matter of life and death. Without restoring public confidence, how can we unite against the external threat? When the time comes to fight, will they rush to defend their homeland or their own children? Very well, He Zhong lamented. Your excellency, I still feel we are playing with fire. Li Qing scoffed. We arrived with barely a few thousand. How else can we disrupt the status quo? Rest assured, I am the primary responsible party. This fire will not consume you. Your excellency misunderstands. I am not merely concerned about accountability. I know, Li Qing replied. But as one of the commanders, you must maintain composure at all times. That is paramount. Li Qing remarked, had you not been the son of an old acquaintance, I would have been far less accommodating. He Zhong's face flushed, and he clasped his hands in respect. I shall heed your counsel. Yes, go now. Li Qing waved his hand. Organize the men and have them bring my written orders. Understood. He Zhong bowed and exited. Li Qing took up his pen, composing the letter while resting his chin in thought. The current situation, while precarious, had not yet spiraled out of control, and he felt confident in his ability to manage it. What truly troubled him was the capital. Zhu Jian Shen had now seized power, having bided his time for a decade. This ambitious emperor of the Ming dynasty would undoubtedly take action, especially now that he had returned to court. Although he had stated his intention to retire to a life of farming, he still remained in office. Li Qing couldn't help but recall Zhu Jian from years past. Back then, during his absence, chaos had erupted at home, and he feared a similar recurrence. Yet, upon reflection, Zhu Jian Shen did not seem as rash after all these years. He had not acted impulsively and had consistently exhibited a measured approach. I hope I haven't misjudged this time, Li Qing murmured. In the capital, at Yongqing Palace, Zhu Jian Shen rested his head on his arm, gazing through the canopy above, lost in thought. Zhen Er lay against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Is the emperor troubled? She inquired. Indeed, Zhu Jian Shen sighed, returning to reality with a smile. You've discerned my secret. Zhen Er pouted. If you can't see that, then the emperor has wasted his affection on me. Zhu Jian Shen could not help but chuckle, yet sighed again. I have some worries. It seems my days of ease are coming to an end. Oh, Zhen Er refrained from probing further, knowing he disliked discussing state matters, though she sensed some of the underlying issues. Why not wait for the return of Duke Yongqing before making decisions? As the son of heaven, can I allow others to dictate my every action? I must have my own convictions, Zhu Jian Shen lamented. Besides, he will be stepping down soon, and I must prepare for a future without him. Zhen Er pondered. If the emperor were to insist, he might not truly refuse the command. You know his temperament all too well, Zhu Jian Shen replied with a wry smile. He has served several emperors and has offended many. Let him enjoy a peaceful old age. Your Majesty is compassionate, Zhen Er murmured, but compassion often leads to disadvantage. Zhu Jian Shen chuckled. Few benefit from my benevolence. Come, allow me to show you my kindness once more. Let it be. Rest now, Zhen Er urged, grasping his large hand. The emperor should not linger here too often. Speaking of which, it is time to consider expanding the royal family's lineage. Pausing, she added, concubine Shun is truly admirable. Indeed, but I currently lack the appetite for enjoyment, Zhu Jian Shen concluded. Now, rest. We have an early court session tomorrow. The following day, in the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, After the customary greetings between sovereign and ministers, the officials returned to their respective ranks, albeit with heightened caution. They were aware that the issues from the previous year would not simply fade away. As anticipated, the emperor cast a glance at Wanan, who promptly stepped forward, respectfully declaring, "Your servant has a memorial to present." The other officials tensed, wishing they could silence him. Wanan did not disappoint them, launching directly into the matter. "Your Majesty, the issue of bureaucratic redundancy within the court must be addressed without delay." At this, the Minister of Personnel, Ming, furrowed his brow and prepared to step forward, but just as he moved, the emperor spoke. A minister cannot interrupt the emperor. He could only return to his place, begrudgingly. Zhu Jian Shen inquired, "Is there evidence to support this claim?" "Indeed," Wanan replied, retrieving a memorial from his sleeve for the emperor's perusal. A eunuch descended the jade steps to present it to Zhu Jian Shen. However, no one paid attention to the memorial, understanding it was merely a performance. Even a blank memorial could serve as a stage for the emperor's theatrics. True to form, Zhu Jianshen glanced at the document for but a moment before forcefully slamming down a paperweight onto the imperial table, exclaiming, "The execution of policies in Yunnan is abysmally inadequate. It cannot go unpunished." The ministers noted Zhu Jianshen's cunning approach. With over 100 individuals present in the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, none hailed from Yunnan, significantly alleviating the ministers' dissenting sentiments. Zhu Jianshen, filled with exasperation over the inefficiency of his officials, lamented, "Just moments ago, I harbored doubts regarding your words, Yongqing. However, upon perusing this memorial, I have come to realize the severity of the issue concerning redundant personnel in certain locales." The ministers responded, "Enough of the theatrics. Let us delve into the matter at hand so we may prepare our responses." Although the emperor referred to isolated instances, all present understood that once these isolated issues were addressed, the repercussions would inevitably extend throughout the entire Ming dynasty. "Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts?" Zhu Jianshen inquired with a furrowed brow. "What insights can we offer when you have not permitted us to view the details?" The ministers retorted, "Since there are no objections from you all, let us proceed with implementation," Zhu Jianshen declared without hesitation. "Wanan, you shall handle this matter." The ministers gasped. And Shunmin seized the opportunity to interject, "Your Majesty, irrespective of the veracity of the memorial, such a significant decision cannot be made hastily. I implore you to contemplate this matter further." Yongqing from the Ministry of Revenue chimed in, emphasizing the potential impact on the morale of our scholars. Thus, "I beseech you to exercise caution." Zhu Jianshen's expression soured as he cast a sidelong glance at Wanan and promptly countered, "How can the dismissal of a few indolent officials possibly affect the spirit of our scholars?" Bai Gui from the Ministry of War retorted, "The determination of one's diligence cannot rest solely upon the words of Grand Scholar Wan." With a slight smile, Wanan proposed, "In that case, let the Inspection Bureau conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain the truth." Bai Gui was rendered speechless, while others glared at Wanan with indignation. They were acutely aware that the involvement of the Inspection Bureau signified a serious matter. The emperor's desires would dictate the findings, and the might of the court's enforcers was not to be trifled with, despite their lack of significant achievements in recent years. Yet, everyone understood that granting these individuals the latitude to act would lead to dire consequences. Seeing Bai Gui at a loss for words invigorated Wanan. "What is it? Why has Minister Bai suddenly fallen silent?" Li Bin, the right vice-censor of the censorate, interjected, "Even if an investigation is warranted, it is the prerogative of the censorate, not the Inspection Bureau. Then let the censorate conduct the inquiry." Zhu Jianshen conceded, demonstrating reasonableness. "The censorate shall oversee, while the Inspection Bureau supervises. This aligns with regulations and ensures fairness. What say you, my ministers?" "Your Majesty, the Inspection Bureau already possesses the authority to inspect all officials." Zhu Jianshen retorted, "I have already made concessions. Do not push your luck." "Your Majesty, I urge you to reconsider." The ministers clamored, bowing deeply with expressions of distress. Zhu Jianshen coldly stated, "I have indeed reflected upon this matter. Do not press me further, lest I suspect you are shielding wrongdoing." He understood that prolonging the court session would lead to further discussions centered on this topic, so he chose to avert his gaze from the turmoil. "Court dismissed," he declared. "Your Majesty, please reconsider." The ministers called out in unison, but the emperor had already exited the grand hall. Witnessing the emperor's departure, their tempers flared, and they knelt before the palace gates. "If your Majesty does not retract your decree, We shall remain here until death. Zhu Jian Shen felt a headache coming on. This was merely the beginning, and he could not afford to resort to drastic measures just yet. He was compelled to adopt an alternative strategy. Chapter 123. Fractured Relations. Zhu Jianshen had no desire to disrupt the established order, at least not at this juncture, for this was merely the onset of events. Nevertheless, he had anticipated the current predicament. In the imperial study, Wanan reclined on a plush brocade stool, his heart and face radiating contentment. One must ponder, who within the court could engage in dialogue with the emperor? Perhaps only the esteemed Duke Yongqing could. Zhu Jianshen observed his expression with keen interest and inquired, "Have you made the necessary arrangements?" Wanan promptly clasped his hands in reverence, affirming, "Your Majesty, rest assured, there shall be no issues." Indeed, Zhu Jianshen chuckled. "It appears those beneath us are eager for advancement." With a smile, Wanan remarked, "Many wish to alleviate your Majesty's burdens, yet are deterred by the authority of their superiors. However, with my subtle hints of potential benefits, they will invariably make more favorable choices, for who does not yearn for a prosperous future?" Zhu Jianshen nodded in satisfaction, stating, "After this matter, you shall assume the role of the second assistant in the cabinet." "Your Majesty?" Wanan gasped. "The second assistant?" Zhu Jianshen replied nonchalantly, "What? Are you dissatisfied?" "And no, I am quite content. I thank your Majesty for your benevolence." Wanan hastily rose and bowed deeply, offering his gratitude for the imperial favor. "Rise," Zhu Jianshen said, taking a sip of tea, and added, "The position of first assistant remains vacant." Upon hearing this, Wanan's spirits soared anew. Without a first assistant, the second assistant effectively becomes the first. Furthermore, should the emperor appoint a first assistant in the future, it would undoubtedly be him, positioned favorably. "Your Majesty, the officials have been kneeling at the palace gates for 2 days. Should we not offer some comfort?" Wanan suggested. "Let them remain on their knees," Zhu Jianshen replied coolly. "Attend to your own affairs and pay them no mind." It was a jest. Any act of appeasement should come from him, the emperor. Moreover, yielding too easily would only foster perceptions of his weakness. When the officials could no longer endure, he would then intervene, not only staving off further demands, but also igniting a flicker of gratitude within them. Such was the wisest strategy. As for the position of first assistant, it resembled a carrot dangled before a donkey, motivating it to pull the plow. Of course, this was also tied to Li Qing's influence, as he had promised Li Qing not to promote Wanan to the role of first assistant. Unbeknownst to Wanan, he had already been condemned by Li Qing. Yet he remained lost in dreams of the first assistant position, beaming as he clasped his hands. "I take my leave." "Very well, go," Zhu Jianshen chuckled lightly. Once Wanan exited the grand hall, the smile on Zhu Jianshen's face gradually faded. The hardest part is the beginning. Once that is well established, the rest will follow. He sighed, pondering the current state of Li Qing. Meanwhile, on the grasslands, Li Qing spoke passionately, revealing his identity as the Duke Yongqing and asserting that those who wholeheartedly followed the Ming dynasty would face no worries regarding sustenance. Once supplies were secured, the soldiers participating in the battle would be rewarded, and those afflicted by injuries would receive substantial compensation. With the banquet prepared and families reunited amidst the imminent threat, Li Qing's maneuvers not only stabilized internal sentiments, but also united their focus outward. With a prosperous future beckoning and relentless foes looming, they had no choice but to rally, leaving no room for complaints against Li Qing and his allies for attracting such formidable adversaries. Observing the situation stabilize, Li Qing promptly set about reorganizing the armed forces. This tribe boasted a population of nearly 50,000. Although both sides had suffered losses during their discord, those losses amounted to only a few thousand. Moreover, many of the injured, once recovered, still possessed the strength to fight again. The recent act of arson, devoid of direct confrontation, resulted in the loss of merely over 1,000 lives, sparing the fundamental structure. Under Li Qing's mobilization, within less than half a month, a formidable army was restructured. The combined armed forces of both sides had swelled to a staggering 10,000. Only at this juncture did Li Qing exhale a sigh of relief. Truly fortified in his resolve, the precarious situation had finally been reversed, and the imminent retaliation from the enemy awaited them. Li Qing proclaimed that they could eat and drink with ease, assuring them that supplies from the Ming would soon arrive, alleviating any lingering concerns. He believed that what was consumed would belong to them, far better than it being seized by others. Moreover, the scarcer the sustenance, the greater the reliance of the tribe on the Ming, thereby solidifying his dominance. Watching the escalating situation, He Zheng was astonished by the transformation brought forth by the Yongqing Marquis' series of maneuvers. He was deeply impressed, acknowledging that the Marquis' long-standing influence in the court was well-deserved. His confidence surged. A 10,000-strong army could certainly defend itself. Although the enemy's population was vast, they would not completely abandon their homes. Despite their deep-seated grievances, life must continue. In the capital, the ministers had been kneeling for nearly half a month. Each day, they knelt after morning court until they fainted, repeating this ordeal day after day, suffering immensely. With the arrival of spring, the mornings remained frigid. Despite having cotton beneath their knees, prolonged kneeling hindered their circulation, rendering them weary. Likewise, Zhu Jian was not faring any better. The minister's uproar compelled him into a flurry of activity, spending his days in the imperial study. After a fortnight of standoff, he finally acknowledged reality and chose to relent. He barred the palace guards from involvement, delegating the investigation to the 13 censors in the capital. The ministers were appeased. Thus, the emperor regained his status as a wise ruler, and the ministers became astute and proactive in handling state affairs, responding positively to the emperor's compromise. The relationship between the Ming sovereign and his ministers had evolved into a harmonious dynamic, with both parties engaging in political maneuvering within established rules, neither breaking them. However, the ministers were unaware that while the emperor had not transgressed the rules, he had once again taken an unexpected turn. In early April, the censors returned to the capital, launching a direct assault on the elderly officials. Officials from the Yunnan provincial administration down were impeached one by one, with spittle flying in the hall of Fengtian. Almost none of Yunnan's officials escaped censure. Zhu Jian was enraged, and with a wave of his hand, he dismissed several hundred officials from the provincial administration downwards. The ministers were left astounded. As they witnessed the censors being promoted, they finally understood they had been outmaneuvered by the emperor. How utterly unrefined of him to resort to such tactics. The ministers, incensed, retaliated against the emperor's attempts to gain favor through bribery. They systematically ostracized anyone promoted by the emperor in an effort to instill fear. This time, Zhu Jian refrained from direct confrontation, instead sending Wanan to take action. Wanan lived up to expectations, gathering the disfavored individuals under his command, thereby orchestrating a counterplay against the ministers. Zhu Jian Shen withdrew from the fray, once again transforming from a contestant into a judge, much to the dismay of his ministers. In May, Wang Ji returned to the capital. This battle resulted in the beheading of over 300 individuals from the Jinyiwei Jurchen tribe, a feat that could only be described as a thorough eradication. A commendable achievement indeed. The Jinyiwei Jurchen were few in number, and having been struck twice, the claim of 300 beheaded was hardly an exaggeration. Zhu Jian Shen, indifferent to the outcome of the battle, sought merely an excuse to promote Wang Ji. Thus, after his circuitous endeavors, Wang Ji was elevated to the position of chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office. It was only at this juncture that the ministers took note of this youth, igniting their ire. How could this scoundrel still be alive? However, before they could take action, another significant incident surfaced. Led by Wanan, officials petitioned regarding the excessive and chaotic personnel in Guizhou, urging the emperor to streamline the bureaucratic structure by selecting the competent and dismissing the inept. In an instant, the ministers set aside their thirst for revenge and shifted their strategic focus to the issue of redundant personnel. It was evident to all that, having already targeted Yunnan, Guizhou would soon follow, and eventually, they would be next. These two provinces had historically been impoverished, with few entering the ranks of officials through the imperial examinations. Yet even so, they faced purges. It was not hard to imagine the devastation that would ensue when the more prosperous regions were scrutinized. Particularly, officials from Jiangxi were trembling in trepidation, for they were the loudest in protest. Of course, they understood that the emperor's actions against these two provinces were intended to placate them, but they would not accept such a gesture. Unless the emperor issued a decree explicitly stating that such policies would no longer be pursued, they would remain unconvinced. Their appeals in the Hall of Heavenly Purity echoed this sentiment, yet Zhu Jian Shen was resolute in his refusal. Thus, the tenuous relationship between ruler and ministers, maintained through hardship for a decade, reached its breaking point, irrevocably shattered. This time, mere sweet words or compensatory gestures from Zhu Jian Shen would not suffice to alleviate tensions, for he had struck at the very roots of the Ming bureaucracy. At this juncture, Both parties found themselves without a path of retreat. To withdraw would mean total subjugation by the emperor. Likewise, Zhu Jian Shen had no avenue to retreat. To do so would lead to the collapse of his efforts, setting a precedent that future sovereigns could be similarly manipulated. After all, even his forebears had fallen. Both sides stood their ground, and the atmosphere in the court thickened with tension. However, the ministers no longer knelt at the palace gates, for such a tactic would not sway the emperor. To compel him to yield, they deemed it necessary to strike at what he held most dear. What was that? Consort Wan. Consequently, petitions aimed at slandering Consort Wan poured in like snowflakes, soon accumulating upon Zhu Jianshen's imperial desk. The emperor, childless, was accused of this misfortune being due to Wan's jealousy, urging him to dismiss Wan and favor the empress, suggesting that doing so would expedite the birth of a legitimate heir. Simultaneously, the ministers beseeched Empress Dowager Zhou, requesting her to uphold justice and counsel the emperor to consider the state and preserve the ancestral lineage. This plea did not constitute collusion with the inner palace, thus could be brought forth publicly, and the dowager possessed the authority to act. The ministers were confident that Empress Dowager Zhou would assist them, as it would enhance her influence and allow her to exert political sway to some degree. Yet, they could never have anticipated that Empress Dowager Zhou would gracefully decline their entreaty. Not only did he refuse, but he also turned the tables on them. The emperor was at the pinnacle of his power, untroubled by concerns. The absence of a dragon heir was solely due to his excessive preoccupation with state affairs, leaving no time for the imperial harem. If you all diligently alleviated his worries, would he not bestow favor upon the harem? This left the courtiers utterly confounded. They truly did not anticipate that such a splendid opportunity would be so casually relinquished by the Empress Dowager Zhou. It should not have been the case. Had it been the former Empress Dowager's son, she would have eagerly seized the moment. What had gone awry? Zhu Jianshen sneered. Out of options, are we? Excellent. It is now my turn. Chapter 124. Outmatched outside. The cacophony of battle cries resonated like thunder, the neighing of warhorses mingling with the clash of weapons, rousing the nerves of countless souls. Women and children skillfully stowed away the tents into the earth, as per the instructions of the Duke of Yongqing of the Ming dynasty, to prevent the enemy from using their own tactics against them. Despite the commotion, they exhibited little fear, having grown accustomed to such occurrences over the past 6 months. After all, an encounter was inevitable every month. Sometimes it arrived too soon. Other times it was more sparse, yet they managed to endure each time. However, their food supplies dwindled, and the calves and lambs could not be consumed, as they represented future hope, causing them great concern. When would the provisions promised by the Duke of Yongqing arrive? The battle persisted for 2 days, with the enemy retreating once more, eliciting cheers from the children and a sense of relief from the women, while the elders wore expressions of quiet anxiety. After each skirmish, they would slaughter cattle and sheep to celebrate, particularly favoring the families of the fallen warriors. Yet, their livestock was running low. Even if the enemy ceased their assaults, they could only hold out for another 2 months at most. Constant harassment prevented them from tending to their flocks in peace, leaving their animals gaunt and emaciated, yielding little meat. They hoped that this time, while clearing the battlefield, they might recover more of the slain warhorses. The warriors returned, drenched in blood. Some required assistance. Others were carried back, and some did not return at all. The women and elders began the customary slaughter of cattle and sheep, feeling pained, yet understanding that without the valor of the warriors, there would be no calves or lambs left. Soon, the aroma of food wafted through the air, igniting appetites. Once it was confirmed that the enemy had retreated, the more robust elders began to clear the battlefield. The women reconstructed tents, while the older children contributed in whatever ways they could. Under Li Qing's clear directives, the manpower of the tribe was fully mobilized. In the commander's tent, He Zhong divided the roasted lamb while reporting on the gains and losses of the battle. They had slain over 1,200 enemies, with the injuries on their side too numerous to count. Nearly 2,000 of their own were wounded, over 800 perished, and they had acquired close to 1,000 warhorses, 300 of which were alive, and nearly 600 dead. Li Qing listened intently, withholding his judgment until He Zhong concluded, then remarked, "The food supplies within the tribe are scarce, yet our provisions should be arriving soon. However, continuing in this manner is not a sustainable solution." He Zhong paused, hesitating. Does the Duke suggest a proactive approach? How many of us remain? If we recuperate, our fighting strength should be around 7,000. Zhong replied. Li Qing nodded, reflecting on the numerous battles they had endured. The combat prowess of their troops had undeniably achieved a qualitative leap. It was time to consider a counteroffensive. When should we initiate this? He inquired. The sooner, the better. Li Qing replied. Ideally, we must act before the enemy launches their next assault. Zhong pondered. This must be predicated on the timely arrival of our supplies. Otherwise, mobilizing our forces may prove challenging. Indeed, Li Qing remarked, taking a bite of the prepared lamb chops. I have calculated that our supplies should arrive in approximately half a month. We must prepare ourselves in advance. Zhong expressed his concerns, my lord. Though we have caused the enemy some trouble previously, and they have suffered more than we during this prolonged period of conflict, there remains a significant qualitative disparity between us. I am aware, Li Qing nodded, which is precisely why we must wait for the supplies to arrive before engaging in battle. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhong's eyes as he exclaimed, Are you suggesting we utilize those who are delivering the provisions? Yes. I have made that clear in my correspondence, Li Qing replied with a smile. The previous compensation was duly distributed to the families of the soldiers. Such generous rewards are bound to attract interest. Excellent. Zhong clapped his thigh. How many men will you require, my lord? Approximately 5,000, Li Qing estimated. Only 5,000. Zhong responded with disappointment. Why not allocate more? Our 3 major camps. I do not wish to draw from our own personnel. Li Qing interjected. Very well, Zhong conceded. 5,000 should suffice. Will we focus on sabotage once more? We can no longer rely solely on sabotage. Li Qing shook his head. This time, we must deploy our elite forces and achieve tangible results. We cannot depend endlessly on the subsidies from the Ming. Their resources do not come effortlessly. Achieving self-sufficiency is the true path to success. Having been in the northern desert for nearly a year without making a significant move, progress was slower than Li Qing had anticipated. It was not impatience that troubled him, but rather the concern that prolonged delays would sap the morale and spirit of this war machine, which had already experienced a slight decline in vigor. Very well. Zhong rose. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Wait, Zhong paused. Li Qing contemplated for a moment before stating, Find a way to recruit more brave warriors. We must aim for something grand. Understood. I will do my utmost. After more than 10 days, the convoy carrying the supplies finally arrived, not due to their slow pace, but because Li Qing had requested an abundance. In addition to the usual Schwanda sweet potatoes and Yongla beans, there were thousands of fat pigs. Fortunately, with the spring's lush pastures, the transportation costs were manageable. After accounting for losses on the road, nearly 4,000 pigs arrived. Unlike sheep, pigs had a high meat yield, and their arrival significantly alleviated the community's anxiety over meat scarcity. Of course, the pigs were merely a bonus. The bulk of the supplies comprised Schwanda sweet potatoes and Yongla beans. Though they were coarse grains, they could fill empty stomachs. The arrival of these food supplies provided a sense of security. They would no longer have to worry about food shortages. Even with minimal effort, they had enough provisions to last them through the new year without concern. In that moment, Li Qing's prestige reached its zenith. His past promises had been fulfilled, even exceeding what he had initially pledged. At this juncture, Li Qing once again proposed a grand vision, to strengthen the tribe and establish it as a leading force on the grasslands. As long as one possesses the courage to fight and strive, an abundance of cattle and sheep shall follow. Conversely, the support of the Ming will cease. This choice is so straightforward that even a child would not err. The answer aligns perfectly with Li Qing's expectations. The contingent tasked with transporting supplies exceeded Li Qing's forecasts, totaling nearly 6,000 individuals, combined with the original warriors and temporary recruits. The armed forces amassed to nearly 15,000. Such a formidable force on the grasslands is indeed daunting. An immense supply of resources, coupled with robust reinforcements, reignited the warriors' fervor for battle, especially the elite troops from Hetao, who were particularly eager. With the persuasive efforts of Li Qing and Zhong, the generals agreed to the decision to mobilize en masse. Li Qing, invigorated, realized that a successful campaign would grant him genuine influence to disrupt the status quo. After a brief respite, the army set forth towards the capital. Zhu Jian Shen once again achieved his strategic objectives, dismissing over 300 officials in Guizhou from the governor down, albeit at a significant cost. Not only did Zhen Er endure considerable scrutiny, but Zhu Jian Shen also acquired a notorious reputation for favoring the Wan concubine, disregarding the Ming royal family's dignity. Simultaneously, He was overwhelmed with responsibilities due to the deliberate negligence of officials. Although the ministers acted with impudence, Zhu Jian Shen could not impose severe punishments. Such actions could lead to greater chaos. He could only adopt a softer approach, rewarding those who were obedient and diligent. At all times, there exist short-sighted individuals who care little for the emperor's well-being, oblivious to the challenges faced by officials. They are solely concerned with immediate gains. Through such measures, Zhu Jianshen significantly alleviated the efficiency issues in governance, ensuring that national affairs did not suffer. Nonetheless, he remained exceedingly busy, almost matching the workload of his predecessor, Old Zhu. Having endured hardships, Zhu Jianshen, after achieving 2 consecutive victories, slowed his efforts to reduce excess personnel, understanding that taking too large a step could lead to missteps. Thus, he restored the image of a benevolent ruler, hosting feasts and bestowing rewards, presenting an appearance of finality. Yet, this time, no one was convinced. The ministers had become astute, taking all they could while continuing to oppose him. Seeing this, Zhu Jianshen decided not to indulge them further. Since they were reaping benefits without fulfilling their duties, they could not blame him for being heartless. He ceased the reduction of excess personnel, but began to focus on maritime trade, initiating an inspection of commercial taxes led by the Office of Ceremonial Affairs with assistance from the Imperial Guard. As soon as the decree was issued, officials from Jiangnan promptly capitulated, outwardly maintaining a facade of defiance, yet secretly yielding to Zhu Jianshen. The Changhua Emperor, being a discerning ruler, immediately suspended the tax inspection but did not revoke it, leaving the matter in limbo, which was quite infuriating. As events unfolded, the ministers gradually came to realize that they could not contend with the emperor, even in the absence of Li Qing. The Changhua Emperor's cunning was likely rivaled only by the founders of the dynasty, making him a formidable opponent. Faced with such circumstances, they found themselves at a loss. Unwilling to compromise after enduring oppression for so long, and recalling their past glories, they still sought to take a gamble, despite the slim chances of success. In a desperate attempt, an initiative to win over the imperial harem commenced, targeting 2 key figures, Empress Dowager Zhou and concubine Wan. Indeed, the envious Wan Zhen Er was also among those they sought to sway. They sought to secure titles for Wan Zhen Er's father and brothers, proposing the promotion of the younger brother of Empress Dowager Zhou to the rank of duke. This maneuver had been previously employed during the reign of Empress Dowager Zhang, and now it resurfaced on the political stage. However, they overlooked the fact that the current Emperor Changhua was no longer the youthful Emperor Zhengtong of yore. The two were not to be compared. Ultimately, the brother of Empress Dowager Zhou did not receive a promotion, and Wan Zhen Er's family was merely granted the position of a commander in the Jinyiwei. Empress Dowager Zhou raised no objections, and Wan Zhen Er felt no dissatisfaction. Their schemes had once again fallen short. At this juncture, they were acutely aware of the shifting tides and chose to make a last desperate gamble. A collective resignation. A joint petition to resign from the 6 ministries, the cabinet, the censorate, and the Supreme Court, comprising hundreds of officials, was presented to Zhu Jianshen's imperial desk. Zhu Jianshen found himself in a quandary, expressing that there was no need for such drastic measures. The ministers seized this opportunity to voice their demands, imploring the emperor to retract his stance on redundant personnel. Naturally, they understood that the emperor would not yield to such pressures. Thus, they proposed an alternative solution, to change the imperial examination from a triennial to a quinquennial basis. Chapter 125. The Art of Flexibility. It must be said that this suggestion from the ministers aptly addressed the issue at hand. If they deemed the bureaucratic apparatus to be bloated and unwieldy, wouldn't it be more prudent to tackle the problem at its core? This was a classic case of if the comrades perish, let the monk live. Particularly for the influential figures in the court, their descendants would benefit from the privileges, while the pathways to advancement were diminished, ultimately favoring them. As for those officials lacking the strength to secure a privileged position, it mattered little. At least their own interests were safeguarded. This time, their efforts were indeed painstaking and effectively resolved a pressing dilemma. However, Zhu Jianshen could not acquiesce. Should this method be implemented, in a century or so, the bureaucratic apparatus of the Ming dynasty would become dominated by hereditary officials, leading to an entangled web of relationships that would be virtually impossible to untangle. The mere thought of it was enough to induce a headache. Furthermore, the insufficient influx of fresh talent would exacerbate the problem of corruption, as it was often the case that newly appointed officials armed with the knowledge of the sages, tended to be relatively incorruptible. Although, as time progressed, some degree of corruption was inevitable, there would at least be a period of relative purity. Yet, all of the aforementioned concerns were secondary. What truly alarmed Zhu Jian Shen was that the reduction of pathways for advancement would instigate significant instability within the realm. For instance, a multitude of impoverished individuals, despite facing injustice, would likely remain passive and incapable of threatening the state. However, what if among them were figures akin to Qin Sheng and Wu Guang? The ensuing chaos could be catastrophic. Without Qin Sheng and Wu Guang, they would merely be a collective of overworked and downtrodden souls, but with their emergence, they would transform into a formidable insurgent force. The broader one's insight, the greater one's desires. Conversely, the narrower one's perspective, the lesser one's ambitions. By drawing those with expansive viewpoints into the court, one could subtly alleviate the looming crisis. However, should too many talented individuals remain unrecognized and coalesce, it could provoke unrest even without provocation, which is a truly daunting prospect. Thus, the gateway of the imperial examination, a vital channel for advancement, must remain untouched. To disturb it would jeopardize the very foundations of the realm. The profound significance of the imperial examination lies not solely in its role of selecting talent for the court, but also in its function of stabilizing the state, perhaps even more so than the former. Gathering capable and ambitious individuals within the court, allowing them to vie against one another, is far preferable to their lurking in the shadows of the populace. The unseen is indeed the most terrifying. Zhu Jian Shen could not acquiesce. To agree to such a proposal would render him a traitor to the Ming dynasty. Since the Song dynasty, the imperial examinations have been conducted triennially, and Zhu Jian Shen asserted that, over the centuries, they have become deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people and should not be recklessly altered. Has His Majesty considered that without such measures, the fundamental issues cannot be resolved? Indeed, Your Majesty, even if the bureaucratic apparatus is currently streamlined, in the span of a few generations under the auspices of the triennial examination, the problem of redundancy will persist. Given the current state of affairs, the ministers no longer hesitate to acknowledge that the emperor is resolute. Thus, a solution must be presented. They believe they have compromised, yet the emperor appears oblivious to their plight. Your Majesty, do we not rank lower than those who have yet to enter the officialdom? Do you truly prefer to disregard the bonds between sovereign and subject in order to win over those who are oblivious to loyalty and treachery? Zhu Jian Shen found himself cornered, with no escape this time. Hence, he took a rare stance of firmness, refusing to yield. Indeed, Zhu Jian Shen readily admitted that he would rather offend his esteemed ministers than betray the scholars of the realm. Upon uttering these words, the last vestige of pretense was stripped away, and the facade was completely torn asunder. With matters so dire, the ministers were naturally unwilling to relent, once again submitting their resignations. In just a few days, the resignation petitions poured in like snowflakes, filling the imperial desk to the point of forming a small mountain. Unlike the previous occasion, this time the number of resignations was greater. Nearly 99% of officials above the 5th rank tendered their resignations. Among those below the 5th rank, 2/3 also sought to resign. The political center of the Ming dynasty, the capital, saw the administration nearly come to a standstill. With the bureaucratic system on the brink of paralysis, this crisis, devoid of smoke and flames, was indeed severe. On this occasion, the ministers broke the rules. They had no alternative and could hardly accept the emperor's actions. Zhu Jian Shen miscalculated. He underestimated this assembly. When humility was warranted, the Changhua emperor had always been adaptable, favoring a balance of strength and flexibility. He issued a self-punishing edict, acknowledging his own inappropriate conduct and lack of consideration. Subsequently, he dismissed all resignation petitions and individually summoned the 6 ministries and 9 ministers to bestow rewards. After 3 to 5 days, the suspended governance gradually returned to normalcy. Zhu Jian Shen did not punish anyone, treating the entire episode as if it had never occurred. Observing this, the ministers refrained from further encroachment, reverting to their former demeanor, continuing to show great respect towards the emperor, proclaiming his wisdom within the court. It was as though the previous turmoil had merely been a dream. The ministers were satisfied. However, Zhu Jian Shen was enraged. He would not let this matter rest. This vendetta would be avenged in due time, not within a decade, but within 3 years. On that day, he bypassed the Ministry of Personnel and the cabinet, appointing a local scholar from the capital as an inspector. In this regard, none of the ministers raised any objections. After all, they had just reconciled, and this hardly constituted a significant issue. The emperor had issued a self-reproach edict, and they could not afford to be overly critical. Thus, they chose to turn a blind eye. Little did they anticipate that this momentary oversight would lead to an immensely heavy blow. The flames erupted. Li Qing gazed at the roaring fire, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Once more, he had succeeded in his ambush. He dared not linger, for the sounds of battle echoed thunderously. A fierce conflict had been underway for quite some time. He had laid in wait, taking advantage of the enemy's forces being fully drawn away, allowing him to execute his plan successfully. With his objective accomplished, Li Qing promptly led over 1,000 subordinates to provide reinforcements. As the moonlight bathed the scene, the war horses galloped forward, stirring up clouds of dust. Li Qing's gaze was intense, exuding an aura of battle fervor, and his valiant warriors behind him were equally filled with indomitable spirit. Should they triumph in this battle, they would be well rewarded. The tribe, with a population nearing 15,000, occupied a land lush with water and grass, abundant in cattle and sheep. Just the thought of such bounty was enough to make one salivate. After months of attrition, the tribe's forces were estimated to be around 21 or 22,000. Li Qing's army of 15,000 was indeed at a disadvantage in numbers, yet it was not insurmountable. Coupled with their surprise attack and the chaos of the flames, they had gained a significant advantage. The tribe could never have fathomed that Li Qing's forces would dare to counterattack with such formidable strength. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation, the two forces were already within 30 miles of each other, leaving no time for thorough preparation. Caught off guard, they suffered significant losses right from the onset. At that moment, as they beheld the sky behind them ablaze, panic ensued. Yet, just then, Li Qing's cavalry surged forth from an unexpected angle, targeting their flanks. In an instant, this 1,000-strong cavalry swept in with unmatched ferocity, causing chaos and disarray among the enemy ranks. This tactic was one Li Qing had learned from Zhu Di, who had remarked that the most vulnerable point of cavalry lay in its flanks. Once breached, their combat effectiveness would plummet. Li Qing led the charge himself. Despite his advanced years, his martial prowess was nothing short of extraordinary, instilling terror in the enemy and igniting fervor in his allies. The battle raged on, relentless and unyielding. Li Qing understood the principle of maintaining momentum. Initial vigor wanes, and repeated efforts lead to exhaustion, especially when facing a stronger foe. Thus, retreat was not an option. Prior to the conflict, he had issued a stern command. They would fight until the enemy surrendered. This time, Li Qing was determined to give his all. It was a fight to the death. The clash commenced in the early hours and continued until dawn, the horses barely able to run, yet still engaged in combat. Li Qing's tactics evolved from charging on horseback to slashing at foes from his steed. As the sun rose, Li Qing wiped the blood from his face and observed that the enemy could no longer mount an effective resistance. He then shouted firmly, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. We seek only your cattle and sheep. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." The resounding chorus of his command reverberated powerfully, instilling fear in the hearts of those who heard it. From beginning to end, the opposing force failed to establish an effective and overwhelming formation, resulting in a battlefield that remained partially fragmented. The losses were undeniably severe. Within just 2.5 hours, a third of their ranks had perished. Coupled with exhaustion that had reached its peak and the tents being largely set ablaze, morale was utterly diminished. Amidst the cacophony of reprimands, it was not long before some soldiers discarded their weapons. With a clatter, one took the lead, and soon others followed suit, leading to a discernible trend. Li Qing's troops were equally fatigued, yet the allure of spoils invigorated their spirits. Consequently, the inhabitants of the tribe found themselves paralyzed by fear and unwilling to engage in battle. In this skirmish, Li Qing amassed a remarkable bounty of 3,000 steeds, over 100 camels, more than 1,000 cattle, and upwards of 8,000 sheep. The spoils were indeed plentiful. However, Zhong felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. "My lord, we have barely claimed half of what is ours. Are we being too lenient?" Li Qing scoffed. "That will suffice. If we leave no avenue for retreat, opting for a fish dies, let's break approach, we will undoubtedly reap no rewards." Zhong sighed heavily. "Alas, it appears our burdens are far from light." Li Qing, however, chuckled. "Fear not. Our mission is nearing its conclusion." He Zhong exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that you have secretly summoned reinforcements? Where would I find such reinforcements? Li Qing rolled his eyes. If it were that simple, I would simply lead the 3 major camps myself. He Zhong offered an awkward smile. But the enemy has suffered only about 7,000 casualties, most of whom are merely wounded and could potentially regain their fighting strength. Do not merely look at the surface. Li Qing replied. What truly incapacitated them were the tents, the cattle and sheep, and above all, the belief in certain victory. He smiled confidently. As of now, they have lost faith in their ability to triumph over us. They are even too fearful to provoke us further. Li Qing asserted, mark my words. It will not be long before we achieve our strategic objectives. Chapter 126. He Zhong's request. He Zhong was perplexed by Li Qing's unwavering confidence. Yet he refrained from voicing any doubts. Over the course of the past year, he had repeatedly witnessed the formidable capabilities of this lord, and over time, he had developed an instinctive trust in him. My lord, how long do you anticipate it will take? Assuming no unforeseen circumstances arise, approximately 6 months, Li Qing replied. We must also hasten our efforts to identify a capable leader to shoulder the responsibilities, lest our endeavors be in vain. The phrase 6 months resonated with He Zhong, filling him with both hope and trepidation. By the time he regained his focus, Li Qing had already ridden off into the distance. Due to the necessity of transporting cattle and sheep, their return to the main camp took nearly a month. Upon arrival, He Zhong sought out Li Qing, his face stern yet hesitant to speak. Speak your mind without reservation. Do not dither, Li Qing admonished, furrowing his brow. You are not at all like your father. He Zhong took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. My lord, I wish to remain and be that leader. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback before erupting in laughter. Do not jest. I promised your father I would bring you back. As he spoke, Li Qing suddenly halted. Wait. Do you possess a rebellious spirit? Whereupon, He Zhong waved his hands in fervent denial, genuinely fearing that Li Qing might take action against him. Aware of the old man's formidable nature, he hastily clarified, I am merely concerned that if we depart, the painstakingly assembled troops may suffer a devastating setback. Pausing momentarily, he continued, consider this, my lord. You are the Duke of Yongqing, and I am the commander. If we both leave simultaneously, how can they believe in the support of the Ming dynasty? If the Ming can assist the Walla, why not them? He Zhong remarked, you speak wisely, my lord. But should we depart abruptly, it may sow seeds of doubt among them. If I remain here, however, it would stabilize their hearts and safeguard our hard-won efforts. Enough. Li Qing interjected, his voice icy. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? Do you grasp the repercussions this may have on your family? We are both aware of the sacrifices made for this cause. He Zhong sighed softly, casting a rueful smile at Li Qing. My lord, this aligns with my father's intentions. What? Li Qing exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. You believe such nonsense can inspire trust? Indeed, He Zhong affirmed. Before my departure, my father altered his stance. Perhaps he too harbors regrets. Regrets? Li Qing chuckled derisively. Regrets about aligning with the Ming? Not regrets. He Zhong shook his head. If that were the case, he would not still be tirelessly advocating for the Ming at his age. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's expression softened considerably, and he murmured, speak on. He Zhong sighed again. He wishes for me to fulfill his grandfather's aspirations. Eru Tai? Li Qing inquired. Yes, He Zhong confirmed. Li Qing furrowed his brow. What aspirations? To restore past glory and aim for the Central Plains? He Zhong smiled bitterly. My lord, you know this is utterly impossible. In truth, my ancestors' wish was simply to protect the queen. Li Qing fell silent for a moment, then spoke softly. She has been gone for quite some time. To be precise, it is the legacy of safeguarding the queen that we must uphold, He Zhong elucidated. Of course, I shall steadfastly adhere to our strategic objectives. This army will not be absorbed by any tribe. Such bravado. He Zhong seemed to acknowledge his own audacity, adding, at least during my lifetime, it shall not be absorbed. Pausing, he continued, you understand, entrusting this to me is far more prudent than seeking a new leader. Li Qing nodded with a wry smile, yet replied, in truth. She does not care about this. There is no necessity to cling to it. Doesn't care? Yes, Li Qing sighed deeply, turning away, as if speaking to himself. She is merely a proud little woman. He Zhong was momentarily taken aback, and by the time he regained his composure, Li Qing had already exited the command tent. On the sweltering afternoon of early August, the air remained oppressive, yet the breeze caressing his face was gentle. Li Qing sat atop a mound of earth, idly toying with a clod of dirt, the fine dust cascading from his fingertips and swirling away with the wind. He stared blankly, his eyes lost in thought, devoid of focus. For this proud little woman, he felt a profound sense of guilt, tinged with regret for not having concluded the story that night. Alas, he would never have that opportunity again, nor the chance to atone for himself. He could no longer locate her final resting place. The sky over the grasslands is a deep azure, and as Li Qing lies back, resting his arms beneath his head, he gazes vacantly at the expanse above. Inhaling the fragrant scent of the grass, he dreams of a cerulean sea eagle, its eyes brimming with an ineffable wildness as it circles proudly above him. Upon awakening, Li Qing slowly sits up, feeling the autumn breeze brush against him, causing his robe to rustle. A chill seeps in, prompting him to tighten his garment. Ultimately, he exhales a long sigh. This time, the results of the campaign were remarkable. The people celebrated as they slaughtered cattle and sheep. The air infused with the aroma of roasted meat, their faces alight with joy. Li Qing, hugging his knees, observes this scene with an involuntary smile. After much contemplation, he consents to He Zhong's request. Objectively, He Zhong's presence would yield greater benefits for the Ming dynasty. However, Li Qing is reluctant to betray He Zhong. He persuades He Zhong to adopt a name reflective of the grassland people, thus severing all ties with the Ming and He Zhong. In doing so, he ensures that the Ming and He Zhong family would remain unaffected. Nothing remains static. With the passage of time, this army will inevitably assimilate into the land. Li Qing wishes to shield the innocent from any repercussions. In September, after a period of recuperation, Li Qing once again gathers over 10,000 troops to march towards the former Tatar stronghold. It is only then that He Zhong comprehends why Duke Yongqing had mentioned that they were close to achieving their strategic objectives. The enemy had relocated. Yet, a considerable number of people were unable to migrate, either lacking the means or the strength to do so. Most of the wealth had been seized by the powerful, leaving the rest to fend for themselves. The once large tribe of nearly 150,000 is now reduced to fewer than 50,000, each member gaunt and struggling for survival. There is no need for combat. As soon as Li Qing and his forces arrive, the enemy surrenders voluntarily, appearing resigned to their fate, having no capacity to resist. For those incapable of fighting back, Li Qing refrains from employing oppressive measures. However, he understands that the only means for the survival of this tribe is through marriage alliances. Women are allocated to his brave warriors, satisfying their bloodthirsty nature while simultaneously forging familial bonds that unify both factions. The grassland people regard plunder as a natural occurrence, as the vanquished. They do not vehemently oppose such a fate. They consider themselves fortunate to have avoided extermination. The entire process proceeds remarkably smoothly, without incident. To attend to the warrior's psychological needs, Li Qing provides a modest living allowance for the non-biological children, and he offers the elders a means of survival by encouraging them to cultivate land near water sources. Though arduous, this path allows them to endure and showcase their worth. Those of value shall not be marginalized. Li Qing employs the same methods he once used to develop the Hetao region, recognizing the potential of this lush land for cultivation. After all, it was once the heart of the Tatar stronghold. His actions also bear an additional advantage. By settling these people here, their nomadic lifestyle can be transformed. Once they establish a permanent residence, it will facilitate future unification efforts by the Ming dynasty. Indeed, this is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. It requires ample time for accumulation, sedimentation, and dissemination. However, once this seed is sown, it is destined to blossom and bear fruit in due time. Li Qing possesses the patience to await this fruition. Concurrently, he relocated the tribe he previously belonged to, as this new place is far more suitable for enduring existence and possesses the conditions for growth and expansion. Time always flies amidst busyness before one realizes it. Autumn gives way to winter, ushering in a new year. Li Qing remains industrious, organizing construction while also charting a developmental trajectory for He Zhong. In the blink of an eye, it is March of the 11th year of the Changhua era. It is the season of lush pastures, where the beauty of the grasslands is at its zenith, and the time for sowing has arrived. Observing the diligent farmers, a faint smile graces Li Qing's lips. Although the arable land is currently scarce, he firmly believes that with the passage of time, it will expand. Simultaneously, he is confident that this manner of existence will soon attract the attention of other tribes, who will undoubtedly seek to emulate it. Thus, in the distant future, the people of the grasslands will, like the Han, establish permanent settlements, and even towns may emerge. When that day arrives, the integration of the interior and exterior will no longer be a mere daydream, but a tangible reality. After 2 months of observation without identifying any significant flaws, Li Qing prepared to depart. In the Grand Teacher's residence, he sat opposite He Zhong, both sipping fermented mare's milk. He Zhong reassured, "Rest assured, my lord. Though I have changed my identity, I shall not forget my gratitude and will remain steadfast in my mission." Li Qing nodded, understanding that the struggle must continue. The original intent of his arrival was to disrupt the status quo, and even while standing with this tribe, he must frequently engage in warfare to ensure adequate combat readiness and protect his home. "I understand," He Zhong affirmed. "Do you have any further instructions, my lord?" "Make haste in finding a descendant of Genghis Khan to serve as a puppet to stabilize your position," Li Qing advised. "Upon my return, I will petition the emperor to acknowledge you and confer upon the puppet a modest princely title to facilitate your governance." "I will do my utmost," He Zhong replied. Though a wry smile crept across his face, finding a descendant of the Golden family is indeed quite challenging. Li Qing contemplated for a moment and said, "Make every effort. If it proves impossible, you know what to do." "Very well," He Zhong nodded. "Is there anything else?" "I will speak with Zhu Yong regarding the Hetao region." Encouraging him to foster closer ties here, Li Qing instructed, "Remember, when dealing with the Ming, you must not reveal your true identity." "I understand," He Zhong replied solemnly. Li Qing exhaled, smiling. "It has been 2 years. I must return." Chapter 127. Unsettled, are you truly leaving? He Zhong expressed a hint of reluctance. "Perhaps you should wait a while longer. After all this time, my lord deserves a proper rest." Li Qing shook his head. "No need. I prefer to rest within the Ming." Observing this, He Zhong ceased his persuasion and inquired, "When will you depart?" Li Qing responded, "Please assess whether anyone is willing to return to Hetao. The sooner the better." "Understood." In the capital, the ministers were growing restless. The emperor had appointed an excessive number of officials, with candidates infiltrating various departments, albeit in positions of minor significance, particularly concerning the Yushi and the Zhongshu Sharon. These seemingly inconspicuous bureaucratic institutions have indeed provoked their sensitivities. The former governs public opinion, while the latter, though humble in rank, wields substantial authority, possessing the power to draft edicts and official documents, an influence not to be underestimated. They realized that the emperor was serious this time, preparing for their collective resignation. Evidently, he was nurturing individuals to replace them. This realization left them in a state of genuine alarm. Resignation became their final gambit. If this maneuver failed, they would possess no leverage to counterbalance the emperor's authority. The 6 ministries, the cabinet, and the various eminent officials swiftly devised a countermeasure. Firstly, they unanimously refused to acknowledge any personnel appointed by the emperor as legitimate officials, regardless of their rank or position, collectively referring to them as transmitting officials. Secondly, they applied further pressure on the emperor to halt the continuation of appointments. Naturally, in the course of such a power struggle, if one desires the other to yield, one must also be willing to concede something. Thus, they voluntarily proposed to streamline superfluous personnel, albeit with a stipulation, to avoid disrupting governance. Only a modest 10% would be purged. Zhu Jian Shen, however, paid no heed to these individuals and persistently pursued his own course. The prominent officials, faced with helplessness, increased their demands, raising the proposed reduction to 15%. Yet Zhu Jian Shen remained indifferent, continuing with his appointments, employing the central decree, leaving the ministers powerless to protest. In truth, the emperor's actions had already breached established protocols. It was rare to invoke central decrees for every matter. Nonetheless, one could hardly fault Zhu Jianshen for his disregard. Given their initial collective resignation, they had transgressed the rules first and could not justly blame him for a lack of integrity. As the situation spiraled further out of control, the ministers gritted their teeth and raised their demands yet again, introducing additional conditions that no purges could be enacted among the officials in the capital. Zhu Jianshen recognized the limits of his own position. Pushing them too far would yield consequences he would prefer to avoid. After all, the officials he had appointed were lacking in capability and learning. Entrusting them as replacements would leave him uneasy. A reduction of 20% might suffice, but exceeding that would likely provoke resentment among local officials and incite strong opposition from the provinces. He found himself weighing the repercussions. Seeing a favorable opportunity, Zhu Jian Shen seized his circumvention of the 6 ministries and the cabinet in appointing officials, yet he did not retract those already appointed. Following this incident, the ministers lost their fervor, acutely aware that any further breaches of protocol would leave them vulnerable to the emperor's retaliatory tactics. Thus, with their tacit approval, an initiative to streamline bureaucratic redundancies commenced. Achieving their objective, Zhu Jianshen's demeanor towards the ministers softened. As long as their requests and suggestions remained reasonable, he largely acquiesced to their demands. Concurrently, he placed significant emphasis on newcomers from the orthodox imperial examinations. This year's top scholars, including the champion, runner-up, and third-place candidates, were appointed to commendable positions within the Hanlin Academy, with the champion Xie Qian receiving a direct promotion to Hanlin Xiuquan. This was a gesture of goodwill towards the civil officials. Having tasted the bitter fruit of transgressing established norms, the ministers ceased their arrogance, reciprocating the emperor's goodwill with positive responses and becoming more diligent in managing state affairs. Zhu Jianshen exhaled a breath of relief. After a protracted period of exertion, he finally found himself at leisure. The contest of wits between the emperor and his ministers has finally reached a conclusion. Under the sweltering summer sun, Zhu Jianshen reclined on a mat woven from ivory, savoring the chilled fruits fed to him by Zhen Er, indulging in sheer pleasure. Now that the emperor's schedule had lightened, was it not time to endeavor towards expanding the royal lineage? Zhen Er offered him another peeled, chilled grape and inquired, "When do you plan to bring back that mother and daughter from Anal Hall?" With a languid stretch, Zhu Jianshen replied, "Matters must be addressed one at a time. They are not anxious, so why should you be?" Zhen Er shot him a sideways glance, reproaching, "I am merely concerned for you. It seems you are indifferent to the matter." Realizing he had upset her, Zhu Jianshen quickly soothed, "I merely spoke. Why take offense? I am not angry," Zhen Er stated as she removed the fruit plate to the side and began to eat on her own. Zhu Jianshen smacked his lips, giving a helpless smile. "I have already been indulging in the harem, yet the fruits of such endeavors have yet to manifest." He furrowed his brows, pondering anxiously, "Zhen Er, I have frequently stayed overnight with Consort Chun and Consort Da over the past year, yet I have seen no results. Is there something wrong with me?" "Surely not. Your Majesty," Zhen Er replied swiftly, "it may simply be a matter of bad luck." Zhu Jianshen scratched his head and sighed again, his thoughts drifting to that little one from Anal Hall. Contemplating the family regulations of his ancestors and Zhen Er's earlier words, he found himself deep in thought. "Do you believe it would be better to bring back that mother and child?" Zhen Er nodded, puzzled. What is there for the emperor to worry about? Zhu Jianshen sighed deeply. Establishing a crown prince. But a crown prince must be established sooner or later. With a legitimate heir, there is no room for error. Zhen Er laughed. "Besides, Your Majesty, do you not quite like him?" "Like or not, it is complicated, due to his mother's background?" "Indeed, to some extent," Zhu Jianshen acknowledged, recognizing the shortcomings from his lack of early guidance. Zhen Er, however, dismissed his concerns, stating, "If I may speak a taboo, since Emperor Xianzong, who among the heirs has been of legitimate birth?" Zhu Jianshen replied, "He is also of illegitimate birth." Zhen Er continued, "He is only 6 years old. There is ample time for proper cultivation. As for his origins, I believe having him as the crown prince would ultimately benefit the Ming dynasty." "How so?" Zhu Jianshen sat up, intrigued. "Are you aware that his mother is not of Han descent?" Zhen Er nodded, smiling. "Your Majesty, you are overthinking this. Historically, lineage has always been traced through the paternal line. Despite her not being Han, she has always been a part of the Ming. Moreover, prior to the Ming, she lived on Ming soil, thus cannot be considered an outsider. Additionally, as you are gradually implementing the policy of land reclamation, having a crown prince connected to the indigenous tribes would further emphasize unity." Zhen Er continued, "In my view, should he ascend as the successor, it would greatly contribute to the continuity and stability of your land reform policies." Finally, she added, "As a mere woman, my opinion holds little weight. Ultimately, how you choose to arrange this is at your discretion." Zhu Jianshen chuckled, "Yet you have presented a multitude of thoughts that may influence my decision. I acknowledge my transgression. Please, Your Majesty, punish me." "Let it go," he replied. Zhu Jianshen smiled wryly, stating that his willingness to let the conversation continue stemmed from his similar contemplations. After a brief pause, he pondered aloud, "Li Qing will be returning soon. Let us hear his thoughts." Zhen Er, astonished, exclaimed, "He's coming back?" "Indeed," he replied. He sent word at the onset of spring, indicating he would return once he concluded his affairs, which should be shortly. Zhu Jian Shen lamented, alas, upon his return. He will completely resign from public life. Zhen Er tentatively remarked, Your Majesty is the sovereign, and he is but a subject, if you do not permit him to leave. Can he truly defy you? Zhu Jian Shen rolled his eyes and retorted, Do you think he is like other courtiers? He is devoid of desires. Even if I were to grant him a title, it would not ensure his stay. Taking a breath, he continued, Moreover, it is not easy for him. I now hold substantial power, rendering his presence less significant. Let us grant him the opportunity to enjoy his later years in peace. Seeing his resolve, Zhen Er refrained from further persuasion. In truth, she held little affection for Liqing, her concern solely for the young heir. Should the emperor visit the Annal Hall? Upon hearing her suggestion, Zhu Jianshen realized he had not been there in nearly 2 months. Now that he was less occupied, it was indeed time to pay a visit. Very well, let us go. Now, Zhen Er glanced at the searing sun outside, reluctant to leave the comfort of the air-conditioned room. How about we wait until tomorrow after the morning court? Tomorrow, I shall take you with me. Zhen Er quickly interjected, No, I wish to go as well. At the Annal Hall, in the rear courtyard, the door stood ajar, while a child recited his lessons under the supervision of a eunuch. The child was growing daily, becoming more perceptive, and through their prolonged interaction, Miss Li had gradually dispelled her wariness of the servants, no longer locking the door incessantly. Zhu Jianshen's familiar call, Xiaoji, open the door, it is I, had become unnecessary. Upon their entry, the child was engrossed in his recitation, unaware of their presence due to his back being turned. The 2 eunuchs present noticed them, but before they could bow, Zhu Jianshen silenced them with a stern glance. Reluctant to interrupt, he stood at the doorway. Listening to the sonorous recitation of the 1,000-character classic, a smile gracing his lips. He suddenly felt that this son surpassed his expectations significantly. After a quarter of an hour, the child completed his recital, and the 2 eunuchs promptly knelt. Greeting, we pay our respects to your majesty, and extend our greetings to the esteemed consort. Rise, rise, Zhu Jianshen replied, smiling as he approached. The child turned, performing a bow, father, aunt. In truth, he had begun to comprehend the nature of the emperor and his own identity. Yet his mother forbade him from addressing Zhu Jianshen as Father Emperor. He did not understand the rationale behind this and felt a tinge of grievance. Yet he chose to heed his mother's wishes. At that moment, Miss Li, hearing the commotion, also emerged, bowing, I pay my respects to your majesty, and extend my greetings to the esteemed consort. No need for formalities, Zhu Jianshen said with a hearty laugh, taking his son's hand. Come, let us talk inside. Zhen Er observed this scene, suddenly feeling a pang of self-pity. They appeared such a harmonious family, while she felt like an outsider. Alas, if only my child were still alive. How wonderful that would be. Chapter 128. One last feast before departure finally returned. Liqing murmured softly as he stepped toward the palace gates. His speed was truly astonishing. Returning to the He-Tao with nearly 1,000 people, while also conveying his sentiments regarding the military situation to Zhu Yong. Upon returning to the Ming capital, he had taken just slightly over a month. The urgency of his return was driven by Liqing's desire to commence his planned undertakings. His return to the court was purely a matter of chance and necessity. Now that affairs were settled, he had no intention of wasting any more time. After waiting quietly at the palace gates for a quarter of an hour, the Jinyiwei guard who had gone to report back returned, chuckling awkwardly. My lord, the emperor is preoccupied with urgent matters. Liqing frowned, pondering what could possibly be more important than his affairs. I cannot say, the Jinyiwei guard replied. It was what the Grand Eunuch mentioned. I have not seen the emperor myself. Very well, Liqing responded, turning to leave for the residence of the Duke of Jing'an. He found He Yong still alive, albeit at the twilight of his life, unable to rise from his bed. Upon seeing Liqing, He Yong felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. Previously, he had spoken grandly, yet now he found himself having changed his mind, feeling guilty towards Liqing. Sir, there is no need for more words. I understand, Liqing said. Rest assured, the situation over there is relatively stable. However, regarding He Zhong and He Yong, things are somewhat tense. He inquired, what of He Zhong? He died in battle, Liqing replied lightly, his demeanor surprisingly buoyant. Being astute, He Yong instantly grasped the implications, his guilt intensifying. Sir, He Yong struggled to rise and pay his respects to Liqing, but even with the support of his family, He found it a challenging endeavor. Such gestures are unnecessary, Li Qing reassured him. Yong nodded slowly, forcing a smile, then turned to chastise his weeping family. Zhong has served his country faithfully. What is there to weep for? Leave. All of you leave. Once the family had departed, Yong asked, Sir, is Zhong as I imagined him to be? Li Qing nodded. He has changed his name and completely severed ties with the He family. That is good. That is good. Yong muttered, then asked, Did he have any words for me? He said he would not disappoint your wishes and urged you to take care of yourself, Li Qing replied. In truth, he wished to remain there as well. You need not feel burdened. Yong sighed, a hint of remorse crossing his face. You have shown me great kindness, sir, but alas, I have ultimately broken the promise I made to my grandfather. I wish to make amends, and I hope you can forgive me. A fleeting sense of relief crossed his expression, but he soon lamented, Yet I have ultimately let down the queen's expectations. Li Qing remarked, in truth, she understands that she cannot conquer the Ming. It was merely a grand illusion painted to stabilize the internal situation. Perhaps, Yong replied with a wistful smile. Thank you for this arrangement. I can depart with peace of mind. Li Qing paused before saying, Allow me to share a story with you. Yong lay quietly in bed, his murky eyes momentarily brightening with clarity. He began to understand the peculiar nature of the queen's interactions with Li Qing. Now I see. He chuckled softly, murmuring to himself, Rest assured, sir, I will carry the story to Annal Hall. Do not just stand there, sister. Come in and sit, said Miss Li, attentive and eager, as she stepped forward to take Zhen Er's arm affectionately. Zhen Er gathered her composure, forcing a smile, and followed her into the main hall. After taking a seat, Zhu Jian Shen gently patted the child's head and remarked, From now on, do not call me daddy. Address me as Father Emperor. Come, let me hear you say it. The child glanced at his mother and, seeing no discontent in her expression, obediently uttered, Father Emperor. Very good, Zhu Jian Shen praised as he pinched the child's chubby cheeks. Miss Li appeared somewhat astonished. She vaguely comprehended the implications of this exchange, yet dared not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Zhen Er, however, cheerfully congratulated her, saying, Congratulations, sister. Miss Li, chuckling awkwardly, turned to Zhu Jian Shen and inquired, Your Majesty, has there been another dragon's son? Initially, Zhu Jian Shen had explicitly stated that he would only welcome her and her child into the palace after the establishment of an heir. However, Zhu Jian Shen countered, The presence of a prince does not correlate with whether my son calls me Father Emperor. With that, he shot Zhen Er a reproachful glance, indicating that no decisions had been made yet. Realizing her indiscretion, Zhen Er lowered her head, refraining from further comment. Miss Li felt a tinge of disappointment but did not dwell on her hopes. Her aspirations were modest, merely desiring her son's robust growth. Given her background, she dared not wish for anything more. Thus, she skillfully steered the conversation in another direction. The child, however, was immensely delighted. He had been educated and understood the significance of the Emperor's intentions to acknowledge him. He also realized that he would soon be able to live alongside his parents. Overjoyed, he found himself preoccupied with these thoughts throughout that evening. Upon leaving the Annal Hall, Zhu Jianshen unusually reprimanded Zhen Er. Typically audacious and proud, she felt a wave of fear wash over her when the young master displayed anger, and she timidly apologized, repeatedly admitting her fault. Zhu Jianshen did not immediately soften his demeanor, maintaining a stern expression that left Zhen Er anxious and on the verge of tears. Upon returning to the palace, Zhu Jianshen still wore a serious countenance, bypassing Yongqing Palace and heading directly to the study. As he entered, Huayan approached, reporting, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yongqing has returned. In your absence, I fabricated a tale to allow him to depart first. Li Qing has returned? Zhu Jianshen exclaimed in surprise, quickly shifting to elation. When did this happen? About an hour ago. Make haste. We shall go to Lianjiaten. The small courtyard was enveloped in dust. Yet Li Qing had only tidied the lounge chair, neglecting everything else. He had no intention of staying. After informing Zhu Jianshen about various matters concerning the grasslands, he planned to depart without unnecessary exertion on cleaning. In the donkey shed, Li Qing swayed in the lounge chair, murmuring that he was about to leave and wishing to chat a bit more with his donkey companion, the only remaining bond he had here. As he traveled swiftly, fatigue soon overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. A loud knocking on the door jolted him awake. Open the door, it is I, Zhu Jianshen called out. Li Qing groggily opened his eyes and, feeling irritable, retorted, If you have the ability, then break down the door. Zhu Jianshen's laughter echoed. Hurry and open the door. The sun is scorching, and I have already tanned. As if you were ever fair-skinned, Li Qing replied, reluctantly getting up to open the door. All finished. Yes. It is done. Zhu Jianshen smiled sheepishly as he stepped into the courtyard, where the palace guards, accustomed to protocol, did not follow him inside. Observing the dust-laden yard, with only the lounge chair appearing relatively clean, he ambled towards the donkey shed and plopped down onto the seat. Pray tell, sir, what news from beyond the steppes? Inquired the elder. Step aside. You are being rather excessive, Li Qing retorted. Do not pull so hard. My arm is paining me. Li Qing settled back down, crossing his legs with a flourish. Your Majesty, allow me to elaborate. Half an hour later, Zhu Jianshen, nursing his sore thigh, pondered aloud. If I understand correctly, the trend towards unification of the steppes will not only stagnate within at least one generation, but may even weaken? Indeed, that is largely the case. Li Qing affirmed with a nod. However, the inclination towards unification will not dissipate entirely, primarily due to climatic influences. Li Qing elucidated the changes in the climate of the steppes. Zhu Jianshen, taken aback, questioned, but how do you know of the climate during the Hongwu and Yongle eras? It has been passed down through generations by the locals, Li Qing replied readily. Zhu Jianshen harbored doubts, but chose not to press further. Instead, he asked, with Hezhong deceased, who now commands the troops? Tokto Baoyuo, Li Qing answered. That is Hezhong's new name. Is that credible? Currently, it is, Li Qing chuckled. Who can be deemed trustworthy indefinitely? That is true, Zhu Jianshen conceded slowly, complimenting. Only you could achieve such progress in 2 years. Li Qing sensed the ulterior motive behind his words and scoffed. We had an agreement. Once this task is completed, I shall retire. Is it truly necessary for you to leave? Zhu Jianshen attempted to negotiate. My presence serves little purpose now. That is not the case. Enough of this. You merely wish to shirk your duties, Li Qing retorted. I have already contributed enough. Do not be greedy. Despite having mentally prepared himself and made a decision, Zhu Jianshen felt a pang of reluctance at that moment. Yet he understood that Li Qing could not be compelled to stay. He sighed. When do you intend to depart? Li Qing, rising and brushing off his clothing, declared, I leave at once. Are you not eager to be reborn? Zhu Jianshen retorted, feeling somewhat thwarted. Do you not possess the ability to speak tactfully? Li Qing replied with a frown. After a moment, Zhu Jianshen said, Tomorrow, I shall visit the palace. We shall have a heart-to-heart, as I have matters to discuss with you. Pray, share them now. My legs are weary from standing. Li Qing responded, his tone irritable. Zhu Jianshen shot back, turning to leave. This impudent child, showing too much indulgence. Li Qing scoffed, then sighed again shortly after. Very well, as I am departing, I shall grant him this concession. The following day, Li Qing attended the morning court. However, the ministers exhibited little reaction, for without Li Qing's return, they could not outmaneuver the emperor. It was a source of minor frustration, yet not entirely unmanageable. After the court session, Li Qing proceeded to the Qianqing Palace, indulging in a final feast. A table laden with exquisite delicacies awaited him. After 2 years of subsisting on meager fare in the steppes, he finally savored meat devoid of any gamey flavor, and he immediately rolled up his sleeves, relishing the feast. Zhu Jianshen observed this scene, feeling a greater sense of pity, yet also thinking Li Qing inconsiderate, as he appeared quite capable of continuing, yet chose to retire prematurely. After a considerable time, with a long, contented belch, Li Qing finally slowed his pace of eating, took a sip of wine, and inquired, What matters does your Majesty wish to discuss with me? You still remember to address me as your sovereign. Zhu Jianshen thought to himself, feeling a sense of gratification, perhaps due to Li Qing's long-standing audacity. It pertains to matters of the national foundation. Chapter 129. Naming Li Qing's gaze sharpened, and he soon grasped the situation. Expressing his astonishment, You intend to establish that child from the Annal Hall as the crown prince? Without hesitation, Zhu Jianshen replied, He is merely 6 years old. I believe there is ample time for cultivation. Li Qing furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time before inquiring, When was he born? In the 6th year of the Chenghua reign, on the 1st day of the 7th month, Zhu Jianshen responded. As of now, it is the late June of the 11th year of Chenghua. To be precise, he has not yet reached 5 years of age. However, in this era, a child is considered one at birth, so indeed there is still time, Li Qing reflected. Why has this thought suddenly emerged? He asked. Zhu Jian Shen paused before stating, I am now 29, having reached the age of maturity without other offspring, which indeed causes me some anxiety. Moreover, the foundation of the nation has been precariously suspended for too long, which poses significant disadvantages to the realm. After a brief pause, he continued, At present, I am in my prime, robust and healthy. If I were to wait a few more years to have additional children, the time required for raising a crown prince to maturity might be burdensome for me to bear. Li Qing nodded slowly, remaining silent for an extended period before asking, What are your thoughts on this child? Untamed and yet unknown, Zhu Jianshen replied candidly. He then recounted the advantages of appointing this child as the crown prince. Echoing Zhen Er's counsel, Zhu Jianshen, in agreement, shared these thoughts with Li Qing. After listening, Li Qing expressed his concurrence, reflecting, as I have stated before, you must personally guide him in the early years, at least until he reaches the age of 10. If you possess the energy, it would be even better to guide him until he approaches adulthood. As for his daily studies, should you find yourself overwhelmed, you may appoint one civil official, one military officer, and one eunuch from the inner study to teach him, but do keep it to a maximum of 3. Li Qing asserted. One crucial point remains. Prior to that, ensure he does not reside in the Eastern Palace. Remaining in the Imperial Palace is the wisest choice. The learning demands on the heir are considerable, and Zhu Jianshen may not have the capacity to instruct him entirely. However, knowledge can be imparted by others, while ideals, philosophies, governance concepts, and the subtleties of ruling must come from you. Thus, this approach is the most prudent. A father is indeed the finest teacher in a child's life, especially for a successor to the throne. As long as the crown prince is not foolish, he will naturally gravitate psychologically towards his father, as they are kindred spirits. Very well, Zhu Jianshen nodded in agreement, asking, Do you have any other instructions, sir? Li Qing countered, In my absence over the past 2 years, how has the court fared? Overall, there have been no major disturbances. However, minor issues have arisen, Zhu Jianshen replied with a hint of pride. But I have resolved them all, and not just resolved them. I managed to address them directly. Stop boasting and get to the point. Li Qing interrupted. Zhu Jianshen rubbed his nose and began recounting the details. Upon hearing, Li Qing remarked, It is right to eliminate unnecessary personnel. But bypassing the Ministry of Personnel and the cabinet to appoint officials on your own is excessive. This behavior borders on deception and poses great harm to the Ming dynasty. I was left with no choice, Zhu Jianshen complained, before adding, As long as they do not cause further trouble, I shall not resort to such measures again. Li Qing shook his head, saying, You may use other means to handle their mischief, but your current actions are akin to inflicting harm upon yourself while attempting to strike the enemy. It is a foolish strategy. Despite the numerous flaws inherent in the imperial examination system, it remains the unparalleled method for selecting talent. You, however, are quite bold, Li Qing remarked. Pray tell, is this grand empire of the Ming truly theirs, or is it the prerogative of the Zhu family? If matters continue in this vein, who shall ultimately suffer? Zhu Jianshen paused, momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure, sheepishly admitting, I have indeed been remiss in my considerations. I shall refrain from such tactics henceforth. Li Qing sighed and responded, Your aim in wielding power should be to elevate the Ming dynasty, not to become a tyrannical ruler, obstinately stubborn in your ways. This is a truth you must keep ever in mind. Never forget your original intentions. He then shifted the conversation, warning, As I have said before, should you act recklessly. Cough cough. Do not blame this old minister for lacking in mercy. Zhu Jianshen cast him a sidelong glance, retorting with a huff. I cherish the legacy of my ancestors' empire more than you do. Li Qing chuckled warmly. It brings me great comfort to hear you think this way. After the banquet, Zhu Jianshen extended an invitation. Shall we visit Annal Hall? Very well, Li Qing replied. Let us proceed to Annal Hall. I wish to see the young prince. After a 2-year absence, the child had grown taller and plumper, his complexion fair and robust. It was difficult to predict the future of a child so young. Yet Li Qing conducted a simple assessment of his intellect. The child spoke with clarity and displayed a level of logical reasoning that exceeded expectations for his age, aligning with Li Qing's hopes. Father, who is this? The child inquired, a flurry of questions leaving him somewhat unsettled. He had a vague recollection of Li Qing, but could not place him. This is Li Qing, the Duke of Yongqing, Zhu Jianshen briefly explained. Li Qing smiled, extending his hand. Greetings, young prince. The child, experiencing this form of greeting for the first time, was momentarily taken aback before extending his chubby hand in return. "Hello, Duke Yongqing." Li Qing playfully squeezed the child's small hand, saying, "You must study diligently and strive for excellence every day." The child, though somewhat unfamiliar with such phrases, felt even more out of sorts with Li Qing's demeanor. He understood the concept of an emperor and the hierarchy of respect. Yet here was the first servant who did not fear him and treated him as a child. Particularly striking was the fact that his usually imposing father was exceedingly courteous, even respectful, towards Li Qing, leaving him quite bewildered. Not quite vexed, but certainly astonished, the child observed. Li Qing did not linger too long. After exchanging a few words, he prepared to take his leave. Just before departing, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Your Majesty, what name has been chosen for the young prince?" "We have yet to name him," Zhu Jian Shen replied. "I intend to use the naming as an opportunity to announce his identity." Pausing for effect, he jested. "Given your vast knowledge, why not offer a suggestion?" "Never mind, I am not he," Li Qing quickly amended. "The name of the nation's heir must be bestowed by you." "Your Majesty." Zhu Jian Shen, having discerned Li Qing's initial intent, felt his already darkened countenance grow even more so. Huffing, "You are truly audacious. Were it not for my magnanimity, your head would have been severed 10 times over." Li Qing discreetly rolled his eyes, bowing slightly. "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now." At this, Zhu Jianshen, disregarding the impertinence, urged, "Do not rush off. First tell me where you are headed. You are not planning to become a Taoist priest again, are you?" "I have always been a Taoist priest," Li Qing replied. Li Qing smiled softly, expressing uncertainty about their destination. "Let's just see where the journey takes us. I should be in Jinling this time of year, but beyond that, I'm not so sure." Zhu Jianshen, visibly displeased with this response, frowned and retorted, "At your age, where do you wish to go? The world is vast. Do not wander aimlessly." Li Qing, at a loss for words, replied, "I have retired. What more do you expect from me? What if I am needed again?" With a resigned smile, he added, "Your Majesty, you must have confidence in yourself and stand tall. After all, depending on mountains, they may crumble. Relying on rivers, they may flow away. Very well, if you wish to depart, then go." Zhu Jianshen, in a rather brusque manner, said, "Enjoy yourself, but do return to Jinling. If you miss me, you are welcome to come to the capital. I shall reimburse your travel expenses." "Very well," Li Qing smiled and took his leave. Li Qing went to visit Shi Biao and Yong, exchanging parting words before departing from the capital. This time, he truly intended to relax. In July, upon his return to Jinling, he arrived just in time for a joyous occasion. The family had welcomed a new member, as Zhu Wanqing had given birth to a baby girl. The Ho residence was hosting a celebration for the child's first month, inviting numerous guests, including Li Qing's family, Duke Chao, Zhu Qizhen's business associates, and Li Hong's subordinates. The front courtyard was adorned with over 10 tables, bustling with activity and divided into various factions. Zhu Qizhen, in high spirits, enthusiastically pulled Li Qing into drinking games, only to have Li Qing's prowess in drinking lead to Zhu Jianshen retching uncontrollably. After the banquet, Li Hong lingered for several days, discussing the current state of the Navy with Li Qing before returning to his training, remaining as busy as ever. However, compared to the past, Li Hong now enjoyed a more comfortable existence, often returning to alleviate his homesickness. Li Qing settled in, diligently refining his diaries chronicling his years in the Ming dynasty. This brought immense joy to Zhu Wanqing, who was thrilled by the rapid updates from her godfather, no longer fearing disconnection in their shared tales. The reading was never-ending, and her intrigue only deepened. In a moment of courage, she had attempted to probe further, only to receive a harsh reprimand. Zhu Wanqing felt quite wronged. She had not anticipated her godfather to be so unyielding, especially as a mother of two, yet he showed no mercy. Li Qing wrote swiftly, producing 2 volumes each day, maintaining quality and consistency. Occasionally, Zhu Qizhen would also peek at the writings, seeking to understand the governance of the Ming dynasty during his ancestor's reign. Although he had no desire for the throne, his thirst for knowledge remained insatiable. Thus, father and daughter found themselves engrossed in the writings, often without Li Qing's awareness. As he rode ahead, they followed closely behind, engaging in a shared reading experience. With her father present today, Zhu Wanqing's confidence swelled, and she approached with the manuscript in hand, asking, "Godfather, what is the title of your book?" "I have not yet decided," Li Qing replied nonchalantly, continuing to write. Zhu Wanqing, testing the waters, suggested, "How about I propose a title?" Li Qing paused, lifting his gaze with an amused smile, inviting her to share. "I shall live long and prosper in the Ming dynasty." At this, Li Qing's smile faded, and he rubbed his wrist as he slowly rose. "Father, look at him. He is going to hit me." Zhu Wanqing gasped, quickly pulling her father to act as a shield. Zhu Jian cleared his throat, awkwardly interjecting, "Well, do me a favor. Give me some face. What status do you have to demand such respect from me?" Zhu Wanqing felt both aggrieved and helpless. "Godfather, can we not beat around the bush any longer? Just break through this thin layer of pretense, will you?" She was truly tormented. The truth lay before her, just a step away, yet her godfather refused to acknowledge it. Who could understand such a feeling? She also knew her father was aware, but he, intimidated by her godfather's authority, was reluctant to reveal the truth, which tormented her greatly. With a face full of pleading, she implored, "Godfather, just admit it." Chapter 130. Reunion with Yu Qian. Li Qing sighed softly. "I initially wished to interact with you as an ordinary person, but are you finally going to speak the truth?" Zhu Wanqing fixed her gaze on Li Qing, her heart racing with excitement. "All right, I'll lay my cards on the table. I know the former Yongqing marquis." Zhu Wanqing responded, "Is that it? What else could it be? Does your godfather ever speak a word of truth? How bold." Li Qing's expression darkened as he rolled up his sleeves. "Father, look at him," Zhu Wanqing exclaimed, both angry and aggrieved, stamping her foot in frustration. Zhu Jian wore a helpless expression. "What is the use? He has been somewhat courteous to you. You don't know how this fellow treated his own daughter back then." Zhu Jian, unable to watch her suffer, awkwardly interjected, "Sir, she is just a child. Do not argue with her." Li Qing replied coolly, "She is already a mother of two. How can you still call her a child? You can hit me as hard as you want," Zhu Wanqing boldly declared. "But after you do, you must tell me the truth." She could endure physical pain, but she demanded to know the reality. Li Qing merely shrugged, returning to his writing, which left Zhu Wanqing feeling exceedingly frustrated. "Godfather, can't you just give me a beating? You must have something wrong with you," Li Qing responded, speechless. "Just tell me." Zhu Wanqing pleaded, "I can't eat or sleep well. Can't you help me out?" Zhu Jian clicked his tongue, cautiously suggesting, "Sir, what if?" Zhu Wanqing retorted, "Why are you acting like this?" Enraged, she stormed out of the library. Zhu Jian chuckled bitterly. "Sir, why must you be like this? She essentially knows everything already. It wouldn't hurt to confirm it. Look at how upset you've made her. You are, after all, her elder." "I will tell her." "But not now," Li Qing replied. "Do you not know your daughter's temperament? If I reveal it now, will we have any peace?" "That is true," Zhu Jian admitted awkwardly. "This girl is wonderful, but her curiosity is rather excessive." Li Qing scowled. How can she be wonderful if she faces so many beatings? Zhu Jian felt wounded. "Do you really not give me any face?" Li Qing chuckled. "You know I have no fondness for you. Be careful. Do not push me to expose your secrets." Zhu Jian's face darkened more than Zhu Jiaxin's, muttering in frustration, "I truly cannot deal with this. Next time, keep your mutterings quieter. I can't hear you," Zhu Jian grumbled. Utterly exasperated, he was mostly afraid of Li Qing. After all, he had once come perilously close to losing his life. He hastily changed the subject. "Sir, how long do you plan to stay this time?" "I won't stay long. Once I finish this, I shall depart," Li Qing replied, stretching lazily. "By the way, the treasure maps I stored away, are they still in good condition?" Zhu Jian nodded, stating, "I dare not neglect what you have instructed, sir. Everything has been sealed." Suddenly, he realized something, exclaiming in astonishment, "Sir, are you planning to set sail?" "Indeed, I have such an intention," Li Qing admitted without reservation. Zhu Jian could not help but grow anxious. "Sir, this is exceedingly perilous. Is there not enough for you to engage with in the Ming dynasty?" "I am not solely pursuing leisure," Li Qing replied. "Despite the incessant power struggles within the court, the Ming dynasty is, on the whole, progressing steadily. Since its founding by the great ancestor over a century ago, it has continuously ascended, which is quite remarkable. However, you must understand the principle of prosperity leading to decline. The Ming cannot sustain this forever. My journey is also to gain insight into the smaller nations, so I may be better informed." Zhu Jian pondered. "Are you suggesting that once an inevitable decline begins, we should resort to external warfare? That would be a poor strategy," Li Qing shook his head. "The challenges of warfare are formidable, and even if we were to succeed, the benefits would be minimal." "Indeed," Zhu Jian remarked. You wish to gather knowledge so as to be prepared, correct? Li Qing nodded affirmatively. That is indeed the case. But this is too dangerous. Zhu Jian expressed his concerns. What if you were to meet your demise at sea? Cannot you wish me well? It is indeed perilous. Zhu Jian conceded helplessly. Li Qing chuckled lightly, dipping his brush into ink to continue writing. I have stated that the challenges are great. I shall not venture too far. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian felt considerably relieved. A nation possesses an elder, akin to having a treasure. I would not wish for any misfortune to befall you, a national treasure. Be cautious and follow the coastline. Zhu Jian advised. Li Qing replied with a smile. Rest assured, I am unlikely to perish. That is true. Zhu Jian paused before suggesting. Perhaps you should depart after the new year? That would be acceptable. Li Qing nodded, recognizing that this journey would require considerable time. Thus it was prudent to bid farewell properly. Life at the Ofu was quite leisurely, yet somewhat dull. Ultimately, Li Qing was not one to remain idle. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, he set out. At this time of year, it was the perfect season to observe the tides at Qiantang, and Li Qing wished to visit this old acquaintance before his departure. Initially, he intended to see Yu Qian first, but upon hearing of the unstable situation on the grasslands, he hastily returned to the capital, and now that his affairs were settled, he could not delay any longer. To procrastinate would truly lead to regret. Before the Yu residence, Li Qing paused momentarily before knocking on the door. The door opened swiftly, and a servant peered out, asking, Whom do you seek? Is Master Yu Qian at home? Li Qing inquired, feeling somewhat nervous after so many years apart, fearing the servant might deliver disappointing news. Fortunately, his fears were unfounded. The master is at home. May I ask who you are? I am an old friend of your Master Yu. My surname is Li Qing explained, adding, Is young Master Yu Mian also home? The master has passed the martial examinations and is currently in the capital, the servant replied proudly, alleviating Li Qing's concerns. Please wait a moment while I report to the master. Go ahead. Li Qing scratched his head, reflecting, had I known Yu Mian had succeeded in the martial examinations, I would have informed Zhu Jian Shen, but it's best to let things unfold naturally. A moment later, the servant returned, enthusiastically saying, Please, the master requests your presence. Very well. Li Qing felt a heaviness in his heart, realizing that Yu Qian's health was not well. Otherwise, he would have come to greet him in person. Upon entering the courtyard, he found Yu Qian eagerly awaiting him in a wooden wheelchair. Seeing him arrive, Yu Qian was so excited that he nearly attempted to rise. Please remain seated. Li Qing quickly interjected, stepping forward to say, We are old acquaintances. There is no need for such formalities. Noticing the absence of crutches beside the wheelchair, Li Qing understood that Yu Qian could no longer walk, and his expression darkened with concern. Yet, Yu Qian was filled with joy, hastily calling for his grandson to prepare food and drink, expressing his desire to share a drink with Li Qing. Even in such circumstances, you still wish to drink? Li Qing remarked, but Yu Qian chuckled in response, On ordinary days, I abstain, but for today, how could I not indulge in a couple of cups? Li Qing paused, then placed his hand on Yu Qian's wrist, channeling his pure energy into him. Before long, Yu Qian's complexion improved significantly, buoyed by a steady flow of vitality, and he regained some strength. I thought I would not see you again, Yu Qian expressed gratefully. I arrived later than intended, Li Qing admitted, initially. I planned to come see you first upon my return to the capital, but the situation was urgent, so I went straight back. Of course, national affairs take precedence. Yu Qian waved his hand dismissively, but then grew anxious. But is there a significant issue? The court is stable. There were some problems in the northern border, but they have been resolved, Li Qing replied, not wanting him to worry further. You still doubt my abilities? When has it not been a matter of ease? Haha, indeed. That is true, Yu Qian replied with a hearty laugh, then softly asked, Will your departure this time be prolonged? Li Qing reflected for a moment before saying, One must consider the distant future to avoid immediate troubles. I intend to explore the neighboring countries surrounding the Ming. Yu Qian, understanding Li Qing well, nodded in agreement. That is indeed necessary, but you must exercise caution. I will, Li Qing smiled, and then inquired. I heard Yu Mian has succeeded in the martial examination. I did not hear of it in the capital. Did you not allow him to use your name? Well, whether he attains high office depends on his capabilities, Yu Qian replied. Besides, the current court is not what it used to be, and my connections are not favorable. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Once the food and drink were ready, the two moved to the guest hall. With Li Qing's infusion of vital energy, Yu Qian could manage to take a few steps with assistance, yet his physical decline was evident, and Li Qing found himself powerless to restore his health. However, Yu Qian's spirit was remarkably high, and he was quite talkative. After such a long abstention from alcohol, I find it somewhat difficult to adapt, Yu Qian remarked. Though his expression was one of satisfaction as he said, I have longed for this sip, eagerly awaiting your presence. Li Qing forced a smile later. I shall prepare a medicinal wine recipe for you. When you truly wish to drink, you can indulge a little. That sounds splendid. Yu Qian nodded with a smile. He knew that this meeting would be their last, and without further reservations, he frequently raised his cup. Li Qing, concerned for his health yet reluctant to dampen his spirit, would occasionally place his hand on Yu Qian's to help mitigate the effects of the alcohol. As they engaged in cheerful conversation, the sun began to set unnoticed. Li Qing chose not to depart and decided to stay at the Yu residence. He prepared a medicinal wine recipe for Yu Qian and improved his wheelchair, replacing it with larger wheels to allow Yu Qian some mobility, also serving as a means of exercise. The new wheelchair was completed, and Yu Qian immediately switched to it, showering it with compliments and expressing his delight. The two, reminiscent of their previous outings, went to the pear garden to enjoy a performance and witness the tides of Qiantang, fully aware that this would be their last gathering and cherishing every moment of it. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days passed. The weather turned cold, and Yu Qian could no longer venture out frequently. Although Li Qing could use his vital energy to protect him, he refrained from doing so, fearing that Yu Qian would struggle to adapt to life without it after his departure. Instead, they spent their days playing chess and sipping tea at home. Li Qing also employed acupuncture to help Yu Qian's condition, but the results were limited. Unlike the former Empress Ma, Yu Qian was now advanced in age, nearing 80. With his organs in decline, while vital energy and acupuncture were beneficial, their effects were minimal. After a few more days, Yu Qian took the initiative to say, Sir, you should attend to your affairs. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. Let us conclude here. Chapter 131. Is this boy like me? Li Qing gazed upon Yu Qian's weathered face, etched with deep lines, and was reminded of the year 19 of the Yongqing era, when a tall, thin young man had achieved the degree of Jinshi. How swiftly time passes. Sir, please go, Yu Qian urged once more. Do not waste your time here. This is where our paths diverge. He understood that the Sir had much ahead of him, as well as many responsibilities. After a prolonged silence, Li Qing finally replied. Very well. Departing from Qiantang, Li Qing visited Lan Yu and Li Jinglong, and ultimately, under the Emperor's authority, he went to see Old Zhu. After completing these tasks, he returned to the Yongqing Marquis residence, continuing his Ming dynasty journal. Time flew by, and before long, winter arrived, bringing snow to Jinling. In the imperial palace of the capital, Zhu Jian Shen stood at the palace gates, lost in thought as snowflakes fell from the sky. Huaiyan draped a bright yellow cloak over him, bowing slightly while attending to his side. From within the inner hall came the voice of Wan Bingtiao, Your Majesty, will you not enter? Zhu Jianshen gently shook his head. Is everything prepared? Yes. Suddenly, Zhu Jianshen raised his voice. What? The Hall of Supreme Harmony has suffered a calamity? Indeed, the main gate unexpectedly collapsed without warning, nearly injuring someone. Huaiyan replied loudly. I went to inspect it myself, and it was not a matter of quality. It is truly strange. The voice of Wan Bingtiao fell silent for a moment, and shortly after, Empress Dowager Zhou, along with the queen and several favored concubines, emerged. What has happened? Empress Dowager Zhou inquired. Zhu Jianshen responded. Mother, the Hall of Supreme Harmony has encountered a gate disaster. How could such a calamity occur out of nowhere? Empress Dowager Zhou had grown increasingly superstitious since that incident. With the new year approaching, she found it particularly ominous that a disaster should strike at this time. She glanced at Huaiyan, only to find him hesitating to speak, appearing as though he wished to divulge something but refrained. Instantly, her expression darkened. In a cold tone, she demanded, What are the details? Speak the truth at once. If you dare deceive the emperor, you shall face the consequences. I dare not. Huaiyan hastily knelt, pleading for mercy, casting anxious glances at Zhu Jianshen but remaining silent. Seeing this, Empress Dowager Zhou realized her son was concealing something from her. Not wanting to inquire directly, she regarded him with a questioning look. Zhu Jianshen sighed deeply. Perhaps it is a warning from heaven. Upon hearing this, Empress Dowager Zhou's countenance abruptly changed, and the queen and concubine Chen also grew concerned. Why would heaven issue a warning? Empress Dowager Zhou furrowed her brow. Given her son's statement, it was evident he no longer wished to conceal the truth, and she felt compelled to seek clarity. The Empress and her companions turned their anxious yet curious gazes toward Zhu Jian Shen. "Your Majesty, please speak," they urged. Huayan added fuel to the fire, exclaiming, "This is indeed a momentous occasion for our Ming dynasty." After a moment of internal conflict, Zhu Jianshen sighed and nodded. "Mother, I indeed have a son outside the palace, now 6 years of age." Upon hearing this revelation, Empress Dowager Zhou was taken aback, while the Empress wore a complex expression and the concubines shared a myriad of emotions. After a lengthy pause, Empress Dowager Zhou was the first to regain her composure, declaring, "If that is the case, we must hasten to bring him into the palace. It seems the recent calamity at Yongqing Palace serves as a divine indication for your Majesty. It is not too late to mend what has been lost." The Empress, having steadied her emotions, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Mother is correct." Concubine Shun, touching her abdomen with a tinge of anxiety, pondered the lateness of her menstrual cycle, wondering if she might be with child. Yet, given the circumstances, she felt compelled to support the consensus. Zhu Jianshen acquiesced, stating, "While bringing him in is straightforward. The ministers are unaware of this matter, which complicates things." "Nonsense. It is merely a matter of issuing an edict," retorted Empress Dowager Zhou. "Choose an auspicious day and bring him in before their eyes." After a brief pause, she inquired, "Where is the child?" "In the annal hall along the sheepfold." Zhu Jianshen replied, "If you wish to see him, I shall take you there." Empress Dowager Zhou nodded in approval. "Very well." Half an hour later, the dragon and phoenix carriages set out, accompanied by a throng of palace guards, along with numerous high-ranking eunuchs from the Bureau of Rights and the Imperial Horse Bureau. This grand and unusual display swiftly ignited a considerable stir. The ministers, their nerves frayed with trepidation over the emperor's intentions, immediately turned their focus to the unfolding events, dispatching aides to gather information. Within the span of an hour, the alley leading to the annal hall became a gathering point for the ministers. However, the throngs of guards, forming layers upon layers, rendered access impossible. Yet, through Huayan's arrangements, a chatty guard divulged the inner workings of the situation. Upon learning the news, the ministers were instantly invigorated. Collectively seizing upon the significance of the moment, the Ming dynasty might be poised to establish a crown prince. Throughout history, the contention for a national heir has always been a prominent theme, as the presence of a designated successor allows ministers to strategize in advance, thus prolonging their political existence. Therefore, the ministers have always been eager and supportive of the establishment of a crown prince. The sooner the heir is designated, the more advantageous it is for them. Gazing longingly at the annal hall, their eyes sparkled with fervor. Inside the hall, the arrival of the emperor, Empress Dowager, and Empress filled the modest courtyard to capacity. Miss Li felt both joyful and apprehensive. The child shared her sentiments, overwhelmed by the multitude of unfamiliar faces and the intense scrutiny of countless gazes. The smiles directed at them, kind, flattering, and respectful, felt almost surreal. The mother and son appeared somewhat ill at ease. "Child, come here," beckoned Empress Dowager Zhou from her prominent seat. The boy, witnessing such a crowd for the first time, felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Miss Li gently urged her son forward, whispering, "Hurry. This is your grandmother. You must bow." The child stepped forward, kneeling and bowing his head, addressing the Empress Dowager. "Ah, good child," the Empress Dowager beamed, removing a crystal-clear jade pendant and presenting it to him. "Thank you, Empress Dowager," the child replied, placing it carefully into his pocket, still exhibiting a degree of shyness. Zhu Jianshen chuckled and inquired, "Mother, does this child resemble me?" The Empress Dowager nodded with a smile. The 6-year-old boy was indeed growing up, his features reminiscent of her son in his youth. Of course, she had never doubted the identity of this unexpected grandson. Her son would never mistake his own lineage, especially not regarding the emperor. Furthermore, the attitudes of the servants in the household and the mother-son duo towards the emperor indicated that this had been preordained and that the emperor frequently visited. Such details could not be easily deceived, nor was there any possibility of the emperor misleading the world. Since the matter had been clarified, it was time to bring him back to the palace. The Empress Dowager asserted her authority, for she wielded significant influence in such matters. She turned to Miss Li and said, "You have borne a dragon son for the royal family. This is a great merit, and the emperor will not treat you poorly." Then, looking at the child, she continued, You shall live in the palace with your mother from now on. Is that agreeable? Yes, the child responded decisively. Living with his parents was a dream come true for him. Noticing her son's lack of formality, Miss Li hurriedly pulled him down to kneel in gratitude. Unfamiliar with the court's etiquette, Miss Li was not as adept as Zhen Er, who had grown up under the guidance of the Sun family, and she struggled to navigate such situations. Although she did not commit a grave faux pas, the atmosphere remained somewhat awkward. After lunch, the Empress Dowager and the Empress departed. Zhu Jian Shen did not rush to leave. Instead, he discussed the matter of entering the palace with Miss Li the following day. The next day, during the morning court session, Huayan personally took up the role of the supervising eunuch, presenting relevant documents that affirmed the prince's legitimacy and rightful status. In essence, he was elucidating the timeline of Zhu Jianshen's past indiscretions. Zhu Jianshen maintained a stern expression as he picked up the Yongqing encyclopedia, a tome he had yet to peruse since his ascension, using it to mask his embarrassment. Addressing the gathered officials, could he not feel awkward discussing such matters? Yet, it was imperative. The princess' origins needed to be clarified, especially in the context of establishing a crown prince. Huayan provided a thorough account. The timing of Zhu Jianshen's misdeeds, the discovery of the pregnancy, the relocation outside the palace, the assignment of servants to attend to her, and the birth of the prince. Since the prince was not born within the palace, the details needed to be as meticulous as possible. The ministers already harbored no doubts regarding the prince's identity. The emperor would never jest about such matters. After reviewing the relevant documents, their confidence was further solidified. Immediately, led by the 6 ministries, a unanimous plea arose from the court officials, urging the emperor to bring the prince back to the palace. They understood that the restoration of the prince's identity had to precede any discussion of establishing a crown prince. Although they were anxious, they recognized the necessity of adhering to protocol. After waiting for so many years, an additional moment was inconsequential. Zhu Jianshen, seizing the opportunity, expressed his agreement. Although the officials were aware that the emperor had already intended this, they rejoiced immensely, exclaiming, "The emperor is wise." It had been quite some time since the Fengtian Hall had witnessed such harmony. It was rare for the sovereign and his ministers to reach a consensus, resulting in universal delight. The court meeting that day was unusually prolonged, concluding only when the sun was high in the sky. Upon exiting the Fengtian Hall, the ministers soon noticed a resplendent palanquin approaching, accompanied by the chief eunuch Wang Ji, whose countenance bore a serious expression. The ministers immediately comprehended the identity of the occupant within the palanquin and promptly halted their steps. A fleeting glance revealed that the emperor was in close pursuit, and they instantly grasped his intent. In that moment, no one paid heed to Wang Ji. Past grievances were cast aside. How could they be so indiscreet at such a critical juncture? The assembly swiftly divided into 2 rows to honor the crown prince. As the palanquin came to a stop, Wang Ji stepped forward to respectfully invite the prince to alight. After a brief moment, a chubby little hand pushed aside the curtain, grasping Wang Ji's hand as it descended, stepping onto the back of the small eunuch. Wanan, with an exuberant shout, preempted the officials. "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince." Others quickly followed suit. "We, your humble servants, pay our respects to His Royal Highness." The child, feeling slightly awkward, recalled his father's instructions from the previous day and managed to suppress his nervousness, waving his small hand dismissively. "No need for formalities." "Thank you, Your Highness." The ministers rose from their bows, and Wang Ji also stood, resuming his hold on the child's hand as they moved forward. At that moment, Zhu Jianshen emerged from the pathway left by the ministers, prompting them to bow once more. After they had completed their salutation, the child knelt and said, "I pay my respects to Father." Although he had practiced this under his mother's insistence for half the night, he remained composed despite the tension. Zhu Jianshen chuckled heartily. "Rise." "Thank you, Father," the child replied, standing once more. As he gazed at his father's beaming face, the respectful ministers, and the grand imperial palace, a profound joy surged within him, mingled with an inexplicable excitement. "Crown Prince, Crown Prince," Wang Ji softly called, gesturing emphatically. The child, regaining his composure, hurriedly approached his father and called out, "Father." "Yes," Zhu Jianshen responded, taking the little hand in his own and proclaiming, "Gentlemen, I have prepared a banquet at the Wu Gate. We shall proceed there first, and I will join you shortly. We humbly thank Your Majesty for your graciousness." The ministers replied in unison, fully aware that they had once again been orchestrated into the emperor's plans. However, this time, they bore no resentment. Rather, they radiated joy, welcoming any opportunity for such arrangements in the future. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the child felt considerably more relaxed and inquired, "Father, where's mother?" "Not to worry," Zhu Jian Shen replied to Huayan. "Take the crown prince to change into more appropriate attire." "As you command," Huayan responded with a bow, addressing the child, "Your Highness, please follow me." The child, familiar with Huayan, felt no resistance but was puzzled, tilting his head and saying, "Father, I just changed into this outfit this morning. It is quite clean." The orange-yellow dragon robe looked quite majestic, and it was the first time he had worn such an impressive garment, making him reluctant to change. Huayan explained, "Your Highness, one must wear appropriate clothing for different occasions. Please come with me." Zhu Jianshen nodded, "Go ahead." "Oh," the little one replied with a reluctant nod. Taking a couple of steps before remembering, "I take my leave." Zhu Jianshen couldn't help but smile. In truth, Zhu Jianshen's decision was strategic. Within the royal family, including the consorts and officials, there existed two types of attire: ceremonial robes and ordinary garments. The former is worn in formal occasions, while the latter is reserved for informal settings. Naturally, the emperor of the Ming dynasty also donned ceremonial robes during court sessions. As the emperor, he has the liberty to dress as he pleases. The young lad, upon officially entering the palace, must wear his court attire to signify legitimacy and orthodoxy. However, if he were to wear such robes during a banquet, it would inevitably send a message to the ministers. "I am contemplating appointing him as the crown prince." Although Zhu Jianshen indeed harbored such intentions, he did not wish to reveal them, for this was a pawn in the political game he was adept at maneuvering. He aimed to have the ministers beseech him to designate a crown prince, compelling them to make certain concessions and compromises, thereby maximizing his benefits. As a master of political strategy, Zhu Jianshen would not let this golden opportunity slip away. Before the bronze mirror, the young boy gazed at his reflection, unable to suppress a chuckle. The resplendent crimson robe he wore was strikingly beautiful, a stark contrast to his previous garments. It was as if he had ascended from the underground to the heavens. Being a child, who wouldn't desire to wear splendid attire? If Zhu Jianshen were to witness his appearance at that moment, he would undoubtedly chide him playfully. What a lack of ambition. Huayan, observing the child lost in admiration of his reflection, nearly burst into laughter and urged, "Your Highness, do not keep His Majesty waiting." "Oh, right," the child responded, casting one last glance before following Huayan outside. After walking for a while, he curiously inquired, "Grand Eunuch, are we not heading to the Woman Gate?" On the way, Wang Zhi had introduced it to him. He was preoccupied with thoughts of delicious food awaiting him in the Qianqing Palace. Huayan patiently explained that the banquet would not commence so soon and added, "Who would dare to start without the emperor's presence?" Upon hearing this, the young lad felt reassured. Upon arriving at the Qianqing Palace, he saw his aunt but did not spot his mother, prompting him to ask, "Father, where is mother?" "Mother has her own matters," Zhen Er explained, smiling and gesturing. "Come here and let your aunt see you." The child, clad in his vibrant crimson robe, appeared even more endearing, and Zhen Er was utterly taken by him. "Your Highness, you must first pay your respects," Huayan reminded gently. "Oh, very well." Although the child found it bothersome, he adhered to the decorum and approached to bow. "Your humble son greets you, father, and greets you, aunt." Zhen Er playfully sidestepped, saying, "A grand bow is only necessary for the emperor." While the Ming dynasty was governed by the principle of filial piety, princes, apart from bowing to their fathers, biological mothers, empresses, and dowagers, were only required to exchange pleasantries with other consorts without the need for formal bows. Zhu Jianshen took a sip of tea and remarked, "He is a junior. You should simply accept it." Zhen Er chuckled lightly and shook her head. "There is no such custom in the palace." Huayan, perceptive as ever, recognized that the emperor had summoned the imperial concubine for a specific purpose and promptly withdrew, also instructing the servants to leave the hall. The great hall fell silent, and the child relaxed considerably, reverting to his former self from the days in the annal hall, stepping forward to call, "Aunt." "Ah, are you still adjusting?" Zhen Er inquired with a smile. "Yes, adjusting," the child replied with feigned reluctance. Zhen Er chose not to press the matter further, smiling, "You will gradually acclimate." The child nodded. "Aunt, have you seen my mother?" "She is in the inner palace," Zhen Er replied with a smile. "She has also donned beautiful attire for her conferment." The child did not fully grasp the significance of the conferment, but he knew that his mother would also enjoy a better life, which instantly brought a radiant smile to his face. Zhu Jian Shen set down his teacup and inquired, "Little one, would you like to have another mother?" "No," came the prompt response. "Think again." "No, I do not wish for that." The child, though a tad timid, was forthright in his sentiments, preferring his own mother above all. Zhu Jianshen felt a flicker of irritation and remarked, "Consider it once more. Your concubine, your Majesty, enough?" Zhen Er interjected swiftly. "We agreed not to impose. What are you doing?" Zhu Jianshen, reluctant, turned to the child and asked, "Does your concubine treat you well?" "Yes," the boy nodded. "I like my concubine. But a concubine is a concubine, and a mother is a mother." As he spoke, his voice dwindled, yet he conveyed his thoughts thoroughly. Before Zhu Jianshen could continue, Zhen Er praised, "What a dutiful child you are, your Majesty. Let us not force what cannot be compelled. A concubine is also a mother." Zhu Jianshen huffed in resignation. "Ah, you. Very well, I suppose I have misjudged." After a pause, he added, "Remember to cherish your concubine and grow closer to her, understood?" The child, relieved that his father was no longer pressuring him regarding another mother, eagerly replied, "I will." Zhu Jianshen's expression softened, and he rose, saying, "Come with me." "Oh." At the meridian gate, the child was led by his father, walking along the imperial path adorned with yellow silk, observing the imperial guards stationed on either side, until they reached the opulent throne. "We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor," the ministers proclaimed. Noticing the young prince had changed from his usual attire, the officials felt a tinge of disappointment, though they did not display it overtly. "All rise." "Thank you, your Majesty," they chorused. The child silently watched this awe-inspiring scene. The music bureau played 9 pieces of music at the center of the banquet, while dancers surrounded them. And the wine pavilion was set up to the west of the throne, with the dining pavilion to the east. As he and his father took their seats, the grand music erupted, and exquisite delicacies began to grace the table. Having lived in the comfort hall and never ventured outside, he was utterly astonished. His father, or rather the emperor, was far more majestic than he had imagined. With an array of fine wines and delicacies before them, no one touched their chopsticks until the emperor personally served him a chicken leg and took a sip of wine, finally initiating the feast. As he gnawed on the chicken leg, he remained enveloped in a state of astonishment, unable to extricate himself from it. Zhu Jianshen sighed inwardly, realizing that this child had been sheltered from the world and needed to be cultivated swiftly. The food was delectable, and the child indulged a bit more than he should have, only to be softly admonished by his father, leaving him feeling somewhat aggrieved and hesitant to eat further. By the end of the banquet, he had consumed merely 2 petite chicken legs. However, his astonishment was fully satiated, as today he finally comprehended the weight of the emperor's role, yet unbeknownst to him, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. He also remained unaware that the emperor bore not only a commanding presence, but also untold hardships. In summary, today marked yet another unforgettable day in his life. The banquet concluded only at the late hour of noon, and having eaten little and sat upright for so long, he was utterly exhausted, falling asleep as soon as they reached the Yongqing palace. Zhu Jianshen did not attend the ceremony for Miss Li's conferment. He had already made the arrangements, and, with Empress Dowager Zhou present, there was no need for his concern. The immediate priority was to bestow a name upon his son. The matter has been made public, and there is even a plan to establish the crown prince, yet there is still no name in sight, which is indeed quite absurd. Zhu Jianshen pondered deeply. Logically speaking, given his erudition, naming his son should be a trivial task. However, the issue lies in the fact that our founding emperor is excessively concerned for his descendants. Not only did he establish a generational name, but he also provided explicit guidance for the final name. While it appears to be assistance, it is, in reality, a hindrance. With the surname included, there are only 3 characters to choose from, and our founding emperor has already predetermined 2 of them, leaving half of the last character decided, which severely limits the options available. Moreover, the emperor's name must not be taken lightly and must carry significant meaning, rendering the task exceedingly challenging. In truth, the royal family has it somewhat easier. The most unfortunate are the descendants of the princes, who dare not use the more favorable characters, as they must be prioritized for the royal family. They can only select from what remains, and they are almost driven to the point of creating new characters. What shall I call him? Zhu Jianshen despaired, running his fingers through his hair. When he named his first and second sons, he expended considerable effort, and names already used could not be reused. Oh, founding emperor, your diligence is truly remarkable. As Zhu Jian Shen was lost in thought, he suddenly caught sight of the grand vermilion pillars within the hall and blurted out, Zhu Yuzhu. Upon uttering it, he chuckled to himself. The name was rather commonplace. The names of the emperor and the crown prince are not secrets. If this were to spread, where would he put his face? Zhu Jian once again delved into the arduous task of naming his son. However, with that fleeting inspiration as a reference, he quickly made progress. Zhu Yuzhang, Zhang Cheng, meaning pillar, symbolizes the nation's support. The same meaning, yet Zhu Yuzhang sounds far more melodious and elegant than Zhu Yuzhu. Zhu Jian smiled with relief. He finally conjured up a name. He stepped forward and clapped his hands together. The child, deep in slumber, was startled awake by two sharp slaps, wearing a bewildered expression. Father, has your son erred again? Zhu Jian face flushed, and clearing his throat, he declared, From this day forth, you shall be named Zhu Yuzhang. Chapter 133, The Strategy. Zhu Yuzhang. The child repeated the name, scratching his head. Father, is this truly my name? Yes, not bad, right? Zhu Jian stood with hands on his hips, basking in pride. Praise your father for his talent. Can we change it? The child found the name rather unappealing. He thought it lacked grandeur and was somewhat peculiar and awkward. Zhu Jian smile stiffened, and his expression darkened. You little rascal. Seeing that he was about to receive another slap, the child quickly explained, Father, I merely think the name is a bit strange. I am dim-witted. If you believe it to be good, then let it be this one. Only then did Zhu Jian lower his hand, grumbling, You are quite perceptive. However, since his son was already learning to read and write, certain matters needed to be clarified. The traditions of the Zhu family must be upheld. Thus, he began to elucidate the origin of the name of the Zhu family emperors. Our Taizong's lineage follows the generational phrase, Gaozhan, Qijian, Yu, Hozai, Yichang, Yu, Xia, Yiba, Zhong, Jianjing, Dixi, Xian, Yu. When it comes to your generation, it must commence with Zhu Yu. Furthermore, the last character of every descendant of the Zhu clan must encompass the 5 elemental attributes, adhering to the generative cycle of the 5 elements. Wood generates fire. Fire generates earth. Earth generates metal. Metal generates water, and water generates wood. This endless cycle of the 5 elements signifies the perpetual lineage of the Zhu family. Hence, your name is truly splendid. Zhu Yuzhang did not comprehend why it had to be this way. He voiced his concerns to Taizu, who retorted, Taizu decreed it thus. Do you dare to contest? The child, perceiving his father's demeanor as a warning to choose his words wisely, refrained from further dissent. Zhu Yuzhang repeated the explanation and suddenly realized that, according to his father's reasoning, the name was rather commendable. It was akin to his initial distaste for a meal, only for his father to serve him something unpalatable, and upon inquiry, he found it surprisingly acceptable. The child embraced this seemingly peculiar name. Zhu Yuzhang, though it sounded odd, had a name that belonged to him. Upon this realization, he leaped with joy, expressing gratitude to his father for bestowing the name. Zhu Yuzhang rose from his bed and respectfully bowed his head. Zhu Jian then revealed a smile, nodding in approval. It is merely your fortune to have a learned father. Zhu Yuzhang, unsure of the meaning of the jest, could only force a laugh. Father? I am hungry. Miss Li, having been conferred the title of Shufei, felt content with her honor, yet was disheartened by the error in her surname. She subtly mentioned it to Empress Dowager Zhou, only to be met with the response, This was arranged by His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Miss Li chose to remain silent. She had a vague premonition that the emperor had done this purposefully. Her intuition was not unfounded. Zhu Jian had indeed intended this, even erasing her name to retain only the 2 characters of Ji, aiming to prevent the emergence of powerful local chieftains in the Ming dynasty. Of course, external relatives is not solely a pejorative term. In fact, the frequent rise of external relatives throughout dynastic history can be attributed to the emperor's method of consolidating power after ascending the throne. For the emperor, external relatives are not only tolerable, but can be quite endearing. Their loyalty to the emperor rivals that of the eunuchs, and sometimes even surpasses it. This is because external relatives share a common interest, the crown prince. Moreover, the prominence of external relatives is often a result of the emperor's own making, as he requires their assistance in managing the court. Why not cultivate one's own kin instead of external relatives? The answer is simple. Because one's own kin possess the potential to usurp the throne, while external relatives do not. This reality explains why, despite numerous historical instances of external relatives wielding power, their emergence remains inevitable. Compared to one's own kin, external relatives pose a significantly lesser threat. Nevertheless, Zhu Jian saw no necessity to foster external relatives. He was confident that he could manage his ministers on his own. Moreover, while external relatives may be advantageous, they inevitably present challenges for the next emperor, particularly when they hail from a chieftain background. This is also the reason behind Zhu Jianshen's actions, although it was merely a change of name. This singular act could effectively obstruct the advancement of Lady Li's family. Any semblance of injustice, even if his son were to ascend in the future with such intentions, would be seized upon by the ministers as a pretext to vehemently prevent the influence of the imperial in-laws from infiltrating the political arena, safeguarding against any potential division of power. Nevertheless, Zhu Jianshen possessed confidence, having thoroughly set the bureaucratic factions in order before his departure, thereby clearing the path for his son. Zhu Jianshen truly exerted considerable effort. In the evening, the family gathered for a reunion dinner. Contrary to Zhu Yozhang's expectations, it was not a meal shared among the three of them, but rather a gathering that included his father, mother, grandmother, and a multitude of concubines. Even more disheartening was the fact that he could not share a bed with his parents, and instead had to reside alone. The palace, grand and opulent, brought him no joy. At merely 6 years of age, he tossed and turned in bed, finding himself unable to sleep. The following day, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, after the customary rites between sovereign and ministers, the officials presented matters of state. The Minister of Personnel, Ming, stepped forward. Your Majesty has reigned for over a decade. Yet the heir apparent has yet to be established. The hearts of the people have long desired this. I implore your Majesty to make a decisive resolution. The Grand Secretary, Shang Lu, also stepped forward. The princely lineage bears the blessings of the ancestral temple. It is time to establish the crown prince. I second this. I too support this, echoed the ministers. Zhu Jianshen replied calmly. Is the establishment of an heir to be treated lightly? This matter requires deep contemplation. I must reflect thoroughly. Typically, the ministers would utilize the phrase deep contemplation to silence him, yet now that he uttered it himself, he felt a sense of relief. The ministers, not wishing to press further, heard Zhu Jianshen continue. The process of streamlining personnel has exceeded 6 months, yet the results have been far from significant. Ming's eyes flickered with understanding, and he quickly responded, Indeed, I suggest we intensify our efforts. The Minister of War, Bai Gui, promptly added, Your Majesty is wise. I too support this. I second this, chimed in the Minister of Revenue, Yongqing. Soon, voices of agreement echoed throughout the hall. After all, they were not cutting positions among the court officials. If the provinces endured a bit of hardship, it was a small price to pay for the crown prince and the stability of the Ming dynasty. Since the blade did not cut into their own flesh, they felt little pain. Their primary concern lay with the heir apparent. With an heir in place, they could strategize for the future, which was of utmost importance. This time, they were not intent on playing tricks or breaching the rules. Having tried that before, they were now committed to adhering to them. As long as the emperor consented to the establishment of a crown prince, they would fulfill their promises. Zhu Jianshen naturally understood this, and thus acquiesced to the establishment of the crown prince. In this diplomatic exchange, both parties shared an unspoken understanding. Articulating certain sentiments directly might cast an unfavorable light. Consequently, the Hall of Supreme Harmony was filled with amicability, with the sovereign wise and the ministers virtuous, all rejoicing together. Perhaps due to the minister's fear of further upheaval, the Astronomical Bureau's calculations indicated that the following day would be auspicious, to which Zhu Jianshen had no objections. On the next day, Zhu Yuzhang was proclaimed crown prince, and the entire process unfolded with remarkable smoothness. Now, everyone was elated. In the Hamlin Academy, a hub of talent, the atmosphere was particularly lively today. With numerous dignitaries arriving in succession, the scholars therein no longer engaged in idle political commentary. Each displayed humility while subtly currying favor, eager to ascend the ranks and formally enter the realm of governance. The purpose of the esteemed individuals gathered here is rather straightforward: to secure the next step for the crown prince, which involves finding him a tutor. The education of the nation's heir cannot be overlooked. Typically, tutors for the crown prince are selected from the Hamlin Academy, a group that, strictly speaking, does not quite qualify as a bureaucratic institution. Consequently, many have come to cast their nets wide in this endeavor. Establishing good relations with the prince's tutor is of utmost importance. Although the emperor has yet to make a selection, there is a profound difference between embellishing a situation and providing crucial assistance. Acting promptly grants one a decisive advantage. Moreover, if one hesitates, others will undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Thus, numerous dignitaries employ various pretexts, such as seeking private tutoring or engaging in literary discussions, to cultivate favorable connections. Even Wanan is not exempt from this trend. Among them, none garners more attention than this year's top scholar, Xie Qian. Conventionally, the crown prince's tutor is often a newly appointed talent from the Hanlin Academy, as they have just entered the court and are still in a state of purity. Furthermore, Xie Qian is not only the emperor's designated top scholar, but has also been directly promoted to a Hanlin editor, clearly enjoying the emperor's favor, thus significantly increasing his chances of success. Many dignitaries are revolving around him. At this moment, Xie Qian is indeed riding the wave of fortune after a decade of arduous study. He has achieved recognition and claimed the top position, with the emperor's grace and the admiration of the elite. It is nearly impossible for any young man in his 20s not to feel elated. Xie Qian, too, is feeling a sense of elation. Yet he manages to maintain a degree of restraint, particularly with his extraordinary eloquence, which convinces many dignitaries that he is destined for greatness. Thus, a phase of mutual admiration has commenced. Naturally, besides Xie Qian, others are also within the sphere of influence. For instance, Lu Jian, the chief editor of the Chronicles of the Middle Dynasty, though somewhat older, is a venerable figure within the Hanlin, possessing accomplishments that make him a key target for alliances. Additionally, other yet-to-be-appointed top scholars from the Changhua era, as well as the second and third place scholars, are also included in this circle. The entire Hanlin Academy is bustling with the vibrancy of a festive occasion. Li Dongyang, clutching the book of the later Han, finds himself unable to focus on a single word, his gaze frequently drifting towards the lively crowd outside. He considers himself somewhat aloof. Yet this scene compels him to realize that he has ultimately overestimated himself. Who does not aspire to a prosperous career and to leave a mark in history? However, the prerequisite is that one must first emerge from the shadows. Once upon a time, he too basked in glory, at the tender age of 4. He was able to write in large script and was recommended to the late emperor. He recalls being so young that he needed assistance from a palace attendant to cross the threshold, prompting the late emperor to jestingly call him the short-legged prodigy. In that moment of inspiration, he retorted, "The emperor's door is high," which delighted the late emperor immensely. That occasion marked the pinnacle of his early life. Yet it proved to be but a fleeting moment. Since then, his family has pinned all their hopes on him, and he has devoted himself to diligent study. Yet he ultimately failed to secure the top position. The first place in the second class is merely a hair's breadth away from the first rank. Yet it is worlds apart. Sighing, Li Dongyang sets down his book, relinquishing his pride, and strides towards the bustling crowd. Having spent so long in the Hanlin Academy, he has come to understand one profound truth. Even the finest wine fears a deep alley. In the pursuit of ambition, one must take initiative. Chapter 134. The prince's teacher won and squeezed and jostled, yet he found himself increasingly marginalized, distancing himself from the newly crowned top scholar who was surrounded by admirers. Frustration boiled within him. Clearly, these individuals were intentional in their exclusion, as he was aligned with the emperor. How infuriating! He had merely come here to test his fortune, not to gamble on it. They dared to accuse him of shamelessness. He, despite his lack of decorum, was merely trying to curry favor with the emperor. Look at them. How contemptible! One grumbled inwardly, realizing that remaining there was futile, and he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, he collided with the approaching Li Dongyang. Ouch! They both exclaimed in unison, each clasping their forehead. Upon recognizing Wanan, Li Dongyang felt an intense headache, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Unfortunately, Wanan's reputation among scholars was notoriously poor, characterized by sheer sycophancy. Although he occupied a high position, he was unworthy of it. Li Dongyang harbored aspirations of rising in status and had no desire to associate with someone like Wanan. "Forgive my rashness, sir," Li Dongyang hastily apologized, intending to depart. Was that all? Wanan's anger flared. The pain in his forehead was secondary to the indignation of being belittled by a mere Hanlin scholar. They were all here to invest, yet he, as an investor, was treated with such disdain. Why? He was the Minister of Rights and Vice President of the Cabinet. Was he not their equal? Li Dongyang, unwilling to be intimidated, responded stiffly. What would you have me do, sir? With a cold smile. Wanan decided he had nothing left to lose. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a tirade upon Li Dongyang. Do not don that self-righteous facade. If you were truly high-minded, you would be engrossed in your studies rather than scrambling to ingratiate yourself with others while being so selective about it. What a disgrace. Are you a top scholar? A second place or a third? Blah, blah, blah. Li Dongyang was filled with shame and indignation, yet found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, he had intended to solicit investments. Wanan's scorn left him feeling utterly humiliated, prompting him to turn and leave in anger. After a brief pause, Wanan's fury surged further. However, it would be beneath his dignity to pursue a Hamlin scholar relentlessly. Cursing silently, he too departed, seeking out the emperor to lodge a complaint. Back at his seat, Li Dongyang picked up the abandoned book of the later Han. Wanan's scolding reignited the dormant pride within him, and this time, he resolved not to be bothered by external matters. He soon lost himself in the text. Recalling the words of the Yongqing marquis, true gold will shine in time, which offered him a measure of solace and rekindled his confidence. In the imperial palace, Wanan began to voice his grievances. He spared no one among the prominent figures they were betting on, determined to undermine those he could not surpass. With the emperor in his prime, what are they attempting to achieve? Do they even regard the emperor? Wanan rambled incessantly, feigning a visage of grievance while conveniently forgetting his own position within the Hamlin Academy. Nevertheless, he refrained from mentioning Li Dongyang's entanglement. Understanding the boundaries between public duty and private vendetta, aware of the emperor's stature, and thus dared not seek personal retribution. Zhu Jian Shen was not surprised by this. Such actions were entirely customary. Even during the Yongla era, when the iron-fisted Emperor Taizong openly expressed his disdain for the crown prince, numerous officials flocked to the prince's side. This exemplifies the prince's influence. Even an emperor as formidable as Taizong could not thwart this phenomenon. Zhu Jian Shen, having established the crown prince, certainly contemplated this situation. He was not angered, but rather sought to reassure this individual, who, despite lacking great talent, was devoted to following him. Yongqing, concurrently holding the titles of minister and grand secretary, stood out among the myriad officials. He was indeed unique, and thus should embrace a broad-minded perspective, rather than engage in petty squabbles with them. At the age of maturity, Zhu Jianshen had mastered the intricacies of power dynamics. Naturally, he would acknowledge Wanan's reports. Yet such matters hardly warranted a grand uproar. A tone of nonchalance was to be established, yet it was vital not to alienate the hearts of the people. This statement not only comforted Wanan, but also underscored Zhu Jianshen's favor. Among all the officials, I favor you. This would undoubtedly inspire Wanan to be even more loyal and dedicated. Wanan felt immense relief and came to a profound realization regarding his favored status. Indeed, I am the sole individual holding both the minister and grand secretary titles. They merely seek to curry favor with the crown princess tutor. Of what worth is that? To dwell on such trivial matters would only diminish my standing, and it is entirely unnecessary. The emperor's words resonated with him. He too was concerned that they might influence the crown prince's development through their connections with the tutor. Wanan pledged his loyalty. Zhu Jianshen smiled and remarked, "You have always been prudent, Yongqing. I will keep an eye on matters." Any expression of loyalty deserved positive reinforcement. Zhu Jianshen added with a smile, "Today is a leisurely day. How about you join me for a couple of drinks?" Wanan hastily rose to pay his respects, saying, "I thank your majesty for your graciousness." After indulging in some wine, Zhu Jianshen proceeded to Yongqing Palace to seek out Zhen Er. Before he entered the hall, he heard the sounds of merriment within. Upon entering, he found Zhen Er, along with Miss Li, recently conferred as consort Ji, and two maidservants, all engaged in lively banter, which brought a smile to his face. "You seem quite carefree," he remarked. "We, your humble servants, pay our respects to your majesty." They all bowed. "No need for formalities," Zhu Jianshen replied, feeling jovial after some wine. "Count me in. Let us continue." Zhen Er and Miss Li were fine company, being imperial women, yet the trembling maidservants were rather disconcerting. Fortunately, Wang Ji arrived to pay his respects to Zhen Er, allowing Zhu Jianshen to replace the anxious maidservants with him. The young man was adept at socializing, often providing Zhu Jianshen and Zhen Er with cards, thus elevating the atmosphere at the gaming table. After playing for a while, Zhu Jian satiated his indulgence and finally called it a day. Wang Ji, displaying keen perception, took his leave, leaving the emperor and his consort alone. I find myself somewhat fatigued, Zhu Jian yawned, meandering into the inner hall. Zhen Er nudged Miss Li, urging her to follow. Is this appropriate? Miss Li felt quite embarrassed, considering the broad daylight and the fact that they were in someone's residence, which made her blush. Perhaps it is better if you go, she suggested. Let us go together. On the pillow of Sanfan, two exquisite jade pieces lay intertwined. Within the confines of the chamber, a mere moment bore a worth of countless gold. The jade trees swayed in the breeze, stirring crimson waves, while the red blossoms dared to blossom, braving the rain and wind. Zhu Jian, inspired by poetic musings, observed as Zhen Er, with a natural demeanor, donned her attire in the presence of the young sovereign, while Miss Li, lacking such boldness, remained nestled within the warmth of her blankets, fearful to emerge. With an expression of tranquility, Zhu Jian rested his head upon his arm, gazing at the canopy above, and inquired, "Are you accustomed to this life?" "Nay, not quite," she replied shyly. "I meant to ask if you have grown accustomed to life within the palace?" At this, Miss Li's cheeks flushed deeper as she buried herself within the covers, murmuring, "It is somewhat familiar." After a brief pause, she cautiously peeked out, her voice trembling as she asked, "Your Majesty, may I visit our little treasure?" Having been in the palace for 3 days, she had not seen her son since they dined together that fateful night, and her heart ached with longing. Yet, she was aware that her son had ascended to the position of crown prince, and she, as his mother, must not behave as she once did, lest she incite the emperor's suspicions. With the emperor, she added hastily. Though her heart brimmed with joy at her son's elevation, she felt a profound sadness at their separation. Unlike Zhen Er, who could playfully appeal for affection, she was bound by the strictures of propriety, for any misstep on her part could jeopardize her son's status. The emperor had the power to exalt a crown prince as easily as he could cast him aside. She wished not to be the cause of his displeasure towards her son. Zhu Jian smiled gently and nodded. "Very well. I, too, find myself with a moment of leisure." With that, he rose to don his garments, stating, "I shall await you outside." "Indeed, I will be ready shortly." In the Zhao Palace, originally designated for Zhen Er due to the unfavorable alignment of the stars with Empress Dowager Zhou, Zhu Jian had refrained from direct opposition, allowing Zhen Er to reside in Yongqing Palace instead. However, this palace had remained uninhabited by other consorts, thus becoming the dwelling of Zhu Yuzhong. Presently, he was diligently studying under the guidance of a palace eunuch, his eyes devoid of spirit, overwhelmed by fatigue. Life within the royal palace was far removed from his expectations. It was less enjoyable than his time in Annal Hall, where he could see his mother at all hours. As he wallowed in dejection, he suddenly heard from the outer hall, "The servant pays respects to your Majesty and to the esteemed consort." Instantly, he pushed his books aside and rushed outside. Recognizing his mother's title, "Mother, mother," he called out, leaping into her embrace. Miss Li, upon seeing her son, felt joy swell within her. Yet with a sense of reason, she gently pushed him away, squatting to speak to him. "You are the crown prince now. You must devote yourself to your studies and not dwell solely on your mother." Zhu Jian frowned. "How old are you to still rely so heavily on your mother? How fare your studies?" The palace eunuch, ever dutiful, interjected, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince is exceptionally intelligent, seldom making errors in his studies." Zhu Jian dismissed the remark, aware that palace servants tended to offer only flattering words, and he held a deeper respect for the scholarly pursuits of those who had emerged from the esteemed imperial examinations. Though the eunuch's initial teachings bore promise, fatigue soon became apparent. Suddenly, Zhu Jian recalled that Li Qing had once recommended a tutor for the crown prince, a detail that lingered in his mind, yet eluded his memory in terms of specifics. Faintly recalling a prodigy, he instructed, "Go to the Hanlin Academy and convey my imperial edict." Zhu Jian furrowed his brows in contemplation before continuing. "Seek out one named Li Shuntong and summon him to the Qinqing Palace for an audience." "Yes, your servant shall obey," the young eunuch replied hastily before departing. Zhu Jian grasped Zhu Yozhang's chubby hand and declared, "Come, let us proceed to the Qinqing Palace." "Mother, hurry. Father has arranged for a prodigy to be your teacher," encouraged Li. "Indeed, you ungrateful little rascal," Zhu Jian chided playfully. "It's not as though you won't see him again. Come along with father." "Very well," Zhu Yuzhong nodded reluctantly. "Mother, may I go with father?" "From now on, Refer to me as Mother Empress. Mother is a term for commoners, Zhu Jian Shen remarked, playfully swatting his son before leading him toward the front hall. At the Hanlin Academy, Li Dongyang gazed longingly at the applauding Xie Qian, unable to suppress a pang of envy. He mused to himself. A bright child in youth does not guarantee greatness in adulthood. Chapter 135. If it is gold, it shall surely shine. Who is Li Shintong? Who is Li Shintong? A sharp voice pierced through the clamor of the crowd, swiftly capturing their attention. The esteemed figures recognized the young eunuch as a messenger and deduced that the emperor was selecting a tutor for the crown prince. Brother Yang, which one is Li Shintong? I am also unaware, Brother Bai. Do you know who Li Shintong is? I cannot say. Brother Lu, do you know? Xie Qian. Observing the once lively discussions among the influential figures now shift to Li Shintong, felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly regained his composure. The crown prince would have numerous tutors, and it was of little consequence. The young eunuch strode forward with an air of authority, exclaiming, "Silence! Who among you can identify Li Shintong? Quickly inform us, for the emperor wishes to summon him into the palace." While eunuchs typically lacked authority, a messenger eunuch held significant power as he embodied the emperor's will. Soon, a more seasoned Hanlin approached and inquired, "Is it the Li Dongyang who ranked first in the second class during the 12th year of Jingtai and was appointed as a Hanlin scholar?" The young eunuch, lacking knowledge of the specific individual sought by the emperor, merely replied, "Are there any other Li Shintongs?" "None that I know of." "Then it must be him." "Where is he?" "Please wait a moment." The Hanlin, quick-witted, dashed off, calling out, "Benji, Brother Benji, hurry, the imperial envoy has arrived. Let him come." Li Dongyang replied calmly, resuming his reading. "Ah, Brother Benji, the envoy seeks you." The Hanlin urged, "The emperor wishes to summon you to the palace." Li Dongyang was momentarily stunned, quickly rising. "Is that true?" As the clamor drew nearer, former colleagues, who had previously shared little interaction, surged forward, and seeing this, Li Dongyang felt an inexplicable thrill. Although uncertain of the reality, it was evident that extraordinary fortune had come his way. "Step aside! Step aside!" A sharp voice intermingled with urgency rang out. "I am the imperial envoy. Are you capable of bearing the consequences if you delay matters entrusted by the emperor?" Soon, a young eunuch clad in traditional garb approached, surveying him from head to toe. "Are you the divine child, Li?" The divine child, feeling unworthy, bowed respectfully. "I am Li Dongyang, a humble student, and I pay my respects to the esteemed envoy. Regardless of the public disdain for eunuchs, one must exhibit due reverence for the imperial envoy. It is the established decorum. Come, follow me, lest the emperor waits too long." The young eunuch was polite. For those summoned by the emperor are not to be trifled with. His status as an envoy was fleeting. "Step aside, do not crowd around. Do you not have your own affairs to attend to?" An envoy is an envoy, and must maintain his authority. Once this opportunity passes, it will be lost. The crowd, somewhat abashed, made way, their gazes towards Li Dongyang filled with envy. Li Dongyang felt the tumult of life as vicissitudes, arriving with such swiftness that he struggled to comprehend it all. Only one person shared his sentiment from a distance, Xie Qian. Yet, while one ascended from the depths to the heights, the other plummeted from the pinnacle into the abyss. Xie, the scholar, watched as the divine child departed. His previous elation now a distant memory. Those who had just shared laughter with him exchanged only fleeting pleasantries before hastily following the court, their attitudes starkly contrasting. Xie Qian, yet to truly enter the political arena, learned a vital lesson about the nature of power. It is inherently self-serving. Inside the palace of heavenly purity, Li Dongyang accompanied the young eunuch, no longer the awkward youth of yesteryear, easily crossing the threshold, free from the taunts of short-legged divine child. However, the tranquility of his childhood had also vanished. A fleeting glance at the sovereign and his heir caused Li Dongyang to bow his head swiftly, his heart racing with uncontainable excitement. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, his cheeks betraying him with a faint blush. The emperor of the great Ming, the ruler of the realm, the crown prince, future sovereign. How could one not be stirred? "Your Majesty, the divine child Li Dongyang has arrived," announced the young eunuch before exiting the grand hall. Li Dongyang took a deep breath, lifted his robes, and bowed. "Your humble servant, Li Dongyang, pays homage to your Majesty. Wishing you eternal longevity, and to the crown prince, 1,000 years." "Rise," commanded the emperor. Li Dongyang stood, his gaze lowered, his heart a tumultuous mixture of excitement and nervousness. Zhu Jian Shen appraised him briefly, nodding slightly, and inquired, "Have you had dealings with the Duke of Yongqing?" Li Dongyang quickly responded, "I cannot claim to have worked alongside him. However, I was fortunate to serve as the Duke's deputy for a brief time, gaining much knowledge." "Then there is no mistake," Zhu Jianshen declared. "The Crown Prince is the foundation of the nation. He is now 6 years old, and his education must not be delayed. I appoint you as the Crown Princess tutor." After a pause, he added, "The only tutor for the Crown Prince in the Hanlin Academy." Li Dongyang was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, he regained his composure and bowed deeply, his voice trembling. "I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly." He was prepared for the role of tutor to the Crown Prince, yet the designation as the sole tutor within the Hanlin Academy exceeded his expectations. What immense trust this entailed. Li Dongyang found it hard to believe. Firstly, he had had no prior interaction with the emperor, and secondly, he was a scholar from the previous dynasty, destined by conventional standards to be relegated to a local magistrate. After all, a new emperor brings new officials, and the current sovereign was not the son of the previous one. However, he has now directly aligned himself with the Crown Prince, becoming the sole representative within the civil service system. This is something he could scarcely have imagined. After much contemplation, he surmised that it was likely due to the favorable words of the Duke of Yongqing. Otherwise, how could the current emperor have taken notice of him? In the midst of his overwhelming joy and gratitude, Li Dongyang was also taken aback. The Duke of Yongqing, having retired from political life, still wielded such influence. It was a testament to the formidable power he once possessed at his zenith. "Rise," commanded Zhu Jianshen. "Once you assume the role of the Crown Prince's tutor, you will inevitably encounter various temptations. I hope you remain steadfast in your principles and not be swayed by external distractions." As Li Dongyang began to rise, he quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, replying, "I shall remember this." "Good," Zhu Jianshen replied with a light smile and a nod. Although Li Dongyang had served as a Hanlin scholar for many years, he was still a newcomer in the political arena. It was better to speak plainly and tailor his words to the audience. "You will teach the Crown Prince in the side hall of Qianqing Palace, once in the morning and once at noon. As for the Hanlin Academy, you may ease up a bit and focus primarily on the Crown Prince's curriculum." "I shall obey," Li Dongyang affirmed. Zhu Jianshen then instructed, "You may withdraw." "Yes, I take my leave," Li Dongyang responded, bowing respectfully. As he departed, his curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, I am not exceptional among the Hanlin. Why have you chosen me?" "The Duke of Yongqing recommended you," Zhu Jianshen candidly replied. "It is not merely your merit that I trust, but his discerning eye. However, should you prove unable to fulfill your duties, I shall consider others for the role. I hope you will perform admirably." With his doubts resolved, Li Dongyang bowed in acquiescence and exited. As he walked along the path outside the palace, his initial excitement began to temper, and he recalled the Duke of Yongqing's words, "If you are golden, you will surely shine." It dawned on him that he had not been forgotten. Rather, he had been too impatient. His heart settled, recognizing that the future was indeed promising. What he needed to do now was to build a solid foundation, ensuring that when opportunities arose, he would not falter due to a lack of capability. Upon exiting the palace gate, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of influential figures, their enthusiasm palpable, even more so than when they had previously courted Xiaqian. Li Dongyang maintained his composure, adhering to decorum, yet there lingered an air of reserved detachment. The emperor had made his intentions clear. He would not easily succumb to temptation. These prominent individuals, proud in their own right, regarded this as an investment, one that did not merit their humble approach. If he chose not to align himself, others would be eager to do so. Nevertheless, they understood that being summoned privately by the emperor indicated Li Dongyang's significance far surpassed that of other crown prince tutors. To speak candidly, they had miscalculated. Who could have anticipated that the emperor would overlook the newly minted top scholar in favor of an old Hanlin who had not even achieved the title of the first in the examinations during the Jingtai era? The age-old adage of a new emperor brings new ministers seemed to have been disregarded. With no fruitful engagement here, they shifted their focus back to the Hanlin Academy. Regardless, Xia, the top scholar, still possessed promising investment prospects. The intricate strategies surrounding the crown prince were far from over, and the court's intrigues were poised to unfold. Perhaps even more captivating than those of the past. The long-quiet consort Ji suddenly found herself the center of attention as her popularity surged. drawing everyone from servants to fellow consorts around her, creating a lively scene. However, amidst the bustling activity, there lies an inherent danger. When one suddenly rises to prominence, most people may treat them favorably, yet not all will do so, particularly those who remain superior even after your ascendance. In the face of potential threats, jealousy and malice often abound. Take Queen Wang, for instance. Despite her lack of favor, she remains the queen. No matter how formidable Zhen Er may be, she must still pay her respects to Wang, albeit in a perfunctory manner. Within the imperial harem, aside from Empress Dowager Zhou, she holds the highest status. Of course, although concubine Ji has given birth to the dragon's son, she still resides beneath Wang. However, this is only the current state of affairs, and the future remains uncertain. When the crown prince ascends the throne, concubine Ji shall leap to the esteemed position of Empress Dowager. With the emperor's son at her side, her status may very well overshadow others. Queen Wang has always been diligent, fearing the emperor, yet she harbors a singular focus: to endure, for eventually she shall become the matriarch of the harem. Yet, circumstances have shifted. She wishes to adopt the crown prince as her son, a desire she had pursued when the Bai family bore the dragon's son, but to no avail. However, the untimely demise of the former crown prince brought her a fleeting sense of joy. She is somewhat aware of the broader situation, and, thus, seeks out Empress Dowager Zhou. While the relationship between Zhen Er and her mother-in-law is fraught with tension, the bond between Queen Wang and Empress Dowager Zhou resembles that of a mother and daughter. In the cunning palace, Queen Wang, bearing exquisite pastries, entered after dismissing the attendants, engaging in casual conversation with Empress Dowager Zhou while subtly steering the dialogue towards the crown prince. Like Zhen Er, Empress Dowager Zhou had once aligned herself with the Sun family, possessing a keen perception that swiftly grasped Queen Wang's intentions. You wish to adopt the crown prince? Queen Wang gently shook her head. Mother, you misunderstand. What I mean is for you to nurture His Highness the Crown Prince. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. Powerless and uncherished, her authority as queen significantly curtailed. The only ally she could rely on was her mother-in-law, Empress Dowager Zhou. It is worth noting that Empress Dowager Zhou indeed favored her, largely due to their shared status of being overlooked. Out of empathy, she treated her with kindness, and Queen Wang remained dutiful towards her. Their relationship flourished harmoniously, marked by an extraordinary bond. Yet, when it comes to genuine interests, careful consideration is essential. For those who labor must also reap the rewards. After all, she is still young and has ample time. Unexpectedly, Empress Dowager Zhou, who had always been indulgent towards her, unusually declined this time. I am of advanced age and lack the energy for such matters. If you wish to adopt the crown prince, you may speak to the emperor or consult with concubine Ji. Empress Dowager Zhou could easily discern the underlying implications. Yet she currently wished to avoid any turmoil and dared not instigate any. Adoption? It sounds appealing. But why would the biological mother relinquish her child? Mother. Queen Wang spoke bitterly. You are aware the emperor does not favor me, and moreover, there is consort one lurking, ready to seize an opportunity. If we do not act first, then let her make the first move. Empress Dowager Zhou replied coolly. Ultimately, we must refrain from taking action. Pausing, she asserted with authority. I advise you to abandon any ill intentions. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. The Queen Wang felt a shiver run through her heart, and quickly responded, How could I, a humble servant, harbor ill intentions? I fear only that Lady One may act recklessly. Should she do so, I shall hold her accountable. Even if I cannot bring her down, I will ensure she does not have her way. The Empress Dowager spoke sternly, and after a pause, continued. Though the emperor may have neglected you in recent years, I have not treated you poorly. Do not deceive yourself. I would never dare. A chill gripped Queen Wang's heart as she realized the gravity of her situation. Indeed, she felt powerless within the harem, should she take any action. The emperor's thorough investigation would make it nearly impossible for her to evade repercussions. This was precisely why she sought the Empress Dowager's counsel. Such matters could only be handled by her. As the emperor's mother, even the most scandalous of actions would not harm her standing. And the servants understood the stakes and would keep silent. Yet, Queen Wang remained unwilling to concede. Mother, the Shu concubine was raised in a remote village and lacks experience. I merely worry for the future of the heir. The Empress Dowager replied, Would the emperor neglect the education of the crown prince? Remember, dear Wang, regardless of what transpires. Your position as empress will remain unchanged. Even if one day you are recognized as the foremost lady of the harem, why fret? The Empress Dowager sighed. We are both unfortunate souls, yet we indulge in such splendor. With privilege comes the burden of consequence. Let bygones be bygones, and strive for stability moving forward. You were not always this way, were you? Listen to your mother. Do not dwell on such thoughts. As long as I am here, no one can bully you. The Empress Dowager gently caressed her face, speaking kindly. In my heart, I have always regarded you as my own daughter. Let us live comfortably and disregard them. Queen Wang could not help but shed tears. After years of living like a widow, her heart had twisted into a painful shape. At that moment, the warmth of the Empress Dowager's words released the pent-up resentment she had harbored for so long. Their relationship blossomed in this moment of shared suffering. Queen Wang felt the bitter irony of her title. She bore the name of Empress but experienced nothing of its true essence, enduring torment for over a decade. The Empress Dowager, too, had her share of tribulations. One could argue she had suffered even more. Once an unappreciated daughter-in-law, she had become the matriarch, yet still faced disdain. It seemed they were both victims of fate. Under the threat of a certain individual's intimidation, the Empress Dowager's twisted psyche had developed a sense of reverence. Concubine Ji remained blissfully unaware that she had danced dangerously close to the brink of death. In this palace, death was hardly a rarity. Of course, should she continue to dwell in the comforts of her quarters, the risks would likely escalate. At present, she was engaged in a tedious pastime with concubines Zhu Jian and Shen, rolling out dumpling skins. She had grown weary of the activity, yet could not resist their enthusiasm. As a newcomer, she sought to avoid conflict and maintain cordial relationships, which proved exhausting. In Yongqing Palace, Zhen Er flipped through a comic book, having relinquished all desires. The little ancestor favored her enough. Her inability to bear a son was her own cross to bear. Aside from harboring resentment towards her mother-in-law, she had not transferred her frustrations onto others. The rumors circulating within the palace were mere fabrications. However, it was not entirely unjust to say she bore some responsibility. Had the emperor distributed his affections more evenly, they might have counted heirs on one hand. The intrigues of the harem are scarcely less perilous than those of the court. In fact, one might argue that they are even more treacherous in certain respects. In the realm of politics, one might face dismissal from office, yet life is seldom lost. However, such assurances do not apply here. While currents of intrigue swirl within the capital, the Yongqing Marquisate in Jinyiwei remains remarkably tranquil. Li Qing persists in his diligent writing, producing works with remarkable frequency, 2 volumes a day and 1 book every 10 days. His writings are not mere chronicles, nor do they delve into minutiae. Rather, they document significant political events and the underlying truths therein. Thus, he progresses swiftly, having already reached the era of the Xuande reign. Zhu Wanqing, indulging her curiosity, finds delight in the texts. Although her godfather does not acknowledge it, he refrains from hindering her exploration of such matters. These days, she is seldom without a book in hand, often forgetting her duties as a mother. Reluctantly, Zhu Jian has had to engage a wet nurse, for he dotes on his daughter excessively. After a long day of toil, Li Qing stretches lazily, contemplating a visit to the pear orchard to enjoy a performance and unwind. Is your godfather heading out? Do you have an objection? Zhu Wanqing hastily shakes her head. Certainly not. I merely have a question regarding the matters at hand. I advise you to inquire less. Li Qing, with a stern countenance, retorts, do not provoke me to strike you. It is not that question, Zhu Wanqing clarifies. I wish to ask the purpose behind my godfather's writings. Is it merely for remembrance? Li Qing twists his neck, responding, of course not. These are destined for the imperial palace. Zhu Wanqing pauses, then comprehends, exclaiming, your meticulousness is commendable. She adds with a smile, though you are absent from the court. Tales of you abound within. Well said, but refrain from further comments. Zhu Wanqing, feeling slighted, retorts, do you truly hold me in such disdain? Indeed. It may be due to your father, Li Qing summarizes, though your issues are far more pronounced. Very well, I accept my humiliation. Zhu Wanqing declares in frustration as she turns to leave. Yet, after a few steps, she halts. Godfather, may I transcribe a copy? Do you comprehend the severity of this matter for your descendants? Li Qing counters, humph, mere observation suffices. What purpose does retaining this serve? Zhu Wanqing, taken aback, sheepishly concedes. You are right. I have not contemplated this thoroughly. At that moment, Zhu Jian approaches. Have you provoked your godfather again? I suppose so. He is perpetually angry with me. Rather petty, Zhu Wanqing complains before hastily departing, fearful of Li Qing's retribution. Zhu Jian cannot help but smile, muttering to himself, this girl has become a mother, yet remains a child at heart. Li Qing smirks. You arrived just in time. I have something to entrust to you. Please, speak, master. You shall compose the account of the Zhengtong era. Very well. Zhu Jian replies. Had I known, I would not have come. This is merely inviting humiliation. He clears his throat, adopting a conciliatory demeanor. Might I artistically embellish the account of the campaign? Li Qing's tone remains frosty. What do you think? It should be acceptable. Yes? You grant me an opportunity to rephrase. Li Qing rises and walks to a nearby beam, retrieving a hanging sword, contemplating further. Master, I wish to save face. Face or life? Zhu Jian, exasperated, retorts, I shall not write. Clang. Very well, I will write. Do not act rashly. Zhu Jian, compelled by the pressure, concedes, thus. I shall chronicle from the beginning of the Zhengtong reign to the 13th year, and you may write the final year to avoid your dissatisfaction. Now that is more agreeable. Li Qing sheathed his sword, scoffing. The purpose of writing this is to awaken the rulers of future generations. Are you not aware? I understand. Zhu Jian, looking as though he had lost his closest kin, realized that he was destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame, with no way to escape. Li Qing added a sprinkle of salt to the wound. Even if we don't write it, the official records of the Zhengtong dynasty will document it. And the common folk will certainly discuss it endlessly. Zhu Jian, incensed, retorted, must you not only kill, but also strike at the heart? Li Qing chuckled. Were it not for me, your name would be forever tarnished. Zhu Jian, tormented yet speechless, was unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. Changing the subject, he inquired. Are you about to head out? Yes, it's still early. I'm going to listen to some opera. How delightful. I wish to accompany you, Zhu Jian exclaimed. Focus on your records. I shall inspect your work upon your return, Li Qing replied, a playful tone in his voice. If it's subpar, you'll not enjoy the consequences, Zhu Jian grumbled. Is there truly an emperor who writes his own records? Li Qing teased. Indeed, even the retired emperor is still an emperor. Zhu Jian conceded. After exchanging banter with the father and daughter, Li Qing felt a surge of joy. In the monotony of life, one must seek amusement. They spent the evening at the pear garden, indulging in music until dusk, at which point Li Qing returned home. Having inspected Zhu Jian's diary and offering critiques before retiring for the night, as the 12th month approached, heralding the new year, Li Qing's work entered its later stages. Amidst his busyness, he began to map out his travels. Where should he go first? Thoughts of Korea, Japan, and Jiaoji flashed through his mind, yet he remained indecisive. Ultimately, he devised a game of chance, holding a dart and blindfolding himself, ready to see where it would land. Zhu Wanqing swiftly spun the wheel, and after a considerable distance, announced, Godfather, you may begin. With a whoosh, the dart shot forth, striking with a resonant thud. Embedding itself deeply, Li Qing removed the cloth to reveal the dart firmly planted on Japan. Chapter 137. Training Zhu Wanqing upon seeing the dart's landing. Zhu Wanqing hurried to inspect it. Japan. This is quite manageable. Manageable? Li Qing echoed. Indeed. There are Japanese people in Jinling who could act as your guides. Zhu Wanqing replied. But you do not speak their language, and what joy is there in traveling alone? Li Qing chuckled. Who said I was going for leisure? Didn't you mention wanting to travel and explore? Regardless of your intent, you will need a guide, Zhu Wanqing insisted. Otherwise, in unfamiliar territory, whatever you attempt will be inconvenient. Don't you agree? Li Qing nodded slightly. Very well, I will have your father find some guides. In the midst of their conversation, he noticed Zhu Wanqing's eager expression and questioned, You wouldn't happen to have some special idea in mind, would you? Zhu Wanqing shyly smiled, rubbing her hands together. Godfather. Honggu often forgets home during training, sometimes not returning for months. I find it dreadfully boring at home. Father has hired a nurse for the new year. Could I possibly join you? The world is so vast, and I wish to see it. Li Qing laughed in exasperation, scolding. Do you truly believe yourself to be a child? Not too far away. As they swiftly navigated the waterways, the godfather's countenance darkened. She began to roll up her sleeves, her voice gradually softening into a playful tone. Just this once, please? Li Qing chuckled coldly. Do not be so presumptuous. Do you truly regard yourself as a princess? Even if one were a princess, once married, there's no reason to roam about freely, let alone travel abroad. Why not ascend to the heavens? What if my father agrees? She countered. Your father would permit you to accompany him. Li Qing scoffed. I am not your father. But a godfather is still a father figure. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing replied, From now on, you should call me Uncle Li. It will lessen my psychological burden when I need to discipline you. Uncle Li it is, but if you dare call me godfather again, I shall give you a sound slap, he said with a stern expression. Zhu Wanqing had it far too easy. She was indulged by her father, adored by her husband, cherished by her mother, and revered by the servants. It could be said that in the absence of Li Qing, she was the unrivaled queen of the Yongqing Hofu. No one could contend with her except for Li Qing, who was not one to hold back when it came to discipline. Zhu Wanqing dared not engage in a stubborn standoff with him, resorting instead to a playful demeanor. However, Li Qing was utterly unmoved, prepared to roll up his sleeves at the slightest provocation. Uncle Li, I can't shake the feeling that you harbor great discontent towards me, Zhu Wanqing lamented. That is because you take yourself far too seriously, Li Qing replied. When you were much younger, I held you in high regard, lively, candid, and endearing. Yet, these traits only charm when embodied by a child. With a sigh, he continued, You are intelligent, and your character is not inherently flawed, but you are excessively self-centered. Everyone around you indulges you with their affection. I merely choose not to pamper you in the same manner. After a brief pause, he added, Remember this, they owe you nothing. Do not mistake their fondness as a license for your capriciousness. Li Qing had attempted to instill discipline in this young girl on multiple occasions, and while he had made some progress, her tendencies were quickly reinforced by Zhu Qijian's indulgence. Of course, Li Hong's influence played a role as well. This young lady had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Though she was not a princess, the adoration she received far surpassed that of any royal. Given her upbringing, her disposition was hardly surprising. In fact, considering her environment, she was relatively well-adjusted. Nevertheless, Li Qing remained determined to guide her towards a better path. Li Hong was a friend of his, and also his godson. Having taken on the role of godfather, he felt compelled to assume responsibility. For the sake of the Li Hong lineage, it was imperative that she be steered onto the right path. This young girl was exceptionally astute, brilliant, in fact. As long as she did not stray from the correct direction, she could ensure prosperity for at least 3 generations, if not longer. The notion of marrying wisely was not merely rhetoric. In an era where men were the breadwinners and women managed the household, a woman's influence on her descendants could surpass that of men. Follow me, Li Qing announced, striding towards the library, intent on thoroughly educating her. Zhu Wanqing, fearing discipline, quickly exclaimed, Uncle Li, I have already agreed not to go. I shall count to 3. Li Qing replied without glancing back. 1, 2. They arrived at the library. Uncle Li, would you like some tea? Li Qing accepted the cup, sipped, and nodded approvingly. Please, have a seat. I think I shall remain standing, she stammered. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Zhu Wanqing was filled with trepidation. Before her elders, it was unseemly for a junior to display rudeness. Thus, she stood to respond. Please sit. Very well. Zhu Wanqing hastily took a seat opposite him, her heart racing. She immediately admitted her fault, saying, Uncle Li, I was wrong. I should not have been so willful, only thinking of my own amusement. Li Qing sighed softly. To be fair, she is merely in her 20s. Akin to a recent university graduate in modern times. Such a temperament is not entirely surprising. However, in this ancient context, a woman of her age ought to be devoted to her husband and raising children. Those from impoverished families have long since shouldered the burdens of family life, while she remains a pampered young lady, even relying on others to care for infants. This perspective on life is indeed problematic. Setting down his teacup, Li Qing inquired, Do you believe you can regain your status as a princess? Zhu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the relevance of the question, yet she answered honestly. I suppose not. Even if it were possible, it would be a long time from now. Besides, I have no desire to reclaim the title of princess. You fear that the identity of a princess would constrain your freedom, do you not? Indeed, being a princess is far from pleasant, Zhu Wanqing nodded. Moreover, Honggu is now a grand general. Should I reclaim my status, all his years of effort would be in vain. Given that, have you contemplated your future? Li Qing asked. Contemplate what? Zhu Wanqing was perplexed. Your parents will inevitably age, returning to their roots, and they will certainly wish to go back. You cannot regain your status as a princess, and Li Hong is laboring for his career, Li Qing continued. Who will manage this household then? Zhu Wanqing stared blankly, pointing to her own pert nose. Me? Li Qing pressed further. Do you believe you are capable of managing Uncle Li's estate? Or do you think it would suffice for your lifetime, even for your children and grandchildren? Zhu Wanqing was at a loss for words, her face flushing as she stammered. The estate belongs to Uncle Li. How could I dare entertain such thoughts? Li Qing chuckled softly. I am not claiming ownership. This estate is indeed meant for you and your husband, provided you can bear the responsibility. With a sigh, he added, your parents have reached the age of understanding their destiny, particularly your mother, whose health is frail and requires constant medicinal care. Illness can strike suddenly, and to speak plainly, one cannot predict when her health may fail. At that time, your father will have to return to the capital for her sake, while Li Hong is occupied with his career. Who will then take care of this vast estate and the upbringing of the children? Zhu Wanqing's face turned pale. An inexplicable fear gripped her. She dared not envision a future without her parents, having never considered such a reality. In her subconscious, she believed that day was far off. Yet, after Li Qing's remarks, she suddenly realized her parents were not young anymore, and that day might come sooner than expected. Uncle Li, what should I do? She asked. On the verge of tears, Li Qing replied coolly, you are already the mother of 2 children. Why pose such naive questions? Zhu Wanqing opened her mouth, speechless, and finally said, Uncle Li, could you kindly guide your niece on the right path? In this era, a niece often held closer ties than a daughter-in-law. Prompting her to adjust her address, Li Qing remarked, it is quite simple. From this moment forth, prepare yourself for the departure of your parents. However, she, being merely a woman of modest means, felt somewhat intimidated, doubting her capacity to manage the vast estate left by Uncle Li. You see, I have my own responsibilities, Li Qing softly stated, which are far greater than yours. Zhu Wanqing fell silent for a moment and confessed, I fear disappointing you. Li Qing responded with a gentle smile. Uncle Li has faith in you. Yet Zhu Wanqing remained silent again. This time, the absence of reprimand was more distressing than any punishment, as she felt as though the weight of the world was upon her. The prospect of such a life was terrifying to contemplate. Yet she had no choice but to confront it. Should anything happen to her mother, her father would undoubtedly return to the capital, restoring her mother's title as Empress Dowager and ensuring she received a proper burial. However, once her father returned to the capital, he would never return again. While she could follow him back and reclaim her status as the princess of the Ming dynasty, even that would mean she could no longer live with her father, and it would render her husband's years of effort futile. For her husband, and for her children. The benefits of remaining in the Yongqing Marquis's residence far outweighed those of returning to the capital. Certainly, her loving father would never allow her to return. Zhu Wanqing understood that Uncle Li was not merely trying to frighten her. These were indeed the stark realities. Thus, she was filled with panic and distress. Li Qing continued, a person's cognition, character, and abilities determine the course of their life. My estate, while vast, should theoretically provide for generations to indulge in luxury. However, the calculations are not so straightforward. In truth, a single extravagant fool can squander it all. Therefore, one must not solely focus on managing the family business. The education of future generations is equally crucial. As Zhu Wanqing listened, her anxiety grew, and the pressure became overwhelming. After living comfortably for over 20 years, she was suddenly thrust into an environment filled with such immense stress that her psychological defenses crumbled. Li Qing, undeterred by her turmoil, continued his admonitions. You have enjoyed ease for too long. It is time to repay your debts. Zhu Wanqing, having been raised in a sheltered existence and marrying into a life of ease where relocation was unnecessary and her husband was compliant, felt like a child at heart despite her age. The abrupt shift from a leisurely life to one of insurmountable difficulty was unbearable, leading her to break down in tears. Chapter 138. Uncle Li, you have finally admitted it. As for the future, Li Qing himself was uncertain. He could not guarantee that he would have the time to guide the young couple's descendants. He could only entrust this responsibility to Zhu Wanqing, who, it was evident, was not yet equipped to bear such a heavy burden, at least not at this moment. As her cries grew louder, Li Qing had never indulged her, calmly savoring his tea while observing her distress. Soon, someone arrived, drawn by the sound of her sorrowful weeping. Witnessing his daughter's despair shattered the heart of her father. Sir, can't you speak to her kindly? She is the mother of 2 children now. Why do you resort to violence? Zhu Jian exclaimed in anger. Your actions are unjust. Li Qing shrugged. Ask her. Have I ever laid a hand on her? Uncle Li has not. Zhu Wanqing wept bitterly as she buried her head into her father's embrace, her sobs tearing at the very fabric of her heart. Father, please, she cried, her voice choked with sorrow. Zhu Jian gently patted her back, speaking softly. Fear not, my dear, for I shall shield you from the calamities of the world. Do cease your tears. Yet, these words only served to exacerbate her weeping. In exasperation, Zhu Jian turned to Li Qing, asking, What on earth did you say to her? Nothing of great consequence, Li Qing shrugged. Merely roused her from her sweet slumber to face reality. He continued, his tone turning serious. I must remind you, while you can provide temporary solace, you cannot shield her forever. Ultimately, she must assume the mantle of responsibility in this household. After a brief pause, Li Qing's demeanor hardened. But look at what you have done. She has become utterly coddled, devoid of any sense of duty. Why should a young girl bear such burdens? Zhu Jian retorted, feeling a surge of indignation. Li Qing's anger flared. Repeat that. Isn't there still that scoundrel Li Hong? Zhu Jian attempted to defend himself, insisting there was no need for her to worry. Li Qing's voice turned icy. The Ming Navy is of no consequence, is it? Zhu Jian felt a flush of embarrassment. Remaining silent, Li Qing pressed on. Her current state is a direct result of your indulgence. Look at her, an adult yet behaving like a child. As her father, you bear the primary responsibility. How can this possibly be my fault? Zhu Jian murmured softly, but upon seeing Li Qing reach for his sword, he quickly amended. It is all my fault, truly. Li Qing found it hard to harbor any fondness for him, scolding, then stop coddling her. Let her cry? At over 20 years of age, she behaves like an oversized infant, and only you find her charming. That is rather excessive. Every matter requires a process, does it not? Zhu Jian retorted. Very well, Li Qing replied dismissively. I hope that one day, when you can no longer protect her, you will still possess such bravado. With that, he turned and left. The father and daughter continued their quarrel, eventually making their way to the pleasure district to enjoy some music. Upon his return in the evening, Li Qing found the pair enveloped in a heavy silence, clearly having shared much and feeling somewhat melancholic. Yet, Li Qing was in high spirits, cheerfully inquiring, Hey, have you eaten? Not yet, Zhu Wanqing replied, her tone despondent. Did you bring any food, Uncle Li? Alas, I did not, Li Qing chuckled, but I am quite full. Until we meet again. The father and daughter chimed in unison. Uncle Li is so wicked. From that day forth, a significant transformation occurred between the father and daughter. Zhu Jian ceased to utter such phrases about the sky falling, while Zhu Wanqing no longer lounged idly. She began to learn the intricacies of business from her father, educating her eldest brother and caring for her younger sister. The young lady of the Ofu finally began to embody the qualities of an adult, a development that brought great relief to Li Qing. Zhu Wanqing was indeed intelligent, though rather indolent, with a touch of ambition. She would have no trouble leading a prosperous life. Time flowed swiftly, and soon the year drew to a close. Li Hong returned, noticing the change in his beloved wife. After tending to their serious matters, the couple engaged in light-hearted conversation. Wanqing, what has prompted this sudden change in you? Li Hong inquired, curiosity piqued. Has there been a change? Zhu Wanqing touched her face, feeling a mixture of hope and anxiety. It has only been a short while since we last met. Do you suspect I have been unfaithful? How could I dare to think such a thing? Li Hong chuckled ruefully. I merely mean to say that you have become even more endearing. Zhu Wanqing felt a sense of relief. Although she was considerably younger than her husband, the nature of men and women differed significantly. As her husband, he could always seek the company of youthful maidens. A slight smile graced her lips as she tilted her head and asked, Pray tell, how have I changed? Li Hong pondered for a moment and replied, You have become more virtuous and nurturing, and you pay greater attention to the children. Zhu Wanqing fell silent for a moment before inquiring, Brother Hong, was I not rather willful and selfish in the past? Not entirely, Li Hong reassured her. You were quite wonderful before, but now you are even better. He smiled, adding, With you managing the household, I can devote my energies to the naval forces with greater peace of mind. Zhu Wanqing huffed playfully, Then off you go to your navy. You see, I just praised your virtues, Li Hong chuckled. All right, enough with the tantrums. Come, let me shower you with affection. No, I'm quite tired, Zhu Wanqing pouted, giving him a fleeting kiss. It's not just today, you've just returned, so you should rest. Li Hong felt a twinge of disappointment, yet warmth filled his heart. Yongqing, how have you suddenly become so virtuous? Was I mistaken in thinking you weren't? No, that's not what I meant, he stammered, trying to clarify. I was just teasing you. Yongqing giggled before sighing lightly. Brother Hong, I was too willful in the past. From now on, I shall be a good wife and manage our home well. Li Hong nodded with a smile and asked, but what did your godfather say? Yes, but he was right. Yongqing replied with a wistful sigh. I am in my 20s now, a mother of 2 children. I can no longer behave as I did before marriage. After a moment of self-reflection, she continued, Brother Hong, my godfather plans to leave after the new year, and it sounds like he may not return for a long while. Upon hearing this, Li Hong's smile faltered, and his brow furrowed. Why must he leave? At his age, shouldn't he be enjoying a peaceful retirement? I shall speak to him about this. Yongqing pouted, do you dare? Worst case, you might receive a beating, but he cannot continue to roam freely. Li Hong replied sternly, you have stopped being willful, yet he, at his age, still acts that way. Yongqing opened her mouth, but hesitated. What is it? Li Hong asked. Yongqing hesitated, saying, Brother Hong, do you truly not see that my godfather is unlike ordinary people? Of course he is different. Li Hong laughed. You have no idea how formidable he is, whether in political acumen or strategic prowess, especially on the battlefield. Yongqing frowned deeply at his words. She realized she hadn't heard what she wished to hear and could not help but ask. Do you not think that the Eternal Youth Marquis seems somewhat similar to the former Eternal Youth Marquis? Li Hong scratched his head. The former Eternal Youth Marquis? The one from the Hongwu era? Yongqing nodded. I have never met him, so how would I know? Li Hong found it all rather perplexing. Could they truly be the same person? That seemed impossible. How could a father and son share the same name? Yongqing felt exasperated. You really are quite dense. I meant they are the same person. Li Hong gasped, his mouth agape, before bursting into laughter. You must be joking. If that were true, then my godfather would be a living deity. Sometimes, he does seem like a living deity, Yongqing remarked. Seeing a flicker of uncertainty in his expression, she eagerly proposed. Brother Hong, shall we seek clarification from him tomorrow? Is that truly necessary? With little more than the prospect of enduring a beating, I remain unperturbed. Are you afraid? Yongqing provoked. Li Hong, with a sense of resignation, replied, the issue is that it's simply not worth it. Yongqing, drawing closer, spoke in a feigned, delicate tone. I'm not fatigued anymore. It's merely a beating, nothing to fret about. Li Hong, feeling a surge of passion, decisively altered his stance. The following day, as dawn's light began to break, the couple arrived at the candlelit library, approaching the fervently writing Li Qing. Godfather, they exclaimed. Step aside, you're blocking the light. Oh, very well. Li Hong quickly turned, standing to the side. Yongqing teased, where's your bravado from last night? She shot him a sharp glance and added, Godfather, Hongge has something to discuss with you. Li Qing lifted his gaze towards Li Hong, a hint of surprise in his voice. What is it? Li Hong, noticing the look of warning from his charming wife, gingerly inquired, Godfather, I would like to ask if you have any connection to the Yongqing Marquis from the Hongwu era? There is a connection, Li Qing nodded, setting down his brush. I am he. Huh. Li Hong nearly bit his tongue in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. Yet, Yongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He said it. He finally spoke the truth. Godfather, you jest, don't you? Li Hong stammered. Oh, do let Godfather speak, Yongqing urged. Eager to silence her husband. Do you know how I've been living these past years? Godfather, please enlighten us. I have said all there is to say. Li Qing concluded, returning to his work. Yongqing, unsatisfied, shot another glance at her husband. Li Hong, feeling at a loss, remarked, Yongqing, I have inquired on your behalf. After this, he turned to leave, assuming Godfather was merely jesting. As he reached the door, he paused, turning back to ask, Godfather, I shall head to the market for breakfast. What would you like? A bowl of meat porridge, 2 fried chin hui, 3 meat buns, and 4 tea eggs. Understood. Li Hong nodded. What about you, Yongqing? I'll have a yo-yo. Having been away for some time, he mused to himself about the new breakfast items, nodding in agreement. All right. I shall return swiftly. Yongqing, her fair forehead creased with tension, felt overwhelmed by her husband's antics, yet could not express her frustration. With a demure tone, she asked, Uncle Li, could you elaborate? No time. Li Qing scribbled vigorously. The new year approaches. You understand. I understand, Yongqing replied as she exited the library, hurrying towards her father's residence. What is all this noise so early in the morning? You've woken your mother, Zhu Jian grumbled, turning to close the door, yawning repeatedly. What's the matter? Godfather is the previous Yongqing marquis. He admitted it himself, Zhu Jian asserted. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. I've known this for some time. Zhu Jian yawned, turning back to reclaim his sleep. Zhu Jian seized his arm, pleading, Father. Godfather is busy and cannot share the details. Please tell me what you know. Zhu Jian, his expression drowsy, replied lazily, wait here. With that, he staggered into the room and returned shortly, handing her a scroll. Here, this is him. Now, do not disturb my sleep. Zhu Jian waved wearily, stating, I shall skip breakfast. Zhu Jian, perplexed, responded, he is right here. Why would I need to look at a painting? Chapter 139. Is this not more appealing than a book? Zhu Jian wished to call out to her father, but hesitated, suppressing her impulse to wait until he had fully awakened before seeking clarification. She glanced down at the scroll, shaking her head with a bemused smile, murmuring, what is so captivating about this? As she spoke, she gradually unfurled the scroll. Soon, a cascade of dark, lustrous hair caught her eye. Zhu Jian's gaze sharpened. Is that the young Li Shu? Momentarily frozen, she quickly regained her composure, and in an instant, the entire painting was fully revealed. As she straightened the scroll and focused her attention, the figure depicted was in his youth, standing tall and well-proportioned. With a face as exquisite as jade and eyes that sparkled like stars, there was a blend of elegance and valor, vitality intertwined with a hint of weariness. His thick, raven-black hair flowed naturally, resembling a waterfall, with a slight volume that imparted a three-dimensional beauty. His eyes were dark and deep, reminiscent of a starry sky. He stood alone, a solitary figure, his tall frame exuding profound loneliness, and his deep-set eyes reflecting fatigue, while his handsome visage bore a trace of frailty. Zhu Jian felt somewhat entranced. This is Li Shu. No, this is a celestial being. After a considerable pause, she carefully rolled up the scroll, recollecting the time spent in the capital when Li Shu had boasted during their outings, saying, in my youth, I was well known across 10 miles and 8 villages for my good looks. She had thought it mere bragging, but upon seeing this portrait, she now believed it to be an understatement, too modest indeed. Even the renowned Pan and could not surpass this countenance. Alas, time is a merciless blade. Zhu Jian could not help but lament. Even someone as extraordinary as Li Shu ultimately cannot escape the ravages of time. After viewing the painting, she glanced at the present-day Li Shu, and it was almost too painful to behold. In the library, Li Qing was grinding ink, his brow slightly furrowed as if contemplating a plot. Zhu Jian observed from a distance, unfolding the scroll for comparison. Indeed, she could vaguely discern that it was the same person, yet they seemed worlds apart. Who could have created this masterpiece? Her father? Surely not, for she was well aware of his artistic abilities. Or was it possible that the artist had embellished Li Shu's features? Suddenly, a thought struck Zhu Jian, and she hurriedly tucked the painting away, shaking her head repeatedly. No, it's nothing. Li Shu, you carry on. I won't disturb you. Wait, what do you have in your hand? Li Qing caught a glimpse, unable to discern its contents, yet feeling a sense of familiarity. It's nothing, Zhu Jian quickly replied, concealing the painting behind her, her expression awkwardly forced into a laugh. Li Qing, intrigued, beckoned her closer. Come here. Li Shu, please don't do this. I'm afraid. Enough of that. Be quick about it. Li Qing's face turned stern. Do not test my patience. All right, Zhu Jian conceded, wary of defiance. But you must promise not to keep it for yourself. You have to return it after viewing. Li Qing chuckled. What a character you are. What has Li Shu not seen? Zhu Jian hesitantly stepped forward, reluctantly extending the scroll. Just be careful with it. Hand it over, Li Qing said, snatching the scroll and unfurling it. After a brief glance, he appeared disinterested, chuckling. So this is what it is. I thought it was something more. Zhu Jian quickly took back the painting, stowing it away with care, before sitting down in front of him, propping her chin on her hand, and asking, Li Shu, did you truly look like this when you were young? Ask your grandfather if you don't believe me. My grandfather, Zhu Jian, paused momentarily, then suddenly comprehended, exclaiming, is this the authentic work of my grandfather, Emperor Xuanda? That fellow, though idle, possesses remarkable artistic talent. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Zhu Jian, momentarily taken aback, soon found himself brimming with curiosity, gazing at Li Qing with eyes alight with wonder. This is living history of the Ming dynasty. Is it not more captivating than mere books? Uncle Li has acknowledged it, which means I can finally inquire. Clearing his throat, Zhu Wanqing asked, Uncle Li, you entered the court in the 15th year of Hongwu, correct? I have read about it in books. I wish to learn more. Zhu Wanqing chuckled. Isn't it more direct and effective to ask you than to read? Li Qing shot him a sharp glance. Do you have a penchant for wit? Oh, come on. Just share. Zhu Wanqing carefully set the scroll aside, took the inkstone and ink stick from before Li Qing, and began to grind the ink. Since you have allowed me to know this, do you still care about the details? Li Qing stretched lazily, flexed his joints, and grumbled, considering your commendable behavior of late. I shall permit you to ask 2 questions. Only 2? Then never mind. Wait, 2 it is. Let me think. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Wanqing asked, Uncle Li, you were granted a marquis title during the Hongwu era, not being a founding minister, which speaks volumes about how highly the emperor regarded you. Could you describe what kind of person the emperor was? Goodness. Li Qing chuckled. You are quite bold in your inquiries. I dare to ask, do you dare to answer? You needn't provoke me. He has long since passed. Am I to be afraid of him? Li Qing shook his head with a smile, saying, he was not a virtuous man. He caused me considerable trouble in my youth, intimidating me with threats and deceit, often resorting to violence. As Li Qing reminisced, his frustration grew. Zhu Wanqing, feeling uneasy, quickly interjected, Uncle Li, you misunderstand. I was inquiring about the emperor's character, not your experiences with him. He was not kind to others either. He was quite harsh and ungrateful, Li Qing lamented before steering the conversation back on course. In terms of achievements, when considering the emperors throughout history, Emperor Taizu would undoubtedly rank among the top 5. With some effort, he might even secure a place in the top 3. After a pause, he added, however, in governance, he was somewhat lacking. Somewhat lacking? Zhu Wanqing protested. Who could possibly surpass Emperor Taizu? There are indeed emperors of this dynasty who surpass him. Take Zhu Laosi, for example. Ahem, Emperor Taizong was somewhat superior to Emperor Taizu. Li Qing remarked, in truth. Emperor Taizu made many assumptions in his policies. Although his intentions were good, such as his vigorous promotion of the household registration system, he was stubborn and dictatorial, rarely allowing others to voice their opinions. Li Qing shifted his tone, continuing, during Emperor Taizu's reign, he imposed light taxes to benefit the populace, reformed the bureaucracy, fortified the borders, and emphasized agriculture. When I mentioned his shortcomings, I meant in comparison to his grand military successes, not to imply that he lacked in civil governance. Li Qing stated, among all founding emperors, Emperor Taizu's background could be considered the least illustrious. Yet in terms of legitimacy, his claim to the throne was the most valid. He expelled the Mongols and restored the Chinese nation. With respect in his voice, Li Qing concluded, Emperor Taizu ended an era where the common people were treated worse than livestock, saving them from peril and distress. He was indeed a truly great man. Although Zhu Wanqing was but a woman, she felt her blood surge with fervor, her mind filled with thoughts of the might of Emperor Taizu. She expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, the Emperor Taizu is such a magnificent figure. How can you speak of him in such a manner? Li Qing chuckled softly. Indeed, he is the Emperor Taizu. A great man, yet he possesses many flaws. If you are only inclined to listen to praises and accolades, then there is no need for my input. Would it not be better to hear the literati speak? I assure you, you shall not encounter a single disparaging remark. That is true. Zhu Wanqing nodded awkwardly. What about Taizong? Taizong, she called. Godfather, have you had breakfast? Li Hong entered, one hand carrying a food box while munching on a meat bun. Eat while it's warm. It loses its appeal when cold. Noticing Wanqing glaring at him with puffed cheeks, he scratched his head and sheepishly remarked, Wanqing, I searched high and low but could not find the yo-yo you wanted. Zhu Wanqing replied, this bun is quite delightful. You'll know once you try it. Li Hong stepped forward, placing the food box down to serve breakfast. Godfather, you need not busy yourself. Eat first. Zhu Wanqing stood, gathering the scroll. Husband, you accompany Godfather for breakfast. I shall eat at home. No need. I bought plenty, he replied. Where in the world can compare to the delicacies of our own home? I am perplexed by your habit of leaving gourmet dishes untouched in favor of buns from outside. Zhu Wanqing remarked, I shall go call mother and dine with her. Li Qing understood the reason behind his behavior. It stemmed from being overly restricted by his father in childhood, who forbade him from indulging in outside food. After a few excursions for breakfast, he had developed a fondness for the allure of dining out. It was amusing to think that even now, despite having reached maturity, Li Hong still found joy in the allure of street breakfasts, a late-blooming rebellion. Godfather, this soup dumpling, once bitten into, is truly exquisite. You must try it, Li Hong urged, bringing it to his mouth. The porridge is still hot. You should eat the bun first, Li Qing chuckled. I can manage on my own. I do not require your assistance, he replied with amusement. This may come in handy in the future. Let me have a taste first, Li Hong replied casually. I fear Godfather may not grant me the opportunity. Li Qing paused, asking, do you not wish for me to travel far? I do not agree, Li Hong stated plainly. Godfather, at your age, is it not better to remain at home? There, your son and daughter-in-law can attend to you. Your father-in-law can alleviate your boredom. And there are the pear garden and that theater. Surely it is preferable to going to Japan? Li Qing smiled wryly. Have you already forgotten what I said this morning? What did you say? I, Li Qing, the Duke of Yongqing of the Ming dynasty. Godfather, that is a well-known fact. There is no need to proclaim it loudly. Li Hong stifled a laugh, finding it difficult to contain his amusement. Seeing his struggle to suppress laughter, Li Qing felt a surge of irritation. That girl has pleaded with me countless times, yet I remain silent. The moment you speak, I divulge the truth, and you disregard it? I shall repeat it. I am the only Duke of Yongqing in the Ming dynasty. Godfather, that trick may work on children, but I am not foolish. Li Hong replied, exasperated. If a child speaks disrespectfully, I fear your intellect may be waning. Bang! With a sudden stumble, Li Hong tumbled several times on the floor before finally steadying himself. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, I must say, my dear Godfather, your vigor remains as robust as ever. However, he paused to catch his breath. As one ages, the body changes daily. I urge you, do not overexert yourself. Your loyalty to the nation can be entrusted to me. He thumped his chest with a resolute sound. Get lost. Just get out of here. Li Qing snapped, clearly exasperated. With a sorrowful expression, Li Hong replied, but Godfather, I haven't had my fill yet. Then feast upon your own whims. Chapter 140. Do you think we resemble each other? My dear husband, were you not dining with your godfather? What brings you here? Zhu Wanqing inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Don't mention it. He gave me quite the beating, Li Hong replied with a wry smile. He then bowed respectfully to Madame Qian, expressing his gratitude. Do sit down, Xiao Chuier. Quickly, serve the gentleman a bowl of soup, Madame Qian said gently. Li Hong smiled and settled beside his beloved wife, feeling more at ease in the absence of his father-in-law. My husband, why did your godfather strike you? Zhu Wanqing whispered. I forbade him from traveling far, and thus he took his frustrations out on me, Li Hong answered with a resigned expression. Suddenly, he noticed the scroll beside her and exclaimed in surprise. You were just holding that in the library. When did you develop an interest in antiques? Zhu Wanqing chuckled, raising an eyebrow. This is no ordinary antique. Oh, let me see. Not now. Let us eat first, she retorted, playfully swatting his hand away. We are dining, so no funny business. Before her mother, he dared not act impertinently, chuckling softly as he resumed his breakfast. Madame Qian had a modest appetite, consuming only a small bowl of fish soup and a single tea egg before inquiring about her son-in-law's recent circumstances and then retiring to her quarters. As soon as she departed, Li Hong promptly reached for the painting, but Zhu Wanqing was prepared, cradling it protectively. It's not suitable to view it here. Let us go to our room. She glanced at the servants nearby. Li Hong paused. Then a mischievous smile crept onto his face as he replied, Very well. Let us retreat to our chamber. He abandoned his meal and stood up to leave. Come quickly, Wanqing. Zhu Wanqing hesitated for a moment before realizing her husband's playful intent, which made her laugh. She casually ate a few spoonfuls of porridge, took the scroll, and followed him. After a few steps, she turned back, saying, Don't waste any food. Let them share it. Thank you, miss, the servants cheerfully replied. In the side room, as Zhu Wanqing entered, Li Hong had already shed his long robe. The stove was ablaze, and he leaned against the head of the bed, waiting for her. Upon her arrival, he grinned and said, Come, let me see what secrets your painting holds. You must pay close attention, Zhu Wanqing replied, struggling to suppress her laughter as she handed him the scroll. Li Hong accepted it, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he unfurled it, but soon, his smile faded in disbelief. This is your godfather? Zhu Wanqing exclaimed. You recognized him? Of course, Li Hong retorted, his enthusiasm waning. Though I was young when I met my godfather, I certainly remember him well. How could I not? Did your godfather truly look like this when you were a child? Absolutely, Li Hong affirmed. In his youth, My godfather's appearance was unparalleled. Who could gaze upon him without being entranced? Had he participated in the imperial examinations, he would surely have been the top scholar. Zhu Wanning interrupted his incessant chatter, saying, "Let us consider. Is it even possible for my godfather to still appear as he does now?" She suddenly felt this was quite plausible. Uncle Li had entered the official realm during the Hongwu era and had retained his youthful visage even into her husband's childhood, suggesting that he not only lived long but also defied the passage of time. "Surely you do not genuinely believe that my godfather is the two-termed Duke Yongqing?" Li Hong replied with a chuckle. "That is merely an excuse for him to venture out, not to be taken seriously." "Oh, my foolish husband," Zhu Wanning sighed. "Do you truly think he is jesting? Then what could it possibly be?" Zhu Wanning retorted with frustration. "No, truly. Everything he has said is factual. Have you never pondered why you accepted him as your godfather?" Li Hong smiled. "I am quite aware. My great-grandfather and my godfather hit it off immediately." Yet, mid-sentence, he faltered, his brow furrowing slowly. Zhu Wanning scoffed. "Your great-grandfather, Li Jinglong, was a man of the Hongwu period. What scenes had he not witnessed? Why would he find such immediate rapport with him?" Li Hong inhaled sharply, his complexion shifting, and stammered, This is simply too incredible to fathom." Seeing his lingering disbelief, Zhu Wanning inquired, "What about Grandfather Zhang? You are aware, correct?" "Of course. Could it be that he is indeed the slovenly immortal? Is that not a stretch?" Li Hong found it difficult to accept, merely because the old man bore the surname Zhang. Zhu Wanning rolled her eyes dramatically. "What stretch? Given my godfather's formidable presence, is it not possible he endures such treatment?" Li Hong proposed his perspective, though his initial certainty had begun to wane, and doubts stirred within him. Zhu Wanning regarded him askance, pouting. "He has acknowledged it himself, yet you remain obstinate. How foolish." Li Hong felt a sudden clarity dawn upon him, yet still struggled to accept it. "No, I must inquire further with my godfather. Brother Hong, wait for me." In the library, Li Hong entered with a newfound seriousness. "Godfather." "Yes, what is it now? Are you truly the two-termed Duke Yongqing? Why would you think otherwise?" Li Qing paused his writing, chuckling softly. "When have I ever deceived you?" Li Hong hesitated. "Then how can you prove it?" "My words serve as proof," Li Qing replied calmly. "I mention this merely to prepare for unforeseen circumstances in the future. Furthermore, as father and son, I wish to leave no secrets between us." Li Hong pressed on. "So Grandfather Zhang is indeed the slovenly immortal?" Li Qing remained silent for a moment before nodding. Li Hong tugged at his hair, his expression one of torment. "Godfather, I cannot shake the feeling that you are deceiving me now." "You simpleton," Li Qing sighed, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. "Come with me." As they stepped outside, they encountered Zhu Wanning, who had hurried over. "Godfather, where are you and Brother Hong headed?" Li Qing glanced at her and replied, "You may join us." Since he had revealed the truth, he was unbothered by allowing the two younger ones to witness his true self. Indeed, this was a preparation for the future. As Zhu Qijian had stated, in equal circumstances, having connections vastly differed from lacking them. With great vigor, they rise. With equal suddenness, they fall. Many occurrences are abrupt, and Li Qing needed to be prepared for the unexpected tides of fate. He possesses the ability to re-enter the court through his own merit. Yet this requires a methodical approach and will consume a considerable amount of time. He fears that he may not have the luxury to orchestrate his plans with due diligence. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to leave a contingency plan in place. Whether to utilize it can be determined by the circumstances, but it must not be absent. Ideally, it would be best to have a fallback plan with the emperor. However, historically, Zhu Jian Shen appears to have had an extraordinary background. Hongji seems to have had a similar experience, though it is uncertain whether the current crown prince resembles the historical Hongji, and he is unwilling to take that risk. Of course, the true catalyst for Li Qing's determination to distance himself from the royal family is none other than that rascal Jiajing. His knowledge of Ming history is rather limited, compounded by the fact that over a century has passed since he time-traveled, causing many details to become obscured. His understanding of the successors to the throne is confined to a reign title and public perception, with some titles escaping his memory entirely. After Jiajing, he only knows of Wanli, Tianqi, and Chongzhen. Matters he does not comprehend or feel assured about are not ones Li Qing wishes to engage in. Compared to an emperor of whom he knows little, he finds his godson and his descendants far more trustworthy. In another courtyard, Li Qing pushed open the door to the guest chamber and stepped inside, saying, "Come in," and shut the door. Li Hong was perplexed. But Zhu Jian seemed to have an inkling of what was happening. She hurriedly nudged her husband and swiftly followed, closing the door behind her. Then, with eager anticipation, she gazed at Uncle Li, urging, "Transform, please." Li Hong, utterly baffled, responded, "Transform into what?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt a violent gust of wind sweep through, instinctively retreating a few steps to shield his beloved wife. Zhu Jian, however, was unfazed. She sidestepped him and focused intently ahead. Before them, Li Qing's crown was swept away, his hairpin broken, and a gossamer veil slid from his face, causing her pupils to quiver in astonishment. Li Qing approached and took the scroll from her hand, yet she seemed not to notice. He unfurled the scroll, directing his gaze towards Li Hong. "Do you see a resemblance between us?" Li Hong was left speechless, his lips sealed for a prolonged moment, unable to utter a single word. Having lived for over 30 years, the events of this day truly transcended his comprehension, shattering his worldview. Zhu Jian was not faring much better. Despite her earlier suspicions, the reality of the scene unfolding before her rendered her speechless in awe. There was no embellishment, no artistic manipulation, merely stark realism. The tall and slender figure, the voluminous and straight hair, the profound yet weathered starry eyes, and the strikingly handsome face bearing a weary pallor, all replicated with astonishing fidelity. Were it not for the difference in attire, Zhu Jian might have doubted whether the figure had indeed stepped out of the painting. After a lengthy silence, Zhu Jian was the first to regain her composure, exclaiming, "Uncle Li, you truly possess divine abilities." Li Qing ignored her, turning his attention to his godson. "Hong, do you believe now?" "Yes, I believe," Li Hong murmured. "Godfather, what on earth is happening?" Li Qing took a seat on a nearby chair, stating, "You two should sit as well." The young couple nodded and sat opposite him, awaiting his explanation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing sighed and said, "To be honest, I cannot elucidate the specifics. It is simply as you see it. I will not age. Since my arrival in this era, I have remained as such, and this has nothing to do with Zhang Xianren." "How old are you in this era, godfather?" asked Zhu Jian. I can hardly calculate that at the moment," Li Qing replied, scratching his head. "In the 15th year of Hongwu, I was already in my 30s. "My heavens!" Zhu Jian exclaimed in astonishment. "How did you arrive here?" After a lengthy reflection, Li Qing recounted, "I had an unfortunate accident during an exhilarating recreational activity." He then took considerable effort to explain to the couple what bungee jumping entailed. Li Hong inquired, "So, godfather, can you return?" "Not anymore." Li Qing shook his head. "Oh." Li Hong felt overwhelmed by the shock, his mind still in a daze, and thus fell silent. However, Zhu Jian, possessing remarkable adaptability, thought to herself, having achieved immortality, what else could be beyond acceptance? She promptly asked, "Godfather, is your condition replicable?" Li Qing gently shook his head, his tone tinged with melancholy. "If it were replicable, your elder brother would have ascended to the throne long ago." Chapter 141. Journey to Japan. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly found solace in the realization that if such extraordinary matters were accessible to all, the world would surely descend into chaos. "Godfather, who knows this secret of yours?" Zhu Jian probed. "Only a handful," Li Qing replied. "I hadn't intended for you to learn so soon, but my upcoming journey will take me to many places and will last a considerable duration." Li Hong let out a long sigh. It was only now that he could somewhat come to terms with reality. "Godfather, does this mean you can remain this way forever?" "Who can say?" Li Qing chuckled self-deprecatingly, his voice laced with an air of resignation and sadness. "Immortality is not necessarily a blessing." The child understood. Li Hong sighed, finally grasping why his godfather often conveyed a profound sense of loneliness. In the past, he had been perplexed by his godfather's perpetual unhappiness, as if nothing could genuinely bring him joy, but now, it all made sense. Thus, he felt a deep sorrow. Zhu Jian suddenly proclaimed, "Godfather is a celestial being, descending from the heavens to uphold order in the realm and alleviate the suffering of the people." Li Hong was momentarily taken aback, then comprehended his wife's profound insight and echoed, "Indeed, that is so. Only a divine being can inspire sufficient reverence in others, fundamentally eradicating greed." Li Qing nodded with a smile. "Yes, that is well said." After removing his mask, Li Qing decided against putting it back on and chose to reside in a separate courtyard instead. He returned to this courtyard where he had spent a considerable time before. This area had always been a restricted zone within the estate, forbidden to servants without permission, allowing Li Qing to enjoy a serene environment, which he cherished immensely. He spent his days writing or sharing drinks with his godson. Zhu Jian frequently brought along food and drink, and they would indulge in reminiscing about the past. In the blink of an eye, the new year had arrived once more. On New Year's Eve, before the midnight vigil had begun, the Qian family could no longer hold out and retired early. Zhu Jian, Li Hong, and Zhu Wanqing, the three of them, brought food and drink to the small courtyard. Rousing the already slumbering Li Qing, Li Hong kindled the fire, and Zhu Wanqing arranged the food and fruits, bustling about with great enthusiasm. Li Qing, displaying a weary countenance, remarked, "Didn't I say not to bother with me? I've already stated that I do not wish to celebrate the new year." He genuinely had no desire to partake in the New Year festivities. "But Godfather is about to depart. We must raise a toast," Zhu Wanqing cheerfully insisted. "It's New Year's, so you should be in good spirits." She poured wine for Li Qing, then filled the cups of her grandfather and husband in turn. Raising her glass, she declared, "May my godfather's journey be smooth and all endeavors successful. Cheers! Cheers!" Zhu Jian and Li Hong also lifted their glasses. Not wanting to dampen the mood, Li Qing clinked his glass with theirs and said, "Cheers." Just as the glasses were set down, Zhu Wanqing immediately refilled them, saying, "With my godfather leaving this time, who knows when we will meet again? We must enjoy ourselves tonight." Li Qing smiled gently, "I have no problem, but you might not be able to handle it. You underestimate us, Godfather." Li Hong patted his chest. "I can hold my liquor just fine." After a pause, he added, "I'm even more capable than you think." Zhu Jian chuckled heartily. "Daughter, fill my glass." "Of course, father." The toast continued, the sound of clinking glasses ringing out. Zhu Jian eventually collapsed face first into the dish, completely oblivious. Li Hong fared no better, finding solace under the table in slumber. Zhu Wanqing, though not excessively drunk, was clearly tipsy, her head spinning as she stumbled and fell to the ground, her bright eyes dazed. Li Qing leaned back in his chair, toying with his wine glass. The reflection of the candlelight danced in the wine, casting a clear image of his youthful and handsome face, which felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. After a lengthy pause, he sighed softly, drained his glass, and stood to leave. "Uncle Li, where are you going?" Zhu Wanqing, relatively sober, quickly inquired. "Just stepping out for some fresh air," Li Qing replied, striding out the door. On the first day of the new year, the whole residence was filled with festive cheer, yet lacked some of its usual liveliness. Li Qing was absent. Li Hong's spirits were low, entirely devoid of the festive mood, while Zhu Wanqing felt a subtle sadness, a heaviness in her heart that was hard to articulate. "Father, did Uncle Li really just leave like that?" She struggled to accept such a manner of parting. Zhu Jian sighed. "He hasn't truly left. The person I arranged for him is still here. He merely went to visit an old friend." "An old friend?" Zhu Wanqing paused in confusion. "Is it great-grandfather Li Jinglong, or Duke Lanyu?" Li Hong rose and said, "I'll go find him. He should be at home celebrating the new year." "You stop right there," Zhu Jian interjected. "What kind of person do you think he is? Does he need your consolation? If he weren't strong enough to handle it, could he have endured until now? He doesn't need you." Li Hong hesitated, reluctantly sitting back down. Zhu Wanqing attempted to mediate. "Brother Hong, do not be upset. Godfather wouldn't leave without a word. It's best not to disturb him." Days passed, and Li Qing still had not returned. Li Hong grew anxious. He felt compelled to seek out his godfather. This farewell seemed to stretch into an uncertain future, and though he could not prevent it, he wished for one last gathering before parting. Zhu Jian remained firm in his refusal, saying, "Do not overestimate your importance. His world is not solely centered around you." After a moment, he added, "Besides, you wouldn't even be able to find him." "Father, do you know where he has gone?" "Yes, but it is best not to disturb him." Zhu Jian sighed. "We will wait for his return." Li Hong, feeling helpless, asked, "Father-in-law, surely you can tell me what my godfather is doing?" Zhu Jian fell silent for a moment before responding, "He is visiting his wife." "Wife?" Zhu Wanqing was taken aback. "Has my godfather started a family?" Li Hong was equally perplexed, wondering why he was unaware of such matters. "Of course you wouldn't know," Zhu Jian retorted with a slight scoff. Zhu Wanqing's curiosity piqued. She inquired, "Father, is my godfather's wife exceedingly beautiful?" A flush crept onto Zhu Jian's face as he awkwardly admitted, "In truth, I am not certain. I merely overheard the old gentleman Zhang mention it." During the Xuande reign, all three of his wives had passed away, after which he withdrew from public life. It was not until the 5th year of the Zhengtong era that he returned to the court, and you are generally aware of the events that followed. So, Uncle Li has been living alone, Zhu Wanqing murmured, followed by a sigh. No wonder he is never married. The loss of his wife must have grieved him deeply. As she spoke, sorrow washed over her. She had her own affections and could empathize with the pain of losing a beloved. Honggu, you mustn't walk ahead of me in the future, she said, her voice tinged with emotion. Li Hong, his throat dry and lips pressed tightly together for a long moment, finally responded with a simple, all right. Pa. Speaking such inauspicious words during the new year, do you seek a beating? Zhu Jian exclaimed, visibly irritated. I am still here. You young ones should refrain from discussing matters of life and death. What nonsense. Father, let us not dwell on such unhappy topics today. It is the new year. Zhu Jian waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, he will certainly return before he leaves. The young couple exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of distress. As the days passed, Li Qing did not return. On the day of the Lantern Festival, Zhu Jian called upon the couple and sighed, Come. Your godfather is leaving. Let us go see him one last time. Is he not coming back? Let us go, my husband, Zhu Wanqing suggested. If he returns, he will need to change his attire, and we would not want to trouble him. Let us pay him a visit. Li Hong silently sighed, nodding in agreement. Then let us go? At the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, in a private room, Li Qing produced 3 prescriptions corresponding to the 3 stages of conditioning the Qian family's health. He then handed Li Hong the Heavenly Master Pill. Following that, he retrieved a tome on breathing techniques and remarked, in the martial arts, talent is paramount. However, you lack it. This is a method I have specifically crafted for you. Together with this Heavenly Master Pill, it should enable you to ascend to the ranks of inner sect masters. The naval battles are particularly perilous, so do not be complacent. Yes, I will remember. Li Hong solemnly accepted the pill and the martial treatise, kneeling and bowing his head respectfully. Zhu Wanqing also knelt beside her husband, paying her respects to Li Qing. Having received their homage, Li Qing turned to Zhu Jian and asked, Is everything arranged? They are downstairs, excellent sailors, Zhu Jian confirmed. By the way, master, are you not taking the maritime map with you? I shall not. I have already created a simplified version of the places I need to go, Li Qing explained, advising. Ensure that the maritime map is preserved intact. You never know when it might come in handy. I understand. Zhu Jian nodded. Is there anything else, master? Li Qing chuckled softly and shook his head. I am leaving. Is it truly so urgent? Li Qing smiled. What purpose is there in lingering a moment longer? I am off. Thus, Li Qing and his entourage departed from Jinling, reaching Ningbo, before transitioning from land to sea, embarking on a journey across the ocean to Japan. Due to the absence of monsoons at this season, the voyage was not swift. Although the waters were calm, it took more than a month. In the 12th year of the Changhua era, at the end of February, Li Qing landed in Kagoshima. Upon reaching the shore, he sought refuge with a local farming family, temporarily settling in their abode. He was in no rush to depart, intending first to familiarize himself with the current state of affairs in Japan. It was during this time that Li Qing felt fortunate to have brought along a guide. Otherwise, the rapid-fire chatter would have left him utterly bewildered. The head of this household was a mining foreman, overseeing more than 20 workers, and lived a relatively comfortable life, having taken several wives and keeping servants, with multiple wooden houses to his name. Although these structures were quite rudimentary, they were considered quite decent for the area. However, Li Qing was never one to be picky. As long as he had a place to rest, he was content, not having come in search of luxury. He had brought 6 guides with him, all of whom had settled in Jinling and were trustworthy in their loyalty. He dispatched 5 of them to explore the local environment, while retaining 1 to learn the foreign language. Mastering a foreign tongue was indeed crucial, as relying on translations for everything would prove exceedingly inconvenient. Li Qing contemplated that when he ventured to other countries in the future, he should also become proficient in the local languages. After all, it was always beneficial to possess a multitude of skills. One day, the head of the household, who had remained elusive until then, arrived at Li Qing's room accompanied by a group of robust, yet generally short men. The sudden appearance of this crowd startled the guide, causing him to tremble and utter a flurry of words. Having practiced the foreign language over the past few days, Li Qing had made some progress. Although he could not comprehend every detail, he gathered the gist of the guide's message. They wished to engage in conversation. Li Qing was unfazed. With just these dozen men, even unarmed, it would take less than a quarter of an hour to handle the situation. To his surprise, after some negotiation, the guide turned to Li Qing and reported, "Sir, they wish to conduct business with you. Inform them that I am not here to engage in trade," Li Qing replied, continuing to sip his tea brewed from the expensive Ming tea leaves he had purchased. Reflecting on his decision, he thought he should have brought some tea leaves with him. The household head stepped forward, chattering animatedly, and thrust a package down before Li Qing. This time, no translation was needed. Li Qing understood immediately. Money was not an issue. Glancing at the large, brightly colored lumps within, he couldn't help but marvel at the abundant mineral resources in this region. The man, noticing Li Qing's interest, grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and resumed his animated chatter. The guide translated, "Sir, he says he desires tea leaves and silk. Did I not instruct you to convey that I am not here for commerce?" Li Qing frowned, urging the guide to relay his message. The guide looked troubled. With so many individuals present, provoking them could lead to dire consequences. "Sir, perhaps we should consider negotiating with them?" Li Qing rose and approached the household head, shaking his index finger in a dismissive manner. Despite the language barrier, gestures could convey meaning. The man grasped his intent and grew increasingly agitated. Observing the rising tension, Li Qing rolled up his sleeves, prepared for a confrontation. As the situation escalated, a man suddenly burst into the room, frantically addressing the household head. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, abandoning his intentions as he seized the package and rushed outside, followed closely by his angry entourage. Li Qing, perplexed, turned to the guide and inquired, "What did that person say?" The guide, still somewhat shaken, gasped, "Their gold mine has been plundered." "Plundered? Is the security here truly that dire?" Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment. The guide regarded him with a peculiar expression, and after a while, chuckled through his disbelief. "Sir, is this your first visit?" "Indeed," Li Qing responded, tossing a silver ingot to him. "Please, elaborate." The guide hastily accepted the coin, his demeanor noticeably more amiable as he explained, "In Japan, mineral resources lack clear ownership. Anyone may mine them. It is not uncommon for disputes over gold, silver, and copper mines to arise." His tone conveyed disdain, as it was evident that after establishing himself in the Ming dynasty, he regarded himself as one of its people and held Japan in contempt. Curiously, Li Qing asked, "Doesn't the shogun Ashikaga Yoshimitsu or the Ashikaga clan take action?" "Oh, they would like to, but they cannot." The guide elaborated. 9 years ago, during the 3rd year of our Ming Chenghua reign, a great rebellion erupted when Ashikaga Yoshimasa was the shogun. The daimyos, such as Hosokawa Katsumoto and Yamana Tokiyoshi, engaged in fierce conflicts, affecting almost all of Japan. It was during that upheaval that I moved my family to the Ming. The guide continued, "Since then, the authority of the shogun has waned significantly. Fortunately, with the Ming as a powerful ally, the Ashikaga clan has been willing to relinquish some power, focusing on trade with the Ming, which swiftly quelled the chaos." The guide, motivated by the silver, recounted everything he knew to Li Qing. While the great turmoil has subsided, minor skirmishes persist. After the Ashikaga clan's decline, the ambitions of local daimyos have expanded, leading to territorial disputes. However, they all outwardly show respect to the Ashikaga clan, though this situation cannot endure indefinitely. Li Qing frowned and remarked, "How is it that I have never heard of this in my official circles?" There is nothing strange about that," the guide replied, his tone more respectful upon learning of Li Qing's connections. "The Ashikaga clan fears that reporting to the Ming court may lead to abandonment, while the local daimyos worry about provoking the court's wrath and facing suppression. Thus, they tacitly avoid alarming the Ming. Of course, this matter has reached our Ming to some extent. Many discuss it privately. But I digress. Please do not spread this information. Rest assured, what you share with me shall remain confidential." Li Qing smiled, encouraging him to continue. "The Ming court has prohibited trade with Japan. However, there are always those who take risks for profit. One of my friends is involved in this trade, making considerable earnings with annual dealings. These matters do not affect legitimate business. In fact, smuggled goods are often cheaper. Local powers are keen to procure more affordable Ming products, thus treating Ming merchants with great courtesy, even establishing a rule to protect them from harm. Otherwise, they would face collective retribution." After hearing this discourse, Li Qing fell into a deep reverie. At last, he muttered, "Damn it, such a significant matter, and I was utterly unaware." He pondered. "It seems that remaining in the court is not advisable. One can easily be blinded by a single leaf. I should have ventured into the world beyond. Li Qing exhaled deeply and inquired, when do smugglers from the Ming dynasty typically conduct their business? Well, Li Qing produced a silver ingot, saying, if you do not speak, they will certainly reveal it. Indeed, the guide murmured, generally, it occurs around June and July, coinciding with the court's off-season for shipments. Li Qing nodded, lost in thought. The guide cautiously suggested, sir, in my humble opinion, it would be prudent to adopt the identity of a Ming merchant. This way, at the very least, our safety can be assured. As long as we are acknowledged as merchants, they would not dare to harm us. They are solely motivated by profit and wish to avoid conflicts with the locals. Li Qing contemplated for a moment and replied, I shall consider this further. However, you need not worry about safety. He smiled, adding, for now, it is imperative that you teach me the language of this nation. Very well. In the evening, the guides who had gone out to gather information returned to report their findings to Li Qing. Sir, this place is far from peaceful. We witnessed a fierce battle this afternoon. It was utterly terrifying. A few of us were clearly shaken and even contemplated returning. Li Qing's heart stirred. What a coincidence. To arrive and immediately encounter a large-scale war. How many were involved? At least 200. One of them responded gravely. Li Qing replied, Sir, this is not the Ming. 200 is already quite substantial. The guide who was teaching Li Qing the foreign language hurriedly explained, in that monumental battle of Ur, the total scale did not surpass 10,000. Indeed, another chimed in, though there are currently only 200. It is not inconceivable that it could escalate to a 1,000-man conflict. Exactly. We inquired and learned that a significant gold mine has been discovered nearby, which will likely soon attract the attention of powerful clans. Sir, we should return. Yes, sir, it would be wise to retreat, after all. We are noblemen and do not need to take such risks. These individuals had settled in Jinling, leveraging their ability to speak Chinese for substantial profits. While Zhu Jian had offered a high price, it was not enough to risk their lives. A wave of retreat swept through the group. Every nation has its own circumstances. For the Ming dynasty, a battle of 1,000 men might be trivial, but here, it would indeed qualify as a large-scale conflict. Do not be too hasty. Li Qing reassured them. For the time being, you need not venture out to gather information. Remain here and teach me the language of this place. Sir, we could learn even if we returned. It is too perilous here. Had we not fled quickly today, we might have met our end. Indeed, sir. We can learn on the road. They had come to earn money, not to risk their lives. Faced with the threat to their existence, they were reluctant to continue. Money could always be earned anew. After all, they had various means of income. But if their lives were lost, what would become of their wives and children? They hardly spoke any Chinese. Seeing their eagerness to return, Li Qing conceded, very well, let us compromise. You shall remain for 10 days. During this time, take turns teaching me. I shall learn diligently, and you shall teach earnestly. Once the time is up, you may depart, and I will settle the outstanding payment. Several individuals exchanged glances, contemplating the generous reward. With a collective determination, they resolved, my lord, it is merely 10 days, is it not? Indeed, just 10 days. Li Qing affirmed. Very well, we shall proceed. The following day, while dining at the host's residence, Li Qing encountered the master of the house once more. The man's arm was wrapped in several layers of coarse cloth, stained with crimson, indicative of an injury sustained in the recent skirmish. It was evident that he had played a role in the conflict. Though his injury was not severe, he could still eat and drink. His face was marred by a palpable resentment and fury. It seemed likely that he had lost possession of the gold mine. A few women nearby appeared dispirited, their heads bowed, exuding an aura of lethargy. Li Qing turned to the guide beside him and said, relay to the master that I can offer him a lucrative opportunity. My lord, perhaps we should refrain from meddling? The guide hesitated. Enough with the trivialities, go swiftly, Li Qing commanded with an austere countenance. Do you wish to forfeit your payment? The little man values his life more. The guide muttered. Rest assured, even if you wish for death, I have no such desire, Li Qing replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. After all, he lacked the capability for seamless communication with others at this juncture. I will add an additional 50 taels of silver. Very well, the guide sighed and approached the master. Li Qing ascended the small wooden loft directly. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the guide returned with the man in tow. Upon entering, the atmosphere in the room shifted. The others immediately grew tense. casting accusatory looks at their companion who had brought the newcomer. Their expressions rife with indignation. You must have taken a bribe. Please, have a seat. Li Qing gestured toward the mat before him. The man sat down and, in a raspy voice, expressed his concerns, stating that if Li Qing intended to play tricks, none of them would survive the encounter. The guide swallowed hard, struggling to convey the message. Li Qing smiled and nodded, instructing, tell him that as long as he acknowledges me as his superior, I guarantee he will become a notable figure in this region. The guide hesitated, fearing the implications of such a translation. At that moment, the housemaster's temper flared. Although he did not comprehend the words, he perceived Li Qing's arrogance and commanding demeanor. He leapt to his feet, furiously gesticulating at Li Qing, clearly unleashing a torrent of invective. Li Qing furrowed his brow and stood as well. The difference in their statures was immediately apparent. The agitated man quickly regained his composure, swallowing nervously and glancing at the translator for clarification. Observing this, the guide's courage swelled slightly, and he delicately articulated Li Qing's intent. Perhaps due to the intimidation of Li Qing's imposing presence, the housemaster refrained from further outbursts. He scrutinized Li Qing, his opulent silks, towering stature, and the unmistakable aura of authority suggested that this Ming gentleman was no ordinary person. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the housemaster spoke to the translator. My lord, the guide relayed. He inquired about what you can offer in collaboration, what he would gain, and how the final profits would be distributed. Li Qing smiled slightly, acknowledging the man's astuteness. Inform him that I can provide no less than 200 elite warriors, fully committed to assisting him in expanding his territory. As for the profits, I can forego my share initially, but I demand a voice in decision-making, an undeniable authority. The guide, with a perplexed expression, remarked, My lord, we agreed that we would be allowed to return in 10 days. I assure you, I shall not drag you into this. Feel free to convey that. Li Qing replied confidently, but where do we find 200 armed men? I can match the prowess of 200 elite warriors. The guide, caught between laughter and tears, retorted. The others seem visibly anxious. They believe that to toy with others in such a manner will surely lead to dire consequences. My lord, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Your actions are decidedly unwise. Li Qing, slightly impatient, insisted, listen well. I will settle the balance in 10 days and release you. If you do not comply, I shall confront him immediately, and none shall emerge unscathed. The others, incensed, protested that this was not how they had initially agreed. Unfazed by their concerns, Li Qing declared, You may either heed my command and depart on schedule, or dare to play tricks, in which case none of you shall return, leaving you bereft of both men and riches. The others, though seething with anger, dared not voice their discontent, fearing Li Qing's wrath. They had no choice but to translate his words faithfully. Shortly after, they conveyed the master's words to Li Qing, who stated, If my lord possesses 200 armed men, why should he seek to collaborate with him? He fears that my lord might devour him later. Li Qing chuckled softly, replying, Inform him that given his current predicament, what is there for me to covet? The guide translated this once more, and the man fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he asked the guide another question. My lord, he inquires about your whereabouts. Li Qing approached the man and, in somewhat halting Japanese, proclaimed, I am worth 200. The man was momentarily stunned, then erupted in anger. Baka? With a swift kick. Li Qing sent him flying, leading to a moment of extraordinary demonstration. To convince others that he alone equated to 200. He needed to make them believe he was beyond human. Li Qing's internal energy surged dramatically. His feet gradually lifted off the ground, and soon he hovered 3 feet in the air. His long hair danced without wind, and his robe billowed, as if a celestial being had descended. This spectacle left everyone in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in awe. Soon, Li Qing descended, and his flowing hair returned to its natural state, everything resuming its ordinary appearance. However, such an act, defying the laws of nature, could not be sustained for long, even with a century of internal energy sustaining him. He quickly exhausted a significant portion of it. Yet, it was more than sufficient. The onlookers bowed deeply, overwhelmed by fear, and the guides began to speak in their native tongue, leaving Li Qing utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, he discerned the general meaning, words of divine blessings and pleas for divine patience. They worshipped him fervently. After some time, they gradually returned to normal, Their gazes toward Li Qing transformed into expressions of reverence. The guides, no longer intimidated, approached him with fervent eyes, kneeling and exclaiming, "Great celestial being." Li Qing, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, remarked, "I preferred your previous demeanor. Please return to that." The group exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before hastily correcting themselves, calling out, "My lord." "Indeed," Li Qing replied with a smile, "that is much more fitting." He approached the low table and seated himself once more, contemplating his thoughts. "Yes, my lord." The guide bowed slightly and turned to translate with an air of authority. The master shook his head, swallowed hard, and nodded like a chick pecking at rice, his gaze towards Li Qing filled with reverence. Observing this, Li Qing remarked, "Let him retire to recuperate and hasten to gather more manpower. In 10 days, we shall execute a grand plan." The guide translated faithfully, and the man naturally complied, bowing before exiting the room. Once he left, several individuals immediately surged forward, their faces displaying overt flattery, their earlier intentions to depart forgotten. Li Qing had anticipated this outcome and calmly stated, "Teach me the local dialect swiftly, then you may depart. Attend to your duties and conduct yourselves properly, and you shall live free of worry. Do not be insatiable." Though they felt disheartened, they dared not negotiate, nodding in agreement with noticeably more respect, their teaching efforts becoming more earnest. In the ensuing days, the group took turns instructing Li Qing, who remained tireless in his studies, fervently immersing himself in the language. Through his near photographic memory and their unreserved dedication, Li Qing's grasp of the foreign tongue steadily improved. Before long, 10 days had elapsed. He had made significant progress, though not yet fluent. He had attained a level sufficient for basic communication, albeit occasionally requiring translation. Nevertheless, Li Qing remained true to his word, settling the final payments for the group and allowing them to leave. Just before their departure, he ominously declared, "I have bestowed blessings upon you, upon your return. Do not speak carelessly, lest you suffer dire consequences." Yes, we understand. We thank the immortal for your blessings." They hurriedly bowed, overwhelmed with joy. In truth, Li Qing harbored no fear of any potential revelations. With the abundance of folklore, his contribution would hardly cause a stir. He merely sought to minimize any possible repercussions. After sending them off, Li Qing sought out the master once more. In the local dialect, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Inoue Saburo." How many men have you gathered during this time?" 18 warriors. Inoue Saburo appeared somewhat proud, noting that in his prime, he had had only slightly more than 20 subordinates. To assemble such a number in a short span was indeed commendable. Li Qing pondered for a moment and said, "Inform them to come. I wish to understand the local powers." "Yes." Inoue Saburo exited. Li Qing contemplated, given the persistent turmoil here, why not stoke the flames further, allowing the conflict to intensify? This nation, rich in mineral resources, possessed considerable strength among the neighboring countries of the Ming dynasty, with a population nearing 10 million. While it could not be compared to the Ming, it was significantly more formidable than other smaller nations, particularly in its ambitions, which should not be underestimated. To plunge it into endless internal strife would evidently serve the interests of the Ming. Ideally, it would reduce it to a mere source of labor, continuously supplying gold, silver, copper, and iron to the Ming. In the evening, Inoue Saburo returned with his 18 warriors. Though labeled as warriors, they were essentially 18 robust miners, wielding tools of the trade, hammers and picks, some of which towered over them, lending an incongruous air to the scene. They scrutinized Li Qing, seemingly skeptical of Inoue Saburo's description. Li Qing, disinterested in further explanations, decided it sufficed to keep Inoue Saburo in check, for he had little energy to expend. He merely inquired in the local dialect whether they dared risk their lives. Of course, Inoue Saburo affirmed, declaring that they were all fearless warriors. At this, the group displayed a haughty demeanor, yet their disdain for Li Qing grew. However, Li Qing paid them no heed and asked, "How far is the mine from here? How many guards are stationed?" "It's approximately 12 miles, with over 100 men," Inoue Saburo excitedly responded. "Are we going to seize it back tonight?" His eagerness was palpable. Yet, the other warriors appeared horrified, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? Look at their numbers compared to ours." Unexpectedly, Li Qing rose and declared, "Then let us fight." "Who would fight with you?" The group protested. It was clearly a reckless endeavor. Inoue Saburo quickly reassured them, "Fear not, for he possesses great powers." He then looked at Li Qing, Since you have not shown your prowess yet, please do so now. Li Qing shook his head in refusal. What a folly to expend energy needlessly just before a skirmish. I am the main force. As for these so-called warriors, they were merely spectators in his quest to expand his influence. To put it plainly, they were just along for the ride, facilitating his post-battle propaganda to swiftly assemble a troop. Those willing to accompany him would surely prosper afterward, while those reluctant could return now. Those who are cowardly and fear death should leave at once, Li Qing stated coldly. Unexpectedly, his words had a surprisingly potent effect. The group felt deeply humiliated, glaring at Li Qing as they brandished their hammers, shouting furiously. Their words were uttered too quickly and chaotically for Li Qing to discern, but he surmised it was something along the lines of, "Whoever is cowardly is a disgrace." Inoue Saburo seized the moment. "Then let us depart." The group responded with enthusiasm. They traversed the 12 miles in nearly an hour, but by the time they neared the gold mine, more than half the company had dwindled. Clearly, while their slogans rang loud, action was taken by a mere few. Most remained practical. The party halted before a pile of rubble, and Li Qing gestured to Inoue Saburo to investigate the situation. Good. Inoue Saburo inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and stealthily approached under the cover of night. Approximately 15 minutes later, he returned, crouched and panting. "They have at least 150 men." Li Qing nodded. "How many do we have?" Inoue Saburo glanced back. 7. "Then we shall fight." Li Qing boldly charged forward. "Are you serious?" The 5 warriors gasped. Chapter 144, so brutal. Without a hint of preparation or concern, Li Qing surged ahead. Not only were the 5 warriors taken aback, but even Inoue Saburo was momentarily stunned by his directness. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Li Qing pressed on. He had no time for hesitation, and the urgency of the situation left no room for doubt. Inoue Saburo understood that if he did not follow now, he would irrevocably lose the favor of this formidable being. Considering the arduous days ahead, alongside Li Qing's awe-inspiring might, he steeled himself and grabbed his weapon to follow suit. Before departing, he declared, "Believe it or not, 7 against 105, the advantage lies with me." The 5 exchanged glances, rendered speechless. To be fair, their unwavering loyalty to Saburo Inoue, demonstrated by their perseverance thus far, was commendable. Yet, the apparent recklessness of their actions naturally sowed seeds of hesitation among them. Shortly after Inoue departed, one among them spoke up. "Losing this mine jeopardizes our families and livelihoods. I shall go, you may choose as you wish." With that, he followed suit. As one took the lead, the remaining force swiftly resolved to take the plunge. Although the odds of failure were exceedingly high, as previously articulated, the loss of this mine would undoubtedly render their lives arduous. If fortune favored them, and they managed to confront the enemy leader, there might yet be a glimmer of hope, albeit a faint one. What is that? One man, lantern in hand, patrolling the night, detected the rapidly approaching figure of Li Qing and instantly fell into a state of panic. Such a towering figure was nowhere to be found among their ranks, and it was clear that he meant no good. "Someone is here to rob us." Crack! Li Qing delivered a powerful kick, causing the man's chest to cave in, transforming him into a blood-spurting warrior midair, his subsequent words swallowed in shock. "A killer." Li Qing chuckled coldly, continuing his advance. The sounds of combat, along with the remnants of the patroller's utterance, soon alerted the guards of the mine, prompting a gathering of reinforcements. Li Qing picked up a hammer from the ground, weighed it in his hand, deemed it unwieldy, and removed its iron head, retaining only the sturdy stick. He swung it, producing a buzzing sound in the air. At that moment, Inoue rushed to catch up, anxious. "Great God, can we win?" "Of course." Li Qing responded defiantly, facing the first wave of over 10 adversaries, advancing rather than retreating, his wooden staff swirling like a windmill. Bang, bang, bang. Due to the disparity in height, each of Li Qing's strikes landed upon the opponent's heads, producing a resonating thud with each impact. Thankfully, the wooden stick, intended for mining, was robust enough, and with Li Qing's internal energy reinforcing it, it did not shatter under the recoil. In a flash, Li Qing had incapacitated 5 or 6 adversaries, relying on sheer strength to yield miraculous results. The bloody scene was utterly chilling. They had taken lives before, but such a violent and gruesome manner of killing was unprecedented, truly terrifying. To obliterate a skull directly, the splatter of white and red, warm against their faces, sent shivers down their spines, extinguishing their initial bravado. Not only they, but Inoue and the arriving samurai were also gripped by a chilling dread at this spectacle. It was appallingly brutal. The commotion inevitably attracted more attention, and as more individuals surged forth, the darkness concealed the grim fate of those left behind, leading them to assume that ordinary samurai were merely attempting to seize the mine. With only 7 in Li Qing's group, they felt no fear and immediately armed themselves for a confrontation. Observing this, Inoue and his companions tightened their grips on their weapons, steeling themselves for a desperate struggle. For Li Qing's earlier display of prowess had ignited their courage. Unexpectedly, before they could strike, Li Qing preemptively took the initiative, advancing towards the enemy before they could reach him. A low hum of air friction pierced the night sky, swiftly followed by a series of sharp bangs, some crisp, some muffled, some resounding, and others deep, each sound distinct, each unfolding scene unique. It was a brutal spectacle. Li Qing descended upon the world like a god of death, invincible and relentless, with no one daring to stand against him. Anyone who dared to confront him was swiftly dealt with. This led to a peculiar phenomenon. Though no one sustained injuries, a mere touch resulted in instant demise, leaving no time for a scream. In the stillness of the night, each resounding thud echoed painfully, as if striking at the very hearts of those present. As time progressed, all bore witness to the terror that was Li Qing. Trembling in fear, crying out in panic, and turning to flee, the scene quickly descended into chaos. Observing the turmoil, Li Qing bellowed in a deep voice, "Crouch down where you are, surrender, and you shall not perish. Those who dare to flee shall die." His objective was to swiftly assemble a formidable force, yet the potential recruits scattered before him. However, in light of Li Qing's godlike ferocity, his command quelled any thoughts of escape. All remained obediently crouched, trembling in fear. Li Qing exhaled, issuing orders to Inoue Saburo and his companions. "Gather them in one place and account for their numbers." "Yes," replied Inoue Saburo and the others, bowing respectfully as they began to organize, shedding their initial timidity. "Behave yourselves. Anyone who dares to move will have their skull crushed." A smirk graced Li Qing's lips as he stood atop a pile of stones, surveying the surroundings. The mine was modest, spanning merely 20 meters in all directions, perhaps due to underdevelopment or simply its limited size. However, based on the last package of golden nuggets that Inoue Saburo had produced, it was evident that this mine possessed high purity. As Li Qing observed, Inoue Saburo soon returned, dragging a man along, bowing as he said, "Great Lord." This man is the leader of the group. The individual, paralyzed by fear, lay prostrate on the ground, knocking his head repeatedly, as if pounding garlic. His voice distorted by terror. Li Qing could not comprehend his words, only recognizing his pleas for mercy. This was one of Li Qing's shortcomings. He was not yet capable of seamless communication. Ignoring the man, Li Qing turned to Inoue Saburo and asked, "How many in total?" 135. That's a considerable number. Li Qing nodded, having lowered his expectations significantly after the battle with 200, and thus feeling no disappointment. "See if any among them can speak Chinese." "Understood." Inoue Saburo inquired, "What shall we do with him?" Li Qing cast a glance at the man and replied, "You handle it." Inoue Saburo bowed deeply, then let out a sinister laugh, lifting a stone from the ground and bringing it down forcefully upon the man's head. The great lord had transcended, but in this world, there could be no room for two tigers. Inoue Saburo would not allow this man to remain alive. After resolving the matter, Inoue Saburo grew even more respectful and grateful towards Li Qing, asking, "Great Lord, what shall we do next?" "We shall discuss it after dawn." "Yes." As the eastern sky brightened with the light of dawn, the sun soon rose, and Li Qing, having meditated throughout the night, opened his eyes, feeling revitalized. After enduring more than 10 sleepless days, the overwhelming fatigue he had felt was now significantly alleviated. Under the refracted rays of sunlight, the 30-odd souls lost to the night's grim toll appeared even more terrifying, amplifying the awe that surrounded Li Qing. As he approached, a throng of individuals prostrated themselves in reverence, rendered mute by fear. Isamu Inoue approached, bowing respectfully and stating, "Great One, none here possess the ability to speak Chinese." "Understood." Li Qing replied, "Send someone to seek out a speaker as soon as possible." "Yes," came the response. Li Qing surveyed the mining site anew. It was indeed modest, eliciting a tinge of disappointment. It appeared unsuitable as a stronghold. However, at this juncture, expansion was ill-advised. He needed to first consolidate and assimilate this small faction. Over 100 individuals may not be numerous, yet it was adequate given the national circumstances. Li Qing harbored no illusions of mustering a battalion of thousands at the onset. He organized the group into 5 small teams, appointing the 5 who had accompanied him the previous night as captains, with Isamu Inoue taking the role of the overall commander. He instructed them to commence development of the mine and to scout the surrounding 10-mile radius for individuals to aid in this endeavor, aiming to swiftly bolster their ranks for future growth. He was not here merely to mine. The pursuit of modest wealth was far from his ambition. He sought to ignite conflict, much like stirring the pot on the steppes. Yet, Li Qing had displayed a measure of benevolence towards the steppes. He had arranged matters and imparted agricultural knowledge. Here, however, his intentions were far less charitable. He aimed solely to sow discord and encourage ceaseless internal strife. Given the fertile ground for turmoil, he would undoubtedly act as the unseen catalyst, hastening the blossoming of chaos. Once these tasks were completed, Li Qing returned to his place of residence. Isamu Inoue, having directed the operations, hurried to follow, prioritizing ingratiating himself to this formidable figure. Through this experience, he discerned that Li Qing's ambitions extended far beyond the present. This was merely the inception. The future appeared promising, and he was determined to seize every opportunity to serve this great one well. Upon returning home, Inoue presented his daughter to Li Qing. This left Li Qing bemused. He had found it difficult to accept the gift of a concubine from Shunxian, yet here he was, being offered a daughter outright. He declined the offer. Unexpectedly, Isamu Inoue, believing Li Qing to be unsatisfied, proceeded to present all 5 of his daughters, inviting him to choose freely, asserting that keeping them all was also acceptable. This left Li Qing quite perturbed. Nevertheless, he understood that this was akin to the political arena. If one does not accept, others may take offense and develop a sense of alienation, believing they are not regarded as kin. Reluctantly, Li Qing consented to retain one daughter whom he found somewhat agreeable as a maidservant. Isamu Inoue then breathed a sigh of relief, invigorated and lost in dreams of a glorious future, to become a great lord. Days later, Isamu Inoue finally located an individual proficient in Chinese. Li Qing once again immersed himself in the study of foreign tongues. Mastery of language is the cornerstone of communication. Lacking fluency in this language severely constrains Li Qing's plans, rendering it paramount above all else. To his delight, the person Inoue had found not only spoke Chinese, but was also a learned individual well-versed in both the ancient and modern histories of Japan, recounting them with ease. Li Qing cherished this newfound treasure, diligently learning the language while actively delving into the developmental history of Japan. The feudal estate system, the legal system, and the legion system of the distant past, along with the modern Muromachi shogunate and the northern and southern dynasties, have yielded considerable insights for Li Qing. In Chapter 145, titled "This is the Best of Times," Li Qing has gained a clearer understanding of Japan's historical trajectory and its future direction. Objectively speaking, it is the worst of times. However, for him, it is the best of times. The emperor has long become a mere puppet, and the Muromachi shogunate has significantly declined, with its constraints on the daimyo diminishing and internal strife rampant, including familial discord and the undue influence of maternal relatives. The mere thought of it brings him joy. Li Qing inquires about Ashikaga Yoshimasa, the shogun of the Muromachi period. He is a man consumed by indulgence and has retreated from public life, with his son Ashikaga Yoshihisa succeeding him. After taking on the role of shogun, Yoshihisa has begun to deliberately distance himself from his father while favoring his maternal relatives, namely the Hino family. Surprisingly, the informant demonstrates a commendable depth of knowledge, devoid of any logical inconsistencies, indicating past experiences within the political sphere. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Qing asks, "What was your previous occupation?" "Fear not. Regardless of your background, I seek only those who can be of use to me," Li Qing asserts. Upon hearing this, the informant hesitates briefly before responding, "I am Murakami Takumi, originally the grandson-in-law of Ashikaga Yoshimasa's wet nurse. After Yoshimasa withdrew from public life, I found the new maternal relatives of the Hino family intolerable and returned to my hometown." Li Qing finds amusement in this revelation, realizing that the informant had simply been unable to thrive in the new environment. What further delights him is the contrast between the political dynamics of the past, where a single emperor ruled with his ministers, and the present scenario of a shogun and his maternal relatives. Nevertheless, the latter is of little concern to Li Qing. What he seeks are capable individuals. Murakami Takumi, having spent time in the political center, possesses insights far beyond those of mere warriors like Inoue Saburo. He is precisely the type of person Li Qing needs to manage domestic affairs. Would you care to become my advisor? Li Qing inquires. Overjoyed, Takumi bows deeply, exclaiming, I am willing, I am willing. Unlike Inoue Saburo, he has witnessed the grander schemes of society and has mingled with the elite. Over time, he has come to view Li Qing as a profound figure, believing that aligning himself with such a person will undoubtedly lead to a promising future. After bowing, Takumi quickly assumes the role of an advisor and begins to offer counsel. Great one, the current situation is tumultuous. The most formidable figures, Hosokawa Katsumoto and Yamana Suzan, are no longer present, significantly diminishing the influence of these two great families. Consequently, the power of the guardian daimyo over their territories has also notably declined. We now find ourselves in an era dominated by the deputy guardians. Deputy guardians? What is that? Li Qing furrows his brow, perplexed. Murakami Takumi elucidates. The shogun appoints the daimyo to guard the regions, responsible for management and taxation. Thus, the daimyo are also referred to as guardian daimyo. Most daimyo prefer not to leave the political center, so they appoint deputies to guard on their behalf, hence the term deputy guardian. He pauses before continuing. In fact, the current deputy guardians are also struggling to maintain their positions, as robust local warriors often challenge them. For us, the possibility of rising from the bottom to the top is not out of reach. Li Qing pondered, in essence. The current Ashikaga shogunate is embroiled in a struggle for power among the daimyos and the imperial relatives, while the guardians aspire to break free from the daimyos, essentially staging a rebellion against them. Moreover, the formidable local warriors also seek to rise against the guardians. Murakami Takumi, taken aback, nodded in agreement. One could say so. This is truly chaotic, Li Qing mused inwardly, yet I find it exhilarating. To be candid, if there were a state of harmonious tranquility, even with my capabilities, it would be arduous to alter the political landscape of a nation. However, given the current circumstances, I merely need to seize the opportunity. It was indeed a significant reduction of effort. Nevertheless, patience was essential. His forces were still too scant, even though the scale of conflict here was not vast. At the level of the Guardians, armed forces generally exceeded 1,000, with some even reaching 2,000 or 3,000. While achieving victory against the odds is feasible, an overwhelming disparity in strength poses insurmountable challenges. Previously, Inoue Saburo and his companions were driven to desperation, and as their numbers grew, the phenomenon of discord among them would inevitably arise. When a mere handful of individuals can willingly sacrifice themselves, 100 may not share the same resolve, and post-battle, managing the aftermath and consolidating the gains would be exceedingly difficult, rendering the struggle meaningless. Li Qing did not seek mere attrition. He yearned for a complete upheaval. Moreover, continuously absorbing forces far larger than his own would inevitably lead to indigestion. Of course, the most crucial point was the limited expanse of territory. Should he rise too prominently, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful entities, inciting a collective assault against him. While Li Qing was confident in his ability to safeguard himself, he recognized that this contingent would surely be annihilated. At that juncture, orchestrating a resurgence would not be so straightforward. Li Qing stated, "Currently, our strength is insufficient, and the warriors have yet to divert their attention from the mines. Thus, expansion is not an immediate concern. Indeed, I have been somewhat hasty," Murakami Takumi sheepishly acknowledged. He too felt his impatience, despite the extraordinary martial prowess attributed to this deity by Inoue Saburo, which he had yet to witness firsthand. In his heart, he believed a more methodical approach would be prudent. "Great one, I have another suggestion," he ventured. "Speak." "In the tumult of battle, weapons are indispensable," Murakami Takumi asserted. "The difference between equally powerful warriors wielding superior weapons is monumental. While a hammer may suffice, during combat, the katana reigns supreme." This was the truth. Despite the warfare here being distinct from the grand armies of the Ming dynasty, where strategies existed but formations were nearly absent, the approach involved direct clashes. It was a contest of ferocity, courage, and individual prowess. In such a combat style, The lightweight yet sharp katana was undoubtedly the most suitable weapon for the battlefield. Its only drawback being its exorbitant cost. Li Qing had a small gold mine at his disposal, so finances were not a concern. The primary issue was the inability to find a capable blacksmith to forge katanas. Do you have any connections? My son-in-law specializes in this craft. We returned together from Upper Kyoto, and my 2 cousins are also skilled in this art, Murakami Takumi reflected. If the 3 of them work in unison, along with some assistance, they could likely forge 10 katanas in a single day. Upon hearing this, Li Qing promptly replied, hasten to summon them. As for their remuneration, they need not worry. As long as they maintain quality and quantity, I shall ensure they are well compensated. After a brief pause, I will arrange a significant position for you later. Indeed, Murakami Takumi was overjoyed, and that petty individual departed. Go ahead. Shortly after Murakami Takumi left, Inoue Saburo entered. Bowing respectfully, Great God, he addressed. Li Qing responded. When will we be able to spare some resources from the gold mine? Perhaps in 2 or 3 days. On average, how much gold can we produce in a day? Li Qing inquired. Inoue Saburo calculated with his fingers and replied, about 7 or 8 pounds. Nearly 100 taels of gold per day, even after deducting costs, is indeed considerable. Li Qing nodded. Begin recruiting warriors. Do not hesitate to spend money. Only by strengthening our power can we acquire more wealth. Otherwise, we may not even be able to safeguard our current resources. Understood. Inoue Saburo bowed again. Once the warriors are available, how shall we proceed? Of course, they shall undergo training. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Inoue Saburo scratched his head, sheepishly asking, isn't training supposed to be in actual combat? I feel a bit concerned about nurturing idlers. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the cutting of wood. We must first train the soldiers. Li Qing set the tone firmly. Inoue Saburo dared not oppose. Bowing respectfully, will the great god personally oversee the training? That works. Li Qing affirmed. Once we have the manpower, report back to me. Pausing for a moment, he added, the following team will surely grow larger. Set aside your petty concerns. I wish to place great trust in you, but you must also strive to excel. Inoue Saburo felt a mix of trepidation and joy, responding with utmost respect. I understand. Go on. Yes. Li Qing pondered for a moment, then rose to the window, opening it to let in the breeze. As April approached, the weather grew increasingly warm. This cheaply constructed wooden house was rather uncomfortable, not to mention the noble residence. Even his small courtyard in the capital was far superior. I shall endure for now. Let us leave this small mountain village first, Li Qing muttered softly. The so-called lords here were akin to county magistrates in the Ming dynasty, albeit with considerably more real power. Though the territory was small, it constituted a significant faction. The entirety of Japan was comparable to a single province of the Ming. To hold the position of a local magistrate in such a manner was already remarkable. Li Qing's initial step was to play the role of a magistrate. Inoue Nozomi entered with a basin of water, beginning to clean the floor, an effective method to beat the heat. In fact, there were ice blocks here. Japan was deeply influenced by Han culture and began earnestly learning from the Chinese during the Tang dynasty, with even Kyoto modeled after the great Tang capital. Shiraku, as it was called, drew its name from the Tang capital of Luoyang. They aimed to mirror the grandeur of the Tang. The area may be small, but the ambitions were considerable. Speaking of which, what could be enjoyed in the Ming could likely be experienced here, provided one attains a sufficiently high status. Li Qing, being in the initial stage of his enterprise, did not yet possess such conditions. Great God, all is well. Li Qing turned and sat down on the low bed in the inner room. The wooden board felt much cooler as the wind blew over the damp surface. He stretched lazily, preparing for a brief nap, and addressed Inoue Nozomi. You may withdraw now. Inoue Nozomi bit her lip, but did not leave. Li Qing furrowed his brow. Your presence is not required here. I will speak with your father. You may go. Li Qing waved his hand. Yes. Inoue Yoko's face was etched with disappointment as she reluctantly stepped outside. Li Qing shook his head with a bittersweet smile, stifling a yawn as he rose to secure the door, then returned to bed, fully clothed. He hadn't enjoyed a good night's sleep in quite some time. This slumber was particularly sweet, blissfully uninterrupted. When he awoke again, the night sky was adorned with a myriad of stars. Ah, how delightful! After sitting in quiet contemplation for a while, Li Qing donned his shoes, intending to step into the outer hall for a cup of tea. However, just as he reached the door, a knock echoed through the room. Inoue Saburo. Have you awakened, great deity? Came the anxious voice. There's been a mishap. Indeed. Some of the miners we've summoned have acted dishonestly, deliberately leaking information and inviting trouble. In no way Saburo's voice was filled with urgency. Chapter 146. The grandeur of the deity. Li Qing swiftly opened the door and inquired, how many are there on the opposing side? They are not many. Merely 30 or 40, and we have already repelled them. In no way Saburo replied, hastily adding, but this is merely the first wave. They are from the Guardian clan, and their numbers exceed 1,500. Is that so? Li Qing pondered for a moment before stating, quickly summon the warriors back. We shall forego the mine for now. What? In no way Saburo's face contorted in pain. Great deity, this is our capital for prosperity. Abandoning it seems a grave loss. Li Qing retorted sharply, can we contend with them if we do not retreat? While I possess the ability to fight, this is not solely my battle to win. Moreover, I am not yet capable of facing 1,000 alone. We must preserve our strength. I have already instructed Murakami to seek the master blacksmith. Once we are well equipped, we shall reclaim the mine. Upon hearing this, Inoue Saburo felt much reassured and reluctantly conceded. As expected, the great deity is thoughtful. I shall go summon them back at once. Wait, Li Qing interjected, noticing Inoue Yoko was also present. How I choose to use her is my concern. Do not interfere. Inoue Saburo nodded awkwardly. I understand. I will take my leave. Very well. Li Qing seated himself at the low table, accepting the tea offered by Inoue Yoko. He took a sip and remarked, I have already spoken with your father. You need not bear any psychological burden. Should you wish to marry, I shall grant you your freedom. Inoue Yoko appeared distressed and asked, Great deity, am I truly unattractive? Li Qing regarded her for a moment. She was not unpleasing to the eye, but she did not appeal to him. What type do you prefer? Leave. Yes. Dismissing the young woman, Li Qing began to contemplate how to address the challenges at hand. There was no denying that Japan's territory was limited, and the multitude of guardian lords rendered it impossible to remain inconspicuous. As soon as resources were exposed, they would inevitably attract attention. This, of course, was facilitated by the Ming dynasty's trade policies. The gold and silver extracted could instantly procure goods from the Ming, making the mineral wealth particularly coveted, especially since it was a gold mine. Li Qing was not surprised by the intrusion. Indeed, he saw it as a fortuitous sign, indicating that the turmoil within Japan was even more severe than he had anticipated. After all, time was on his side. He would first establish a foundation before nurturing his strength, then he would dismantle the shogunate when the moment was ripe. He set a modest goal for himself. Only by dismantling this political power center could a true storm be unleashed. The current skirmishes, while seemingly thrilling, were ultimately devoid of significance. However, he still held considerable regard for this small faction, for it represented a singular point upon which many zeros would subsequently be built. The next day, all the warriors gathered, amounting to a total of 180, including those recently recruited by Saburo Inoue. Unfortunately, the appearance of these warriors left much to be desired, as few surpassed the height of 1.60 meters. Acknowledging this reality, Li Qing decided not to dwell on it and resolved to make do with what he had. Li Qing convened a grand assembly, painting a vivid picture of a promising future, and subsequently instructed Saburo Inoue to settle the recruits. Shortly thereafter, Takumi Murakami arrived with the master swordsmith, initiating the production of samurai swords. Most had witnessed Li Qing's prowess, and despite previous setbacks, their spirits remained unbroken. Coupled with his eloquence, the small band exhibited a remarkable cohesion. These so-called warriors harbored a strong admiration for strength, believing that Li Qing could lead them to greater heights. Saburosuke Inoue, undeterred, poured his entire fortune into equipping the warriors. After a month, each was bestowed with a fine samurai sword. Although the individuals here were not tall, the swords themselves were substantial, measuring around 1.50 meters, and in some cases, even longer than the warriors themselves. Based on their heights and the length of the swords, Li Qing devised practical killing techniques and began training them. However, he withheld certain techniques, only teaching the use of swords while refraining from instructing on long weapons like spears and halberds, lest they one day be used against the Ming dynasty. In the brutal theater of war, every inch matters. Moreover, the production of samurai swords is highly constrained, with exorbitant costs and low output, making it impossible to provide each warrior with one. Thus, Li Qing's training methodology was suitable solely for small-scale skirmishes and could not be widely disseminated. As another month passed, by June, Li Qing's small contingent of 180 had finally reached his psychological expectations. The primary reason was that Saburosuk in no way's finances were faltering. If this continued, he would face bankruptcy. On this day, Li Qing summoned all the warriors and declared, "What we lost in the past, we shall reclaim today." Reclaim. The warriors raised their swords high, their spirits invigorated, and their combat fervor ignited. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Qing personally led the charge toward the gold mine. God of War, they have nearly 500 troops stationed there. Can we succeed? Takumi Murakami, responsible for logistics and intelligence, expressed his concerns. After all, facing 180 against 500 clearly favored the opposition. Li Qing smiled faintly, aware of the significance behind the title they bestowed upon him. Takumi Murakami chuckled awkwardly and shook his head. "I am but a mere mortal, unaware of your intentions." "You'll understand soon enough," Li Qing said, gazing ahead with a calm demeanor. "This time, it is not merely about reclaiming the gold mine. I intend to penetrate the county seat." After more than 2 months of deliberation, how could he settle for merely reclaiming a mine? Li Qing rode with a serene confidence, entirely devoid of the tension typically associated with impending battle. Observing his tranquil demeanor, Takumi Murakami felt his own anxiety dissipate to a significant degree. Half an hour later, the group halted 2 miles from the gold mine. Li Qing dismounted and entrusted the only warhorse among them to Takumi Murakami, advising, "You need not fight. Just ensure your own safety. If the situation becomes dire, flee. Do not sacrifice yourself." He was the only individual deserving of the title talent, and Li Qing did not wish for him to perish in ignorance. Murakami Takumi was profoundly moved, tears brimming in his eyes. Li Qing, having no time for such sentimentality, brandished his specially crafted great sword and charged forth. It was time to reclaim what belonged to them. Kill. A throng of individuals, faces painted with bloodlust, wielded their katana. Leading the charge, Li Qing was followed closely by nearly 200 men, all exuding an aura of murderous intent. Such a conspicuous group attracted the attention of sentinels stationed atop the distant stone piles, who immediately raised the alarm. Unfazed, Li Qing thought to himself, "The advantage is mine." A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing and his entourage arrived near the gold mine, where the opposing force had already gathered, 400 to 500 strong. Glaring hungrily at them, the odds appeared starkly imbalanced, 180 to 400. Yet, the situation defied logic. Although outnumbered, Li Qing's faction was equipped with superior arms and brimming with fighting spirit, while their adversaries, mostly miners wielding hammers and picks, had fewer than 50 swordsmen among them. It was akin to a regular army confronting a ragtag militia. "Kill!" Li Qing exclaimed, leading the charge into the enemy ranks. As he surged forward, his warriors swiftly followed, forming a modified spearhead formation, roaring as they advanced. "Do not panic, we have the numbers," cried the leader of the opposing side, drawing his katana and shouting to annihilate them. Before he could finish, Li Qing had already reached him, sweeping his hefty blade with a single stroke, causing 2 heads to roll, blood spraying like rain. With Li Qing's auspicious start, the others, including Iwasaki Saburo, were further ignited with fervor, bellowing as they pressed on. Li Qing stood tall amidst the crowd, particularly glaring in a sea of individuals barely reaching 5 feet tall, and attracted the most attention. Yet, it mattered not. Clang. Li Qing cleaved through his enemies effortlessly, leaving none injured, all perishing instead. His razor-sharp, specially forged great sword moved like the scythe of death, relentlessly harvesting lives. He traversed through the battlefield as if it were uninhabited territory. Under the swing of his blade, no one could withstand even a single blow. With a swift strike, Li Qing severed 2 more heads, sending blood soaring skyward, glistening vividly in the sunlight. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed, and from the side, a warrior distinctly unlike the others leapt forth. This individual possessed a certain flair. In a single bound, he soared over a meter, paired with his impressive height and a katana measuring 1.5 meters, creating an imposing presence akin to a mighty cleaver descending upon Huashan. He had lain in wait among the throng, and at this moment, seizing the opportunity while Li Qing was engaged in his slaughter, he executed a decisive ambush. One must concede, his timing was impeccable. Almost simultaneously with Li Qing's decapitation of 2 heads, his sword aimed for Li Qing's neck. The intent was clear, to repay violence with violence. Oh no! From a distance, Murakami Takumi's expression shifted to one of alarm. There was no time to block with a sword at such a critical juncture. Indeed, Li Qing did not attempt to parry. Instead, he instinctively extended his left hand toward the blade's edge. Murakami Takumi, in despair, thought that this would merely cost him a hand, serving no purpose whatsoever. However, what unfolded was astonishing. That hand truly blocked the sharp katana, with not a drop of blood spilled. Crack! Crack! Li Qing exerted a slight force, shattering the sword into several fragments, leaving only the hilt behind. Murakami, the craftsman, was momentarily stunned, as was the assailant who had attempted to ambush Li Qing. Both were left bewildered, staring at the hilt in a daze, seemingly questioning their existence. However, Li Qing did not afford him any time for contemplation. With a swift motion, he struck downwards, severing his opponent in half. The blood gushed forth, a vivid spectacle, more striking than the previous two combined. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qing surged forward, as if the life-and-death moment had merely been an inconsequential interlude. This series of actions, though lengthy in description, transpired in the blink of an eye. Murakami, gripped by fear, lost his balance and tumbled from his horse. He hastily scrambled back onto the saddle, only to witness Li Qing dispatching several more foes. The sound of repeated strikes echoed, as if a demon had descended from the heavens. Like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, Li Qing's ferocity was overwhelming. His capacity for destruction was truly terrifying, and gradually, no one dared to obstruct him. Yet, Li Qing did not alter his tactics. He pressed straight ahead, relentlessly charging into the fray, embodying the role of a vanguard in a phalanx of infantry. With their leader displaying such valor, the samurai behind him were invigorated, following in his footsteps with reckless abandon. In less than half an hour, a battalion of nearly 500 had been cut through. The eminent craftsman Murakami stared blankly, murmuring to himself. Chapter 147. Establishing samurai ranks. The battle commenced with urgency and concluded even more swiftly, lasting scarcely a quarter of an hour. The opposing forces crumbled, their courage evaporating, and they began to flee. Li Qing's voice rang out. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Any who dare to flee shall be left without mercy. This seemingly modest proclamation possessed an extraordinary resonance, striking deeply within the hearts of his adversaries. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. His subordinates echoed his command with fervor. Under the pressure of life and death, the hundreds opposing them instinctively chose to submit, squatting submissively on the ground, utterly compliant. They had no choice but to comply. Within a mere quarter of an hour, their side had suffered over 100 casualties. This was not a battle but a one-sided massacre. Especially in the face of Li Qing's terrifying martial prowess, they felt an innate dread that penetrated to their very bones. Of the 100 or so who fell, more than half met their end at Li Qing's hands, far exceeding their expectations. In the minds of these warriors, who revered strength to an almost distorted degree, Li Qing represented an omnipotent deity, whose authority was not to be defied. The situation was swiftly brought under control. They discarded their hammers and picks, unfastening their belts to bind their own feet, accepting their fate. Upon counting, approximately 350 remained. In contrast, Li Qing's losses amounted to merely 9 dead and around 20 wounded, marking a resounding victory. This battle not only captured hundreds of prisoners, but also secured over 100 pounds of gold that had yet to be transported, yielding bountiful spoils. Nevertheless, Li Qing was not content to rest on his laurels. After 2 months of equipping and training, it was imperative to achieve corresponding results. At this moment, he still commanded a force of 150 elite soldiers, and their fighting spirit was soaring post-battle. In such small-scale conflicts, the quality of individual soldiers proved paramount. Despite their limited number, the energy they unleashed was formidable. This battle instilled a sense of confidence. These warriors had cultivated a belief in their tenacity and resolve. Li Qing, seizing the opportunity to expand his victories, released 2 individuals to relay messages to the local guardian Dai, intending to first incapacitate the guardian and then advance towards the county town. During this interval, Li Qing established 9 ranks for his warriors, with the 9th being the lowest and the 1st the highest. The rewards would increase correspondingly with the rank of the warriors. Li Qing promoted all of them to the rank of 8th-level warriors, granting them a certain distinction, which served both as recognition of their contributions and as a means to solidify his own authority. The opening of this advancement pathway would elevate combat capabilities far beyond ordinary training, igniting the primal drive of desire within them. Once these arrangements were made, Li Qing proceeded to strategize for the forthcoming battle. At this juncture, his aide, Murakami Takumi, once again demonstrated his value. Having spent time in the political center, he possessed intimate knowledge of the guardian Dai, particularly of the local guardian named Yamashita. He advised, "My lord, the guardian here is a man by the name of Yamashita. I have had dealings with him. He is exceedingly ruthless yet inherently suspicious. He is unlikely to mobilize his entire force and will most likely send scouts first. However, if we strike too hard, he may choose not to engage, considering he is only about 1,000 men, and we have already diminished his forces by nearly 500. I suggest we achieve a minor victory, creating the illusion that his main force could easily defeat us." In response, Inoue Saburo scoffed, "What is there to fear? If he does not come, we shall advance upon him." Murakami Takumi interjected, "That is unwise. Those who rise to the position of guardian are not to be underestimated. Moreover, engaging them on their home ground presents a stark contrast. They have ruled for long, maintaining their prestige, and can recruit warriors at any moment. Should we plunge into their territory, we would be isolated and besieged. Even 100 brave warriors, no matter how formidable, could struggle against him. We must allow them to come to us." Inoue Saburo felt a flush of embarrassment and asked, "My lord, what is your opinion?" Li Qing nodded. "Let us proceed according to Murakami Takumi's plan." After a brief pause, he inquired, "How far is Yamashita from us?" "Approximately 30 miles, Inoue Saburo quickly replied. With the time required for him to receive the news and mobilize, he would not arrive until tomorrow afternoon. Murakami Takumi nodded in agreement and then asked, "Shall we send these men as cannon fodder? What if they turn against us?" Inoue Saburo snorted and then looked at Li Qing, hesitantly saying, "My lord, what do you suggest?" Li Qing smiled, "There is no need for that. Send someone back to procure some fine food to reward our warriors." "Understood," Inoue Saburo responded as he rose to leave. Once he had departed, Murakami Takumi continued, "My lord, there is another matter I must report." "Speak," Li Qing prompted. "Yamashita is allied with the Hosokawa clan. Should we defeat him, we may incur their wrath." Murakami Takumi's expression turned serious. Even a broken ship still has 3,000 nails. Though the Hosokawa clan has diminished since the death of Hosokawa Katsumoto, they remain a formidable entity. If we were to confront them, we might find ourselves in dire straits. Having witnessed Li Qing's unparalleled martial prowess and the cunning of his leadership, Murakami Takumi was thoroughly captivated, believing that aligning himself with Li Qing would lead to his own rise. Thus, he endeavored to prove his worth with fervor. Li Qing smiled faintly and remarked, "Your concerns are not without merit. However, such a situation is exceedingly unlikely to occur." "Why is that?" Murakami Takumi inquired. "As you mentioned, the Hosokawa clan's strength has waned compared to the past. Thus they are unlikely to undertake a fruitless endeavor. For them, it matters little who stands as the guardian. What is crucial is that this guardian is aligned with their interests." Murakami Takumi was momentarily taken aback. Then he conceded, "The great deity speaks true. I have been rather dim-witted." He cheerfully added, "As long as we express our loyalty, the Hosokawa clan will not only refrain from attacking us, but they may even extend some support." "No," Li Qing asserted gravely, "we aspire to achieve grand endeavors. We cannot remain subservient. We must broaden our vision. The role of the guardian is merely the first step, not even a modest goal." Such words were undeniably audacious. Had they been uttered by another, Murakami Takumi would have scoffed. Yet, coming from Li Qing, he felt an instinctive trust. The tone of one who has long occupied a position of power left no room for doubt in his mind. It seemed as though this was the only course of action, despite currently having fewer than 200 elite warriors. Murakami Takumi felt that such a day was not far off. The following morning, after the samurai had rested, they were once again imbued with vigor. In stark contrast, the several hundred who had surrendered, having endured nearly a full day without food or water, were now on the brink of collapse. This was precisely the outcome Li Qing desired. With battle imminent, he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. After breakfast, Li Qing outlined the battle plan and then waited patiently for the enemy to approach. By early afternoon, a contingent of approximately 300 arrived, brandishing iron rods and swords, each exuding an air of menace reminiscent of a gang ready to disrupt a gathering. However, compared to the more than 300 who had bound their own feet, They appeared far more formidable, no longer resembling minors. Upon seeing Li Qing's 150 warriors, each wielding their swords with calm composure, their previously brash demeanor diminished significantly. This small force, though not numerous, emanated a palpable aura of lethal intent, far surpassing that of a typical armed group. Even the shogunate's guard could not compare. One leader stepped forth, raising his voice, "Surrender the gold mine and release our men, and we may spare your lives." Inoue Saburo grinned menacingly. "What if we refuse? Then do not blame us for lacking compassion." The leader replied, his expression darkening. He was acutely aware that this group was not to be trifled with. Yet they were not without their own strength, unlike the insignificant miners sent previously. Li Qing brandished his sword and commanded, "Attack." No sooner had he spoken than his 150 warriors raised their swords high, roaring as they charged forward, each fearless in their assault. "Eliminate them." The leader was momentarily stunned, quickly gathering himself to respond. Yet, his men showed no fear and seized their weapons to engage. In an instant, the clash of arms commenced. With the initial exchange, the superiority of Li Qing's force became evident. Their collective might, each warrior skilled with a sword, was devastating, particularly highlighted by their cold, bloodthirsty gazes that instilled fear in the hearts of their adversaries. Moreover, as they drew nearer, they noticed the lifeless bodies of several hundred lying in the distance. The battle had scarcely begun when the enemy began to lose their resolve, some even retreating. The leader, acting decisively, shouted, "Withdraw. Retreat." He came to probe the situation. And he was clearly not an elite force, lacking the sophisticated equipment of Li Qing's well-equipped team. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be unwise. After merely a brief encounter, they retreated, leaving behind more than 30 men. Fortunately, the opposing force did not pursue them. The leader swallowed hard, gazing at the group atop the pile of stones, who mocked them without restraint, yet he lacked the courage to retaliate with threats. He understood that despite their numerical advantage, should a fight ensue, defeat would inevitably be his, as their strengths were not comparable. Once the opponent withdrew, Li Qing commenced a pre-battle mobilization. The forthcoming battle would undoubtedly be arduous, and it was essential to ignite the warriors' fighting spirit. Following their victory over the mountain bandits, all warriors would be promoted by 1 rank, with the vanguards advancing 2 ranks, and rewards would be allocated post-battle. Li Qing pledged that those who fell in battle would receive a consolation of 20 taels of gold. Those who displayed cowardice would face execution. The opening of the advancement pathway, coupled with substantial rewards, thoroughly ignited the fervor of the already eager warriors. Following 2 consecutive victories, their confidence surged exponentially, rendering them oblivious to the very notion of fear. Indeed, they were extraordinary in their current state, a testament to Li Qing's rigorous training and the formidable swords they wielded. The sound of blades being sharpened echoed, the harsh metallic friction startling the beleaguered miners into pallor. Li Qing instructed Saburo Ueno to provide them with a little water and assured them that if they behaved, they would be released from their bindings once the battle concluded, thus soothing their anxieties. He could not afford to lose such readily available labor. After completing the preparations for battle, Li Qing sat in meditation, striving to elevate his condition to its peak. Frankly, he was uncertain of his limits. His prior engagements had primarily involved large-scale military confrontations, emphasizing coordinated formations and cavalry charges aimed at dismantling enemy camps rather than inflicting casualties. While he had demonstrated individual valor, he had never fully unleashed his capabilities solely for the purpose of harming the enemy. This time, he wished to test the lethality of his century-old vital energy against these so-called warriors, whose combat prowess paled in comparison to the Mongols. Li Qing's assertion of being able to match 200 foes was based on the Mongol standards, not those of Japan's warriors. Through his observations over the past few days, he had deduced that even the elite warriors here would not measure up to the Mongols. Far from it. Intriguingly, in this context, individual valor was of paramount importance. It was almost amusing to think that Yamashita had arrived, not only in person but also accompanied by all his elite forces. Murakami Takumi was not mistaken. He was inherently suspicious, yet upon discerning his opponent's strengths and weaknesses, he would often commit all his resources, denying the adversary any chance of resurgence. It was this very trait that had propelled him to his position as protector. This time, he adhered to the same overpowering strategy, primarily because this was a gold mine, small in scale but remarkably productive. The mines of Japan are numerous, Yet only those of considerable strength can truly succeed. The finest gold mines are firmly held by powerful lords who will not easily relinquish them upon encountering one. With a force of 150, each equipped with superior gear, the countenance of the mountain warrior is one of disdain. Yet what of it? This time, he has summoned all his elite, a unit he has dubbed the Sharp Blade Squad, comprising 400 samurai, with the total number exceeding 1,000. Such a scale of conflict rivals that of battles fought between lords. To confront an armed force of merely 150 is akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Nonetheless, this has always been his method, achieving victory through overwhelming disparity in strength, never resorting to cunning. This is the secret of his success. Seated upon a magnificent steed, he remains remarkably at ease, even contemplating how to consolidate this armed force. The fact that his subordinates have been vanquished twice in succession, albeit by peripheral members, is sufficient to affirm their combat prowess. "General, we are nearing our destination," one of the leaders cautioned. Uemura Yamanoya focused his attention, peering ahead. Though the distance was still considerable, the enemy stood atop a pile of stones, clearly visible. "How intriguing, they await us here." The boldness of youth knows no fear. Uemura Yamanoya chuckled, admiring this armed faction. Should he manage to subdue them, it would significantly enhance his own strength. "Capture them alive," he commanded decisively. However, the leader's face turned pale. He fully comprehended the terrifying nature of this seemingly inconspicuous force and hastily replied, "General, that would be unwise. These individuals are savage and ruthless. It is better to subdue them first before attempting to recruit them." Uemura Yamanoya scoffed. "We are 1,000 strong, while they number only a little over 100. No matter how savage they are, they will inevitably become docile kittens before my grand army." "Indeed," someone nearby concurred, mocking, "is someone afraid after being beaten?" Laughter erupted thereafter. The leader's face flushed crimson. He chose to remain silent, feeling confident in their overwhelming numbers and the presence of 400 elite troops, convinced that defeat was unimaginable. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the enemy would dare to engage in battle. To speak further of their strengths would only reveal cowardice. A quarter of an hour later, the two forces stood less than 200 meters apart. Uemura Yamanoya raised his hand, halting the 1,000-strong army. He was not in haste to attack. Instead, he dispatched a trusted confidant to negotiate, aiming for a resolution without conflict. This notion was not without merit. "Yet, who is your leader?" they inquired. "Our general says." "Your mother." Inoue Saburo stepped forward, delivering a swift and unexpected strike. The speed was astonishing, and the assailant clearly did not anticipate such a breach of honor. Attacking the messenger with a blade to the throat, blood gushed forth, vibrant against the sunlight, as the messenger staggered back and collapsed feebly. Uemura Yamanoya witnessed this scene from afar, his fury igniting. "Sharp Blade Squad, prepare. Attack." He faltered for a moment, realizing that the opposition had charged toward them first, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "How dare they?" Enraged, Uemura Yamanoya barked, "Strike them down with relentless force." Yes, the clash of unsheathing swords resounded, the gleaming samurai blades reflecting a chilling glint as the throng surged forward. Li Qing surged ahead, his inner energy swirling wildly, his spirit soaring to unprecedented heights. This encounter was unlike previous skirmishes. He faced a truly formidable force, vastly outnumbering his own. He had to distribute the pressure sufficiently. In a flash, upon contact, Li Qing swiftly dispatched 3 adversaries with a single stroke. Before the 3 could collapse, his whirling blade cleaved through 2 more, and with a powerful kick, he sent one opponent soaring backwards, crashing into 7 or 8 others. The unfortunate soul perished mid-air, and his lifeless body inadvertently led to another's demise, leaving 3 gravely wounded. In just a fleeting moment, Li Qing had forcibly torn a gash through the ranks of the 400-strong elite squad. Without a moment's pause, under the relentless enhancement of his inner energy, the 30-plus-pound blade trembled in his grasp, and within a meter of him, a torrential spray of blood erupted as foes fell like blades of grass. Li Qing transformed into a human meat grinder, inflicting havoc while simultaneously crafting a vacuum zone, alleviating the pressure on the warriors behind him and instilling fear in the enemy. His ferocious assault was akin to that of a beast incarnate, significantly diminishing the enemy's combat efficacy while galvanizing his own soldiers. The divine prowess of their leader inspired them as if they were touched by the gods. advancing with unstoppable momentum. Employing a strategy of bold offensives, Li Qing charged vehemently, striving to create an impetus for his comrades. The warriors behind him did not disappoint. Like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, they surged forward into the elite squad. The cacophony of clashing weapons, the sound of blades piercing flesh, the cries of anguish, and the gushing of blood intertwined, resonating throughout the battlefield, resembling a hellish purgatory. This was not merely a battlefield, it was a slaughterhouse. This band of over 100 resembled vengeful spirits, striking with lethal precision. In stark contrast, the elite squad appeared as delicate as a maideness skin, easily shattered. Their casualties mounted by the second, akin to crops mercilessly harvested, leaving them no time to flee in fear before their swift defeat. Shan Shanye's eyes widened in disbelief. He had neither witnessed nor even imagined such a brutal style of combat. This ferocious force was a sight he had never encountered in his life, and the grotesque might of their leader filled him with dread. He felt as though he confronted not mere mortals, but deities. The elite squad fell too swiftly for Shan Shan'ai to devise a strategy. The 400 elite were utterly overwhelmed, suffering catastrophic losses, with the survivors paralyzed by terror, forgetting even to flee, let alone retaliate. Yet Li Qing did not relent, nor did the warriors behind him. Under Li Qing's relentless advance, they faced minimal resistance, and the horrifying casualty ratio ignited their bloodlust, pushing their violent instincts to the limit. Kill. This word echoed in their minds, saturating their hearts, yearning for release. After breaching the elite squad, Li Qing pressed on, heading straight for Shan Shan'ai. It was as though he traversed an uninhabited realm, slaughtering all in his path. Only then did Shan Shan'ai react, bellowing, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Without regard for others, he mounted his steed and fled. Overwhelmed, he could scarcely lament the loss of his elite warriors, nor could he attend to his own armaments. Escape was paramount. Delay would cost him his life. Prior to this moment, the thought of defeat had never crossed his mind, let alone such a swift and utter downfall. He struggled to accept this reality, yet acceptance was thrust upon him. He urged his steed onward, galloping up the mountainside, but after a brief distance, an icy breeze swept over him, sending chills down his neck. Instinctively, he turned to look back, only to see a glimmer of cold light rapidly enlarging. In that final moment of his life, clarity struck him. He felt a flicker of doubt. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to a Han warrior. There were no answers forthcoming, nor did he require them any longer. Li Qing, mounted upon his horse, seized the man's head with a steady hand and yanked the reins sharply. The warhorse neighed and executed a swift 180-degree turn. With determination, Li Qing, head held high, returned to the battlefield. He tightened the reins, leveraging his strength to rise up on the horse's back, brandishing the severed head aloft, proclaiming with resonant authority, "Shang Shan Yi is dead. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." This proclamation roused the frenzied warriors from their bloodlust. Their crimson eyes gradually regained their reason, ceasing their indiscriminate slaughter. "Kneel. All of you kneel," bellowed Inoue Saburo, and soon, the echo of compliance filled the air. The once terrorized enemy warriors, now paralyzed by fear, complied without hesitation. The battle had been devastatingly one-sided. 150 faced 1,000, not only achieving victory, but inflicting over 500 casualties. Indeed, it was a staggering feat, yet it was the reality they faced. Li Qing alone had slain nearly 200, with ample strength still remaining. Should he have unleashed his full wrath, total annihilation of the enemy would not have been out of reach. However, such measures were deemed unnecessary. From a distance, Murakami Takumi hastened on horseback, and upon witnessing the sea of corpses, his legs quivered with weakness. Fortunately, the fierce combatants were his own. At the same time, a powerful thought crossed his mind. A singular deity could indeed reign as a formidable lord. This terrifying display of martial prowess was nothing short of godlike. "Everyone kneel." Takumi shouted fiercely, though lacking physical prowess, his arrogance was palpable. He quickly dismounted and bowed deeply to Li Qing, then promptly engaged in the task of organizing the spoils of war, eager to demonstrate his worth. Meanwhile, Inoue Saburo and his compatriots, having exhausted their fervor, began to feel the toll of their exertion. The boiling blood within them gradually cooled, leaving them weary and dispirited. The frenzy and valor they had displayed came at the cost of severe physical depletion, necessitating recovery. Yet, even in their fatigue, the soldiers retained a formidable presence. None dared to entertain dissent, especially with the presence of the god of slaughter still looming, calm and unfazed amidst the chaos. Li Qing stood there, a silent sentinel, commanding respect and fear from all. They obediently submitted to Takumi's commands, utterly compliant and despondent. In stark contrast, the warriors surrounding Inoue Saburo wore foolish grins, reveling in their newfound dominance. After this battle, they had undeniably established themselves as the lords of this territory. Chapter 149, Divine Wind. Malevolent Wind. Murakami Takumi exhibited remarkable efficiency, completing the tallying of results in a mere half hour. Certainly, a significant factor was Li Qing's imposing presence, which deterred any dissent. In this battle, our side suffered 47 injuries and 26 fatalities. Accounting for previous losses, there remained 78 men capable of combat, with a few days of recuperation. We anticipate our fighting force will exceed 100. We have slain 496 foes, sustained 87 injuries, and captured a total of 426 prisoners, bringing the cumulative count to nearly 800. We seized 278 katanas, 38 sets of armor, and discovered 30 pounds of gold and 60 pounds of silver. After deducting compensation and rewards, there remains a considerable surplus. Li Qing, ever magnanimous, fulfilled all prior promises, distributing a portion of the excess wealth to Inoue Saburo, who had previously exhausted his resources in support and naturally deserved preferential treatment as our foremost general. Additionally, he rewarded Murakami Takumi, recognizing his considerable talents, especially in regard to the forthcoming urban endeavors where his skills would be invaluable. Li Qing retained only a small fraction of the wealth, sufficient for expenses in the city. Upon concluding the rewards, Li Qing once again promoted the samurai, elevating 30 individuals by 2 ranks. He then commenced the recruitment process to expand his ranks. Faced with Li Qing's invitation, the captives had no choice but to acquiesce. Through this battle, they had experienced the formidable nature of this armed force, and Li Qing's fearsome reputation had etched itself into their very bones. As adversaries, they were filled with dread at the thought of such a leader. However, to serve under him promised a life of luxury and comfort. Yet, Li Qing's standards were stringent. From the nearly 800 individuals, he selected only 80 to enter the samurai hierarchy, granting them the status of 9th-tier samurai. Compared to the direct samurai, they were 2 or 3 ranks lower. Yet they bore no complaints, for entry into the regular army brought them immense joy. Furthermore, Li Qing selected 300 individuals for the reserve corps, granting them the opportunity to ascend into the samurai ranks through their accomplishments. This arrangement effectively opened a pathway for their advancement. The direct samurai expressed no dissatisfaction. Firstly, their lowest ranks surpassed the highest of the newcomers by 2 tiers, eliminating any sense of insecurity. Secondly, the addition of new recruits not only bolstered their strength, but also enhanced their own sense of superiority. Human nature thrives on comparison. The direct samurai enjoyed a sense of superiority due to their elevated ranks, while the 80 newly promoted samurai felt a sense of distinction as the only captives to ascend to samurai status. The 300 in the reserve corps also felt a sense of privilege, for they had at least been integrated into the ranks, avoiding the fate of becoming minors. As for the 400 minors, they were regrettably reminded that the weak possessed no right to choose. Discontent, they could always try again. Ultimately, surviving was a considerable fortune. Nevertheless, the benevolent Li Qing provided them with a glimmer of hope for promotion, as long as they excelled in their tasks. Advancement to the reserve corps was not out of reach. It is essential to offer individuals a glimpse of aspiration. Li Qing's arrangements instilled a shared goal among all, subtly dissipating any potential grievances. Inoue Saburo, a man of simple disposition, failed to grasp the deeper implications, while Murakami Takumi was left in awe, inwardly exclaiming that he had encountered a truly remarkable benefactor. After a day of rest, Li Qing assigned the injured samurai to oversee gold mining operations while tending to their recovery, and then he led the majority of the forces into the city. Li Qing's urgency stemmed primarily from his fear that news of his defeat in the mountainous wilderness would spread, allowing others to seize the opportunity before him. His entry into the city was met with no obstruction. He smoothly took control of dozens of villages, with many inhabitants unaware of the change in authority. Once inside the city, the value of Murakami Takumi became apparent. The population, tax revenues, and affluent households within the city were swiftly organized and presented to Li Qing. These represented tangible wealth, essential for establishing his dominion. Without them, his entry would have been rendered meaningless. In addition to these assets, Li Qing also acquired the wealth accumulated in the mountainous wilderness, officially ascending to the status of a local magnate, leaving behind his previous insignificance. He returned to Inoue Saburo double the amount of money previously spent, and, circumventing the Muromachi shogunate and the emperor, directly appointed him as a general. Inoue Saburo was moved to tears, overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling as though he would gladly lay down his life for Li Qing. He had never anticipated such generosity from the divine figure. After securing Inoue Saburo's allegiance, Li Qing conferred rewards upon Murakami Takumi as well. Upon familiarizing himself with the bureaucratic positions in Japan, he appointed Takumi as the minister of the middle office, ranking him as a shonin. Murakami Takumi was equally grateful. Yet he possessed greater foresight than Inoue Saburo, understanding the legality of the appointment. What delighted him was not the title itself, but the recognition from the divine figure. He was also aware that their future accomplishments would extend far beyond this moment. Thus, he advised, "Great Lord, it is wise to exercise caution regarding titles. Though the emperor no longer engages in practical affairs, and the Muromachi shogunate has waned, the general consensus still holds value. Such boldness may provoke resentment." Li Qing articulated the sentiment, prompting Murakami Takumi to nod in agreement. "Indeed, Great Lord, our strength is still insufficient. It is unwise to be overly ostentatious." Li Qing smiled slightly, replying, "If we remain perpetually cautious, how could we have achieved today's standing? Without a steadfast resolve to challenge the status quo, our cohort will not progress far, and I would not deserve to be called a divine figure." Murakami Takumi felt invigorated, bowing in acknowledgement of his misjudgment. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing declared, "We have established a foothold in the city. It is time for the people to recognize that a new ruler has emerged. This task I entrust to you." "Yes." Murakami Takumi bowed in acquiescence. "Wait a moment. Is there anything else, Great Lord? Bring your son-in-law here and rapidly expand the blacksmith shop," Li Qing instructed, emphasizing that they were in a period of growth and that expenditures necessary for development should not be spared. He would reimburse them without hesitation. "I understand," Murakami Takumi replied, bowing once more before setting off to fulfill the task. Each individual excelled in different areas. Inoue Saburo was valiant yet straightforward, while Murakami Takumi, though lacking physical prowess, was adept in governance. Soon, the blacksmith shop relocated to the city, and with Li Qing's support, they began manufacturing weapons, while armor production was also prioritized. With the wealth accumulated in the mountainous wilderness, alongside a small gold mine, 2 minor silver mines, and the contributions from dozens of villages, they could comfortably sustain an armed force of 500. Indeed, they were quite affluent. Of course, this prosperity was largely due to Li Qing's disinterest in wealth. He neither hoarded riches nor indulged in extravagance, directing all expenditures towards martial prowess. Meanwhile, Inoue Saburo remained diligent, training the samurai daily in preparation for the battles that lay ahead. Murakami Takumi has taken to orchestrating a campaign of public opinion. Under his influence, the divine wind swiftly swept through dozens of villages within his domain. Remarkably, this zephyr of divinity even reached other guardians' territories. In the capital of the Ming dynasty, an unsettling wind has arisen, though it is not of the divine sort, but rather a malevolent one. In the Qinxing Palace, Zhu Jian Shen rubbed his temples, exasperated, and inquired, "Have we not yet ascertained the truth?" Wang Ji responded respectfully, "There has been some progress. The so-called fox demons' nocturnal assaults on the populace lack tangible evidence. The common folk merely echo each other's fears. We have traced the source of the rumors and, upon interrogation, discovered that this individual was seduced by a demon's machinations, deliberately spreading these falsehoods." Noticing the emperor's growing impatience, Wang Ji hastily summarized, "The person was deeply enticed and endured all manner of torture, yet remains obstinate, refusing to reveal the demon's identity. He has since perished under duress." "Fool," the emperor seethed. "Calm my fury, and allow me to investigate further." Wang Ji, steeling himself, vowed, "Within 10 days, I shall unearth this demon." Zhu Jianshen sighed, "Very well. I grant you an additional 10 days. "Understood, Your Majesty. I take my leave." Wang Ji bowed and exited the grand hall. Zhu Jianshen remained seething, "Wretched creature. Once I capture you, I shall ensure you are dismembered." Logically, a sovereign should not concern himself with the likes of a demon. Yet this ominous wind had stirred considerable unrest in the capital, even infiltrating the palace itself. Such an influence was intolerable for one divinely ordained. After a spell of brooding, Zhu Jian Shen made his way to the Yongqing palace. Upon arrival, he encountered Zhen Er, who was engaged in prayer before a Buddha statue. His irritation flared anew, and he nearly smashed the idol. Zhen Er swiftly embraced him, explaining, "Your Majesty, temper your wrath. I am not praying to the fox demon. I have faith in Buddha." At her words, Zhu Jianshen's expression softened slightly, yet he retorted, "Does worship serve any purpose? Is it more effective than my own authority?" Zhen Er replied, somewhat disheartened, "A sincere heart brings forth results. Do you care to elaborate?" "Let us not dwell on it further," she quickly interjected, realizing the precariousness of her position. "Why must your Majesty be so angry? It is not inherently bad for the common folk to possess a faith." Zhu Jianshen scoffed. "What do you know? Every action is driven by ulterior motives. That demon has meticulously sown discord in the capital, inducing widespread trepidation. What could their true aim be?" Zhen Er paused, pondering. "To ally with the powerful? Local authorities also exist. It would be far simpler and less risky for them to seek wealth there. Why come to the capital?" Zhu Jianshen countered. Zhen Er's countenance shifted, her eyes widening in shock. Could it be that the demon harbors treasonous intentions? Zhu Jianshen, somewhat at a loss for words, clarified. "What I mean is that I fear someone may be manipulating events from the shadows." "Your Majesty, might you be overly sensitive?" With a melancholic sigh, Zhu Jianshen responded. "Since the purge of superfluous officials began, the relationship between ruler and subjects has soured irreparably. This time, we have genuinely threatened their foundations. I hope I am merely being paranoid." Zhen Er, growing anxious, advised, "Your Majesty should refrain from venturing out for the time being. Let this tempest pass." Realizing the implications of her words, she quickly amended, "The consort is near her time. The royal physician has indicated a strong likelihood of a dragon's son. You should spend more time with her." It must be said that the consort's fortunes have indeed been unfortunate. She confirmed her pregnancy mere months after the crown prince's establishment. Had this news been revealed a month earlier, perhaps the emperor would not have summoned his illegitimate son back, nor declared him as the crown prince. At least, this was the belief of consort Shun, which left her in a state of deep melancholy, moping about in gloom. Upon hearing of the impending birth of his son, Zhu Jianshen's countenance brightened considerably, and delight sparkled in his eyes. It indicated that he was indeed fine, and that his previous misfortune was merely a stroke of bad luck. With effort, he would surely have many offspring in the future. He chuckled lightly. "Ah, Consort Shun is truly commendable." Chapter 150. Assassins in the palace. No sooner had Zhu Jianshen spoken than Zhen Er's expression visibly darkened. How could it not? After all, she was indeed commendable. Unlike myself, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I have misspoken," Zhu Jianshen exclaimed, hastily stepping forward to embrace her, apologetically saying, "Zhen Er, I truly did not mean it that way. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Do not take it to heart. Do not blame the emperor. It is I who am unworthy. Look at me, lost in foolish thoughts. I am being unreasonable. I acknowledge my fault and seek punishment from your Majesty." Zhu Jianshen replied, "There is no remedy, for he has brought this upon himself. Thus he must console her." After a while, Zhen Er gradually regained her composure, ceasing her self-pity. Following this episode, Zhu Jianshen felt a significant alleviation of his own frustrations, no longer vexed by the matters of the sorcerer. "Come, accompany me for a stroll," he suggested. "No, your Majesty, you should spend time with Consort Shen instead," Zhen Er declined gracefully. "She is so commendable. It is only right that you show her more affection." Zhu Jianshen insisted, "Let us go together. Is that appropriate?" "Yes. If I say it is good, then it is good." Zhu Jianshen laughed as he took her hand. And off they went. Upon arriving at Consort Shun's chambers, they found her engrossed in reading aloud. Zhu Jianshen and Zhen Er were both taken aback. What was she up to? "I pay my respects," Zhen Er curtsied. "Please, no need for formalities," Zhu Jianshen quickly interjected. "You cannot observe such etiquette now." He stepped forward, casually flipping through the spring and autumn annals on the table, puzzled. "What is this all about?" "I have heard that this can enlighten the child," Consort Shen explained. Zhen Er couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Consort Shen always has such peculiar notions. This is the first time I have heard of such a thing. Zhu Jianshen smiled gently, replying, "The imperial physician advises that more movement can alleviate the pains of childbirth. Come, do not remain cooped up. Let us take a walk together. All right, Consort Shen responded with a smile, feeling confident and pleased that her husband, the emperor, was taking her seriously. The palace was vast, and the emperor along with his two consorts strolled aimlessly, chatting and laughing, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. During their walk, Consort Shen subtly steered the conversation towards the crown prince, a sentiment that both Zhu Jian Shen and Zhen Er discerned. However, neither of them addressed it directly. Zhen Er felt it inappropriate to intervene, while Zhu Jian Shen refrained from making any heavy remarks, fearing it might impact his future son, especially since he had already lost two sons and wished to avoid further misfortune. Thus, he exhibited a high degree of tolerance towards Consort Shen. Consort Shen's attempts at conversation, though earnest, were deftly diffused by the emperor, leaving her with a sense of futility akin to striking a fist against cotton. Nonetheless, she dared not overstep her bounds, for she lacked both the esteemed status of Empress Wang and the favor enjoyed by imperial concubine Wan. After several fruitless attempts, she chose to refrain from further discussion. After much difficulty, the emperor has finally developed a fondness for her, and she is determined not to squander this goodwill. There is plenty of time ahead. The trio strolled along, engaging in lively conversation, and Zhu Jianshen's mood lightened, temporarily casting aside his worries. Just as their conversation reached its peak, Huayan hurried over. Noticing the emperor's high spirits, he refrained from rushing to deliver his report and lingered behind, knowing the emperor had already seen him and would summon him in due time. At that moment, Chun Fei suddenly exclaimed softly, "Who is that?" Following her pointed finger, Zhu Jianshen looked towards a nearby earthen mound, where he spotted a figure resembling a Taoist priest standing at the highest point, seemingly observing them. The distance between them was approximately 50 meters, yet neither party looked up, resulting in the guards being oblivious to the presence of the priest, until Chun Fei's remark alerted them. This was indeed the imperial palace. For a moment, everyone was taken aback. Huayan was the first to regain his composure, shouting, "An assassin! Capture the assassin!" His shout startled the armored guards, who immediately rushed towards the figure. Realizing he had been discovered, the man turned and fled. Zhu Jianshen, filled with rage, bellowed, "Do not let him escape. Capture him alive. If he dies, you shall not live either." With that, he charged out alongside the guards. But after only a few steps, Huayan seized him, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, calm down. You cannot go. Let go." Zhu Jianshen was nearly overwhelmed with fury. How could a mere Taoist infiltrate the imperial palace? Huayan dared not release him, but upon seeing the emperor's wrath, he fell to his knees, clutching the emperor's legs tightly, hoping to shield himself from the emperor's furious gaze. As long as he could not see, the emperor would not be angry. Zhen Er, too, changed color, while Chun Fei's chest heaved with anxiety, never expecting someone could infiltrate the palace in broad daylight. It was utterly outrageous. Zhen Er steadied herself and grasped Zhu Jianshen's arm, advising, "Your Majesty, your life is invaluable. You must not venture into danger. What if that scoundrel has accomplices? You cannot go." Chun Fei trembled with fear, stammering, "Yes, Your Majesty. You cannot go, you cannot." Huayan quickly echoed, "What the noble consort says is true. It is better to be cautious. The guards are already pursuing him. He cannot escape." Prompted by Zhen Er's reminder, Zhu Jianshen regained his composure, taking a deep breath and instructing, "Huayan, quickly secure the palace. It must be swift. If he escapes, I shall hold you accountable." "Yes, yes, I shall do so at once," Huayan replied, hastily abandoning courtly etiquette as he rushed outside. His mind raced. It was clear that if the thief managed to enter, it must be connected to the palace eunuchs, and as the chief steward of the inner court, he bore undeniable responsibility. Meanwhile, Zhu Jianshen quickly regained his calm, pulling Zhen Er and Chun Fei back as he shouted at a nearby young eunuch, "Summon Wang Ji to see me at once." "Yes, your servant obeys," the young eunuch replied, equally alarmed, and hurried away. Zhu Jianshen's heart seethed with fury. His teeth clenched tightly. "This is an affront. An affront. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Do not harm your health," they urged. Zhen Er was witnessing his furious wrath for the first time, her face flushed with indignation. The concubine Shun was on the verge of giving birth. One could only hope she would not be frightened into distress. The concubine was already in tears, caught between fear and pain, for her husband's grip was excessively strong, nearly fracturing her hand, yet she dared not utter a word. Zhu Jinda gradually regained his composure and released the two women, instructing, "Zhen Er, take the concubine Shen back." I shall proceed to the Qinqing Palace. Very well, Zhen Er nodded, offering words of comfort. Your Majesty, please do not let your anger harm your health. That miscreant cannot escape. And those entangled in this matter shall not evade justice. I understand. Zhu Jian sighed, turning to leave. Upon reaching the Qinqing Palace, Wang Ji rushed in, panting heavily. Only upon seeing the emperor seated firmly on the throne did he exhale in relief. On the way, he had heard from a young eunuch a brief account of the situation, which had truly frightened him. Your Majesty, I am unharmed. Zhu Jian waved his hand dismissively. Do not investigate the fox demon case for now. Once that scoundrel is apprehended, you will be fully responsible for the interrogation. Ensure it is thorough. Yes, I shall obey your command. Wang Ji bowed and stood to the side, not departing. He understood that capturing someone within the palace required little effort. No matter how cunning the criminal, they would surely falter against a throng of palace guards. Indeed, within a mere quarter of an hour, the commander of the guards arrived to report, Your Majesty, the assassin has been apprehended. Please decree his fate. Zhu Jian turned to Wang Ji, saying, Proceed with the interrogation. Spare no detail. Without my command, do not allow him to die. If he dies, you shall pay with your life. Wang Ji respectfully replied, Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will uncover the truth. Go now. Zhu Jian waved his hand. Everyone, step aside. A group of individuals retreated. Zhu Jian, still panting and his anger unresolved, felt that his safety as emperor had been gravely jeopardized. He could not afford to remain calm or contemplative. Who was that person? Who orchestrated this? Was it a civil official? Were they attempting to emulate the early years of the Zhengtong reign, thinking a young sovereign would be easily manipulated? A multitude of thoughts swirled within him, causing Zhu Jian to clutch his head in pain. He could not fathom it, nor did he know whom to trust. Even Huayan bore suspicion. At this moment, any hint of doubt would be magnified infinitely in Zhu Jian's mind. His sense of security was woefully lacking. Father. A call snapped Zhu Jian back to reality. He scrutinized his son, furrowing his brow. Your son pays his respects to you, father. Zhu Yozhan bowed nervously. Are you all right, father? His cherubic face was filled with concern, his clear eyes reflecting the same anxiety. Zhu Jian's brow gradually relaxed, his expression softening as he beckoned. Come here. Zhu Yozhan approached. Father, I heard from the concubine that there are thieves. Do not speak of that. Zhu Jian interjected, pinching his son's chubby cheek. Did you come alone? I came with Delinzi, but he was frightened of you and dared not enter. Zhu Jian's eyes darkened, suspicious. Yet, he refrained from further comment and shifted his attention to his son's studies. Although Zhu Yozhan had received his formal education later, he had not fallen behind. He was diligent, quite intelligent, and fortunate to have a commendable teacher. In response to the emperor's inquiry, Zhu Jian Shen posed a question. Among the three teachers, which one do you favor the most? One is a scholar, one is a martial instructor, and one is a eunuch. He sought to discern which aspect his son prioritized. Teacher Li, Zhu Yuzhang replied without hesitation, believing it to be a mere choice, unaware that it was a matter of political significance. The smile on Zhu Jianshen's face faded slightly as he asked for the reasoning behind his choice. Teacher Li is the most erudite, Zhu Yuzhang stated candidly. Zhu Jianshen then inquired, when you ascend the throne, will you not appoint this teacher to a high position? Long live father, Zhu Yuzhang responded. Zhu Jianshen chuckled, remarking on how swiftly his son had matured in just half a year, while he attributed this rapid growth to his lineage rather than the teacher's influence. Zhu Jianshen thought to himself, as the crown prince, you will inevitably become emperor. Answer your father's question directly. Zhu Yuzhang hesitated before nodding. I believe Teacher Li possesses great talent. In Chapter 151, regarding the Western Investigation Bureau, Zhu Jianshen fell silent for a moment before asking, do you believe Teacher Li is fit for significant responsibilities, or do you think civil officials are preferable? Zhu Yuzhang scratched his head, admitting, I only know Teacher Li. I am not familiar with others. What if all you could see were individuals like Teacher Li? Zhu Jianshen probed. After contemplation, Zhu Yuzhang replied, naturally. The pillars of the nation must be utilized. Zhu Jianshen smiled, albeit with a hint of resignation, sighed, you have yet to experience hardship. Although Zhu Yuzhang felt a twinge of defiance, he dared not voice it. He was oblivious to the fact that the hardship his father referred to was not of the nature he understood. The previous emperor to have avoided the trials of politics was Zhu Zhanji, yet he harbored a sense of urgency, particularly regarding his uncle. Furthermore, he was exceptionally gifted, receiving guidance from his grandfather, father, teacher Yao, and Mr. Li, all of whom were masterful political strategists. Subsequently, the next 3 emperors of the Ming dynasty, sooner or later, would all suffer the tribulations of political strife. In the early years of Zhu Qian's reign, power was usurped. Zhu Qiyu was thrust into a precarious position, surrounded by the Dowager Empress above and his grandnephew below. Caught amidst a cacophony of ministers, Zhu Jian Shen had to navigate the complexities of having an emperor uncle, and his time as crown prince was far from favorable. Despite all 3 emperors having Mr. Li's assistance, they quickly grasped the darker aspects of political life through personal experience, leading to a profound understanding of governance. Yet, such experiences cannot easily be imparted to others. Knowledge can be taught, but without personal experience, true comprehension remains elusive. And even if articulated, the impact is minimal. This is largely due to the ease of the crown prince's life. Zhu Yuzhong entered the palace as the crown prince, with ministers flocking to him. Although the majority were kept at bay by his father, he could still sense the overwhelming goodwill surrounding him, rendering him unable to discern the true nature of his environment. Of course, he was still young and had ample time for rectification. Zhu Jianshen sighed, playfully pinching his son's cheek, and said, "Father has no matters at hand. Go and study." "Oh, very well," Zhu Yuzhong replied, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he sensed the shift in his father's demeanor. He pondered, "Is there something I have failed to do?" Unbeknownst to him, he believed he had exerted considerable effort. Life within the palace diverged greatly from his aspirations. Although he appeared to coexist with his parents, in reality, they never crossed paths even for a moment. Each day bore the weight of arduous studies, and the young lad's heart brimmed with sorrow. His lips pursed in discontent. "I take my leave." "Go on," murmured Zhu Jianshen. "Great responsibilities are bestowed upon this individual. They must first endure trials of the mind and spirit. This child is far too complacent. He cannot be allowed to remain so unchallenged." Alas, he pondered whether the concubine Shun had given birth to a prince or a princess. He fervently wished for a son. Not long after Zhu Yotong's departure, Empress Dowager Zhou and Empress Wang, accompanied by numerous concubines, arrived to express their concern. The Qianqing palace seldom witnessed such liveliness, prompting Zhu Jianshen to order a delightful array of fruits and pastries, thus initiating a tea gathering. Throughout the event, Zhu Jianshen lavished care upon concubine Shun, personally peeling oranges for her, inciting envy among the other concubines, who felt a mixture of sourness and jealousy, yet found themselves speechless, for she was indeed with child. However, the one who had the most reason to feel envious, the crown prince's mother, consort Ji Shufei, maintained an unusually serene demeanor, as though unaffected by the affair, her nature being one of enduring acceptance. Grateful for her current fortunes, she harbored no desire for favor. Zhu Jianshen found himself at a loss for words. In contrast, concubine Shun was overwhelmed with joy. Despite the unforeseen events of the day, it marked one of the happiest moments of her life, and she envisioned bearing several sons for the emperor. Wang Zhi conducted investigations with remarkable speed, concluding the majority of his inquiries within a single hour, primarily because the opposition lacked resolve. Just as the tea gathering concluded, he arrived at the Qianqing palace to deliver his report. "Your Majesty, I have discovered everything," Wang Zhi exclaimed with evident excitement. The malevolent fox spirit that harmed others was orchestrated by this sorcerer. Zhu Jianshen was taken aback, urging him to elaborate. Wang Zhi, licking his lips to suppress his excitement, continued, "This sorcerer is named Ho De Quan, hailing from Baoding. He fortuitously overheard a local legend, many years prior. A woman named Li gave birth amidst celestial phenomena and named her son Li Zilong. Consequently, he adopted the name Li Zilong, appropriating this tale for himself. Upon arriving in the capital, he utilized his illusionary talents to reside at the home of the military craftsman Yang Daoxian, and through this connection, he became acquainted with palace eunuchs, including Bao Shi, Cui Hong, Zheng Zhong, Song Liang, and Mu Jing." Zhu Jianshen interjected decisively. If he only associated with those within the palace, he could enter, but would never incite such turmoil. There must be influential figures outside who are involved. "Your Majesty is astute," Wang Zhi replied. According to the sorcerer, it was Wei Han from the Dying Bureau who assisted him in gaining prominence. "Arrest him," Zhu Jianshen commanded. "We must capture this individual and also ascertain whether any civil or military officials are implicated." "There is no such involvement," Wang Zhi replied, shaking his head. Through rigorous interrogation, the sorcerer, lacking fortitude, quickly confessed, reiterating previously disclosed information. No officials were involved. He has only been in the capital for a little over a month. No, there must be, Zhu Jian Shen asserted with conviction. Wei Han may be merely an internal officer, possessing limited influence, yet there must be someone behind the scenes inciting this chaos. His lack of connections does not preclude the involvement of officials. Go swiftly, apprehend him, and uncover all those behind this scheme. Wang Zhigong, filled with excitement, was determined to excel this time, believing that further progress was within reach. However, he was unprepared for the swiftness of the forces behind him, which outpaced his own investigative efforts. By the time he apprehended individuals, those who remained alive were but a handful, 3 or 5 at most, all mere foot soldiers. Anger and fear surged within him. What should have been a significant achievement had devolved into a monumental blunder. Yet, with the deceased beyond his power to resurrect, he could only secure the living and ensure their strict oversight before seeking an audience with the emperor to confess his failings. That evening, with trepidation, Wang Zhigong entered the palace to report the results of his endeavors. Upon hearing the outcome, Zhu Jianshen was momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter, a sound that echoed throughout the Qianxing palace. Excellent! Excellent! The color drained from Wang Zhigong's face as he realized the emperor's fury had reached an extreme, far more terrifying than a mere table-flipping outburst. Given the disastrous outcome of his mission, he felt incapable of redeeming himself and could only plead, "I beseech your majesty to punish me." The laughter persisted. Wang Zhigong bowed his head to the ground, trembling in fear, feeling that his days were numbered. This time, even the imperial concubine might not be able to save him. Having turned a grave matter of assassination into such a debacle, who would survive if not he? After what felt like an eternity, the laughter finally subsided. Zhu Jianshen's voice turned icy. "Wang Zhigong, your servant is here. Conclude the case." Indeed, Wang Zhigong was taken aback, astonished that the emperor had not issued any punishment, even more incredulous that he seemed willing to let the matter rest. "Conclude the case." "Yes, yes, your servant shall obey." He hastily bowed, declaring that he would proceed to the prison and personally oversee the execution the following day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Before the execution, make the case public and administer the punishment openly, Zhu Jianshen commanded. Wang Zhigong bowed again, acknowledging, "Your servant understands and will comply." Zhu Jianshen said nothing further and rose to enter the inner palace. After a lengthy pause, Wang Zhigong slowly lifted his head, his back drenched in cold sweat. Trembling with fear, he rose from the ground, steadied himself, and hastened toward the palace exit. Wang Zhigong found the situation surreal. How could the emperor suddenly be so lenient? Little did he know that Zhu Jianshen was preparing to unleash his wrath, a storm that would not be easily quelled. It was no wonder that any sovereign would find such matters intolerable, warranting a severe response. That night, Zhu Jianshen did not visit the harem, nor did he see Zhen Er. Alone in the Qianxing palace, he sat at his desk, where bold characters were inscribed: outer court, inner court, and the Jinyiwei. The outer court had long suffered under his rule, but now the inner court had also faltered, and even the guards sworn to protect him, the Jinyiwei, had committed grave errors. With 3 major institutions failing simultaneously, the emperor found himself unable to sleep. If he did not retaliate decisively, he feared that one day, while in slumber, someone might intrude upon him with sinister intent. Thus, he spent that night without closing his eyes. The following day, the conspiracy of the sorcerer Li Zilong, who colluded with palace attendants to infiltrate the palace with the intent to assassinate, was made public. Simultaneously, the case of the fox demon who harmed others at night was also resolved. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the principal offender Li Zilong and his accomplice Zheng Zhong were escorted to the West Market. Within a mere day, this colossal case had reached its final verdict. At noon, Zhu Jianshen issued a decree elevating Wan Xie, the brother of the Empress Wan Zhen Er, to the position of commander of the Jinyiwei, and Wan Tong, the brother of the Empress, to the role of deputy commander. The ministers remained silent. A day later, Zhu Jianshen proclaimed another decree, promoting Wang Ji to the position of chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department. The ministers, seething with indignation, chose to remain mute. 3 days later, Zhu Jianshen issued yet another decree, establishing the Western Inspection Office, appointing Wang Ji as the chief eunuch of this new entity. The rationale behind the establishment of the Western Inspection Office was due to Wang Ji's youth. Promoting him directly to the leadership of the Eastern Factory may not have been wise. Moreover, a significant factor was that Wang Zhi belonged to the Imperial Horse Department, whereas the position of Eastern Factory Chief was traditionally held by an eunuch from the Palace of Rites, which further complicated matters and led to a lack of trust. This time, the ministers felt compelled to voice their concerns. When Wang Zhi was merely a standing eunuch, he had dared to drag them to the Meridian Gate, administering punishment indiscriminately, regardless of their ranks. What would happen if he were to become the factory chief? In the Hall of Heavenly Purity, the ministers expressed their outrage. The emperor already had the Jinyiwei and the Eastern Factory. Why establish yet another Western inspection office? The founding of the Jinyiwei by the Taizu was intended to oversee the officials. The Taizong established the Eastern Factory to curtail the Jinyiwei. What then? Was the purpose of the Western Inspection Office? The delicate balance of power established by the Taizong was now being disregarded, leading to questions about the emperor's wisdom. Zhu Jian Shen replied nonchalantly, "Do you wish to defy my decree? A decree cannot be openly challenged, at least not in public." The ministers merely sought to offer counsel, not to oppose his orders. Zhu Jian Shen chuckled. What is this commotion about? The ministers implored him to reconsider. Zhu Jian Shen remained unmoved. If the emperor persisted in his solitary path, he permitted the ministers to retire to their hometowns. Very well, Zhu Jian Shen replied readily. Those who wish to return may submit their requests, and I shall approve them collectively. Do any of you have further objections? Dismissed. Chapter 152. Serving a sovereign is like taming a tiger. The uproar in the Hall of Heavenly Purity was fierce, yet no one truly dared to resign. Times had changed. All were aware that the emperor could indeed act upon his words. Should they dare to resign, he would readily approve it. The imperial decree was a powerful tool. Initially dismissed as inconsequential, it had evolved into a significant threat to their very existence. Resignation was not merely a desire to leave office. It served as a political leverage, even a form of political extortion. In stark terms, this was a game of strategy, but only if one possessed the clout to apply pressure. Otherwise, it would become a laughingstock. This tactic, utilized throughout history, had become ineffective during the Ming dynasty. The cursed imperial edict. Though the number of couriers was currently limited, they knew that a shift in their positions would immediately lead to numerous replacements. Perhaps those newcomers lacked proficiency, yet they could still maintain the functioning of the court. The emperor could continue without them, which was an unsettling thought. Ultimately, the establishment of the Western Inspection Office was laid bare. They understood it was aimed directly at them, yet they could not prevent it. With their ace rendered ineffective, they were left with but one option: rebellion. A jest, indeed, for in the flourishing era of the Ming, rebellion would only lead to the demise of entire clans. After this incident, the ministers lost their former bravado. However, Wang Zhi was emboldened. He had not anticipated such a rapid ascent in his career. Being appointed as the chief eunuch of the Horse Monitoring Bureau and the supervisor of the Western Depot, positions he had never dared to dream of. And now he held them simultaneously. More significantly, he was merely 16 years old. A 16-year-old eunuch achieving such accomplishments was unprecedented in the Ming dynasty. Even his idol, the famed eunuch Sanbao, had not come close to his standing at that age. It felt like a dream. With the vigor of youth and a strong drive to act, he seized the opportunity to showcase his abilities. The establishment of the Western Depot progressed rapidly, while the ministers lamented their plight. Unable even to indulge in the usual negligence for fear that Wang Zhi would seek retribution come autumn, they were acutely aware of how formidable this young man could be, genuinely capable of bringing them to ruin. In early July, the Empress Chun gave birth to a son, bringing great joy to Zhu Jindian. The ministers saw a chance to mend relations and hurried to extend their congratulations, even submitting petitions urging the emperor to take more concubines. Believing that expanding the royal family would bring blessings, they aimed to curry favor. In the past, Zhu Jindian had been the one to bow his head. This time, however, the tables had turned, and they were utterly outmatched. Zhu Jindian heeded their counsel, and soon the selection of maidens was put on the agenda. Yet, despite listening to their advice, his attitude towards the ministers remained lukewarm. He did not invite them to the banquet for the second princess full moon celebration. In the Qianxing Palace, in a side hall, Li Dongyang spoke until his throat was dry, yet the diligent student remained with his head bowed, silent. Noticing this, he paused, expressing concern. Is the crown prince unwell? After several inquiries, Zhu Yozong finally came to his senses and gently shook his head. I am not unwell. Then is there something that troubles you? Li Dongyang, realizing that under such circumstances, no lesson could penetrate the crown prince's mind, suggested, if the crown prince feels comfortable, perhaps you might share your concerns with me. If not, you may confide in His Majesty or consort Shu. In any case, do not keep it bottled up inside. With a sigh of maturity, Zhu Yozong inquired, Sir, has my father taken another consort? Li Dongyang was taken aback, remaining silent for a considerable time before stammering. Is there an issue with that? It seems my father no longer favors my mother. Zhu Yozong lamented, his brows furrowed in discontent. Li Dongyang was unsure whether Consort Ji had complained to the Crown Prince or if the Crown Prince was merely expressing concern for his mother, but in either case, it was not for him, an outsider, to comment. He could only respond, it is natural for the Emperor to expand the royal family. The Crown Prince should not dwell on it. Very well, Zhu Yozong sighed again, but I feel that since having a younger brother, my father has grown distant from me. Li Dongyang managed a wry smile. You are being overly sensitive. The Emperor's appointment of you as Crown Prince is the greatest sign of his affection. That was in the past. Things are different now. My father has a new son, Zhu Yozong said sadly. Perhaps he will choose to make my brother the Crown Prince instead. That will not happen, Li Dongyang reassured him. There is a natural order of seniority. The heir apparent should not be easily replaced. The Crown Prince should not overthink this. In truth, whether or not he remained the Crown Prince was of little consequence. Zhu Yozong pouted, saying, I simply wish my father could spend more time with me and my mother. Li Dongyang felt somewhat helpless. It has always been said that even the most upright officials find it challenging to resolve family matters, let alone those pertaining to the Emperor's household. Even if he possessed the ability to adjudicate, he would not dare to do so. However, as a teacher and the instructor of the Crown Prince, he bore the responsibility for the prince's development. It was not only his duty as a mentor, but also his obligation as a subject. The growth of the nation's heir allowed for no negligence. He believed it necessary to offer counsel to the Emperor, ensuring a nurturing environment for the Crown Prince's growth. Aware that today's lesson would be futile, he declared, Your Highness, we shall not hold class today. Let us practice calligraphy instead. Very well. Zhu Yozhuang replied with a reluctant nod. Immediately, two young eunuchs presented the writing materials. One ground the ink, while the other spread out the Xian paper. Zhu Yozhuang took up the brush and dipped it in ink, yet his strokes lacked vigor. Observing this, Li Dongyang sighed inwardly and, feigning an urgent matter, excused himself from the side hall. He made his way to the main hall of the Jinyiwei Palace, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. I humbly request an audience. May it be relayed to the esteemed official. The young eunuch, recognizing him as the Crown Prince's teacher, replied courteously, Please wait a moment. With that, he entered the grand hall. After approximately 15 minutes, the young eunuch returned, stating, The Emperor has requested your presence. Thank you for your trouble. Li Dongyang nodded and proceeded into the hall. Noticing Wang Zhi in high spirits, apparently engaged in state affairs with the Emperor, he focused his attention, bowing and greeting. I am Li Dongyang, paying my respects to your Majesty. Rise, the Emperor replied. Thank you, your Majesty. Li Dongyang stood, discreetly glancing at Wang Zhi. What brings you here? Minister Li? The Emperor inquired. Li Dongyang quickly bowed, stating, It pertains to the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi bowed and said, I shall take my leave. Zhu Jian Shen nodded, allowing Wang Zhi to depart before asking, What is the matter? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is not in high spirits, Li Dongyang said, bracing himself. Zhu Jiashen's expression turned curious. Is that so? Indeed, your Majesty. The Crown Prince is the foundation of the nation, and throughout his development, my role is merely to teach. The pivotal influence lies solely with you, your Majesty, Li Dongyang replied, bowing. The Crown Prince's condition has not been ideal of late. I humbly request your Majesty's attention to this matter. I understand, Zhu Jiashen nodded. Is there anything else? And no, nothing further, Li Dongyang stammered. However, Zhu Jiashen remarked. I noticed you kept glancing at Wang Zhi. Do you harbor any objections to him? I would not dare. Li Dongyang felt a chill run through him. Surprised by the Emperor's keen perception. You do not dare, but you do have concerns, do you not? Zhu Jiashen chuckled. Pray, enlighten me. The Emperor valued the person recommended by Li Qing, hence his appointment as the teacher of his son. Li Dongyang bowed. I am merely the Crown Prince's tutor and do not presume to comment on court affairs. You receive the court stipend and are an official of the court. You possess the right to voice your opinions on state matters. Zhu Jiashen smiled. I encourage you to speak. What is there to fear? Do you fear I might punish you? At this juncture, Li Dongyang could no longer evade the topic and simply bowed. I hold no objections to Lord Wang. But I do feel that he is rather young and has advanced too swiftly. This is merely my humble opinion. Zhu Jian responded. So, you are skeptical of my judgment? I would not dare. Then you must have reservations regarding the establishment of the Western Fabrication Bureau? I would not dare. Li Dongyang felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. As today he truly experienced the meaning of serving the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. Zhu Jian remarked indifferently. Is it that you dare not, or is it that you cannot? Li Dongyang replied, I dare not, and I cannot. He clasped his hands and added, I believe the establishment of the Western Censorate by your Majesty is indeed a stroke of brilliance. Flattery, as usual, only served to irritate. Zhu Jian's expression hardened. Li Dongyang felt aggrieved. Why was everything he said wrong? Pray tell, where's my brilliance? Zhu Jian demanded. Li Dongyang, with a respectful gesture, responded. The founding of the Jinyiwei by the Taizu was to oversee the officials, while the Taizong established the Dongchang to balance the Jinyiwei. Both were wise leaders. However, as time passes, the opposition between the two may gradually weaken, even leading to collusion. He continued, Now, with your Majesty establishing the Western Censorate, this issue is effectively resolved. Zhu Jian chuckled, Not necessarily. According to your reasoning, this is merely a temporary brilliance. Over time, they too will succumb to collusion. Absolutely not, Li Dongyang asserted confidently. If the Western Censorate gains power, the Eastern Censorate and Jinyiwei will surely unite. Conversely, if the Eastern Censorate becomes dominant, then the Western Censorate and Jinyiwei will likewise band together. The same holds true for the Jinyiwei. Zhu Jian paused, momentarily taken aback. He had established the Western Censorate to curb the ministers and had not considered this perspective until Li Dongyang presented it. He now felt a sense of his own brilliance. With such a system of checks and balances, he could rest assured for future generations. Zhu Jian smiled, truly worthy of a prodigy. You possess remarkable insight. He sighed, unabashedly stating, among all the ministers, only you have discerned my good intentions. Li Dongyang quickly demurred, Your Majesty exaggerates. I am merely a diligent student of history, summarizing some superficial insights. Oh, Zhu Jian's interest was piqued. Our Ming dynasty uniquely possesses the censorate and the guard. Which historical period have you drawn your conclusions from? Li Dongyang's expression shifted slightly, internally lamenting. Zhu Jian pondered briefly before arriving at an answer. The Three Kingdoms, is it? I am guilty, Li Dongyang hastily confessed. As comparing the two censorates and the guard to Wei, Shu, and Wu was indeed a grave offense. Unfortunately, the words had already escaped his lips, and it was too late for regret. However, Zhu Jian laughed heartily, choosing not to pursue him for his slip of the tongue. Li Qing truly possesses unique insight. He is indeed a talent. Zhu Jian then ordered, Go summon the crown prince. I obey your command, replied Li Dongyang, secretly relieved. As the tension he had held finally eased, he couldn't help but reflect again. Serving the emperor is indeed akin to accompanying a tiger. Chapter 153, The Royal Father's Teachings on Rulership. Father. Yes, speak to me. What troubles you? The crown prince, Zhu Yutang, hesitated before asking, Father, do you no longer hold affection for mother? Zhu Jian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled in disbelief. Did mother tell you that? Mother said nothing. I discerned it myself. Father, you no longer seem to favor mother as you once did. Zhu Yutang said dejectedly, You no longer care for me as you did before. Zhu Jian could not help but smile, but then became serious. Do you understand what it means to be an emperor? A ruler of a nation, Zhu Yutang answered. Indeed. A ruler of a nation, Zhu Jian affirmed, nodding in agreement. As the sovereign, one must prioritize state affairs. Being a good husband and a good father combined does not surpass the duty of being a good emperor. After a brief pause, he continued, Of course, father still cares for you and your mother, but he is simply too occupied with state affairs to spare much time. Zhu Yuzhang retorted, Father has time. You are quite diligent in visiting concubine Wan. If you truly lacked time, you would not have asked the Empress Dowager to assist you in selecting a consort. Zhu Jian's expression darkened, and he snorted, Enough of your prattle. Zhu Yuzhang lowered his head, feeling aggrieved. You are already 7 years old. Why do you still act like a child? As the crown prince, you must shoulder your responsibilities, Zhu Jian said calmly. Studying diligently should be your primary focus at this moment. I understand, Father, Zhu Yuzhong nodded and asked hopefully, can you teach me? Of course. Zhu Jian Shen smiled slightly and said, let us go to the inner hall. All right, the little one replied joyfully. Zhu Jian Shen wrote down 2 large characters and asked, what do these 2 characters read? Checks and balances. Zhu Yuzhong confidently replied, what do you mean by checks and balances? Mutual restraint to maintain equilibrium, Zhu Yuzhong answered. What is the significance of checks and balances for an emperor? Zhu Yuzhong was at a loss for words. Zhu Jianshen chuckled and said, you only grasp the surface. To put it plainly, the essence of checks and balances for an emperor is to help him secure his throne and to manage his subordinates. Zhu Jianshen explained, the focus lies not in checks, but in balances. The former is a means, while the latter is the goal. With the foundation of knowledge already laid, it was time to impart some imperial strategies. Zhu Yuzhong listened intently, not wanting to disappoint his father during this rare moment of attention. He was fully engaged in the lesson. After a while, Zhu Jianshen said, if you have any doubts, thoughts, or questions, do not hesitate to voice them. Father, the Ming dynasty is currently prosperous, and the people are living in peace and contentment. There are no wars to fight, and I believe that to make the Ming even better, we must focus on civil governance, Zhu Yuzhong cautiously remarked. Am I correct? Not entirely wrong. Zhu Jianshen nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of their ancestors who laid a solid foundation for the future rulers of the Ming. However, he cautioned, terms like prosperous and content should be taken lightly. Do not take them too seriously. Zhu Jianshen added with a hint of sarcasm. It is akin to the ornate writings of scholars, flowery language that is pleasing to the eye yet lacks substance. After a moment, he continued, it cannot be denied that at this stage, the Ming needs civil governance. But first, you must consider whether you can wield power effectively after promoting civil officials. Me? Zhu Yuzhong pondered for a long time but could not arrive at a conclusion, so he honestly replied, I do not know. Please teach me, father. To elevate, one must first suppress, Zhu Jianshen stated. Since the times of the Taizu and Taizong, they began to suppress the civil officials. Yet did their civil governance falter? Certainly not. Zhu Jianshen inquired, do you know why? Because Taizu and Taizong were brilliant. Zhu Yuzhong provided a correct answer. Zhu Jianshen laughed lightly and explained, it was because military generals held sway over the civil officials, and Taizu and Taizong had exceptional control over the army, which was fundamental to their great achievements. Remember, if you wish to accomplish anything, you must be an emperor with real power. Zhu Jianshen spoke these words with unprecedented seriousness. Zhu Yuzhong nodded, I will remember. Repeat it. To achieve greatness, one must embody the essence of a powerful emperor. Zhu Yuzhong reiterated. Zhu Jiandang remarked, from now on, rise early each day and silently recite this in your heart. The sun shall take heat. Zhu Yuzhong nodded, then inquired, Father, how can one become a truly powerful emperor? Simply observe how your father conducts himself, Zhu Jiandang replied with pride. But if I cannot measure up to my father's standards, does that mean I cannot value the importance of civil governance? Zhu Yuzhong asked timidly. Zhu Jiandang affirmed, absolutely not. Wouldn't that be akin to throwing the baby out with the bathwater? If you cannot suppress the civil officials, yet still rely heavily on them. That indeed would be the case. Zhu Jiandang explained, balance is the scale of the nation. Confucianism may be employed, yet it must not be wholly trusted. Do you understand? The son did not fully grasp this concept. After all, Zhu Yuzhong was only 7 years old and found it somewhat challenging to comprehend. Zhu Jiandang rephrased in simpler terms. Without rules, there can be no order. The son understood. Zhu Yuzhong said, if the emperor cannot restrain his ministers, then they are unbound by rules and will engage in wrongdoing. Is that correct? Yes, indeed. Zhu Jiandang smiled. A rare moment of praise. You have hit the nail on the head. Such guided education is far more effective than providing direct answers. Zhu Yuzhong felt a surge of joy, pleased that his father had finally commended him. As the lesson concluded, it was nearly time for lunch. Zhu Yuzhong hopefully suggested, Father, shall we dine with mother this noon? Not today. I must visit concubine Shun and your younger brother. Very well. Zhu Yuzhong's smile faded. Zhu Jiandang observed, what is the matter? Are you unhappy again? No, not at all. Zhu Yuzhong quickly waved his chubby hand, insisting that his father should go, and that he was not unhappy. Indeed, Zhu Jiandang rose and remarked that in ordinary households, the eldest son must share the family's burdens. When parents are busy, they care for younger siblings. As the royal firstborn, you need not tend to your younger siblings, but competing for favor is unacceptable. Zhu Yozong felt a flush of warmth on his face and awkwardly admitted, "You are right, father. I acknowledge my mistake. That is more like it." Zhu Jianding mumbled, ultimately feeling reluctant to impose too harshly, stating, "Fine, you may dine with your mother at noon." "Ah, thank you, father." Zhu Yozong's spirits lifted considerably, and he respectfully bid farewell to his father. Concubine Shun had completed her confinement and was reading to her son by the bedside. The newborn could hardly comprehend, but she persisted. This is what is meant by being influenced by one's surroundings. She understood the odds were slim, yet she was determined to make an effort, for the potential rewards were immense. As her son slept soundly, she lowered her voice but continued reading until a servant reported the emperor's arrival, prompting her to set the book aside. No sooner had she taken a few steps than Zhu Jianding entered. "I pay my respects to your majesty." "No need for such formalities." Zhu Jianding, in good spirits, asked, "Is the baby asleep?" "Yes, he is," Concubine Shen nodded. The maids, overhearing this, discreetly withdrew from the inner chamber, suspecting the emperor had something in mind. Zhu Jianding approached, gazing at his peacefully slumbering son, a long-lost paternal smile gracing his lips. Having lost his first two sons at an early age, he had been less involved in the upbringing of the third, and he cherished this new child deeply. "The baby sleeps soundly," Zhu Jianding mused, gently stroking the little one's cheek, and his gaze fell upon the spring and autumn at the bedside, eliciting a chuckle from him. "He is currently at a loss, and your efforts seem to be in vain." Zhu Jian Shen, having visited frequently in recent days, is well aware of the so-called early education advocated by the consort. However, the consort insists, "Let us give it a try. What if it proves beneficial?" Zhu Jianshen cannot help but smile wryly, fully understanding her intentions. Nevertheless, he refrains from discouraging her. After all, her thoughts are quite normal, and she has not explicitly stated them. Moreover, he aims to instill a sense of urgency in the crown prince, ensuring that his path is not too smooth. The hardships he endured during his own time as crown prince should also be experienced by the next generation, as such trials are advantageous for their growth. After all, he is the crown prince, the future heir, and it is essential for him to be tempered through challenges. The consort inquires, "Your Majesty, you mentioned naming our son yesterday. Have you come up with something?" Zhu Jianshen contemplates, feeling a warmth on his face as he sinks into thought. However, this time he feels no pressure. It is not a name for the crown prince, and as long as it adheres to ancestral traditions, it suffices. Within a quarter of an hour, he arrives at a decision. Jian, it signifies beauty and carries an implication of openness. With a tall tree, it is fitting to name him Jian, hoping he thrives and flourishes. Zhu Jianshen declares. The consort rejoices, finding it more melodious than the character Zhang. "Thank you for bestowing a name, Your Majesty." Zhu Jianshen chuckles. "What is there to be grateful for? I am naming my own son. Do you need to thank me?" "I am simply delighted," the consort replies with a bashful smile. "It is nearly lunchtime. Your Majesty should dine with me." "Very well," Zhu Jianshen nods, reaching out to caress his son. The consort's heart blossoms with joy. The emperor is first accompanying Jian, and she hurries to make preparations. Unbeknownst to her, whether Zhu Jianshen's grip was too firm or the baby had simply awakened from a restful slumber, the moment she left, the little one began to wail upon seeing his father's rugged visage. "No, no, do not cry." The infant indeed ceased his cries, not out of obedience, but because his father's hand was pressed over his mouth and nose. After a brief moment, Zhu Jianshen suddenly realizes this is inappropriate and loosens his grip. The instant he does, the infant resumes his loud cries, prompting Zhu Jianshen to fluster. "Call someone, quickly." Fortunately, the consort hears the commotion and swiftly returns, cradling the child and gently rocking him until he quiets. Zhu Jianshen, moved by the moment, reflects, specialization is indeed vital. After lunch, Zhu Jianshen lingers a while longer before departing. Upon reaching Qianqing Palace, Wang Zhi requests an audience. The young man, brimming with enthusiasm, is eager to showcase his abilities now that the establishment of the Western Depot is nearly complete, desiring to tackle a major case for the emperor to witness his competence. Zhu Jianshen wholeheartedly supports this initiative, as he founded the Western Depot to instill fear among the courtiers. As long as the evidence is irrefutable, anyone may be held accountable. Zhu Jianshen asserts, "With my backing, feel free to act boldly." Wang Zhi, filled with fervor, responds, "I will obey your command and ensure the emperor is not disappointed." Chapter 154. Li Qing returns to the Ming dynasty. Wang Ji sets off with his entourage. He does not investigate cases in the capital, but heads to the provinces, which is also Zhu Jianshen's intent. Zhu Jianshen does not wish to exert excessive pressure, although he has the secret police at his disposal for emergencies. That is merely a contingency. He prefers not to drive individuals into desperation. However, the Western Depot is indeed established to deal with the courtiers, and cases must be pursued, particularly major ones. At this stage, there is merely a reluctance to exert pressure on the officials of the capital. Zhu Jianshen remains steadfast. After all, unless the blade strikes one's own flesh, one cannot truly feel the pain. Indeed, as Zhu Jianshen had anticipated, although the ministers harbored discontent following Wang Ji's departure, their reactions were muted, and the administration continued to function smoothly. However, none could have foreseen that Wang Ji would orchestrate a monumental scandal. Director of the factory. Where shall we go? To Fujian. Wang Ji evidently possessed a clear plan, stating that someone within the court was surely keeping a close watch on their movements. Thus they must act swiftly. Understood. At merely 16 years of age, Wang Ji had already risen to a prominent position among the eunuchs, a fact that even the most oblivious could discern. His longevity surpassed that of most eunuchs, and consequently, those selected to join the Western factory did not regard his youth with disdain. Rather, they displayed even greater respect and deference. Undoubtedly, Wang Ji's authority eclipsed that of the Eastern factory and the Jinyiwei, as he also held the title of chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office. In addition to his role as the director of the Western factory, Wang Ji wielded military power, overseeing the Imperial Guard, which constituted a formidable force. A youth of 16 possessing such immense power and imperial favor naturally inspired unwavering loyalty among his subordinates. The most fundamental truth is that associating with those who have promising futures enhances one's own prospects. A swift journey commenced towards Fujian. In Japan, after 2 months of strategic maneuvering, Yongqing not only established dominion over numerous surrounding villages, but also made significant strides in strength. He assembled a contingent of 200 elite warriors, including direct descendants and 89 other samurai, all clad in full armor and wielding superior steel swords. Their combat prowess unparalleled across the realm of Japan. Simultaneously, a reserve force of 300, having undergone rigorous training for 2 months, exhibited exponential growth and strength. Additionally, Yongqing selected 100 miners and recruited over 400 individuals from the surrounding villages to form a new reserve unit, dedicated to daily training. At this juncture, his military strength had surpassed 1,000. While this force was somewhat fewer than the previous bandit group, in terms of combat capability, even without Yongqing's direct involvement, 2 bandit groups would hardly match his forces. This was due to the exceptional equipment, systematic training, and notably favorable conditions afforded to his samurai. More importantly, a clear pathway for advancement existed. Those who achieved merit would be promoted. Under such a system, their ambition was fully ignited. Even Inoue Saburo could not restrain his eagerness. Great one, the samurai are restless and eager for battle. Wait a moment, replied Yongqing. I must first make a trip to the Ming dynasty. We shall discuss further upon my return. Upon hearing this, both Inoue Saburo and Murakami Takumi were left bewildered. They urged, Great one, we are at a crucial juncture of development. How can you leave now? Yongqing was the soul of this army, even setting aside his formidable combat capability. His influence was paramount. The difference between having him present and absent was akin to that of clouds and mud. I shall not be away for long. At most 3 months before I return. Yongqing reassured them, stating that upon his return, he would lead them to conquer vast territories, and at that time, the power of the Hosokawa clan would be easily within their reach. No, Great one, your departure at this moment leaves the samurai unsettled, Murakami Takumi said anxiously. 3 months is far too long. The samurai cannot endure even an extra day. As the saying goes, time is of the essence. That is not how the Han express it, Yongqing retorted with a roll of his eyes. I must return. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. He then softened his tone. You two, one of intellect and the other of martial prowess, are my right and left arms. You are destined for greatness. How can you lack the confidence to manage this minor issue? Encouraged by his words, both men felt considerably better, though concerns lingered regarding Yongqing's departure. Murakami Takumi continued. Great one, it's not just the samurai. The Hosokawa clan has already sent envoys to test our resolve. While we managed to deflect them for now, The Hosokawa family will not easily relent. They may either attempt to recruit us again or prepare for war. Indeed, Inoue Saburo concurred. The Hosokawa clan wields immense power, and without your presence, we feel quite unsteady. Li Qing pondered for a moment and suggested, if they send more envoys, treat them with utmost hospitality, allowing them to linger as long as possible. Do not express dissent or refusal. Instead, shower their representatives with riches. After a pause, he added, the Hosokawa clan will not recklessly confront our modest faction, especially since the shogunate oversees 4 major powers. The Hosokawa are not the sole rulers. What if they truly come to fight? Inoue Saburo inquired. Then we shall fight, Li Qing declared. Their numbers will not be vast. And we are the defenders of the city. There is nothing to fear. Do you not have faith in our samurai? Let us not forget, you are a daimyo now. Inoue Saburo felt a flush of warmth on his face and chose to remain silent. Li Qing then turned to Murakami Takumi, saying, while we must remain prepared for battle, it is preferable to avoid conflict until my return, preserving our strength for the time being. Understood. Murakami Takumi nodded earnestly, committed to doing his utmost in external negotiations. Good. Li Qing replied, I will personally explain the situation to the samurai shortly, stating that my breakthrough in divine skills is imminent and will require approximately 3 months. You two must not let this information slip. Upon hearing Li Qing's arrangements, the tension in their hearts eased considerably, and they bowed in acknowledgement. After organizing a series of matters, Li Qing set out with a few trusted confidants as sailors. To save time, he chose the most direct route, landing in Fujian of the Ming dynasty. His haste in returning was driven by strategic considerations. Now that he had established a stronghold and amassed a certain level of military capability, he was poised to launch a significant campaign to dismantle the existing structure of Japan. His goal was to entrap the nation in a cycle of warfare, gradually leading them to abandon local production and focus primarily on acquiring Ming goods. Subtly, he aimed to reduce them to miners for the Ming, supplying gold and silver in exchange for the materials necessary for war. Before proceeding, however, he needed to prompt the Ming court to expand production. Otherwise, the immense demand could not be met merely through private smuggling. And Li Qing had no intention of allowing the wealthy gentry to profit from the situation. Li Qing, with a navigational chart in hand, traversed his journey with remarkable ease. Arriving in Fujian in just over half a month, he instructed a few companions to return the same way, promising to meet them here in a month. Before setting off once more, traveling alone, he made swift progress, reaching Jining in just one night. Exhausted and famished from his overnight trek, he sought out a nearby tavern, intending to indulge in a hearty meal to replenish his strength before procuring a horse. Although he could outrun a steed, the fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Moreover, with a month and a half ahead of him, there was no need for haste. At his current pace, he could reach the capital well before the deadline. Seated by the window, Li Qing ordered the tavern's signature dishes, savoring the complimentary tea while gazing out at the scenery. Truly, the Ming dynasty felt like home to him. His heart was at peace, as though he had taken root in familiar soil. Reflecting on his earlier statement about wanting to explore the vast world, he couldn't help but smile ruefully. He had scarcely begun and already lost interest in wandering. As dishes were brought to him, the tavern attendant announced cheerfully, "Dear guest, please enjoy your meal. The remaining hearty dishes will be ready shortly." Li Qing picked up his chopsticks, relishing the first bite, and sighed in contentment, exclaiming, "Ah, the cuisine of the Ming is truly delightful." Curious, the attendant inquired, "Are you from overseas, esteemed guest?" Realizing he had misspoken, Li Qing was about to fabricate an excuse when he heard a commotion outside. Peering out the window, he saw a group of stern-looking men dressed in the garb of the imperial guards marching below. Frowning, he asked the attendant, "What is happening here?" The attendant wiped his hands and, with an air of excitement, replied, "You are unaware, dear guest. These men are officials from the capital, part of what is known as the Western Inspection Bureau. Despite its mundane name, it wields considerable power and has just confronted the Yang family." "The Yang family?" Li Qing queried. "Which Yang family?" "The family of Lord Yang, the commander of Jinyiwei." The attendant continued, seeing Li Qing's confusion. "Surely you have heard of the venerable Yongrong, a figure for dynasties?" "Yongrong." Li Qing suddenly understood and asked, "Has the Yang family committed some transgression?" "Oh, isn't it commonplace for them to misstep? How many upright officials are there, really?" The attendant replied, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. "This Commander Yang is no saint. He has done much harm and cost many lives. Li Qing's previously relaxed expression tightened once more. Is there no one to intervene? Who would dare? The Yang family has held sway for generations and has connections in the capital, the attendant explained. However, it seems this time, someone is indeed stepping in. The Western Inspection Bureau is quite formidable. Bring me wine, called a patron from a nearby table. Coming right up, the attendant replied with a smile. Please enjoy your meal. Esteemed guest, the rest of your dishes will be ready shortly. Li Qing, once again gazing out the window, murmured to himself. When did the Ming dynasty acquire a Western Inspection Bureau? How long has it been since I departed? And already a new power has emerged. This is unsettling. Zhu Jian Shen, do not create chaos. Chapter 155, Lord Yongqing, please cease your antics. The factory guards are nothing more than the emperor's hounds, specifically his own. While such hounds are undeniably useful in this era where imperial power does not extend to the countryside, they serve as both the emperor's eyes and his sword. However, an overabundance of these hounds can lead to dire consequences. Should they go rogue and indiscriminately attack, their menace would rival, if not surpass, that of corrupt officials. One Jinyiwei and one Dongchang are already sufficient. The emergence of a new Zhijishi is evidently a troubling development. Bureaucratic redundancy is detrimental to the stability of the realm, and a convoluted network of factory guards is equally hazardous. To eradicate one menace by creating another is undoubtedly a foolish strategy. Li Qing sighed softly. What was once a dish rich in flavor and aroma had now lost its essence. Sir Supervisor, Commander Yang Yi of the Jianing Guard has mysteriously vanished. We have scoured the entire Yang estate, but found no trace of him. Wang Ji smiled slightly. No matter, he cannot escape. There is no way for him to elude capture with his entire clan in tow. In this age, regardless of one's moral standing, the concept of clan loyalty remains profoundly ingrained. Even eunuchs, who are scorned and exiled from their family trees, retain an undeniable attachment to their hometowns and kin, let alone a normal man. Wang Ji was unperturbed by the possibility of Yang Yi fleeing. He understood that the man was not likely to attempt such a thing. Let us maintain control. We shall not apprehend anyone just yet. Instead, we will gather evidence and witnesses, Wang Ji instructed. The emperor has decreed that our investigations must be founded upon irrefutable proof. We cannot afford to leave any vulnerabilities for the outer court to exploit. Sir Supervisor, we have both witnesses and evidence. Continue to collect more. The greater the volume, the better, Wang Ji asserted. Yang Rong, one of the three prominent Yang officials, had shone brightly during the Yongle reign, and in the years leading up to the Zhengtun era, he had reached the pinnacle of power. His standing in the outer court was exceptionally high. Unlike Yang Shiqi, who faced ruin in his twilight years due to the machinations of Lord Yongqing, Yang Rong had managed to retire and return home just in time to pass away before Lord Yongqing made his entrance into the court, thus preserving his reputation. Among the three Yangs, Yang Rong's lineage now wielded the greatest influence. Should he be toppled, the outer court would lose its final semblance of dignity. Wang Ji chuckled with satisfaction. The emperor will undoubtedly be pleased. He was acutely aware of the emperor's desires and understood the significance of this inaugural battle for the newly established Xichang. Should they emerge victorious, the Xichang would undoubtedly surpass the Dongchang and the Jinyiwei. Cases that they could not resolve, the Xichang would be able to tackle. Individuals they dared not confront, the Xichang would fearlessly apprehend. By this merit alone, the Xichang would stand as a singular entity. Wang Ji, youthful and ambitious, found himself in a position that many other eunuchs could scarcely aspire to throughout their lifetimes, and he was not content to remain in the shadows. This was merely his first step. His aspiration was to achieve great deeds akin to those of his idol, the renowned eunuch Sanbao. He believed he could succeed, for he was still young and had ample time before him. Wang Ji set the course but was still somewhat uneasy. He commanded, "Send a small team to the capital to report on our investigative progress. The Yang family has dominated the region for decades. It is implausible that there are no informants in the capital. We must consider the possibility that Yang Yi has gone to the capital to negotiate. We cannot allow him to seize the initiative." "Yes, Sir Supervisor." Wang Ji stretched languidly, yawning as he drowsily declared, "Let us all be vigilant. Not a single mosquito shall enter or exit." With that, he proceeded toward the inn where he was staying, accompanied by a few trusted confidants. However, as they turned down a street, they were unexpectedly confronted by a young man. "Are you the supervisor of the Western Depot?" the young man inquired. "Who are you?" Wang Ji furrowed his brow. "Clang," Clang, clang. The guards drew their swords, positioning themselves protectively around their leader, awaiting his command. Li Qing paid little heed to these individuals. His gaze fixed intently on Wang Ji as he muttered softly to himself. He seems rather youthful. Has he even reached 16? What is that scoundrel thinking? Who exactly are you? Wang Ji demanded once more, yet he did not instruct his subordinates to apprehend the young man. An intense intuition warned him that this individual was formidable indeed. Still, he could not fathom what status this young man held that inspired such a feeling within him. Was there not a princely authority in this place? What is the status of the investigation? Li Qing queried. The aura of authority radiating from him was overwhelming, far surpassing that of Wang Ji, who had only recently acquired power. Even the guards sensed the gravity of the situation and refrained from acting recklessly. What does it matter to you? Wang Ji retorted, youthful bravado masking his uncertainty, yet he maintained his commanding presence. Li Qing smiled derisively, choosing not to pursue the matter further, merely stating, seize the guilty and the spoils, but do not disturb the populace, otherwise you shall not fare well. Impudent. I am conducting an investigation. Wang Ji's words trailed off as he observed the young man, turning to leave. Supervisor? The guards looked toward Wang Ji, taking a deep breath. Wang Ji replied coolly, let us go. There is no need to stoop to the level of a commoner. He found himself unable to discern Li Qing's true identity. But more importantly, he suspected that this individual was likely a trap set by Yang Yi, employing provocation to bait him into a misstep. Wang Ji scoffed inwardly, dismissing the encounter. This is a scheme laid out by Yang Yi. If I were to apprehend this man, Yang Yi would undoubtedly exploit it to his advantage. The youth might be inexperienced, but he was certainly not foolish. The years of tutelage from the favored consort had not been in vain. How could he be unaware of the immense resistance that engaging in open conflict with the outer court would entail? There were those eagerly awaiting his downfall. Wang Ji smirked silently. Does he truly believe that my youthful exuberance renders me susceptible to provocation? I am destined for greater endeavors. He issued an edict. Let it be known that no one shall disturb the populace in any manner. Leave no trace of wrongdoing. Once the task is completed, rewards shall be bestowed upon all. In the capital, at Lian family village, Li Qing returned to the small courtyard, which had grown utterly desolate in his absence. Cobwebs adorned every corner, and weeds flourished unchecked. The once vibrant red tomatoes, left unharvested, lay scattered on the ground, spoiled. The late autumn breeze carried a chill, brushing against him. Li Qing stood in stunned silence for a prolonged moment before fetching a basin of water to cleanse the lounge chair beneath the tree, which was thickly coated in dust. Upon cleaning, he discovered the chair had succumbed to decay. Without care, time had wrought its relentless power. Entering the main hall, he found the cobwebs to be even more rampant, each thread connecting to another, while beams of light streamed through the window, illuminating the dancing dust particles, creating a mesmerizing Tyndall effect. Quite beautiful, Li Qing mused, gazing at the sight for some time. A house must have inhabitants, he remarked with a wry smile. Li Qing did not disturb the spider webs. Instead, he entered a side chamber and began his masquerade before the dimly lit copper mirror. In the palace of the eternal Qing Marquis, recent days had been tranquil, yet beneath this calm surface, treacherous currents surged. Zhu Jian Shen remained acutely vigilant, ever prepared to face an impending storm. Although outwardly he appeared relaxed, perhaps even jovial. The Empress Dowager, in her fervent support of her son's ambitions for progeny, seemed driven by a desire to atone for past missteps. She selected 10 beautiful women for her son in one breath. Zhu Jian Shen accepted them all and conferred titles upon each, indulging in merriment while simultaneously dulling the senses of his ministers. As long as the emperor refrained from causing upheaval, this group welcomed the status quo. However, they remained cautious, for Wang Ji had been dispatched to the provinces. At this stage, no significant news had emerged from the localities, leaving them with little choice but to bide their time. They no longer sought anything but to maintain the current state of affairs, for they had long since realized they could not contend with the emperor. Early in the morning, before dawn broke, Zhu Jian Shen rose from the bed of Consort Chun as it was time for court. Consort Chun hurriedly followed suit, assisting him in donning his formal attire like a dutiful wife. Recently favored by the emperor, she felt immense happiness, her delicate features still radiating with the remnants of joy. Your Majesty, all is ready, she announced. Zhu Jian Shen yawned lazily. You did not sleep well last night either. Perhaps you should catch up on some rest. Do not trouble yourself with morning greetings to mother today. I shall speak with her later. Consort Chen's heart swelled with delight, yet she replied, It is of no concern, Your Majesty. I can still pay my respects to the Empress Dowager before resting. You have myriad affairs to attend to. Do not worry about me. With a playful grin, Zhu Jian Shen pinched her chin lightly. Very well then. And do refrain from reading any more with Yu Jian. Do not stifle her growth. Yes, I shall remember. Consort Chen nodded obediently, her heart blooming at the emperor's casual words. It was not only Consort Chen who felt this way. Any concubine would respond similarly. The emperor was exceedingly busy, surrounded by numerous women, with Zhen Er holding a significant portion of his attention. Consequently, these concubines received scant favor throughout the year, let alone genuine concern. The most illustrative case was Empress Wang, who had enjoyed a brief moment of affection upon entering the palace alongside Empress Wu, yet had endured over a decade of solitude. Currently, Consort Chen's level of favor was unmatched, save for Zhen Er, including the mother of the crown prince, Consort Ji. However, while Zhen Er had no son, Consort Chen did, and she was second only to the crown prince in terms of seniority. She felt optimistic about her prospects. Your Majesty, please do not delay in your duties. I must also go pay my respects to mother. Consort Chen displayed her dutiful and filial demeanor. Zhu Jian Shen, adjusting his grand beard before the mirror, stifled another yawn before departing for the main hall. Upon arriving at the Fengtian Hall, he took his place upon the dragon throne. The ministers bowed in respect, and as customary, Zhu Jian Shen recited his familiar lines. All rise. Everything appeared normal, yet he sensed an unusual presence today, as if someone new had joined. It did not take long for him to identify the newcomer. When he spotted the elderly figure nearing their 60s, approaching the threshold of 70, he questioned whether he was mistaken. Zhu Jianshen rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. Indeed, it was that scoundrel, the loyal minister of 3 dynasties, the Duke of Yongqing, Li Qing. Oh my! Zhu Jianshen immediately felt wide awake and inquired. When did the Duke of Yongqing arrive in the capital? Yesterday, Li Qing replied, having taken a break from his duties, feeling rather bored, and decided to return for a visit. The courtiers chimed in. Could you not be so indecisive? Must you come and go like this? We are all of an age that cannot withstand such whims. It must be said, this fellow was truly in remarkable health. At his age, he was still vigorous. Akin to a youthful lad, truly an irony of fate. Chapter 156. The future trends of the Ming dynasty returning is well. Zhu Jianshen was in high spirits. His laughter resonant. How have your days in retirement been? Quite well. Indeed fulfilling. Li Qing replied with a nod and a smile. Well then, after the morning court, let us not rush away. Let us, as sovereign and minister, indulge in a hearty drink. Zhu Jianshen did not conceal his reliance on Li Qing. The Hall of Supreme Harmony, the most sacred realm of power, had transformed into a venue for the two to engage in casual conversation. Yet, not a single official dared to interject. Li Qing was rather disliked, yet he had made significant contributions, with ample evidence to support this, leaving them unable to speak against him with a clear conscience or to provoke this formidable figure. Patience would see through it. After all, Li Qing had reached an age where his vigor could not last much longer, making it unnecessary to confront him at this juncture. The two conversed for some time, and only when Li Qing reminded him did Zhu Jianshen recall they were in a court session, leading them to resume the formalities. Upon concluding the morning court, the two emerged from the Hall of Supreme Harmony and proceeded towards the Palace of Heavenly Purity, the newly established Western Surveillance Office. Is it? Ah, you are quite well informed. Zhu Jianshen chuckled, nodding. Since you are reluctant to remain idle, why not continue to shine for the Ming? Li Qing rolled his eyes and retorted. You certainly have a knack for business. How could this possibly be business? Zhu Jianshen feigned dissatisfaction. I wish to collaborate with you to create a brilliant future for the Ming. Clearly, you still possess the strength for it. One day, your name shall be etched in history. With my current contributions, it seems I too could be immortalized in history, Li Qing jested. Indeed, Zhu Jianshen laughed awkwardly. However, your presence in the court would allow for a more vivid legacy. You know I do not place much value on that. Li Qing waved his hand. Let us discuss the matters of the Western Surveillance Office. Zhu Jianshen, slightly disappointed, nodded. The establishment of the Western Surveillance Office was a measure of necessity. Recently, there was an incident in the palace. Upon reaching the Palace of Heavenly Purity, Li Qing understood the situation better and realized there were reasons behind it. alleviating much of his discontent. In urgent times, establishing another office is not unreasonable, yet ultimately, it is not a sound solution, Li Qing sighed. If, in the future, the Western office encounters issues, will you then have to establish a Southern surveillance office or a Northern surveillance office? That shall not be the case. Zhu Jian Shen shook his head, citing Li Dongyang's earlier arguments for clarification. Li Qing could not help but smile wryly. Have you considered the dangers of a bloated and disorganized staff? The principles are fundamentally simple, Li Qing asserted. In any endeavor, simplicity is paramount. During the time of the founding emperor, there was but one Jinyiwei, yet they managed affairs effectively, did they not? Li Qing sighed, having recognized the perils of bureaucratic bloat. Have you not also acknowledged the calamities wrought by the excessive expansion of the eunuchs? Zhu Jian Shen, somewhat displeased, retorted, my safety is under threat. How can I concern myself with such matters? I am not demanding an immediate dissolution. Once the tasks are accomplished, let it be disbanded. Li Qing interjected. The immense power wielded by the eunuchs is not a beneficial state of affairs. Both the Han and Tang dynasties serve as precedents. After pausing for breath, he continued, indeed, the power of the eunuchs in the Ming is far inferior to that of the Han and Tang. Yet if we persist in bolstering them, can you assure that the eunuchs of the future Ming will not ascend to such heights? Zhu Jianshen fell silent. After a long while, he nodded and said, before the heavenly mandate arrives, I shall handle this matter prudently and ensure no hazards are left for my successors. That would be most prudent, Li Qing affirmed. Zhu Jianshen, heeding the counsel and inheriting the illustrious political legacy of his ancestors, indeed, surpassing them, was a ruler in whom Li Qing placed great confidence, providing him with a sense of security and peace of mind. Even if left to his own devices, Li Qing believed Zhu Jianshen would excel. After all, he had observed Zhu Jianshen's character over the years. He was a sovereign who could thrive independently, as exquisite delicacies and fine wine were presented. The two engaged in conversation about the impending upheavals in Japan and the potential for the Ming dynasty to amplify its trade endeavors. Li Qing set down his wine cup and remarked, the future of Japan is fraught with change. Zhu Jianshen, pouring him another drink from a jade vessel, inquired, how do you know this, sir? Li Qing pondered for a moment before responding, I am currently in Japan. He exclaimed. Presently, the Ashikaga shogunate in Japan is in decline, with the local daimyos and shoguns displaying heightened ambitions. Instances of insubordination are increasingly common. Li Qing briefly elucidated Japan's current state and added, the Ming has thrived for over a century, buoyed by maritime trade and the introduction of new crops fostering population growth. However, such upward momentum will inevitably wane, stagnate, or even regress. This is beyond human control. Even the most sagacious successors of the Ming cannot alter this trajectory. With a gentle sigh, Li Qing remarked, the population of the Ming has reached an unprecedented level and continues to flourish. This is both a blessing and a curse. For resources will eventually dwindle. Zhu Jianshen contemplated. Thus, we must draw from other sources? Indeed, that is the sole solution, Li Qing replied, taking a sip of wine. The reason I focus on Japan is twofold. It possesses a fertile political landscape and is abundant in mineral resources, particularly silver, which is of paramount importance to our Ming. Wealth is invariably the most potent motivator for the populace. But what of the precious notes? Zhu Jianshen countered. They are not the same, Li Qing asserted resolutely. The replicability of precious notes undermines their intrinsic value, resulting in a diminished sense of trust compared to gold and silver. Moreover, past instances of credit crises have shown that rampant printing will lead to public disavowal. This has been proven before. Li Qing elaborated, gold and silver, however, are different. While an oversupply of precious notes may drive the populace to revert to gold and silver transactions, an abundance of gold and silver will only inflate prices without precipitating a currency crisis. Firstly, the irreplicability of gold and silver prevents public aversion. Secondly, the populace will find no superior currency beyond gold and silver. Zhu Jianshen fell into deep contemplation. The members of the Zhu family generally lack expertise in economic matters. Li Qing was compelled to rephrase his inquiry. Which would the officials prefer, receiving their salaries in plentiful printed currency or in substantial silver? Undoubtedly, it would be the genuine gold and silver. Zhu Jianshen replied without hesitation. Upon hearing Li Qing's perspective, he too recognized that, despite being money, the acceptance of precious metals is more readily embraced than that of paper notes. After all, The essence of paper currency is merely that, paper, while gold and silver are esteemed precious metals. Understanding this, Zhu Jian Shen felt both admiration for Li Qing's foresight and deep gratitude for his dedication. It became evident that Li Qing had not indulged in a leisurely life. Rather, he had embarked on a new round of arduous struggle, one even more challenging. At over 60 years of age, Zhu Jian Shen sighed, his eyes glistening with moisture. Sir, please do not overexert yourself. I shall find others for this task. Li Qing interjected, Japan is nominally a vassal state of the Ming. An interference in its internal affairs could incite severe panic among other vassal states. This must be avoided. Zhu Jian Shen sighed deeply, but your health, I fear, will lead you to perish far from home, unable to return to your roots. Given Li Qing's immense contributions to the Ming, Zhu Jian Shen did not wish to let him down. Your concern brings me great comfort, Li Qing replied with a smile. Zhu Jian Shen remarked. This sentiment resembles the admonitions of an elder to a wayward younger generation. How long has it been since your departure? Zhu Jian Shen inquired. Not long, merely half a year. Li Qing responded. Observing that Li Qing's cup was empty, Zhu Jian Shen filled it again. How goes the progress? It is satisfactory. I have established a stronghold with over 1,000 armed men. Li Qing raised his cup and drank deeply, declaring, upon my return, I plan to undertake a grand venture. Zhu Jian Shen was momentarily speechless, yet filled with respect. Such seemingly boastful words from Li Qing seemed effortlessly attainable. A capable individual can achieve great endeavors wherever they may be. However, Zhu Jian Shen was reluctant to see Li Qing depart. Sir, why not stay? I shall think of another solution, he suggested. Li Qing tapped the table and poured himself more wine. Zhu Jian Shen filled his cup again, advising, do drink sparingly. I am in good health, Li Qing retorted. Downing his drink with a sigh, Ming's wine is indeed delightful. Zhu Jian Shen grumbled. If it is so delightful, why do you venture elsewhere? Li Qing frowned. Why do you sound like a nagging wife? Zhu Jian Shen's anger flared. Li Qing. What? Do not push your luck. Li Qing replied, exasperated. Without me, you would still manage just fine. I seem to have learned your ways. He shook his head with a chuckle. Shifting the context, your wisdom and might are such that you could navigate the court seamlessly, with or without my presence, naturally maximizing benefits. How long will you stay this time? Not long, at most 5 or 6 days. Zhu Jian Shen frowned. Is such haste truly necessary? I cannot linger here. I must solidify my position over there. Had I not returned to discuss this with you, I would already be engaged in action, Li Qing explained. Zhu Jian Shen replied. During this time, do visit the palace often and keep me company. Very well, Li Qing acquiesced readily. Zhu Jian Shen's expression softened, muttering, that is more agreeable. By the way, I have welcomed another son. Your son is of no concern to me. Li Qing chuckled. Congratulations. I do not appreciate your attitude, Zhu Jian Shen retorted. Li Qing, resigned, replied. Shall I prepare a red envelope for you then? You, the heavens, the earth, the sovereign, the parents, and the teacher, do you understand? Zhu Jian Shen is thoroughly pleased with Li Qing, yet he cannot tolerate his demeanor. Do you not regard me as your sovereign? Enough with these trivialities. Li Qing retorted with a hint of irritation. I am already quite fatigued. Can we not engage in unreasonable disputes? I am being unreasonable. This is not the right tone. Li Qing hastily suggested, let us change the subject. You change it. The head of the Xichang is too young. Why employ such an inexperienced youth? Zhu Jian Shen expressed surprise. You are aware of this? I have encountered him, Li Qing replied. During my recent landing in Fujian, I happened to witness him handling a case. Oh, I see. Zhu Jian Shen nodded in realization, explaining, Wang Ji is young, yet possesses a certain fierceness that I find admirable. He then inquired, who is he investigating? Yang Rong. Chapter 157. Mr. Li teaches even better. Yang Rong. Zhu Jian Shen paused. The Yang family? Li Qing nodded. This was your directive, was it not? Not at all. Zhu Jian Shen laughed. I merely instructed him to investigate corrupt officials in the region, without issuing a specific mandate. However, he immediately targeted the once glorious Yang family, which pleases me greatly. After a brief pause, he continued, the Yang family has engaged in illicit activities, correct? I am not entirely certain. Li Qing shook his head. According to local residents, it seems there may be some truth to it. Rumors suggest that it has resulted in numerous fatalities. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian Shen became invigorated and declared, such acts must be met with severe punishment. As long as the evidence is irrefutable, I will show no leniency. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Is there a problem with this approach? Zhu Jian Shen countered. Not exactly, Li Qing replied thoughtfully. There are laws governing the nation. If indeed lives have been lost, strict measures must be taken. My concern is whether you are prepared to sever ties with the civil officials entirely. Zhu Jianshen retorted, since the incident involving the infamous Li Zilong. There is no room for reconciliation. It is not I who seeks confrontation. They have been the ones to disturb the peace. Very well. Li Qing chose not to press further. From a long-term perspective, Zhu Jianshen's actions would benefit the stability of the realm. Yet they would also usher in a prolonged period of turmoil. The Ming dynasty is vast, and the inertia is formidable. The majority of national policies initially yield greater negative impacts than positive returns. This is inevitable. Any disruption of existing rules will elicit adverse reactions. However, the emergence of negative consequences does not necessarily indicate poor policy. On the contrary, many illustrious emperors have been vilified in their time, yet revered in posterity. Whether it is the purging of bureaucratic excess or the regulation and restructuring of the civil service, these measures are undeniably advantageous for the Ming dynasty, and the benefits are substantial. Yet, implementing such changes will undoubtedly affect both the court and the populace. Li Qing sighed and remarked, from a broader perspective, the struggle between sovereign and minister is indeed necessary, but you must strike a careful balance, taking national governance into consideration. Zhu Jianshen nodded with a smile. That is only natural. However, it will certainly have repercussions. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, by undertaking this contentious task, my successor will find it somewhat easier. Will they not? That is true, Li Qing jested, though your reputation may suffer somewhat as a result. Zhu Jianshen fell silent for a moment before sighing. Perhaps so, but I believe that justice resides in the hearts of the people. My reign shall not be tarnished by the slanders of a few scribes. Li Qing unexpectedly refrained from criticizing him. To be fair, as long as Zhu Jianshen does not engage in mischief, his achievements could be regarded as unparalleled. Second only to the great ancestor and the great progenitor. Undoubtedly, addressing the issue of bureaucratic redundancy alone has resolved numerous problems for the Ming dynasty. After over a century of development, the bureaucratic apparatus has become exceedingly bloated, and it is time for a rejuvenation. However, the accompanying pains are inevitable, and Zhu Jianshen's reputation is destined to suffer, as he is widely resented. Yet, his successors will reap the benefits of his reforms, and so will the common people. The victims of bureaucratic excess are not just the emperor, but the populace as well. Those who plant trees for future generations to enjoy are indeed wise. In any case, Li Qing found the situation quite advantageous. As the wine flowed, Zhu Jianshen, slightly inebriated, posed a question. Esteemed sir, should we consider imposing some restrictions on the population issue? No need, Li Qing replied. With development, the populace will naturally align with the overarching trends. The current surge in population is primarily due to abundant food resources. When times become less prosperous, or even strained, population growth will inevitably slow down and diminish. Human intervention is inadvisable, as it may give rise to a myriad of problems. Li Qing asserted. As long as you effectively address the issues of bureaucratic cleansing, land reforms, and the development of the navy, you will be the foremost ruler following the great ancestor and the great progenitor. In other areas, it is best to avoid unnecessary upheaval. Is that truly the case? Zhu Jianshen inquired. Indeed, the power of the people is formidable, and throughout the ages, a unique set of rules has been established that is universally accepted as truth. To adapt to the currents of the times is seldom a grave error, Li Qing countered. Do you truly believe you can alter the operational principles that have evolved over millennia in China through sheer will? Zhu Jianshen felt a flush of warmth on his face and attempted to defend his stance. I did not imply that. What I meant was, if we can accomplish these tasks, could we not rival the great ancestor and the great progenitor? Though perhaps not quite at their level, you are certainly not far off. Li Qing acknowledged. Compared to Renzong and Xuanzong, you might excel. Why are you so reticent in your speech? Li Qing remarked, displeased. Let us conclude our conversation for today. Oh, but I have just begun to find my rhythm, Zhu Jianshen replied. Shall we not discuss the memorials? There is still plenty of time, he chuckled. I could take a short nap and then address them without delay. Li Qing scoffed and suggested, let us drink tea instead. That is acceptable, Zhu Jianshen acquiesced. The purpose of their gathering was not merely to indulge in wine, but to engage in meaningful conversation. After a few cups, they transitioned to tea and began discussing trade with Japan. Zhu Jian Shen was quite attentive to the matter of profit. Who does not appreciate money? During this discourse, Li Qing brought up the issue of smuggling by wealthy merchants in Japan. Zhu Jianshen appeared unsurprised and assured that he would instruct Wang Ji to investigate. Seizing upon this topic, Li Qing sought to learn more about Wang Ji. Upon discovering that he had been trained by Zhen Er, he felt a measure of reassurance. There was no doubt regarding Wang Zhen Er's feelings for Zhu Jianshen, and her own capabilities were commendable. Although Wang Ji was somewhat youthful, it was precisely this vigor that rendered him a formidable blade. Li Qing was not one to cling to outdated notions, having confirmed Wang Ji's competence. He chose not to dwell on it further, merely advising, "Remember to sheath the sword once the task is complete. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have been an emperor for many years. How could I possibly be oblivious to such wisdom?" Zhu Jianshen smiled and nodded. "By the way, the crown prince is next door. Shall I summon him for you to see?" Li Qing chuckled softly. "What is there to see? Do you wish for me to read his fortune? I intended for you to impart some knowledge to him." Zhu Jianshen rolled his eyes. Speechless, "Have you truly come to see yourself as a Taoist?" "I have always considered myself as such." All right. Zhu Jianshen, uninterested in further debate, turned to the outside and called, "Someone, go fetch the crown prince." "Yes," responded the young attendant, gradually retreating. Li Qing sighed in resignation. "You truly cannot bear to see me idle for even a moment. It is all for the greater good of the Ming dynasty." Zhu Jianshen shamelessly remarked, "Having been in the capital for only 5 or 6 days, I must make the most of my resources. Over these few days, teach him well. In my view, a day of your instruction surpasses a decade of others." Enough with the flattery. Li Qing shook his head in amusement and asked, "By the way, you are the one overseeing the crown prince, correct?" Zhu Jianshen nodded. "I have appointed 3 tutors for him, one from the inner court, one civil official, and one military general. I am deliberately nurturing his imperial education. Did you not notice that his classes are held next door?" "That is good to hear," Li Qing nodded. He was particularly attentive to this child, likely the offspring of Hongji, yet his understanding of Hongji was rather limited. All he knew was that he was devoted to cultivating immortality and was recognized as the ruler of rejuvenation. However, Li Qing now held a skeptical view of this title, as civil officials do not extol an emperor without reason, and the demonized Chenghua emperor was evidently a capable sovereign. Zhu Jianshen's current standing was not due to Hongji's influence. In fact, among the recent emperors, Zhu Jianshen had provided the least assistance to him. Li Qing believed that even without Hongji, Zhu Jianshen would not fare poorly. Yet, the historical assessments of this father-son duo were starkly polarized, leading Li Qing to suspect that there were undisclosed intrigues at play. Before long, the young attendant entered, leading a child. Li Qing glanced over. It had been a while since their last meeting, and the child had grown taller, appearing quite plump and delightful. The son pays his respects to the emperor. No need for formalities. Zhu Jianshen waved his sleeve, and the attendant bowed and withdrew. Zhu Yuzhong rose and looked at Li Qing, feeling a vague sense of familiarity, though he could not recall where they had met before. "This is Mr. Li," Zhu Jianshen introduced. "For the next few days, he shall be your teacher." Li Qing merely clasped his hands in greeting and did not rise. "I have the honor of meeting His Highness the Crown Prince." Zhu Yuzhong scrutinized him and suddenly said, "I remember now. We met before at the Annal Hall." "The Crown Prince has a good memory," Li Qing nodded. Zhu Jianshen did not mind Li Qing's lack of formal respect. He was accustomed to it. He beckoned, saying, "Yuzhong, come sit with me." "Yes, father." Zhu Yuzhong approached and sat beside his father, yet his gaze instinctively darted towards Li Qing. "Does father wish to change my teacher?" Zhu Jianshen inquired. "Do you not wish for a change?" Zhu Yuzhong quietly replied, "Mr. Li teaches quite well." "This Mr. Li teaches even better." Zhu Yuzhong lowered his head, somewhat displeased. Li Qing curiously asked, "Which Mr. Li?" "Oh, that would be Li Dongyang." Zhu Jianshen explained, "Isn't this your recommendation? Have you forgotten?" "It's him." Li Qing nodded, glancing at Zhu Yutang. "Hasn't the emperor assigned you a new teacher?" "I am merely a temporary substitute and cannot instruct you for long." After a brief pause, he added, "If you are unwilling, we can abandon this entirely." Zhu Jianshen cast a fierce glance at his son, saying, "You should watch your words, young man. I went to great lengths to persuade this fellow to accept." Zhu Yutang understood his father's intent and promptly replied, "I am willing. If father holds him in high regard, then surely the teacher must be exceptionally talented." The little fellow was quite charming with his words. Li Qing could not help but chuckle. The father and son continued to sip tea for a while longer. As Zhu Jian Shen regained sobriety, he rose and declared, I must attend to state affairs. You may begin your studies now. Time is precious. Li Qing and Zhu Yutang stood up, saying, We bid farewell to your majesty. It was rare to hear a respectful phrase from Li Qing, causing Zhu Jian Shen to smile broadly, his mouth stretching to his ears. He laughed heartily. No need to see me off. It's merely a polite exchange. Did you take it to heart? Amused. Li Qing shook his head, and then turned to Zhu Yutang, asking, What is your ambition? Zhu Yutang was momentarily taken aback. Such an opening was indeed rather absurd. Chapter 158. Zhu Yutang. Life is difficult. Noticing Zhu Yutang's confusion, Li Qing rephrased his question. What kind of emperor do you aspire to be? He added, not limited to the emperor of the Ming. Everyone harbors aspirations, especially in youth. And these aspirations often reflect a long-cherished vision of the future. As the crown prince, Zhu Yutang's ambitions were of great significance. It was for this reason that Li Qing posed such a question. Zhu Yutang pondered for a long time before responding. An emperor like Emperor Wen of Han. Emperor Wen of Han, Li Qing mused, nodding with a smile. The political climate for the next ruler indeed aligns with your aspirations. Once Zhu Jian Shen concluded his affairs, many potential hazards in the Ming dynasty would dissipate, and it would be best for the succeeding ruler not to stir unrest, as there would be no necessity for it. Emperor Wen of Han advocated the teachings of Huanglao, which indeed resonated with Zhu Yutang's aspirations for his future reign. Li Qing nodded, saying, That is a commendable ambition. After a brief pause, he continued, But do you know what it takes to achieve the stature of Emperor Wen? Diligence and love for the people. Though Emperor Wen loved his subjects, he was not particularly diligent in governance. Li Qing shook his head. Zhu Yutang scratched his head, inquiring, What is truly required? Mastery of intricate political strategies. Li Qing replied. Emperor Wen was a prince who entered the capital amidst a backdrop of political turbulence. The court was fraught with peril, and it could be said that his position as emperor was determined by his ministers. As he spoke, he suddenly frowned. This narrative seemed to echo that of Emperor Jiajing. Sir? Oh. Li Qing cleared his throat and stated, when studying history, one must not only focus on what an individual accomplished, but also consider the historical context in which they operated, reflecting on how they achieved their results. Historical texts provide us merely with conclusions. We must learn to employ reverse thinking to deduce the underlying strategies. After a moment, he remarked, Emperor Wen was indeed a remarkable sovereign. Despite his preference for Huanglao's teachings and his lack of diligence, during his reign, the people thrived, and the treasury was abundant, earning him the title of a wise ruler. However, when we consider the historical context, we realize the immense challenges he faced to attain such success. Yet he accomplished it, and that is the true brilliance of Emperor Wen. Li Qing does not impart specific and detailed knowledge. Rather, he instructs on methods for grasping overarching directions and perspectives for problem solving. By using history as a mirror, one can discern the rise and fall of powers. However, the prerequisite is that one must comprehend and penetrate the depths of this knowledge. Merely recognizing that one emperor was wise and another foolish is nothing but a waste of time. Li Qing asserts that the governance of a nation must be determined by the times and circumstances. For it is not sufficient to merely aspire to emulate an emperor like one. One must understand, do you see? Zhu Yuzhang found it somewhat difficult to grasp. Yet he sensed the wisdom in Li Qing's words and nodded in acknowledgement. I shall remember this. He did not feign understanding. Rather, he committed the essence of the conversation to memory, unashamed to seek clarification. Yet, sir, I do not quite comprehend. I beseech you to elucidate. Li Qing held up 2 fingers, proclaiming, I shall teach you 2 methods. One is to delve deeply, and the other is to summarize. Delve deeply, summarize, Zhu Yuzhang murmured, inquiring, what specifically? The specifics require your own inquiry and summarization. Zhu Yuzhang interjected. Yet, Li Qing continued, to derive your own insights is far superior to relying on others to dissect and spoon-feed you. Remember this, when you ascend to the throne, every decision you make will either benefit or harm many, and every individual has their own selfish interests. Thus you must possess your own opinions and maintain a rigorous judgment of matters. Zhu Yuzhang found it quite arduous to follow and could not help but ask, Sir, how can one achieve this? Human nature is inherently lazy, and Zhu Yuzhang struggled with the fact that only methods were taught without detailed instructional techniques. He yearned for simplicity, ideally with examples to illustrate the principles and their rationale. After all, He was merely a 7-year-old child. Li Qing, unfazed and patient, recognized this as human nature, particularly since the young prince had not been exposed to such teaching before. He patiently suggested, "Let us do this. First, commit my earlier words to memory and later transcribe them into a small notebook." "Very well," Zhu Yuzhong replied with a slight nod. He felt that Li Qing's teachings were too coarse and mentally taxing, far from the ease of his usual studies. Yet, he failed to realize that the essence of what Li Qing imparted was highly concentrated, leading to his difficulty in assimilation. Zhu Yuzhong had a commendable memory and, at such a tender age, displayed exceptional penmanship. In just over a quarter of an hour, he had transcribed all of Li Qing's profound insights. This brought a sense of gratification to Li Qing, indicating that the child possessed intelligence and diligence. Mastery of writing is not achieved in a day or two. This little fellow had evidently exerted considerable effort. Upon reviewing his work, Li Qing exhibited a satisfied expression. "Keep this safe, and be sure to revisit it often." "All right," Zhu Yuzhong responded obediently. He felt a tinge of fear towards Li Qing, not due to any harshness, but because, in Li Qing's presence, he seemed to lose the aura of a prince and appeared as an ordinary child. Should he fail to pay attention and provoke his teacher's ire, the consequences could be dire. He timidly inquired, "Sir, you mentioned that the governance of a nation should adapt to the times and circumstances. Does this not imply that studying history is futile?" With a swift motion, Li Qing delivered a sharp slap. "Ouch!" Zhu Yuzhong winced in pain, feeling both aggrieved and apprehensive. His mind raced with thoughts. "He truly would strike me. He dares to strike me. Do you dare to defy me?" "No, no." Zhu Yuzhong hastily shook his head, his trepidation towards Li Qing intensifying. Studying history is not merely about imitation. It is about drawing lessons from their successes and failures. Li Qing huffed. "Have you already forgotten what I just said?" "No, I haven't forgotten." "Then tell me, what should be done?" I don't know." Zhu Yutang felt overwhelmed. He truly hadn't forgotten, but he was uncertain which answer was correct. Slap. Another strike. Li Qing then said, "Listen carefully. I shall reiterate. If you still cannot remember, you will stand outside the classroom for punishment." Zhu Yutang nodded, feeling aggrieved. "Please, sir. You must consider the context of the time. Contemplate why they succeeded and why they failed, to enrich your understanding," Li Qing stated earnestly. "Have you remembered this time?" "Yes." Li Qing nodded and continued. "Next, we will explore methods of governance." "All right," Zhu Yutang wished to say, "please do not teach so quickly. I have yet to grasp the previous lesson." However, he swallowed his words, feeling intimidated by Li Qing. Li Qing was aware that he could not digest the information. Yet these principles were akin to timeless mathematical formulas, immutable truths. It mattered not if he could not fully comprehend them. He merely needed to remember them profoundly. Of course, the primary reason for Li Qing's rapid instruction was the limited time he had, making it impossible to offer systematic and detailed teaching. Instead, he opted for this method, allowing Zhu Yutang to grasp the essence for now. As he matured and deepened his understanding, he would eventually comprehend the underlying reasons and apply them in practice. Education is never an instantaneous process. Its effects are often delayed, but eventually, they will manifest. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing remarked, "The core tenets of governance are threefold: stability, moderation, and warmth." Is the last one referring to gentleness? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. "Make a note of this. I will test you on these teachings another day." Upon hearing that there would be an examination, Zhu Yutang felt an overwhelming sense of pressure but dared not voice his concerns. He hastily grabbed his pen to jot down the notes. After he finished writing, Li Qing said, "Next, we will discuss an effective national policy and how it should be implemented." "Is that all there is to it?" Zhu Yutang, unable to bear the pace, pleaded, "Sir, I am rather dull-witted. Could you provide some case studies for reference? My head feels ready to explode." "Very well," Li Qing replied, taking a sip of tea. "Are you familiar with Wang Mang?" "Yes." Zhu Yutang nodded. Zhou Gong feared rumors, and Wang Mang was humble before usurpation. "We shall not focus on that. Let us discuss Wang Mang's new policies." Li Qing sighed and continued, "To be frank, Wang Mang's new policies were beneficial to the nation and its people, yet they resulted in his swift downfall and the death of millions, primarily because he disregarded the three essential elements of governance. This was also a consequence of the emperor's insufficient understanding, which led to catastrophic disasters. Remember, without a grasp of the situation and cognitive ability, good intentions can often lead to adverse outcomes, especially for an emperor, where it becomes a calamity. Zhu Yutang awkwardly interjected. Sir, I am not well versed in Wang Mang's new policies. Could you elaborate further? Also, could you detail the specific processes of his governance? Li Qing's lectures were rather dry, and the pace was quite rapid. He truly found it challenging to keep up. All right, we shall begin with the equal field system. Seeing that the young man was struggling, Li Qing offered him some broth. As noon approached, Li Qing stretched and announced, let us conclude for today. Finally, it has come to an end. Zhu Yutang felt as though a century had passed, and at this moment, he was overwhelmed by one singular sensation: fatigue, exhaustion. Unexpectedly, just then, Zhu Jian Shen, having completed his tasks, entered and said, there is no need to rush, come dine with me, and we shall continue the lesson in the afternoon. Before Li Qing could respond, Zhu Yutang could no longer contain himself and burst into tears, exclaiming, Father, I find Li's lessons exceedingly difficult. I cannot comprehend them. Zhu Jianshen, irritated by his son's lament, retorted, you are like a wild boar incapable of appreciating fine grain. Did you pay attention? I did listen attentively, Zhu Yutang replied. Then why do you struggle to learn? I am but a dullard, the young prince lamented. Nonsense. It is evident you did not listen properly. Zhu Jianshen, now infuriated, declared, I have gone to great lengths to secure a tutor for you, and you do not value this opportunity at all. Li Qing interjected, Your Majesty, please. Do not frighten the child. Zhu Yutang, however, was ungrateful. He had endured ample reprimands from Li Qing throughout the morning. When you struck me, you were not so gentle. He hoped. Father, I feel utterly drained. I wish to rest this afternoon. Rest? Zhu Jianshen chuckled in disbelief, saying, once this opportunity passes, it will not return. Rest is out of the question. Zhu Jianshen then turned to Li Qing, stating, time is of the essence. The crown prince is at a crucial stage of development. Please exert a little more effort. Your Majesty speaks wisely, Li Qing acknowledged. Time is indeed precious. For everyone, a moment lost is a moment of gold. Chapter 159. You are exceptional. I am satisfied. Report to the supervisor. We have confirmed news regarding Yang Yi. He has entered the capital with a substantial amount of silver. The informant reported. Wang Ji smiled coldly. I knew he would not abandon his family, forsaking decades of the Yang family's legacy. This is advantageous for us, saving us considerable effort. The informant inquired, Supervisor, we currently have ample evidence and witnesses. Shall we proceed? Yes, we are close enough. Wang Ji mused for a moment before instructing, let us take him into custody. We shall return to the capital shortly. All of them. That is unnecessary, Wang Ji replied, shaking his head. Although the Yang family has committed many atrocities, this is not a case of rebellion. We shall spare the wives and children. Only Yang Tai, Yang Ye's father, and his notoriously wicked uncle shall be detained. The others may remain untouched for now. After a brief pause, he added, the specific course of action will depend on the emperor's decision. We shall not broaden the scope of the crackdown to avoid unnecessary backlash. Understood. Wang Ji chuckled. The old Yang family is finished. We have indeed done a great service for the local populace. Certainly, the supervisor's benevolence will earn the gratitude of the people of Jinyiwei. Moreover, the Yang family has plagued the region for decades, relying on the remnants of their ancestors' influence to act with impunity. It is only fitting that we establish a memorial for their demise, is it not? Indeed, it is entirely appropriate. As Wang Ji listened to the flattery from his subordinates, he could not help but smile, but soon realized he was becoming overly exuberant and cleared his throat, commanding, inform the brothers to commence the operation. Let us seize the Yang family's assets. Seize their possessions? For such grave offenses, with undeniable evidence, shall we not keep some for the new year? Wang Ji scoffed. Seize everything. Leave no stone unturned. After a moment, he added, leave a bit of rice and flour. Do not starve them. These individuals may not deserve death, but they must face collective punishment. Zhen Er, take some brothers to keep an eye on them. Ensure they do not escape. Understood, Supervisor. Wang's lips curled into a faint smile as he mused. Yang Yi is merely a pawn. The true battlefield lies in uncovering the high-ranking officials of the capital. In the capital, time is as precious as gold, and Li Qing, determined to accomplish his tasks for a price, embodied the ideal of a model teacher. However, this was merely his own perception. In the eyes of the exemplary student Zhu Yuzhong, he was nothing short of a devil. Alas, my father is foolish. Though he felt frustration, he dared not show a trace of discontent on his face. He sat upright, his brows furrowed, fully focused. Do you understand? Li Qing inquired. Zhu Yuzhong nodded. I understand. Truly comprehend, or merely feigning understanding? Somewhat bewildered, the boy, Li Qing, frowned and instinctively rolled up his sleeves. Startled, Zhu Yuzhong quickly replied, Sir, please remain calm. I only grasp the concepts partially. If you could explain once more, I am certain I will understand. Best not to deceive me, Li Qing replied coolly. Tomorrow's examination will reveal your capabilities. Upon hearing the word exam, Zhu Yuzhong turned pale. Is it customary to have an exam after merely 2 lessons? I am no genius. Li Qing pondered briefly and then suggested, Very well, do not hold it against me for being harsh. I will grant you an open book examination. What is an open book exam? Zhu Yuzhong asked. During the exam, you may refer to your notes, Li Qing explained. Zhu Yuzhong was taken aback, murmuring, It can be done this way? Should you wish to decline, you may, Li Qing stated. No, I am willing. Zhu Yuzhong replied anxiously, but it must cover the content of these 2 lessons. Li Qing nodded with a smile, no problem. Now, Zhu Yuzhong felt entirely reassured and finally wore a smile. As the hour drew to a close, Zhu Jian Shen returned to send his son away before asking, Sir, what is your opinion of this child? He is acceptable, though he possesses a somewhat gentle disposition, lacking the firmness of you and your father, Li Qing assessed. Yet, this is not necessarily a flaw. Should he become too rigid, it would not bode well for the Ming dynasty. Li Qing reflected, a balance of firmness and gentleness is commendable, even if civil officials are not ideal. Governance still relies upon them. One must not let fear stifle progress, nor should one suffocate the people. The Ming dynasty also requires room to breathe. Zhu Jianshen felt a twinge of disappointment, but could not argue against the sentiment. Ultimately, he sighed, this child will likely govern in stark contrast to my principles. It seems I am destined for misfortune. Li Qing jested. Was it not said that justice resides in the hearts of the people? Each matter must be treated distinctly. I too wish to leave a favorable legacy. Zhu Jianshen managed a wry smile. Fear not. I shall assist you in establishing your reputation. After a while, Zhu Jianshen asked, Must you depart in such haste? You are aware of the circumstances, are you not? Li Qing nodded. If I succeed, I can provide immense initial capital for the Ming dynasty. What can I achieve by remaining in the capital? Support me, Zhu Jianshen insisted. If it is something you can accomplish on your own, why seek my assistance? Li Qing chuckled, and then spoke earnestly. In all honesty, you are quite exceptional, and I am thoroughly satisfied. Zhu Jianshen rolled his eyes and replied, Truthfully, that pleases me greatly, but your attitude would not fare well with another emperor. Try it with someone else. Ah, indeed. Li Qing, disinterested in further debate, remarked, Your Highness, you must take more care. The crown prince of the nation deserves utmost attention. Surely I comprehend this principle, replied Zhu Jianshen with a nod. By the way, regarding matters in Japan, you shall return, won't you? Li Qing, anticipating his inquiry, responded, I have toiled for far too long. It is time for me to indulge in some leisure. Very well then, Zhu Jianshen sighed, reluctant to impose further labor upon Li Qing. However, he added, if your health permits, do come back to visit. Visit what? Li Qing retorted. What is there to see? Zhu Jianshen, feeling vexed, lamented, You cannot grant me a pleasant expression. Li Qing could not help but tease. Come now, your countenance has never been bright. It is rather gloomy. Enough, Li Qing interjected. I shall return to rest now. You wish to take your leave? Indeed, Zhu Jianshen replied coolly. You may depart. Having procured a roasted chicken, a pound of marinated pig's head, and a jar of fine wine on the street, Li Qing returned to his small courtyard. He uncorked the wine and unwrapped the oil paper package, relishing the feast before him. Although it could not compare to the imperial cuisine, it possessed a unique flavor and was thoroughly gratifying. Li Qing, disregarding decorum, reclined on a decrepit armchair, which creaked ominously with every movement, threatening to collapse at any moment. He paid no mind, gazing at the sky with a contented demeanor. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Is Lord Yongqing at home? The door is unlocked. Please come in, Li Qing languidly called out, not even lifting his head. As the door swung open, Shang Lu stepped inside, instantly taken aback by the sight before him. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, leaving little room to tread, while cobwebs adorned the windows and doors, and several tiles were missing from the eaves. Who could have imagined that the esteemed Lord Yongqing had fallen into such disarray? Feeling a twinge of self-mockery, Shang Lu thought that, after all, the nobleman still possessed a residence in Jinling. He had no right to pity him. He chuckled softly, following the trail of Li Qing's footprints. Upon observing the dilapidated armchair that Li Qing leaned against, he could not help but exclaim, "Lord Yongqing, your frugality and simplicity are commendable. I am humbled and deeply admire your resolve." Realizing there were no available seats in the courtyard, Li Qing noted that the stone bench was intact, albeit overrun with creeping vines, and inquired, "What brings Scholar Shang to my humble abode?" "The return of the Lord to the capital has brought immense joy to my colleagues and me," Shang Lu replied. "Enough with the pleasantries," Li Qing interrupted. "Speak plainly. What is your business with me?" Shang Lu, now visibly awkward, stated directly, "The discord between the sovereign and his ministers has adversely affected state affairs. Your Excellency understands the gravity of this situation. I implore you to mediate." "I am unable to assist with that," Li Qing firmly declined. "I have merely returned to observe, and shall depart in a few days." Shang Lu urged, "Although you have had disagreements with many colleagues, I have always believed you prioritize national interests. This time, the Emperor has established the Western Investigation Bureau and has directed his focus towards the esteemed Yang Rome, who has made significant contributions. This is truly concerning." He sighed, continuing, "If the Emperor insists on this course, the bond between sovereign and ministers may become strained." "Have you accepted benefits from the Yang family?" Li Qing inquired, scrutinizing him. Shang Lu's expression shifted slightly. "My lord, how can you say such a thing? Is there someone from the Yang family in the capital arranging matters?" "How would I know?" Shang Lu shook his head. "I am merely articulating the implications for the greater good." Li Qing curled his lips and languidly remarked, "Shang Lu, despite your exceptional talent, how is it that you fail to perceive the current situation?" "The Lord, your words are rather perplexing to me," Shang Lu replied. "Allow me to elucidate." Li Qing sat upright and stated, "The current emperor desires ministers who will act according to his wishes, rather than those who oppose him. You possess great ability, and it is out of a sense of appreciation for talent that I share this with you. I implore you to take heed." Shang Lu fell silent for a moment before responding, "I cannot concur with your statement, my lord. Joint governance between sovereign and minister is the sole path to national prosperity." Li Qing scoffed, "But do you pursue a shared governance? What you seek is to make the emperor heed your counsel." Li Qing continued, "Let me ask you, with your hand on your heart, do you truly believe the current emperor is a fool?" Shang Lu's expression faltered. "Of course not. The emperor's governance is without fault. If the emperor is indeed wise, then why can you not apply your knowledge to assist him?" Li Qing questioned, "Or do you feel embarrassed to be like Wanin?" Li Qing sighed. "When did it become disgraceful to act upon imperial edicts? You all label Wanin as a mere puppet, yet in my eyes, you are even less capable than he." Li Qing retorted, "Wanin's shortcomings lie in ability. Yours lie within your heart. Depart now." Li Qing reclined back in his chair and lazily stated, "I only speak thus because I recognize your talent, but the path you take is yours to choose. Consider. Do you still believe you have a chance in this current predicament?" Chapter 160. I wish to report Shang Lu is a rare talent, and to squander him in the power struggles of court would be a great loss for the Ming dynasty. The cabinet is meant to address practical matters, and Shang Lu has the capability to bear significant responsibilities. Li Qing still hopes to offer him an opportunity, striving to secure a valuable asset for Zhu Jian Shen. However, if Shang Lu remains obstinate, there will be little that can be done. Shang Lu remained silent, contemplating Li Qing's words. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply and lamented. "In the halls of power, one is often constrained. This is merely an excuse, for you are simply protective of your reputation, fearing that abandoning your current stance might invite disdain from former colleagues." Li Qing struck at the heart of the matter, offering a metaphorical pancake. "Even someone as sycophantic as Wanin remains only a secondary assistant. Why is that? Ponder it deeply." Shang Lu was taken aback, and then his heart raced. "Are you suggesting?" A clever person need not spell it out. The implication is clear, guiding him to contemplate this direction. To state it outright would only undermine trust. Shang Lu suppressed his excitement, delving into thought and realizing the truth of it. In the current cabinet, he is the most senior in terms of tenure, confident in his abilities, and has achieved the highest honors. Who else could claim the position of chief minister if not himself? Could it be that the emperor has withheld the title of chief minister, waiting for my change of heart? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and the likelihood grew ever greater. Li Qing, sensing the opportune moment had arrived, continued, "The emperor has ruled for over a decade, quelling the rebellion in Datingxia and the uprising led by the hangman, subduing the Jurchens, and successfully reversing the precarious situation in the northern deserts. He has initiated the construction of Hatao and addressed the issue of bureaucratic excess. Each of these actions undeniably benefits the great Ming dynasty. Xionglu found himself unable to refute this. While it is true that the Changhua emperor's motives may be to consolidate power and suppress the civil officials, these measures indeed serve the interests of the Ming. One may harbor discontent, yet to claim he is in the wrong would be a distortion of the truth. Li Qing continued, "How can you be certain that the emperor will not become a revered monarch, akin to the illustrious rulers of history? Every sage minister has basked in the glory of a great reign, their names forever etched in the annals of time. With prosperity comes renown. Civil officials cherish reputation even more than wealth, and the allure of such a promise is irresistible to Xionglu." Xionglu felt a stirring within him. The temptation of being immortalized in history is one few can withstand. Even Wang Zhi, a mere eunuch, aspired to emulate his idols, dreaming of being remembered like Sambao, let alone those learned in the classics. Li Qing's assertions were not mere fabrications. Firstly, Xionglu was indeed talented, and Zhu Jian Shen was not unwise in matters of state. Secondly, as a former stalwart of the opposition, Xionglu's allegiance would surely earn him favor from Zhu Jian Shen, as such actions would entice others to follow suit. Li Qing's grand vision was not a mere illusion. Having excelled in the imperial examinations and spent years immersed in the court, Xionglu recognized this truth. He understood that by aligning himself with the emperor, the prime minister and the annals of history would gravitate toward him, requiring only the betrayal of former colleagues. The cost of this transition was indeed minimal, merely enduring a period of scorn. Yet, once he weathered this storm, a future of promise awaited him. In the political arena, feigned smiles often mask daggers drawn behind backs. They too engage in such duplicity. "I merely seek to serve the nation faithfully. What wrong have I committed?" Xionglu rationalized to himself. The ministerial realm is rife with minor intrigues, a commonplace occurrence. The words of the nobleman awakened him from his reverie, and the student took heed. With a deep bow, Xionglu felt a surge of emotion, his face flushed with shame. Li Qing, pleased, remarked, "The pursuit of knowledge is for the sake of merit. What is merit? To achieve and to be renowned. I believe that when you first grasped the classics, Scholar Xiong, your heart was set on serving the country and being loyal to the sovereign, yet you lost your way along the journey. A wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. Recognizing your misdirection now is far from too late." Xionglu, humbled, replied, "I have wasted my time on the classics. There is no need for self-reproach." Li Qing chuckled lightly. In life, one inevitably traverses through the stages of seeing a mountain as merely a mountain, then as not a mountain, and finally as a mountain once more. Many remain trapped in the second stage their entire lives, losing sight of their original intentions, ensnared in illusions, forgetting that what they first perceived is the true landscape, while they foolishly consider themselves superior. This is indeed laughable. Li Qing added, "Now that you have regained your original intent, with even greater determination and clarity than before, what is there to feel ashamed of? Xionglu, you have been profoundly moved, and today, at last, you truly comprehend the essence of Lord Yongqing." Li Qing reclined back onto the lounge chair, leisurely stating, "The emperor possesses ambition, and you wield capability. Only when the sovereign and his ministers harmonize can governance flourish." Each word from the marquis was like a precious gem. Li Qing tilted his face toward the heavens, his eyes half closed, yet he offered no further commentary. Observing this, Xionglu performed a deep bow before taking his leave. Li Qing chuckled softly to himself. "Zhu Jian Shen, I harbor no bias. Though I have not significantly aided you in court matters, I have indeed contributed to the national affairs. I maintain a balance. Content and well-fed." He experienced an unexpected delight, which led him into a deep slumber shortly thereafter. The following day, within the Qianqing Palace, Shang Ai Qing approached. "Your Majesty, has there been a complication regarding military affairs?" Since Li Qing's withdrawal from office, all military reports had been entrusted to Xionglu. "Your Majesty, the internal strife in the northern regions persists. Yet there are no adverse reports concerning the Ming dynasty at present," Xionglu replied, feeling deeply moved. "The emperor has placed such a significant responsibility upon me, and I fear I may not live up to his Majesty's grace." Upon hearing that the situation in the north was stable, Zhu Jian Shen felt a sense of relief and inquired curiously, "What is it that concerns you, Shang Ai Qing?" Taking a deep breath, Shang Lu declared, "Your Majesty, I wish to report." Zhu Jian Shen was momentarily taken aback, stammering, "What do you wish to report?" "Yang Yi, the commander of the Jinyiwei, has entered the capital to bribe court officials," Shang Lu stated, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty may not yet be aware, but Wang Ji, the director of the Western Investigation Bureau, has gone to Fujin Jianning and discovered his heinous deeds that resulted in the loss of numerous lives in his hometown. I am already aware of Yang Ye's crimes," Zhu Jian Shen replied. "However, I had not heard of his bribery upon entering the capital." "Pray elaborate." His demeanor was benevolent, and he offered, "Please take a seat and enjoy some tea." Although he held a certain disdain for Shang Lu, he admired his talents, and this revelation shifted his perception positively. Zhu Jian Shen understood the implications of reporting such matters. It was a clear delineation from the past, a formidable political signal that brought him great joy. In this instance, he had seized a strategic advantage without bloodshed. "I express my gratitude for your esteemed grace, Your Majesty," Shang Lu said as he took his seat. "There are several individuals within the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, the Supreme Court, and even in the Inner Court. One cannot underestimate the treachery of insiders. They know each other best," Zhu Jian Shen mused, effortlessly achieving more than Wang Ji's extensive investigations. Concurrently, he grew increasingly pleased with Shang Lu. This testimony was precisely what he desired. The two sovereign and minister no longer engaged in their previous confrontations, but instead shared an amicable rapport, akin to close friends, creating a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. Zhu Jian Shen, filled with curiosity yet reluctant to inquire about Shang Lu's change of heart, and Shang Lu, unable to confront past grievances, exchanged a tacit smile, burying old animosities and focusing solely on the present. They conversed for nearly an hour before Zhu Jianshen permitted Shang Lu to depart. Once Shang Lu left, Zhu Jianshen promptly issued an arrest warrant. There was no way Shang Lu could deceive him, aside from the crime of deceiving the sovereign. The mere accusation of framing a court official was enough to bring Shang Lu down. Moreover, over a dozen high-ranking officials were implicated, without solid evidence. Would Shang Lu dare to make such claims? Meanwhile, Yang Yi was indulging at his brother-in-law's residence when he was apprehended by the Jinyiwei, alongside his brother-in-law, who served as a secretary in the Central Secretariat. Not long after entering the prison, his uncle, who held a position in the Ministry of Revenue, also arrived. This was merely the beginning. Soon, familiar faces began to be detained by the Jinyiwei, all of whom had been recipients of his bribes in recent days, including several eunuchs. Yang Yi was immediately engulfed in despair. At this juncture, he could hardly deny that the situation was dire. The officials he had bribed were equally distraught, vociferously cursing Yang Yi while secretly condemning the informers. Corruption and bribery were rampant, a common source of economic sustenance. Thus, everyone tacitly understood the unspoken code. Yet, there were indeed treacherous individuals among the masses. Otherwise, the emperor could not have so directly apprehended them. "Damn it, just don't let me catch you. If I do, you'll suffer greatly," a group of them silently vowed. Nonetheless, deep within, they were still gripped by fear. In the Ming dynasty, corruption was a capital offense. And according to the standards set by their founder, should the emperor take action, they would face execution, potentially multiple times. Although the crime of corruption had been somewhat downplayed over time, and the emperor was not as severe as the founder, the fear of unforeseen consequences lingered, especially now that they had been imprisoned. How many could enter this place and emerge unscathed? "Damn it, how did I miss this?" Yang Ye's accuser from the Ministry of Rights raged. "Do you not comprehend that everyone here is implicated? You're a fool for not understanding." This could be considered an implicit admission of guilt. Once inside, few could withstand the pressure, and with so many present, even if one could endure torture, could they ensure that others would remain silent? Thus, he resolved to fight back. After all, his official career was over, and whether he would survive remained uncertain. He had to release the pent-up frustration within him. Otherwise, should he truly face execution, it would be a death without closure. Yang Yi felt increasingly vulnerable and hopeless. He did not know if others would live or die, but he was certain of his own demise. He would not yield. Retorting, "You were quite pleased when I was giving you money, weren't you? Now that you're afraid, where was your sense then?" Yang Yi sneered. "When you took my money, you should have been prepared to face the consequences with me. To hell with you." The official from the Ministry of Rights shouted. 200 taels of silver have cost me my future. I'll fight you to the end." Yang Yi stepped back. "Ah, you can't reach me." Chapter 161. How delightful. Pour the wine. Yang Yi was fortunate. Had the prison not consisted of solitary cells, he would have been beaten to death before the day of formal sentencing arrived. As these individuals contemplated their lost futures, possibly even their lives, all notions of decorum, restraint, and scholarly virtues were cast aside. Yang Yi, you beast, they exclaimed, forgetting the countenance they wore when accepting the bribes. People tend to shift blame onto others in times of calamity, seldom reflecting on their own shortcomings. For Yang Yi, it mattered little. He was assuredly doomed. Yet he would not be subjected to the barbarity of foreign invaders. Although he had harmed many, it would likely come down to paying with his life. It was not treason, after all, and his family would remain unscathed. Nevertheless, he ultimately wished for a lighter burden. The chief inspector of the Western Depot, Wang Ji, has already raided the Yang family. While death may be avoided, the punishment of living is inescapable. Everyone, behave yourselves. The brocade-clad captain brandished his whip and coldly remarked, whoever dares to stir up trouble shall first taste my whip. I am an official of the Ministry of Rights. Do you even comprehend the rank of an official? The brocade-clad captain chuckled at this, urging him to recognize the gravity of the situation. The official from the Ministry of Rights was momentarily dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Sir, I am the Deputy Minister of Justice, and I have significant evidence to report, stated the Deputy Minister. The brocade-clad captain laughed heartily, turning to the official from the Ministry of Rights and saying, see, this is what competence looks like. Is it any wonder he holds the position of Deputy Minister? He approached and inquired, what do you wish to report? In a hushed tone, the Deputy Minister of Justice replied, the Grand Secretary, Shang Lu, has also accepted bribes. Did you witness this with your own eyes? The captain asked skeptically. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Yang Yi, was the response. The captain sought confirmation from Yang Yi, who, resigned to his fate, readily agreed to corroborate the claim, seeing it as a chance to drag another down with him. The Deputy Minister of Justice leaned against the bars, peering outside, and reminded, do not forget to mention that it was I who reported this. Very well. The captain replied with a grin, hurrying away. After a brief period, he returned, his face dark as a pot's bottom. He approached the cell containing the Deputy Minister of Justice, retrieved a key from his waist, and unlocked the chains. The Deputy Minister rejoiced, thank you, my young friend, for your righteous act. Who the devil are you calling my friend? The captain retorted, his anger flaring, and he swung his arm, delivering a resounding slap. The Deputy Minister collapsed to the ground, the imprint of the slap visibly rising on his pale skin. He stared blankly at the brocade-clad captain, bewildered. You have brought about my demise. Grand Secretary Shang is of impeccable integrity. He would never accept bribes. The captain, unable to contain his fury, lashed out. In your final moments, you still dare to slander him. Let us see if I cannot beat the truth out of you. With that, he forcefully cracked the whip. Ah, this is unjust. Everything I said is true. The Deputy Minister cried out. Still daring to retort? The captain sneered coldly, delivering another brutal strike that elicited howls of pain, twisting the Deputy Minister's aged features into a mask of agony. Unsatisfied, the captain continued to rain blows upon him, blood streaking the Deputy Minister's body as his screams echoed through the prison, sending chills down spines. The case is cracked. The traitor is Shang Lu. Yet, no one felt joy. Rather, despair seeped into their hearts. If even an official of the Deputy Minister's ranks suffered such a fate, what hope was there for those of lower status? Are you still going to slander? The captain inquired as he struck. No more slander, no more slander. The Deputy Minister, unaccustomed to such treatment, quickly recognized the necessity of compliance. Speak louder. I cannot hear you, the captain demanded. No more slander. The Deputy Minister bellowed. Only then did the captain cease his whipping, turning to the outside, declaring, record this. The accused admits to slandering others. Yes, my lord, came the reply. The captain, with a cold smile, turned back and queried, I ask you, aside from those present, are there others who have accepted bribes? The Deputy Minister of Justice gasped for breath, his voice laced with resentment. My superior. The crack of the whip echoed once more, the sound of flesh being torn apart resonating painfully. The Deputy Minister's cries filled the air, and he swallowed the words he had intended to utter. Soon, he was on the brink of death, his body marred by wounds. The others, feeling a chill in their limbs, were even colder in spirit. They realized the emperor's intent, a severance of ties. The investigation had only reached the level of Deputy Minister, yet it was evident that their fates would not be any better. Dismissal and return to their hometowns would hardly suffice for atonement. Exile seemed the mildest punishment, with execution a likely outcome. At this juncture, true fear gripped them. The terror of impending death. Even the tortured deputy minister ceased to hope for a smooth landing, turning inward to reflect upon his misdeeds, seeking a flicker of mercy. He confessed to the corruption of wielding power for personal gain, lamenting his betrayal of the emperor's trust, and implored the esteemed official to relay his willingness to atone through service at the borders of the Ming dynasty, to expend his last ounce of strength. His words were heart-wrenching, stirring the heavens. As long as life endures, there will be a means to thrive. If he could preserve his life, he could still maneuver politically. His transgressions paled in comparison to those of Yongqing, not reaching the level of confiscation. He had lowered his expectations to the bare minimum. However, the esteemed official remained unyielding, retorting coldly, "Record this. The accused admits to his crimes." "Yes, my lord." A chill ran down the deputy minister's spine as he made one final plea. "Might you approach to inquire?" "Unnecessary," the official replied, turning to retrieve the confession. "Sign here." No. The deputy minister shook his head frantically, fear reaching its peak. The official sneered. "You are from the Ministry of Justice. You must be aware of the laws of the Ming dynasty, yes? Pray tell, if a criminal refuses to sign the confession, how should I, as the interrogator, proceed?" You are coercing a confession." The deputy minister was not foolish. He understood the gravity of the situation. Exile was no longer an option. The emperor sought his head. He could not sign, absolutely not. Injustice. I am wronged. He genuinely believed he was a victim. Why should he, like others who accepted bribes, face death while they remained unscathed? He was not alone in this sentiment. Other inmates in the prison shared his despair, particularly the official from the Ministry of Rights who had only accepted 200 taels. He felt he had been wronged to the core. But was there any use in lamenting? Under the relentless lashes, it seemed futile, and this was merely the mildest form of punishment. The true torment had yet to commence. In the palace hall, a lavish banquet spread before the assembled dignitaries. The 6 ministries, 9 ministers, cabinet scholars, and high-ranking officials of the supervisory court. Among them were those who had accepted bribes, alongside those who had been confiscated, yet all wore somber expressions, their faces etched with gravity. They were astute individuals, acutely aware of the theme of this banquet. The exquisite dishes and rare wines, worth a fortune, lay before them, yet no one had the appetite to indulge. Zhu Jian Shen cast a discerning glance at the assembly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You all are loyal and virtuous ministers. Do take care of yourselves." Upon hearing this, the already grim faces of the attendees grew even more troubled, save for Wanan. This fellow is a staunch ally of the emperor. Although Shang Lu remains calm within, his outward demeanor mirrors that of others. Unlike Wanan, he indeed leans towards the emperor. However, he desires to earn his fortune standing tall. The atmosphere at the banquet is exceedingly oppressive, stifling the breath of many. And several feel that had the Duke of Yongqing been present, the mood might have been considerably lighter. Li Qing, though detestable, has always been one to consider the greater picture. Zhu Jian Shen, seemingly oblivious to the tense silence, cheerfully declared, "Let us pour wine for all my esteemed ministers." The 4 young attendants promptly approached, first serving the emperor, then each notable figure in turn. Zhu Jianshen raised his cup and proclaimed, "You are all loyal ministers of the great Ming. Let us drink this cup to the fullest." The crowd hurriedly raised their cups, offering polite responses. "Your Majesty is too kind. We toast to you." While their faces bore smiles, their hearts were laden with trepidation. They had witnessed such scenes in the annals of history, the chronicles of the great Ming. Gazing upon the emperor's jovial, yet imposing countenance, they felt as if they beheld the beckoning figure of the founding emperor. Contemplating the officials slain during the Hongwu reign, none could remain unperturbed. Though the current emperor wields less power than the founder, he is more than capable of dealing with them. They understood the implications of this toast. Nonetheless, they had no choice but to drink. All complied, downing their cups in unison. Zhu Jianshen's laughter rang out. "What joy! Pour more wine." In the side hall, Li Qing savored his tea with a sense of contentment, while Zhu Yuzhong, brow furrowed, flipped through his notebook, scribbling and sketching, frequently replacing sheets of rice paper. Perpetually lost in self-doubt, Li Qing continued to sip his tea, exuding remarkable patience. Li Dongyang had also come. shamelessly seeking to bask in the presence of the Duke of Yongqing, who had returned after a long absence. His original intention was to accompany the crown prince in attending the lessons, yet today, the Duke spoke sparingly, merely announcing the commencement of the examination and offering no further commentary. Li Dongyang felt helpless, but as the Duke did not dismiss him, he maintained his presence with a bold face. Zhu Yuzhong switched to a fresh sheet of rice paper, rephrasing and reformulating the topic, growing increasingly agitated. After writing a line, he began to consult his notebook again, but found himself unable to proceed. Finally, in a moment of despair, he lamented, "Mr. Li, I cannot do this." The crown prince, maintaining his composure, wished to offer some words of comfort, but suddenly realized he was not addressing Li Dongyang, causing his face to flush. Li Qing set down his teacup and remarked coolly, "Pick up the answer sheets from the ground and compare them to see which is superior." Zhu Yuzhong, who had braced himself for a reprimand, felt a surge of relief upon hearing this and quickly replied, "Very well." He relaxed and began to gather the discarded drafts for comparison. Before long, he selected a taller sheet among the shorter ones and inquired, "Does the gentleman wish to see more?" "Bring it forth," Li Qing instructed. Zhu Yuzhong sighed internally, knowing he could not escape. He stepped forward and handed over the scrawled examination paper. "Here," he said. Li Qing took it, glanced at it briefly, and set it aside, asking, "Do you know where you went wrong?" "I did not listen attentively in class," Zhu Yuzhong replied, hanging his head in a posture of impending chastisement. "No, you paid attention. But you were overly anxious and preoccupied with gains and losses," Li Qing admonished, frowning. "You abandoned steadfastness far too easily. This is a grave folly, do you understand?" Zhu Yuzhong countered, "I consider this caution." Li Qing frowned again. "You call this caution?" Chapter 162. The character of Zhu Yuzhong, is it not so? Certainly not. Li Qing responded earnestly. Caution entails carefully verifying during the course of an endeavor, weighing various aspects, and judiciously assessing the pros and cons. Indeed, that is precisely my point. Zhu Yuzhong retorted. What you exhibit is hesitation, a form of cowardice, as you vacillate between action and inaction, ultimately opting for the most lamentable choice, abandonment. Li Qing harshly criticized. In the future, should you ascend to the throne, will you also act thusly? I find your words too severe, my lord, Zhu Yuzhong replied. This is not your place to interject, Li Dongyang interposed. Li Qing turned back to Zhu Yuzhong and continued, hesitation is a grave misstep, driven by one's nature. Individuals often choose the simplest, most comfortable path, abandonment. You are indeed lacking, truly lacking. Li Qing's tone grew cold. If you cannot rectify this flaw, what right do you have to be the heir of the Ming dynasty? The gravity of these words struck Li Dongyang, who could no longer remain silent. You may critique, but you cannot so belittle the heir to the throne. My lord, the crown prince is exceptionally gifted, yet what use is that if he merely studies the classics? Li Dongyang, feeling helpless, found himself unable to counter such assertions. All he could utter was, surely, my lord. One should not make such a mountain out of a molehill over the prince's singular mistake. This is not merely a mistake, it is a character flaw. And I am here to correct him, Li Qing retorted, his irritation palpable. As the saying goes, a great teacher produces outstanding students. Is this how you instruct the crown prince? Why am I being blamed for this? Li Dongyang protested, feeling aggrieved. I have always taught with diligence. My lord, you are being excessively harsh, which could severely undermine the crown prince's confidence, Li Dongyang argued. If even the truth cannot be spoken, the heir will merely become a decorative figure, achieving little of substance. Li Qing scoffed. You are espousing the thoughts of a pedant. Li Dongyang was equally incensed. How can you say such a thing, my lord? Is it not true? Li Qing huffed. I merely spoke a few words to him. And you immediately rise in his defense. Are you aiding him or harming him? At a loss for words, Li Dongyang stammered. I only feel that your words are too blunt. There is no need for such harshness and correction. Indeed, they are rather unpalatable, Li Qing articulated for him. That is the case, Li Dongyang conceded. While the prince's performance was indeed lacking, there is no need to escalate matters to the point of questioning his qualifications to be the heir of the Ming dynasty. Li Qing, weary of further debate, pointed towards the door. You leave. This is my domain. Li Dongyang, filled with frustration yet feeling powerless, exited with indignation. Sighing, Li Qing returned to his seat and remarked, Does the crown prince also believe my words to be harsh? I do not, Zhu Yuzhong replied, fearing Li Qing's reprimand. Speak the truth, Li Qing urged. Very well. A little, Zhu Yuzhong admitted candidly. Li Qing inquired, do you find this question challenging? Indeed. Let me enlighten you. The affairs of the court are far more complex, and governing the realm is infinitely more arduous, Li Qing lamented. No emperor of the Ming has ever surrendered when faced with a formidable challenge, not even your grandfather. Li Qing continued, though he may have submitted a dismal response, his attitude was commendable. And what of you? When you ascend to the throne and encounter situations exponentially more difficult than this question, will you utter I cannot and hastily conclude? Zhu Yuzhong gradually comprehended the reason behind Mr. Li's ire and, feeling a sense of shame, lowered his head. Sir, I was wrong, he confessed earnestly. I assure you, I shall amend my ways and refrain from such behavior in the future. Pausing for a moment, he added, as for this problem, I will continue to work on it at home. Observing his sincere admission of fault, Li Qing's tone softened. Remember, ruling as an emperor is arduous. Being a commendable emperor is even more challenging, and to be regarded as a good emperor by his subjects is an even greater trial. What prompted you to answer hastily? The previously softened expression on Li Qing's face darkened again as he retorted, it is quite simple to be considered a good emperor in the eyes of subjects. One merely needs to utter the phrase, I cannot. Ah? Zhu Yuzhong was taken aback. Why is that? Because if you cannot, they will readily alleviate your burdens. If you cannot, you must cede authority to them. Li Qing scoffed. Yet, once the power has been relinquished, what accomplishments can you hope to achieve? Zhu Yuzhong was momentarily stunned. Suddenly recalling his father's teachings, to achieve greatness, one must be a sovereign with real authority. Sir, I understand your meaning now. Do tell. Without rules, there can be no order. If the emperor lacks real power, the subjects will be unrestrained. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Qing's face as he nodded in agreement. You are correct this time. Zhu Yuzhong felt his cheeks flush, stammering, these are the lessons imparted by my father. No wonder it all makes sense now, Li Qing mused. This is a notion you must recite daily, etching it into your very marrow. After a moment of reflection, Zhu Yuzhong awkwardly added, my father has said the same. Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt considerably reassured. You must remember, when challenges arise, no matter how daunting, you must never say I cannot. Face them and resolve them. Li Qing continued, you are unlike ordinary individuals. You are the future emperor, and your thoughts will one day dictate the fates of countless lives. Your hesitations and relinquishments could lead many to suffer. Do you understand? I will remember, Zhu Yuzhong replied with a solemn nod. Very well, let us conclude today's lesson. Li Qing stood. Continue with your work. I shall return in the afternoon to review it. Understood. Zhu Yuzhong nodded earnestly. I will ensure I present a paper that meets your satisfaction. Li Qing paused, scoffing. What do you mean by satisfying me? You are not studying for my benefit. You are studying for yourself. Maintain a proper attitude. Yes, Zhu Yuzhong replied, a jolt of determination surging through him. Safe travels, sir. As he exited the side hall, a gust of wind swept in. Li Qing sniffed the air and muttered to himself, what a delightful aroma. Has that rascal been feasting behind my back? Following the enticing scent, he made his way to the central hall. Ah, you little scamp, indeed feasting without inviting me. Li Qing's irritation flared as he reflected on his earlier displeasure. He strode purposefully into the hall. The guard stationed at the entrance dared not impede him and hurried inside to announce, Your Majesty, the Duke of Yongqing requests an audience. Admit him. As Zhu Jianshen's words left his lips, Li Qing entered. Surprisingly, he was not angered. Instead, he smiled. Li Qing, your timing is impeccable. The dishes have yet to be served. The astute young attendant swiftly fetched a chair, placing it beside the emperor. Li Qing bowed slightly to Zhu Jian Shen and then turned to the esteemed guests, smiling. Ah, everyone is here today. What special occasion is this? The assembly stood and bowed. We pay our respects to the Duke of Yongqing. Please, be seated, Li Qing urged, adopting the demeanor of a gracious host, entirely at ease. A group of individuals settled down, each harboring a complex array of emotions. Li Qing cast a glance around, grasping the essence of the situation, and thus refrained from hastily partaking in the feast. With a heartfelt sigh, he remarked, the emperor truly possesses a magnanimous spirit. Upon uttering this, he turned to the esteemed dignitaries. Who is in favor, and who stands opposed? Wanan was the first to respond, declaring, the emperor's benevolence towards us, his humble ministers, is indeed an overwhelming grace. Despite Wan An's lack of competence, his eloquence was commendable. With Li Qing's initial sentiment and Wan An's enthusiastic endorsement, the tone was firmly established. One ought not to be ungrateful. The emperor's generosity warrants quiet satisfaction. The dignitaries, recognizing the moment, joined in the chorus of praise. Flattering words flowed abundantly. Zhu Jian Shen could not help but smirk. For this, they ought to express their gratitude to me. The previously tense atmosphere was punctuated by Li Qing's sigh, bringing a resolution to the moment. Simultaneously, these powerful figures found themselves compelled to declare their allegiance, for to resist further could lead to dire consequences. Zhu Jianshen picked up his chopsticks and sampled the bean sprouts, kindly suggesting, "The dishes are cooling. My esteemed ministers need not be so reserved." With that, Li Qing rolled up his sleeves and commenced. The presence of the emperor did not quell his enthusiasm for selecting dishes. However, the other dignitaries did not share his hearty appetite, merely tasting the offerings with great restraint. Yet, witnessing Li Qing's voracious enjoyment, one could not help but exclaim, "This fellow truly possesses remarkable vitality." As the banquet concluded, Li Qing did not rush to depart, but engaged Zhu Jianshen in a discussion about Zhu Yozong. He observed that the crown prince's overly gentle disposition might stem from his prolonged residence in the comfort hall. Li Qing noted that a father's influence during a boy's formative years significantly surpasses that of a mother. Furthermore, Consort Shu likely did not anticipate her son being designated as crown prince, perhaps due to inadequate preparation or limited experience. In any case, this aspect requires your diligent attention. Li Qing stated earnestly, "A person's character often determines the course of their life." Zhu Jianshen nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, "I have discerned this myself. The child's temperament is more akin to his mother's. It is not merely a matter of resemblance, but rather, one becomes influenced by whom they are taught by." Li Qing corrected, advising, "Take the time to guide him. With proper nurturing, he may yet become a wise ruler. Rest assured, I shall not be negligent in this matter." Zhu Jianshen replied, taking a sip of wine. He inquired, "When will you stir the tides in Japan?" The most effective means of altering the landscape is to overthrow the Ashikaga shogunate, allowing those with ambition to flourish. Li Qing pondered briefly and declared, "Within 2 years." Such confidence, Zhu Jianshen remarked with a smile. "There, I can act freely, without the constraints of balancing various interests. I can simply proceed." Zhu Jianshen chuckled, "So? It seems the Ming dynasty has limited your capabilities?" "One could say so," Li Qing admitted without modesty. "In truth, I prefer unregulated conflict, as it allows for unbridled expression." Zhu Jianshen, somewhat envious of his abilities, inquired, "When shall I take action from my end?" "Preparations can commence immediately," Li Qing responded. "Japan is currently in disarray. We can significantly increase trade, and I may not require extensive time." "Very well," Zhu Jianshen concurred. Zhu Jianshen nodded, saying, "As of now, I have a firm grasp on them. For a considerable time to come, there shall be no duplicity. You may act freely. I can handle it." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Do take care of yourself. Do not overexert. It is perfectly acceptable to proceed at a more measured pace." Chapter 163. The masterpiece. Li Qing let out a gentle sigh, responding, "The grand vessel of the Ming is too immense. A large ship is hard to maneuver. By the time the issues are laid bare before us, it may be too late." He paused again and smiled, "Rest assured, I have consumed more salt than you have rice." "Is your taste so strong?" Zhu Jianshen quipped, feeling a jolt of surprise. "You truly deserve a reprimand. You have become increasingly audacious." "I am, after all, your sovereign," Zhu Jianshen retorted, displeased, as there seemed to be no respect for hierarchy. Li Qing scoffed and shook his head, saying, "I shan't engage in banter with you any longer. I must take my leave." "Wait a moment. Is there something else?" Zhu Jianshen inquired. "Regarding the affairs of Japan, you will return to the Ming, correct?" "Japan is merely the first stop. I intend to visit surrounding smaller nations as well." Li Qing contemplated, adding, "If circumstances permit, I shall venture even further afield." "Can your weary bones withstand such a journey?" Zhu Jianshen frowned. Li Qing chuckled. "After all these years, what could possibly deter me? I have grown accustomed to it." Zhu Jianshen hesitated, wanting to say more, but Li Qing had already taken his leave. "This fellow has truly become increasingly audacious," Zhu Jianshen muttered, feeling discontented for not hearing those 3 words. In the afternoon, Zhu Yuzhong submitted his examination paper, which could be deemed passable, yet his attitude had markedly improved. Li Qing was somewhat satisfied. He provided targeted revisions, corrections, guidance, and further instruction on the principles of rulership. There were no sayings from Confucius, only the ways of governance and methods of commanding subordinates. Zhu Yuzhong struggled to comprehend, so he diligently recorded everything in a small notebook, gradually acclimating to the brisk pace of the lessons. As the saying goes, it is not fear of ignorance that troubles one, but rather comparisons of quality. Although Zhu Yuzhong found it challenging to grasp the content, he sensed that this Mr. Li possessed a higher caliber than the other Mr. Li he had encountered. What I do not understand now, I shall surely comprehend in due time, Zhu Yuzhong thought to himself, diligently taking notes. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Li Qing announced his departure. Although Zhu Jian Shen was reluctant to bid farewell, he understood the importance of the bigger picture and prepared a banquet to see Li Qing off. Zhu Yuzhong also attended the feast. With the emperor and the crown prince present, one a reigning monarch and the other a future ruler, the occasion was indeed of high stature. Mr. Li, when shall you return to the capital? Zhu Yuzhong inquired with a hint of sorrow. At the age of 7, he could discern right from wrong. He understood that this Mr. Li was strict and fierce, but he recognized that the teacher meant well. Having attended the lessons of the prodigious Mr. Li this morning, I found them quite enjoyable, though somewhat lacking in flavor, Zhu Yuzhong remarked. We shall meet again, Li Qing replied with a smile. Do not become complacent, otherwise, I shall not be gentle when we next convene. When that time comes, I shall present a response that will surely satisfy you. Dear teacher, Zhu Yuzhong declared confidently. Then it is settled? It is settled, Zhu Yuzhong affirmed with a nod. Zhu Jian Shen raised his wine cup and said earnestly, as you depart, do be sure to take care of yourself. Indeed, I shall, Li Qing replied, clinking his cup with Zhu Jian Shen's before downing the contents in one swift motion. The current political landscape has stabilized, and Zhu Jian Shen has proven himself to be a capable sovereign. He no longer harbors any concerns and can fully unleash his ambitions to effect profound changes. Li Qing has departed, returning to his pursuits. On the day following his departure, Li Hong arrived in the capital. Upon his arrival, Li Hong learned that his mentor had just left, which filled him with regret. However, he chose not to pursue him, merely sighing as he brought gifts to the palace to request an audience with the emperor. His brother-in-law did not keep him waiting long, and Li Hong was soon summoned. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, after the customary exchange of courtesies, Li Hong swiftly broached the main topic. Your Majesty, this is a gift from the Marquis of Yongqing. A gift? Zhu Jian inquired, puzzled. He just departed yesterday and did not mention anything about this. Li Hong explained, Your Majesty will understand upon inspection. He promised this to you previously. Curiosity piqued. Zhu Jian could not recall what Li Qing had pledged. Let us take a look, he said, gesturing with his chin. The young eunuch stepped forward to open the wooden box, turning back to announce, Your Majesty, it is a book. Zhu Jian was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly remembered that he had indeed asked Li Qing to compile a book detailing the intricacies of court affairs. Given Li Qing's connections, through Yuqian, years had flown by, and he had forgotten about it. Why has it only just arrived? He asked, puzzled. Since Li Qing had left Nanjing quite some time ago. Li Hong chuckled awkwardly. My mentor had completed it long ago. It was merely delayed by someone else. And it has only recently been finalized. Zhu Jian nodded in understanding and waved his hand, signaling that he no longer required attendance. The servants withdrew from the grand hall. Zhu Jian then inquired, Do they wish to return? Having firmly established his authority, he was no longer concerned that the retired emperor would attempt to reclaim his power. Over the years, he had come to comprehend the former emperor's intentions. His father had long since lost interest in the throne. From a filial perspective, Zhu Jian did not oppose the idea of welcoming him back. Li Hong gently shook his head. They are quite fond of their current life and do not wish to return, at least not for now. He refrained from speaking definitively, as his mother-in-law's health was not robust, and should the elder statesman feel sentimental, he would undoubtedly wish to bring his beloved wife back with him. Zhu Jian was not surprised. If they truly desired to return, they would have informed him through Li Qing long ago. He merely sighed and chose not to pursue the topic further. How is the naval training progressing? We are ready for actual combat, Li Hong replied, nodding. I have come this time to discuss a matter with your Majesty. In the Jiangnan region, wealthy merchants are contravening court decrees by smuggling goods to Japan. What should be done? Zhu Jian pondered for a moment and said, Eradicating the smuggling operations will not deter these merchants from pursuing the substantial profits that come with risk. It may also incite some factions in Japan to harbor thieving intentions. I must first assess the scale of this operation and weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. Li Hong was taken aback and conceded. Your Majesty's concerns are indeed valid. I was reckless. It cannot be deemed recklessness. Clearing out the smugglers is inevitable. For now, focus on training your troops well. There will be opportunities for you to achieve merit. Zhu Jian Shen inquired with a smile. At this stage, how confident are you in dealing with the pirates? Li Hong smiled awkwardly, admitting that he had never truly engaged in battle and thus refrained from boasting. However, he had gathered intelligence on the smuggling caravans arriving from Japan, stating confidently that the naval forces of the Ming dynasty could contend with double the manpower of the Japanese pirates. Double? Queried Zhu Jian Shen. Indeed, Li Hong replied with conviction, asserting that in terms of warships, weaponry, and the quality of troops, the Ming navy far surpassed the pirates. Zhu Jian Shen nodded thoughtfully and remarked, if that is the case, you should begin preparations for war upon your return. Compile a list of firearms, cannons, lead bullets, and thunderclaps. I will instruct the Bureau of Firearms to expedite production. Do not hesitate. If we are to engage, we must secure a resounding victory. Only thus can we instill fear in our adversaries. I shall comply, Li Hong responded, his heart aflame with determination. After discussing state affairs and finalizing the list, it was nearly noon. Zhu Jian Shen invited Li Hong to dine with him in the palace, during which he inquired about the living conditions of the emperor's family and instructed Li Hong to convey the message. Should they wish to return, they need only speak, and they would be welcomed at any time. After the meal, Li Hong expressed his intent to take his leave. With his foster father absent, he felt no inclination to linger, especially given the emperor's implication that the navy would soon be engaged in battle. He did not wish to delay his training. Zhu Jian Shen did not insist on his stay, merely advising him to prepare for combat and assuring him that the equipment would be swiftly dispatched to Jiangnan, allowing him to focus on his drills. In a final act, Zhu Jian Shen presented 1,000 taels of gold. Li Hong was taken aback, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I have achieved no merit. Who said this is for you? Zhu Jian Shen retorted, This is Li Qing's fortune. He has gone to Japan, and I need you to bring it back to Jinling. I understand, Your Majesty, Li Hong replied sheepishly, grasping the situation. After Li Hong's departure, Zhu Jian Shen summoned attendants to carry a large box into the inner chamber, eagerly anticipating its contents. He rubbed his hands together, akin to a long-starved bibliophile who had finally discovered a literary masterpiece, brimming with excitement. However, when he opened the topmost book, he was left momentarily stunned. The 15th year of Hongwu, summer? Zhu Jian Shen muttered in confusion, realizing that at that time, Yu Qian had yet to be born. Perplexed, he wondered if the author was fabricating the narrative. After some reflection, he dismissed the notion, recognizing that Li Qing was not the type to engage in such deceit. Perhaps the author had provided self-commentary based on the events recorded in the annals? Zhu Jian Shen scratched his head, finding that theory equally implausible. The historical records from the reign of the founding emperor to that of the middle emperor spanned millions of words. Could Li Qing have read them all? Even so, why begin with the 15th year of Hongwu rather than the first? Baffled, Zhu Jian Shen emptied the box to compare the books, only to discover, to his dismay, that the 15th year indeed was the earliest volume, with no earlier records available. Cursed be it. If we are commencing with the Hongwu era, why not start from the first year? Zhu Jian Shen's obsessive tendencies flared, leaving him frustrated and on the verge of cursing. After venting his impotent rage, he resigned himself to reality. Well, having something is better than having nothing, and losing 15 years isn't a dire setback. I shall have the rest upon his next return. With a sigh, Zhu Jian Shen continued to peruse the contents. Upon reading this, one becomes utterly absorbed, compared to the monotonous and insipid official records. The writings of Li Qing are far more captivating. It is not merely the elegance of his prose that enchants, but rather the narrative quality that he imparts. Offering detailed annotations on court intrigues, national policies, and significant events, akin to personal experiences. Zhu Jian Shen is confident that Li Qing has not indulged in fabrications, for much of what is penned in the book is corroborated within the official annals. Thus, the myriad of inconsistencies and confusions he encountered while perusing the records are effortlessly elucidated. How has he achieved this? Zhu Jian Shen cannot help but marvel. Such remarkable work. He becomes so engrossed that, aside from attending court and managing memorials, he spends all his remaining time in the inner halls of the Qianxing Palace engrossed in his studies. neglecting even the beauties of the harem. This relentless dedication puts to shame the scholars who toil away in obscurity. Half a month later, Wang Zhi returns to the capital. Only then does Zhu Jian Shen emerge from his literary reverie to commence his calculations. The case was unearthed by Wang Zhi, and naturally, he must be allowed to bask in the glory, thus diverting attention to himself. Zhu Jianshen had long anticipated this. Chapter 164. Zhu Jianshen's Resolute Measures. Wang Zhi does not disappoint Zhu Jianshen. He is acutely aware of his role. He is but a blade in the emperor's hand, striking wherever the emperor directs. With ample evidence gathered and interrogations already conducted, testimonies and family members of the victims are present, requiring only a procedural follow-through. Consequently, there is little delay, and within 3 days, the matter is settled. Yang Rong's descendants, Yang Yi, Yang Tai, Yang Luan, and Yang Zhua, are all executed, and the Yang household is confiscated, with their family members exiled to the frontier. Simultaneously, over a dozen high-ranking officials from the capital are taken to the execution grounds alongside the principal offender, Yang Yi, including officials of the vice-ministerial level, all meeting the same fate. However, the families of these individuals face no repercussions. Nonetheless, this event sends shockwaves through the circle of officials in the capital. Who is Yang Rong? He is the pride of the literati, a distinguished representative of the zenith of the civil officials faction. How can they remain passive when a person of such stature endures such a fate? The emperor's oppression is intolerable. If they endure this, how can they expect future tranquility? Thus, they independently seek out their respective leaders, preparing to confront the emperor. To their surprise, these leaders remain inaccessible and do not express any stance, acting as if nothing is amiss. This incites genuine alarm among the literati, who, despite their growing understanding, refuse to lose hope. If it were any other matter, it might be bearable, but this time the emperor has struck at the very roots of the civil officials. The 3 Yangs, once exalted to the heavens, are now brought low by the current emperor's actions. How can they accept this? They are indignant. Yet, to their dismay, no matter how fervently they strive, their leaders appear deaf and mute, not uttering a single word. At this juncture, the dual-edged nature of power reveals itself. If it cannot harm others, it must inevitably inflict wounds upon oneself. The 6 ministries and the 9 ministers, along with numerous prominent figures from the cabinet, find themselves entangled in this turmoil. Derogatory remarks about the paper-made 3 elders and clay-formed 6 ministers proliferate, relentlessly deriding them. Zhu Jianshen observed coldly, patiently awaiting the escalation of events. His inaction soon prompted numerous dignitaries to succumb to the onslaught of slander and abuse, compelling them to beseech him for justice. This was indeed their appeal to him, and Zhu Jianshen seized the opportunity. With this pretext, he initiated the long-desired yet previously hesitated endeavor of addressing the issue of redundant officials in the capital. Naturally, Zhu Jianshen did not take direct action himself. At this point, he was a master of strategy, having achieved a level of control over the power dynamics that bordered on the sublime. It was still Wang Zhi who took the lead, conducting a thorough investigation into the bureaucratic circle. Within a mere 10 days, over 300 officials were dismissed. Zhu Jianshen's resolute measures instantly ignited public fury, as officials below the rank of deputy minister banded together in fierce resistance. Observing this situation, Wang Zhi intensified the scrutiny, presenting list after list. Zhu Jianshen's singular response was dismissal. The imperial guards were under Wang Zhi's command. No matter how deeply the civil officials infiltrated, they could never penetrate the guards. Simultaneously, Zhu Jianshen ordered that the imperial guards oversee the capital's military, threatening severe punishment for any signs of dissent, thereby ensuring that no military officials were compromised by the civil bureaucrats, a testament to his utmost caution. However, while tactically cautious, Zhu Jianshen was strategically audacious. If you dared to challenge me, I would dismiss you. This time, devoid of any embellishments, Zhu Jianshen opted for the most direct and forceful retaliation. For every offender, there was a dismissal with no leniency. As for the plethora of vacancies resulting from the thorough purging, Zhu Jianshen had already devised adequate solutions. He made use of the Hanlin Academy, a reservoir of talent. Not sufficient. No matter, there was still the Imperial Academy. If that proved inadequate, he would resort to employing the very officials they despised, the eunuchs. Let us see who falters first. Ultimately, the Imperial Academy was unnecessary. By the time the Hanlin Academy was engaged, the battle had essentially concluded. The fate of the Hamlin Academy not only left the capital officials helpless, but also significantly alleviated the public pressure they had constructed. Initially, the Hamlin Academy had supported their cause, but once favored by the emperor, these scribes swiftly redirected their efforts against them. This group, devoted to scholarly pursuits, was adept at persuasion, driven by the principle that where there is milk, there is a mother, who would wish to endure the drudgery of copying texts when there was an opportunity to serve the emperor. They immediately threw themselves into the endeavor of whitewashing the emperor's reputation, employing both subtle and overt methods. What if the overt methods proved ineffective? Simple. Blame it on the eunuch Wang Zhi. After all, the emperor was wise. Any minor blemish could be attributed to Wang Zhi's deceit. Zhu Jian Shen's tactic of combating magic with magic proved remarkably effective. Within a month, he had effectively extinguished the momentum of the officials' coalition. In this round, he dismissed over 1,000 individuals. Not only did he resolve the issue of redundant personnel, but he also established a formidable stance. This time, he acted with genuine resolve. The results were immediate. He emerged victorious. However, new challenges arose. The newly appointed officials lacked sufficient capability, which, to some extent, affected the governance. Furthermore, he had lost the support of the civil officials. Between the sovereign and his ministers, the possibility of reconciliation had vanished. However, Zhu Jian Shen harbored no regrets. He understood that this was a necessary phase to traverse. He had undertaken the unpopular task, and by the time it would fall upon his son's generation, a mere token of goodwill would suffice to earn the gratitude of the civil officials. Alas, someone must always bear the mantle of the villain. Zhu Jianshen could not guarantee that his son would possess the requisite acumen. Thus he felt compelled to resolve this matter. Following the conclusion of the incident, Zhu Jianshen initiated a reorganization, bringing the eunuch faction into the limelight. Since direct governance through Confucian ideals seemed futile, he opted for a circumspect approach, to govern through law, subsequently guiding the state with Confucian principles. Consequently, the sharp blade of Wang Zhi was unleashed upon the land of the rising sun. Li Qing's return brought a profound sense of relief to Murakami Takumi and Inoue Saburo. The days devoid of a decisive leader had been unbearably tumultuous. They genuinely feared that Li Qing would depart and never return. Let us discuss the situation, Li Qing exhaled. After enduring more than 20 days of arduous travel, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Indeed, the two exchanged glances. And Murakami Takumi softly inquired, "General, shall I speak first?" Inoue Saburo nodded. Murakami Takumi took a deep breath and continued, "Great one, since your departure, the Hosokawa clan has visited thrice. For the first two occasions, I expended considerable resources to send them away, but during the last encounter, I could no longer evade their advances. Have they surrendered? Not at all." Murakami Takumi replied, "You had instructed us to be individuals of great ambition, unwilling to rely on others. How could I dare to betray that? However, it seems they are poised to strike within 10 days. Li Qing remained unfazed. Is there more? The nearby two guardian clans are also stirring, yet none wish to be the first to attack, Murakami Takumi reported. Anything else? Seeing that the situation had not elicited a response from Li Qing, Murakami Takumi felt both admiration and a sense of relief. It indicated that the Great One possessed the capability to resolve the matter. "That concludes my report," he said. "I shall take over." Inoue Saburo interjected, "Great One. The samurai have repressed their energies for too long and are in dire need of release. Moreover, the high remuneration you have set is depleting our resources. If we do not expand soon, we shall struggle to sustain ourselves." He hesitated before adding, "It would be prudent for you to make an appearance. Your prolonged seclusion has left the samurai anxious, fearing you may have lost your way." Li Qing opened his eyes, rising to his feet. "Are there any other matters?" "That is all." Inoue Saburo shook his head. Li Qing nodded. "Gather the samurai. I shall join you shortly." "Yes," Inoue Saburo replied, elated, and hurried off. Li Qing then addressed Murakami Takumi. "Quickly prepare the supplies needed for battle. The samurai have rested long enough and must now be set in motion." "Yes," Murakami Takumi rejoiced, for they were finally poised to expand. After such long preparation, training, and waiting, they would at last showcase their formidable prowess. Although the current circumstances were challenging, with the Great One present, nothing was insurmountable. At the training ground, Li Qing's arrival ignited excitement among all the samurai. The Great One was not only safe, but had also grown in prowess. Would they not then conquer all adversaries? They had endured their frustrations for far too long. And at last, they could unleash their pent-up energies, each aspiring to achieve victory and ascend to the ranks of esteemed samurai. With each elevation in rank, the benefits are significantly enhanced, granting one a revered status among the samurai, becoming an object of respect and envy. They are filled with anticipation. Li Qing did not dampen their enthusiasm. After delivering an impassioned speech, he commenced the pre-battle preparations. 800 reserves were tasked with guarding the city to counter any retaliation from the Hosokawa clan, with the promise that as long as they held their ground, they would ascend within the samurai hierarchy. Those who fought valiantly and achieved merit would be exceptionally promoted to the 9th rank of samurai. Inoue Saburo was also assigned to the city's defense. Only 200 elite samurai would accompany Li Qing into battle. In a land where one could claim dominion with merely 1,000 armed men, the efficacy of his personal martial prowess was maximally utilized. Moreover, these 200 warriors were clad in armor and wielded superior swords, more than sufficient to handle a mere guardian. Upon completing the pre-battle arrangements, Li Qing allowed everyone to relax for 2 days before transitioning back into a combat-ready state. After the battle, rewards would be granted for merit and penalties imposed for failures. Merely by gracing them with his presence, Li Qing ignited the fervor of these warriors, dispelling their previous frustrations, leaving them invigorated. Having instilled such enthusiasm, he retired to rest. The fatigue from days of relentless activity had weighed heavily upon him. He slumbered deeply from noon until the following afternoon. When he awoke, all traces of exhaustion vanished, restoring him to his prime condition. Li Qing stretched, his joints cracking with a delightful release. Entering the main room, he found Inoue Saburo and Murakami Takumi already waiting. Upon his arrival, they promptly rose to pay their respects. "My lord," they greeted. Li Qing nodded, taking a seat at the low table and requesting refreshments, suggesting they dine while conversing. "Please, my lord, allow me to fetch it," Murakami Takumi interjected hurriedly, making his way to serve. Inoue Saburo scoffed, muttering disdainfully, "My lord, this man is merely a sycophant, lacking in true capability." "Oh, haha." Li Qing chuckled, amused by the observation. Indeed, where there are people, there lies conflict. Chapter 165. The bandits enter the village. This situation has its merits. At least, it prevents a unifying trend from arising in Japan after his departure. Li Qing would not linger here for long. Once he achieved his strategic objectives, he would depart. However, in the interim, it was inevitable that a formidable force would be cultivated. Furthermore, his system was excessively potent. Should the two truly unite to uphold and extend his framework, he harbored concerns that after toppling the Ashikaga shogunate, they might establish another shogunate themselves. Such an outcome would starkly contradict Li Qing's original intentions. Yet, at present, the likelihood of this occurring seemed minimal. Even before any significant events transpired, the two began to drift apart, rendering any grand ambitions unattainable. The fare they partook of was far inferior to the imperial banquets, lacking even the charm of modest establishments in the Ming dynasty. However, with a ravenous appetite, Li Qing paid little mind to the quality, prioritizing the filling of his stomach. As he dined, he discussed their deployment. "For 1 month. You merely need to hold your ground for 30 days, and I shall resolve the 2 guardians, returning to support you," Li Qing stated. "As long as you maintain your position, our forces will triple in strength, and when the Hosokawa clan launches a massive assault, we shall remain unscathed." After catching his breath, the next step was to develop a power comparable to the 4 great shoguns of the Muromachi shogunate. Li Qing pondered, "If all goes well, by the end of the year, we shall firmly establish our foothold, and by mid-next year, we could ascend to the position of the foremost power, ultimately overthrowing the Muromachi shogunate by the end of next year." The two felt their blood surge with excitement. Although it seemed unrealistic at first glance, both harbored a strong intuition that if they followed the divine instructions, success was assured. Inoue Saburo inquired, "What shall we do after overthrowing the Muromachi shogunate?" "Of course, we shall restore the emperor." Murakami Takumi replied matter-of-factly, "Whoever holds the emperor holds the power of discourse." "The emperor? Huh, I never intended for him to live. I have come to sever the roots of Japan," Li Qing silently scoffed. However, such thoughts were not fit to be spoken. Even though the Japanese emperor had long since lost his real power, his influence remained deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. He could still be considered the nominal leader of the martial world. Changing perceptions is the most arduous task, and Li Qing had no confidence that these samurai would follow him to slay the emperor. This was a task he must undertake alone. Yet, compared to the imperial family, the Muromachi shogunate was the primary adversary. We must first overthrow the Muromachi shogunate, Li Qing asserted. The Ashikaga clan had ruled for many years, wielding considerable influence, and it was difficult to entirely eradicate them. As for the emperor, that could be addressed after the threat of a counterattack had been thoroughly suppressed. Divine words indeed. Inoue Saburo nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Murakami Takumi, and huffed. Some should not overestimate their own cleverness. Murakami Takumi felt a surge of anger but refrained from showing it, forcing a smile while suppressing his irritation. Li Qing observed everything but remained unfazed, simply stating, "In the face of a formidable enemy, you too must hold your ground. Failure to maintain will result in severe punishment." Upon hearing the last two words, both men felt a shiver run down their spines. The Divine One was both generous and terrifying. "Yes, Divine One." Li Qing then revealed a smile. "In 1 month's time, I shall return to assist you." The following morning, Li Qing led 200 samurai, equipped with provisions for 3 days, and set forth. This was unlike combat on the grasslands. There was no concern about finding the enemy, so they needed only to carry what was necessary. 2 afternoons later, they arrived at the city's gates. The opposing side had evidently received advance intelligence, as hundreds stood ready atop the walls. "Who are you?" the leader atop the walls shouted. Li Qing stepped forward alone, declaring, "Open the gates, and I shall grant you the rank of 9th-tier samurai." The leader atop the walls, furious, commanded, "Shoot arrows." Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of arrows was unleashed. Li Qing merely shifted his body slightly, easily evading the projectiles. Before a second volley could arrive, he had reached the city gates. Holding his breath, he gathered his energy and struck with his palm. Bang! The gate was shattered, leaving a large hole. Before the defenders could react, Li Qing struck again, followed by a third and fourth strike. Everything transpired in an instant. The defenders had yet to regain their wits before the gate was breached, an unprecedented occurrence. Who could have imagined that a single individual could shatter a fortified gate with their bare hands? "Quickly stop him. Shoot arrows quickly." The leader atop the city wall was the first to react, feeling an unsettling chill within. Memories of the recent surge of divine winds flooded his mind. Alarmed, he thought, could the rumors possibly be true? Clang, clang, clang. A barrage of arrows rained down, yet the man below, brandishing a blade, moved with the fluidity of a windmill, effortlessly deflecting every missile aimed at him. Astonishingly, he even managed to free one hand to deliver several powerful strikes against the city gate. Boom! The gate collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. My heavens! The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. He was so taken aback that fear was eclipsed by sheer astonishment. Not just him, but hundreds atop the wall wore expressions of utter shock. Was this truly human? Without hesitation, Li Qing seized the moment of their stunned silence and bellowed, "Charge in." Indeed, 200 valiant warriors echoed his command, rushing forward with blades drawn. Incredibly swift. Within mere minutes, the city was breached before any real conflict could unfold, leaving the defenders in disarray. The leader shouted urgently, "Hurry down and cut them off. Swiftly, notify the general." His command finally spurred the warriors into action, racing down the wall. Yet, they were a step too late. By the time they descended, Li Qing and his company had already vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust in their wake. "Pursue them. Quick, chase after them." The leader, leading by example, brandished his sword and sprinted ahead, having never witnessed such a method of combat before. As Li Qing and his band burst into the town, chaos erupted. Townsfolk fled in all directions, desperate to escape the turmoil. Li Qing advanced, and wherever he went, no one dared hinder him. He was struck by an odd sensation. This was not a battle, but rather a bandit raid on a village. This differed vastly from the wars he had previously engaged in. A mere 200 men could create such a ruckus, quite absurd. After a brief moment, a contingent of over 100 soldiers blocked their path. Li Qing glanced back, noting that the pursuers were closing in, and decisively commanded, "Finish this quickly. I will hold the rear." The divine command was unquestionable, and they understood the terrifying prowess of their leader, charging forward with fervor. Li Qing stood firm, biding his time. Before long, Over 300 pursuers arrived, panting heavily. Seeing only Li Qing facing them, they froze momentarily. However, the leader's spirits soared. While he lacked formal military training, he grasped the simple principle of capturing the leader to defeat the enemy, feeling as though fate had smiled upon him. Kill him. With that, the leader surged forward, charging directly at Li Qing. Almost simultaneously, Li Qing moved as well, advancing rather than retreating, meeting them head-on. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as a warrior was thrown into the air, crashing down heavily. The leader, too far ahead, was knocked to the ground, dazed and disoriented. When he finally looked up, his face turned pale. In the brief moment it took him to recover, over 10 of his men had perished. More than half of them decapitated, blood spraying like rain. Thud! 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 In that fleeting moment of distraction, Li Qing's gleaming steel blade struck down 3 more foes, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Li Qing's true energy surged wildly, and he unleashed his full power, transforming into a human meat grinder, where blood rained down in torrents wherever he passed. He seemed tireless, each strike accompanied by the sound of breaking tendons and bones, his robe drenched in blood, flowing down in a gruesome cascade. The murderous aura around him was palpable. A mere glance would send shivers down one's spine, extinguishing any flicker of courage. Though he stood alone, he loomed like an insurmountable mountain, an obstacle too formidable to overcome. In mere moments, none dared to advance. The leader's heart felt as though it would burst. He had never encountered such a terrifying figure. Not only did the thought of striking back vanish, but he hastily scrambled to his feet, disregarding his subordinates, and fled. Yet, after just a few steps, a chill enveloped his neck, raising the hairs on his skin. In a panic, he shouted, "Spare me. I surrender." A severed head soared into the air, blood gushing toward the heavens. Li Qing flicked the droplets of blood from his steel blade, murmuring, "Apologies, I couldn't restrain my blade." With the demise of this leader, the enemy warriors, already stripped of their fighting spirit, scattered in disarray. Li Qing did not pursue. He calmly observed their retreat before turning to see the battle had concluded here as well. Of the over 100 who had blocked their path, most lay dead or wounded, and the remainder fled. In less than a quarter of an hour, the encircling enemy forces had completely disbanded. Li Qing walked slowly to the front of his troops and stated, "Rest in place for half an hour. Then we shall press on." Yes. Half an hour later, the group had regained their strength, and at the same time, the guards, having heard the news, arrived with elite warriors. However, their efforts proved futile. Clad in armor and wielding steel blades, these highly trained warriors were immensely powerful, not only in strength, but also in morale. With the embodiment of a killing god, Li Qing's ferocity culminated in the swift end of the battle following the demise of the guards. Within an hour of entering the city, the conflict drew to a close. Li Qing promptly reorganized his troops and, thereafter, took control of the situation, rewarding the warriors. While the land of Japan was engulfed in bloodshed, the Ming dynasty remained tranquil. After quelling the unrest, Zhu Jian Shen issued an edict to the Ministry of Works to construct more merchant ships in preparation for expanding trade. Following this confrontation, the ministers became genuinely obedient and resigned to their fates. Although being an official in the Ming dynasty was somewhat arduous, it was far superior to being an ordinary commoner, and few possessed the courage to resign and return home. Zhu Jianshen felt a sense of relief and, amid his fervent efforts to raise children, devoted some energy to teaching his son the art of kingship. It was gratifying to see that after a few days of instruction from Li Qing, his son seemed to have an epiphany. He absorbed and digested the teachings swiftly, occasionally even drawing connections and insights. Zhu Jianshen could not help but exclaim, "Truly deserving of the trust placed by 3 emperors, how commendable is the esteemed Duke Yongqing." Upon hearing his father's exclamation, Zhu Yuzhong tilted his head and added, "Father, the other Duke Yongqing is not to be underestimated either. He served from the Hongwu to the Xuande reigns." Chapter 166, The Two Dukes Yongqing. Zhu Jianshen paused, suddenly struck with inspiration, realizing a significant matter. His expression shifted dramatically. He had uncovered something profound. Zhu Yuzhong, observing his father in such a state, felt a twinge of fear and tentatively asked, "Father, did I say something wrong?" He heard this from Li Dongyang as well. Seeing the emperor in such a state, it seems that Mr. Li was indeed incorrect. Father? Oh, Zhu Jianshen, in a fervent mood, laughed heartily. "You are not mistaken. The previous Yongqing marquis was favored from the Hongwu era to the Xuande era. You are indeed correct. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Zhu Jianshen's face flushed crimson, his entire being quivering with excitement. No wonder it must be so. Uh-huh. Zhu Yuzhong stammered. Father, please do not frighten me. I merely spoke without thought. Spoke without thought. Well, that is splendid. Zhu Jianshen laughed heartily. I understand. I truly understand. He murmured to himself, his face alight with excitement, nearly delirious. Li Qing has deceived me too much. He hasn't even informed me, yet I have still come to know. Zhu Jianshen exclaimed, hopping with exhilaration, when you return next time. Witness how I shall punish you. Zhu Yuzhong was nearly brought to tears. Father, what is the matter with you? Taking a deep breath, Zhu Jianshen finally calmed his fervent emotions and feigned indifference. It is nothing. I merely recalled the gold he extorted from me and felt a twinge of indignation. Is that so? That must be the case. Zhu Yuzhong hastily changed the subject, awkwardly laughing. They were all conferred the title of Yongqing Marquis and share the name Li Qing. I thought it merely a coincidence. What do you think? Rubbing his head, Zhu Yuzhong added, I assumed they might have some connection. Zhu Jianshen chuckled. That name is quite common. There is no need for alarm. Very well. Let us conclude our conversation for today. You may go and play. Oh, all right. Zhu Yuzhong, somewhat suspicious, asked, Father, are you truly all right? What? Do you wish for your father to be unwell? Zhu Yuzhong quickly shook his chubby hands. No, son would never harbor such thoughts. As long as that is the case. Zhu Jianshen huffed. Go now, and study diligently this afternoon. Yes, I take my leave. Zhu Yuzhong bowed and hurriedly departed. Once his son had left, Zhu Jianshen entered the outer hall and commanded, Let Wang Ji enter the palace to see me. Pausing, he turned to another young eunuch and instructed, Go to Jinling and summon Li Hong to the capital. As you command. The two young eunuchs bowed in unison and exited the grand hall. Zhu Jianshen continued, Go to Wenyuan Pavilion and retrieve the records of Emperor Taizu and Emperor Taizong for me. I wish to study. Yes, Your Majesty. The remaining two young eunuchs exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had come over the emperor to become so studious recently. However, they dared not inquire further and hurriedly left. Zhu Jianshen sat at the imperial desk, his agitated emotions gradually settling, yet he could not help but ponder. Was it truly as he envisioned? Did individuals with the gift of longevity truly exist? Doubt began to creep in. Half an hour later, Wang Ji arrived as summoned. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Wang Ji, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Once again, I have returned to life. At ease, Zhu Jianshen waved his hand and asked, While handling matters in Jianing, you encountered Li Qing, did you not? Wang Ji, halfway to standing, froze upon hearing the question, nearly tumbling to the ground. He quickly steadied himself and clasped his hands, saying, Your Majesty, I have not met the Yongqing Marquis. Besides, is he not in Jinling? Zhu Jianshen found it difficult to articulate the circumstances surrounding Li Qing in Japan, merely stating that he had been traveling extensively and, during your time in Jianing, happened to be there, claiming he had seen you. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji was momentarily taken aback, and despite his efforts to recollect, he shook his head, asserting that he had indeed not encountered the Duke of Yongqing. At that time, he was wholly focused on the case at hand, leaving him no time to notice anything else. It might be that the Duke saw him, but he, being unobservant, failed to recognize him. Unobservant? Zhu Jianshen paused, then inquired further, Who did you see? This question put Wang Ji in a difficult position. He had met many individuals and could hardly recall them all. I did see members of the Yang family, he replied. Zhu Jianshen then rephrased his inquiry. Were there any unusual individuals you encountered? Ah, indeed. I did see one such person, Wang Ji remembered, recalling a young man of considerable presence. He did not withhold any details and recounted everything to Zhu Jianshen. Instantly, Zhu Jianshen felt a surge of excitement, for he surmised that this individual must be Li Qing. He pressed for further details, but unfortunately, Wang Ji could only repeat the same information, leaving no way to verify it. This was not Wang Ji's fault. After all, it had merely been a brief encounter. Never mind, you may leave, Zhu Jianshen said, somewhat disappointed. From Wang Ji's words, he could not ascertain Li Qing's true identity. It seemed that he would have to wait for Li Hong to arrive in the capital. Given Li Qing's deep affection for this godson, he would surely reveal some insights. Zhu Jianshen pondered this, feeling torn. Emotionally, he had already convinced himself of Li Qing's identity, yet rationally, he struggled to accept it, deeming it utterly absurd. He resolved to seek multiple avenues of verification rather than relying solely on his instincts. Before long, the young palace attendant presented the recorded annals of their ancestors for review. Zhu Jian Shen, eager and hungry for information, immersed himself in the ancestral records. This time, his purpose was not for learning, but rather to uncover the existence of Liqing, prompting him to read swiftly. In the 15th year of Hongwu, during summer, Empress Gao fell gravely ill, and the Imperial Medical Institute was at a loss. In a fit of rage, the emperor dispatched the Jinyiwei to seek out the immortal Zhang Lada. Zhu Jianshen discovered the earliest mention of Liqing and began to study it intently. Jinyi Qianhu, Jinyi Zentusi, supervising general, Duke of Yongqing, grand tutor to the crown prince. Supervising general, supervising general, supervising general. In the era of Hongwu, it was unimaginable to be ennobled as a duke without being one of the founding contributors. And to do so in merely a few years was truly astounding, Zhu Jianshen mused. Prior to this, he had never paid heed to the previous Duke of Yongqing. But now, upon closer examination, he recognized the terrifying implications. Continuing to read, it became evident that Liqing had offended many individuals. He had openly confronted the prince and had taken aim at the civil officials, even compelling Li Wenzhong, the emperor's nephew, to apologize publicly. Yet, astonishingly, this Duke of Yongqing had managed to alienate a multitude of people without facing punishment, instead rising in rank repeatedly. Particularly striking was the account where the emperor, greatly enraged, brandished a sword and threatened to execute Liqing, who, terrified, fled, with the emperor proclaiming, "A small rodent flees from the great rod." Zhu Jianshen was left astounded. Could one truly engage in such audacity? This was the very emperor who had executed tens of thousands of officials. Moreover, this narrative appeared not just once, but multiple times. This individual truly possessed remarkable talents. Zhu Jianshen could not help but exclaim. Though he had never met the emperor, he was aware of the emperor's ruthless nature. For he had emerged from a sea of corpses and mountains of blood. Such a formidable character would not easily change. From the latter period of the founding emperor's grand purges, one can readily discern the extent of his proclivity for bloodshed. Yet, Liqing stands as a remarkable exception. Despite numerous attempts on his life, none were ever executed. Historical records attribute this to the emperor's failure to catch him, which seems rather amusing. Why would an emperor need to pursue a man he wished to kill? The underlying truth lies in the emperor's reluctance to take his life, a notion that is quite profound. Zhu Jianshen marveled at the exceptional nature of this Duke Yongqing, suggesting that he was perhaps even more formidable than the rumors implied. Curiosity piqued, Zhu Jianshen continued to trace Liqing's footsteps. After the success of the Jingnan campaign, the first act of the Taizong was to visit Liqing, bestowing upon him significant responsibilities while reinstating him as the grand tutor of the crown prince. Yet, Liqing remained indifferent, often neglecting to attend court. Following the ascension of Emperor Renzong, their relationship transcended that of sovereign and subject, as he treated him like a brother. Upon Emperor Xuanzong's ascension, he extended even greater respect, frequently rewarding him with gold under the pretext of wagers. Eventually, Liqing withdrew from political life, and the annals of Xuanzong do not record his subsequent whereabouts. By the time Liqing's name resurfaced, it was the 5th year of the Zhengtong era. Upon his return, he toppled the highly regarded Yang Shiqi, not only displacing him but also tarnishing his reputation. However, the historical accounts of the Zhengtong era are rather rudimentary, compiled by his uncle, and thus not deemed official records. Zhu Jianshen found it impossible to reconstruct the complete picture from mere fragments. Yet he could sense the immense difficulty of achieving such a feat during the zenith of civil officials, especially from the position of a mere censor. This Liqing was indeed the Liqing of legend. Zhu Jianshen's gaze grew resolute. Such a stratagem could only be executed by someone deeply entrenched in the corridors of power for decades. Over the course of a month, Zhu Jianshen meticulously reviewed every trace of Liqing within the historical texts. The mystery was unraveled. Coupled with the box of books sent by Li Hong, Zhu Jianshen became convinced that the two dukes Yongqing were, in fact, one and the same. This was not a secret, but rather Liqing's own musings, chronicling events he had personally experienced. This also elucidated why the discrepancies in the official records appeared remarkably coherent in Liqing's writings. "Ah, Liqing, you truly are remarkable, having deceived me for so long." Zhu Jian Shen felt both anger and exhilaration. Next, he awaited Li Hong. Material evidence alone would not suffice. He required a witness to fully substantiate Li Qing's identity. Otherwise, that scoundrel would undoubtedly deny it later on. Zhu Jianshen began to envision the possibilities. After more than 10 days, Li Hong finally arrived in the capital. Li Hong was somewhat speechless, having just reached Jinling. He was still settling in when the imperial decree arrived, summoning him to the capital without any explanation, leaving him utterly bewildered and unprepared. In the Qinqing Palace, Li Hong performed the customary bow. "Your humble minister greets your majesty. Long live the emperor." "No need for such formalities," Zhu Jianshen said, personally stepping forward to assist him, his face beaming with warmth, granting him a seat and hosting a banquet. Li Hong was utterly dumbfounded. What has come over my esteemed brother-in-law? Although they shared a familial bond, the relationship between one's wife and her maternal uncle did not equate to that of blood siblings. Even if they were brothers by the same mother, as the emperor, such treatment seemed unnecessary. He was genuinely taken aback. Surely, even the father-in-law would not receive such an honor. "Has your majesty summoned me to eliminate smuggling caravans?" Li Hong inquired. In his contemplation, he found only this singular possibility. Chapter 167. Brother-in-law, I have a question for you. Zhu Jianxing chuckled lightly, urging, "Let us not rush into matters of state. Let us enjoy some tea." "Indeed," Li Hong replied, lifting his teacup for a sip, only to notice his brother-in-law's gaze lingering upon him, as if searching for something. An inexplicable discomfort washed over him. "Your Majesty, have the firearms and arrows been prepared?" Li Hong attempted to steer the conversation towards serious matters, unable to endure the scrutiny of his brother-in-law's eyes, which seemed to harbor ulterior motives. "Rest assured, they will be delivered to you shortly, and in ample quantity," Zhu Jianxing assured him with a smile. "How does this tea compare?" "It cannot compare to what I have at home. The flavor has been lost in transit," Li Hong thought to himself, yet he replied, "It is delightful. This is the first time I have tasted such a fine brew." "Bring forth 10 pounds for Li Aiqing," Zhu Jianxing commanded. "Your Majesty summoned me." "What is the matter?" Li Hong inquired, feeling increasingly uneasy, for this was highly unusual, and their relationship had not reached such intimacy. Zhu Jiansheng, however, merely smiled in silence. Li Hong's apprehension grew. "Could you not be more straightforward? Whether it be preparing for war or training troops, just assign me a task. Stop smiling at me." "Your Majesty, enjoy your tea." "Ah," Li Hong responded with a forced chuckle, feeling as though time crawled. He attempted to voice his concerns multiple times, yet each time he glanced up, he met his brother-in-law's beaming gaze, which sent shivers down his spine. Eventually, exquisite delicacies filled the table, and Zhu Jianxing finally ceased his smiling demeanor, dismissing the attending servants to pour wine for Li Hong personally. Li Hong was taken aback, fearing that his days were numbered. His hands trembled as he held the wine cup. "Surely, it must be poisoned. Drink," Zhu Jianxing urged. "But what crime have I committed?" Li Hong set down the cup, expressing his indignation. "Your Majesty, I am devoted to the nation, diligent in my duties." "I understand," Zhu Jianxing nodded, lifting his cup. "Come, let us drink this toast first." "Had I known you would partake as well," Li Hong said, his mood lightening slightly, "I toast to your Majesty." He drained the wine in one gulp, savoring the absence of any peculiar taste, and his previous unease began to dissipate. With only the two of them in the hall, Li Hong decided to speak candidly. "Might I inquire why your Majesty summoned me to the capital?" If he did not uncover the reason soon, he feared he might lose his mind. "Then I shall speak plainly," Zhu Jianxing replied. "You ought to have done so earlier," Li Hong interjected, bowing his hands. "Your Majesty, please speak freely." Zhu Jianxing appeared somewhat hesitant, rubbing his hands together for a while before finally saying, "Brother-in-law, I have a question for you." Li Hong felt a buzz in his head. It was undeniable that they shared this bond, yet Zhu Jiansheng was an emperor. Such camaraderie with a commoner was unheard of, especially when Li Hong did not even bear the surname Zhu. "Brother-in-law? Oh, your Majesty, please just call me by my name," Li Hong replied with a wry smile. "I truly cannot bear such an honor." Zhu Jiansheng sighed, stating, "Then I shall be direct. I ask you, are both of the previous Yongqing Marquis of the Ming dynasty your godfathers?" Li Hong was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Zhu Jiansheng cautioned, "Think carefully before you respond. Do not deceive your sovereign." Li Hong's heart trembled violently. How did the emperor come to know of this? What should he do now? The emperor's demeanor clearly indicated his covetousness for the allure of immortality. This was utterly unexpected for Li Hong. He had not prepared for this confrontation, nor had he anticipated that the emperor summoned him for such a matter. Are you still concealing the truth from me? Zhu Jian Shen furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Speak candidly. Li Hong steadied himself and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Your Majesty, I find it difficult to comprehend your words. Allow me to clarify. Zhu Jian Shen continued. Is it true that your godfather, Li Qing, has survived since the Hongwu era? Li Hong felt overwhelmed. This direct inquiry left him no avenue for evasion, and it was evident that the emperor was resolute in his intent to pursue the matter to its conclusion. This was simply unfathomable. Why would the emperor harbor such thoughts? Li Hong dared not reveal the truth. Throughout history, emperors have pursued immortality, some being foolish while others wise. However, it must be acknowledged that the role of an emperor is inherently ill-suited for the pursuit of such illusory desires. Yet, Zhu Jianshen's inclination towards this notion was, in a sense, understandable. Figures like Emperor Qin, Emperor Wu of Han, and Emperor Zhang of Tang exhibited fervor for immortality, showcasing its irresistible allure. You are not being forthright. Zhu Jianshen's dissatisfaction deepened upon hearing no response. Li Hong, however, resolved to stand firm. He would not allow the Emperor of Ming to tread the path of cultivation. Over the past decade, the emperor had demonstrated remarkable clarity in governance, achieving notable political accomplishments. To describe him as sagacious would be no exaggeration. Yet, if he were to dabble in the realm of cultivation, who could guarantee he would retain his original intentions? After all, he was a royal relative, being the sole son-in-law of the late emperor. Could the current emperor truly harm him? Li Hong made up his mind and stated earnestly, Your Majesty, do you not find this utterly absurd? Indeed, it is absurd, yet the reality is even more ludicrous, Zhu Jianshen replied coolly. I simply desire to hear an unvarnished truth from you. Do not deceive yourself. I do not believe that anyone can achieve immortality, Li Hong asserted, shaking his head. Even the formidable Qin Shi Huang could not attain eternal life, which is sufficient proof that it is but a fleeting legend. Why then does your Majesty presume my godfather could achieve it? The truth is what I have witnessed firsthand, Zhu Jianshen sighed. In truth, you know it, but are reluctant to disclose it, fearing it may bring harm to your godfather, correct? Rest assured, that shall not be the case. After a brief pause, he added, Do not forget, you partake of the Zhu family's provisions. To serve your sovereign is to share his burdens. Therefore, I require but one honest answer from you. Are the two Yongqing marquis indeed the same person? They are not, Li Hong replied decisively. Zhu Jianshen's expression shifted to one of bemused anger. In your heart, it seems your godfather holds greater significance than I, your sovereign, does it not? Your Majesty, I assure you that every word I speak is the truth, Li Hong insisted, bracing himself. I can handle the cunning lords of the court. Do you truly believe I cannot discern whether you are lying? Zhu Jianshen scoffed. You are still rather inexperienced. Although Li Hong was somewhat older than Zhu Jianshen, the latter's point stood. In terms of cunning, Li Hong could not rival him. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Speak the truth, and I will overlook past grievances. Li Hong remained steadfast. Every word I utter is the truth. Do you truly believe I would shy away from holding you accountable? Zhu Jianshen, filled with anger, remarked. If I wish to hold you accountable, even the Grand Emperor cannot shield you. Faced with an emperor whose temperament shifted more swiftly than the turning of a page, Li Hong felt utterly helpless and sighed. When the sovereign demands the servant's demise, the servant has no choice but to comply. Yet, before that, may your Majesty permit me to voice a few more words? Go ahead. Zhu Jianshen reclined in his chair, toying with an empty wine cup, his scrutinizing gaze imbued with an intense aggressiveness that weighed heavily upon Li Hong. After carefully considering his words, Li Hong inquired, Does your Majesty know my godfather? Do not attempt to guide me. Simply state your perspective, for I shall make my own judgments. Ah, yes. Li Hong felt overwhelmed. It seemed that only his delicate wife stood a chance against the formidable brother-in-law, and even that was uncertain. After a considerable pause, Li Hong finally spoke. My godfather may disregard formalities, yet he is fundamentally devoted to the nation and its people. To foster the flourishing of the Ming and ensure the well-being of the populace is his life's pursuit. Otherwise, with his laid-back disposition, he would have long since traversed the world. Pausing to gauge the emperor's reaction and finding none forthcoming, Li Hong continued, Emperors Taizu and Taizong were unparalleled sovereigns. Forgive my impertinence, but had my godfather possessed such extraordinary abilities, neither Taizu nor Taizong would have met their end. My godfather's laid-back character allows him to live leisurely, and he would not seek out troubles for himself. Zhu Jian Shen furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Li Hong felt compelled to elaborate further. If my godfather truly could attain immortality, Taizu and Taizong, with their keen perception, would not have remained oblivious. Yet they exhibited no unusual behavior, which speaks volumes. This does not prove anything. Zhu Jian Shen finally spoke, his expression laden with disappointment. It only suggests that his longevity is unlikely to be replicated. He sighed, adding, one can surmise that Taizu and Taizong must have subjected him to rigorous scrutiny before their departure, and Li Qing passed the tests. History attests that Taizu and Taizong did not err in their judgment. Hearing this, Li Hong felt a slight sense of relief. Perhaps, yet I myself do not believe it. The cycle of life and death is a natural part of existence. If indeed there exists someone who can attain immortality, he lamented, such a fate might bring more misfortune than blessing, leaving little to envy. Is not longevity a cause for envy? Li Hong lowered his gaze, quietly reflecting. To watch loved ones and friends depart one by one, powerless to intervene, to endure the anguish of parting, ultimately being left alone to witness the world, with no one to confide in. Such profound loneliness is truly unbearable. Realizing he had misspoken, Li Hong hastily reined in his emotions and countered. Your Majesty has ruled for over a decade, achieving remarkable governance, and stands as an extraordinary sovereign. Under your leadership, the Ming flourishes, destined to be passed down through the ages, honoring our ancestors and benefiting future generations. The Ming shall endure eternally, and your Majesty's name shall shine in the annals of history. Would that not be far superior? Why then pursue the illusory art of immortality? Zhu Jian Shen fell silent for a long while before breaking into a laugh. You dare to lecture me? I would never presume to do so. Li Hong quickly bowed in apology. Zhu Jian Shen sighed lightly. Thus, Li Qing has survived from the Hongwu era to this day. Yet he cannot allow others to follow in his footsteps. Alas, this fellow, your Majesty, I am the Son of Heaven, bestowed with the mandate of heaven. It is not within your purview to instruct me. Zhu Jian Shen said calmly. I have granted you several opportunities. However, you remain obstinate, causing me great disappointment. He continued coldly. Soon, we shall eradicate the smuggling caravans. Whether you will be rewarded for your merits or punished for your transgressions depends on your performance. I shall obey your command. Li Hong replied respectfully. Zhu Jian Shen sighed inwardly, realizing that Li Qing must be a legacy passed down through generations, which explained his peculiarities. Nevertheless, it seemed that this individual had been burdened excessively. Chapter 168. The agony of being the only immortal having not achieved his desires. Zhu Jian Shen felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet it was not overwhelming. After all, his ancestors had not succeeded either. As Li Hong had remarked, if replication were indeed possible, it would not have fallen to him. Zhu Jian Shen was not overly fixated. He was merely curious about why Li Qing could attain longevity. Please, take a seat. Zhu Jian Shen gestured towards a chair. You need not worry that I will neglect state affairs for the sake of so-called immortality. I do not pursue that path. After a pause, he added, but do not think me a fool to be deceived. I summoned you to gain a deeper understanding of Li Qing's past, not to persuade me. Li Hong took a seat, somewhat awkwardly stating, I do not know much about my foster father's past either. Zhu Jian Shen, truly vexed, thought, does he take me for a fool? Does he believe I am seeking validation or attempting to deceive him? Li Hong could not help but admire the emperor's keen insight. Realizing he had uncovered secrets through minute details, unlike himself, who doubted his foster father's words. He also recalled how his wife had discerned the truth from subtle clues, prompting him to reflect on his own perceived foolishness compared to this family. With the air cleared, further pretense seemed pointless. Your Majesty, forgive my transgressions. It is commendable to recognize one's faults. Zhu Jianshen's demeanor softened considerably. Now, share with me his past. Historical texts provide only scant conclusions. I wish to know the details. Li Hong scratched his head, admitting, Your Majesty, I do not know much either. You are a descendant of the Duke of Chao, correct? Yes, Li Hong replied. Zhu Jianshen huffed. Li Qing's recognition of you as his godson is inextricably linked to the second Duke of Chao, Li Jinglong. Surely he must have revealed the truth to you? Li Hong, feeling helpless, responded, My foster father did share his secret, but he did not recount his past. Sensing the emperor's rising ire, he quickly added, "However, I have gathered some details from my father-in-law." Zhu Jian Shen was taken aback, exclaiming, "Even the retired emperor knows of this?" "Yes," Li Hong nodded. Zhu Jian Shen's fury ignited. "Li Qing has deceived me greatly, showing favoritism by withholding this from me. Am I truly so unworthy of his trust?" "Your Majesty, please calm your anger," Li Hong explained. "The reason my foster father did not disclose the truth is that it was unnecessary. By the time you ascended the throne, he was already the Marquis of Yongqing." "Ha!" Zhu Jianshen interrupted with a cold laugh. "In the end, it all amounts to serving one's interests." Li Hong offered an awkward smile. "Revealing this would only add to your burdens. His silence is, in fact, a testament to your capabilities. My foster father has often remarked that you are the most exceptional emperor of recent generations and the one who brings him the most peace of mind." Zhu Jianshen's lips curled in disdain before he erupted again. "Why should I need his praise? By what right does he presume to judge me? How difficult it is to please." Li Hong shared his own exasperation. Having traveled all the way to the capital only to face such a predicament was truly quite enough. He resignedly said, "Your Majesty, feel free to inquire about anything. I shall speak without reservation and divulge all that I know." The most critical and intriguing question, however, was posed by Zhu Jianshen. "How has he achieved immortality?" Li Hong responded, "My godfather is not of this world." "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Jianshen exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that he truly descended from the heavens? Li Hong found himself in a quandary. To affirm such a notion would equate to acknowledging the existence of deities. Thus, he candidly explained, he did not fall from the skies, nor is he a celestial being. Rather, he has inexplicably arrived in this world and, being not of it, remains unscathed by the passage of time. Zhu Jianshen pondered this statement, suddenly grasping the essence. "So, according to your assertion, he not only lives forever, but also remains ageless?" Good heavens! The more they spoke, the more inconsistencies emerged. Li Hong felt overwhelmed, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you are too meticulous. Speak plainly." Zhu Jianshen asserted with imperial authority, "If you do not disclose the truth, I shall inevitably summon Li Qing for clarification. So you might as well confess." With a wry smile, Li Hong conceded, "Your Majesty's intuition is indeed sharp. My godfather has indeed attained eternal life." "Incredible," Zhu Jianshen marveled, salivating at the thought. "What a fortunate individual." "Nay, he is quite unfortunate," Li Hong replied gloomily. "If he were truly fortunate, he would not fear to have offspring. If he were fortunate, he would not have to toil for a century. If he were fortunate, he would not. Alas, he is unfortunate." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jianshen recognized a troubling truth. He had never witnessed Li Qing's genuine joy. Even when he smiled, there lingered a subtle melancholy and fatigue, though it was not overt. It was palpable. Zhu Jianshen sighed softly. One who has acquired wealth yearns for more. A ruler desires to transcend mortality. Humans are never satisfied. Yet he has effortlessly attained a dream that eludes many, only to lose the joys of life. To be the sole immortal is a form of torment. After a pause, he inquired, "Have you seen his true appearance?" Li Hong nodded. "And how is it?" "He is quite handsome. I meant his features and age." Li Hong stammered. "He is of age and possesses striking features." Zhu Jianshen pressed. "Might he inexplicably return to his original world?" Li Hong shook his head. "I have asked my godfather this question. He said he cannot return." "That is truly splendid." Zhu Jianshen rejoiced. But upon noticing Li Hong's unwavering gaze, he felt a flush of embarrassment and awkwardly added, "What a pity." Li Hong remarked, "The food is getting cold. Let us converse while we eat." Zhu Jianshen picked up his chopsticks and said, "Share with me what you know of Li Qing's past." An hour later, Zhu Jianshen exhaled deeply, stating, "He is indeed a man of misfortune." "Indeed," Li Hong sighed. "The world envies immortality, yet what significance does one man's immortality hold? It merely brings suffering, especially for someone like my godfather who cares deeply for his country and its people." "I find that sentiment displeasing," Zhu Jianshen retorted. "As a subject of the Ming, you must elevate your awareness." Li Hong faltered, awkwardly replying, "I was merely speaking from his perspective." "What perspective?" "You are a servant of the Ming. What perspective do you possess?" Zhu Jianshen expressed his displeasure. "I misspoke. In the future, do not harbor such thoughts. Remember this." Zhu Jianshen sternly admonished, "Do not truly consider yourself akin to Li Qing. If one lacks the fortune of Li Qing, yet suffers from his afflictions, How can it be that the founding emperor was able to execute a son-in-law while I cannot do the same with my sister's husband? Li Hong rose to plead for forgiveness. I am aware of my transgressions. I humbly request your majesty to impose punishment upon me. Look at you, sit down quickly. I merely jest. Zhu Jian Shen's demeanor took a complete turn, becoming affable once more. How much I trust you. Others may not know, but do you not? Li Hong, devoid of anger, found this visit to the capital to be entirely different from his expectations. I understand. I am filled with trepidation. He continued to seek forgiveness. Very well. Let this matter pass this time, but do not let it happen again, Zhu Jianshen generously declared, then inquired, while I do not seek longevity. Surely you have learned some methods for prolonging life? Li Hong nodded. Indeed, Tai Chiyo? Show me. Zhu Jianshen expressed interest. The meal was far from enjoyable for Li Hong. It was fraught with anxiety and reprimands, compounded by the expectation to demonstrate martial arts. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The emperor remained unchanged, not having strayed from his path upon uncovering the secrets of his benefactor. However, this visit was not entirely without gain, as Li Hong left with a considerable amount of goods, including 10 pounds of tea and equipment for naval defense. In stark contrast to Li Hong's abundant harvest, Zhu Jianshen found himself empty-handed, save for some tales of Li Qing's past. Regarding longevity, he gained no insights. Yet, after hearing of Li Qing's history, he became indifferent towards the notion of eternal life. How lamentable it would be to live forever, only to witness the departure of one's beloved, powerless to intervene. Zhu Jianshen sighed, pondering, perhaps it is better to be merely mortal. Li Qing is truly not worthy of envy. Li Qing, oh Li Qing, how deeply you have concealed the truth from me. When you return, I shall ensure you pay for it, Zhu Jianshen vowed inwardly. On that day in the Hall of Supreme Clarity, Zhu Jianshen summoned Wang Ji to initiate a new round of activities. Progress had been made regarding the issue of superfluous officials, having reached a temporary resolution. You shall travel to Jiangnan and investigate the affluent merchants smuggling goods to Japan. Do not take any action just yet. Pausing, he inquired, how much was seized from the Yang family last time? Your Majesty, over 7,000 taels of gold, 12,000 taels of silver, 10 do of pearls and agate, and more than 20 boxes of copper coins, Wang Ji replied, bowing. These have been deposited into the imperial treasury, he added. Zhu Jianshen nodded, writing 2 notes. This 1,000 taels is a reward for you. These 3,000 taels are for the investigation expenses. Conduct your inquiries thoroughly, and you will be rewarded for good work. Yes, I am grateful for your Majesty's immense grace, Wang Ji exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. It was not solely the monetary reward that thrilled him, but more so the recognition and trust bestowed upon him by the emperor. When shall I depart? Wang Ji inquired. Be swift in gathering your men. The sooner, the better. For I have other tasks for you, Zhu Jianshen commanded. Yes, I shall obey, Wang Ji replied, feeling increasingly exhilarated, envisioning a future filled with boundless possibilities. Following this trajectory, it would not be long before he could stand shoulder to shoulder with his idol. To leave an indelible mark in history was no longer a mere dream. Yet, he failed to realize that his path diverged from that of Sanbao, and the magnitude of Sanbao's achievements was not to be underestimated. The introduction of new crops stands unparalleled. After the 3 treasures, there will be no successors. Zhu Jianshen, upon learning of Li Qing's secret, did not embark on the path of cultivation as Li Qing had feared. Instead, he continued to embody the role of a wise sovereign. Indeed, Li Qing's judgment proved astute. Zhu Jianshen was a ruler who could thrive independently. Zhu Jianshen did not disappoint Li Qing, nor did Wang Ji fail him. The young man was resolute. His unwavering spirit, willing to risk everything and act with impartiality, left the smuggling merchants of Jiangnan in despair, utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, Li Hong's naval forces entered a state of preparedness. Ready to launch into battle at the emperor's command, the Ming navy poised for action. Chapter 169. The arrogance of Wang Ji. Wang Ji's deeds in the provinces quickly spread through various channels within the circle of court officials, prompting a renewed sense of urgency among them. This time, not only the civil officials, but also the military generals and nobles reacted vehemently. After the Ming dynasty opened its seas for trade, everyone recognized the immense benefits offered by the ocean, a veritable treasure trove. It was not solely the gentry who engaged in this clandestine activity. The noble class had long since involved themselves as well. Many exploited their power to engage in maritime commerce, and a considerable number of smugglers emerged. Japan, not far from the Ming dynasty, boasted abundant mineral resources, particularly silver, which was of exceptional quality. Engaging in trade with Japan not only came at a low cost, but also promised high returns. Additionally, smuggling trade had the added advantage of evading taxation. The magnitude of the profits was staggering. To cut off their livelihoods was akin to murdering their parents. They could not tolerate Wang Zhi's unabashed behavior any longer. Of course, all were aware that this was the emperor's directive. Yet they found themselves powerless against him and could only target Wang Zhi. As a special envoy, assassination was out of the question. Impeachment was the only recourse. Consequently, allegations against Wang Zhi began to emerge: corruption, bribery, and even the forcible abduction of maidens. A deluge of accusations painted Wang Zhi as a creature lower than a beast. However, mere impeachment was insufficient to raise the emperor's suspicions. Evidence and aggrieved parties were necessary. The methods and influence of these individuals were formidable, and soon, countless petitioners flocked to the capital, creating a significant impact in the imperial court. The populace held a strong aversion towards the eunuch class, and spurred by certain individuals, a public outcry swiftly formed, raising questions about the emperor's wisdom. Zhu Jian Shen felt an immense weight of pressure. He could clearly see that these were schemes orchestrated by smuggling factions, yet he had no choice but to respond. His reputation among the bureaucratic elite had already soured, and should he lose the people's trust, he would truly be deemed a tyrant. No emperor wishes to bear such a stigma, for the judgments of future generations are beyond one's control, yet to be branded a tyrant during one's reign is an unbearable burden. The consequences could range from enduring disgrace to destabilizing the state. However, if he were to relent and allow smuggling to flourish, it would profoundly affect the treasury's revenues. Reluctantly, Zhu Jian Shen resorted to a delaying tactic, dispatching the Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei to the provinces for verification, thereby signaling his position. He was certainly aware that the Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei had long suffered from the Western Depot's machinations. He understood that this course of action would not yield the desired results, yet it was a desperate measure. Enlisting the censors to investigate would likely prove even less effective. His only hope lay in Wang Zhi, trusting that he could gather sufficient evidence in due time. A new round of power struggles was about to unfold, yet this time, Zhu Jian Shen found himself in a notably passive position, for he was not only contending with his ministers, but also with the countless citizens who had been ensnared in this conflict. He wondered whether Wang Zhi could withstand the pressure. It was indeed a challenging situation. Zhu Jian Shen felt a headache coming on, as every time he confronted vested interests, he had faced considerable difficulties. Furthermore, this time, the stakes involved not just civilian officials, but also military leaders and aristocrats. Zhu Jian Shen was well aware of the formidable resistance he would encounter, yet he had not anticipated the ruthlessness of his adversaries, who had even mobilized the populace against him. In Hangzhou, within the back hall of the governor's office, the leaders of the two depots and the Jinyiwei gathered, the atmosphere tense and rigid. Wang Zhi faced the Eastern Depot's superintendent without a trace of fear. Instead, he regarded him with contempt. He boldly challenged the superintendent, questioning his authority. "What is your standing? And what is mine? Even if the emperor's favor were to grace you, I would not be intimidated by a mere eunuch wielding a pen." He had the audacity to be so brazen, as he was of equal rank with the chief eunuchs of the Horse Monitoring Office and the Rights Office. Wang Zhi commanded the imperial guards and wielded military power. Thus he had little regard for the Eastern Depot's superintendent. "Wang Zhi, do not overstep your bounds," the Eastern Depot's superintendent retorted, incensed. "We, along with Commander Wan, are here on the emperor's orders to investigate you. It would be wise to cooperate with our inquiries. Or else what?" Wang Zhi scoffed, deriding the superintendent's pretensions. "Do you truly believe yourself to be of any significance?" The superintendent, seething with rage, realized that in terms of rank, he could not compare himself to Wang Zhi, and thus resorted to invoking the Jinyiwei's commander. "Lord Wan, you must intercede." The Jinyiwei operated directly under the emperor's command, and Commander Wan Shi was the brother of the favored concubine, which provided him a degree of protection. Wan Shi set down his teacup, speaking calmly. "Master Wang, we have been tasked by the emperor to investigate your alleged abuses of power and the harm you have caused to the local populace." "Lord Wan," Wang Zhi interjected, "do not forget on whose behalf you are acting." He granted a modicum of respect to the brother of the favored concubine. Yet Wan Shi replied, It is not for a mere eunuch to dictate how I conduct my investigations. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi's tone hardened. If that is so, produce the imperial edict. The emperor conveyed his orders verbally, the Eastern Depot's superintendent asserted. Then I must apologize. Without a written decree, I shall not recognize it. How can one ascertain whether you are not using the emperor's name to settle personal scores? Wang Zhi remained unconvinced. He was well aware that his opponent dared not forge an imperial edict, yet he also understood what the emperor required. The absence of a written command spoke volumes. You, Eastern Depot's superintendent, are you daring to defy the emperor and the court? It is you who defies the emperor, Wang Zhi retorted, producing the imperial edict from his robe and coldly stating, Open your eyes and behold what this is. I have been commanded by the emperor to investigate the smuggling operations in Jiangnan. No one is to obstruct me in any manner, or I shall have the authority to detain and question them. Wang Zhi declared with a chilling tone, If necessary, I possess the right to act first and report later. Wang Zhi, do not be so arrogant. The Eastern Depot's superintendent laughed in fury. The Eastern Depot was established by the Taizong Emperor. How long has your Western Depot existed? Do you truly believe no one can put you in check? At the very least, you, the commander, are not qualified. The East Factory commander, feeling helpless, had no choice but to seek assistance from Commander Wan. Your Excellency, the Emperor has instructed us to investigate the crimes of Wang Zhi. Now he refuses to cooperate. What do you suggest we do? Wan hesitated slightly. Although his sister had made introductions, he was also displeased with Wang Zhi. The West Factory's prominence overshadowed the Jinyiwei, leaving no room for him, a newly appointed commander, to assert himself. Wang Gonggong, the Emperor has indeed sent us to investigate you, once said in a solemn tone. If you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Wang Zhi's expression darkened as he replied, As I've stated before, to investigate my household, you must present an imperial decree. Otherwise, I will have to arrest both of you on charges of obstructing official duties. Do you dare? With a clang, Wang Zhi drew his sword, holding it before him, and calmly stated, The Emperor's sword is here. Shall we test its sharpness? Wan, infuriated, contemplated retorting with his own weapon, the embroidered spring blade, yet he felt his confidence wane at the thought of facing the Emperor's sword. Furthermore, he had heard of Wang Zhi's arrogance. During his time as a palace eunuch, he had the audacity to strike officials, and after the West Factory's establishment, he had executed one of the Yang family members, dragging a court official to his death. Against such a person, Wan truly hesitated to confront him directly. The governor of Hangzhou had been observing quietly, but seeing the East Factory and Jinyiwei intimidated by Wang Zhi, he felt compelled to intervene. Gonggong, my lord, do you truly have the Emperor's edict? Of course we do. The East Factory commander snorted. Do you think we would dare to feign an imperial decree? If that is the case, the governor replied, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Zhi with a hint of mockery. The Jinyiwei was established by the Taizu, while the East Factory was established by the Taizong. Are we to fear a newly formed West Factory? Since the emperor had issued such an edict, the previous orders would naturally be rendered null. He, too, feared Wang Zhi. But he had no choice but to speak up. Should the investigation continue, his position as the governor of Hangzhou would be jeopardized, and he would face severe consequences, potentially imprisonment. The eyes of the two men brightened, their spirits instantly soaring. Wang Zhi, have you heard? Wang Zhi chuckled. Do you truly believe a corrupt official who cannot protect himself? Enough of your nonsense. The East Factory commander had long been dissatisfied with Wang Zhi and now had the pretext to act. Come forth. Come forth. Wan echoed. Wang Zhi bellowed, Come forth. At the summons of the three, the forces from the two factories and the Jinyiwei surged into the courtyard, creating a bustling scene. Wang Zhi had come to investigate smuggling merchant teams, while the East Factory commander and Wan had come to investigate him. Thus, despite the West Factory's numerical disadvantage, they had the upper hand. Draw your swords. Clang, clang, clang. With Wang Zhi's command, the West Factory guards unsheathed their knives, their gleaming blades directed forward. Exuding a fierce aura, the East Factory guards and the Jinyiwei immediately felt their morale diminish, glancing toward their leader. A soldier's bravery is reflected in his troops. Wang Zhi may have had nothing but audacity, yet it was clear that Wan and the East Factory commander lacked such resolve. Should a conflict arise, regardless of right or wrong, none of the three would emerge unscathed. Wang Zhi, do you dare? Wang Zhi, with a dismissive demeanor, pointed at the two individuals and ordered, These two are obstructing official duties. Seize them. The Jinyiwei drew their swords. Wan Shi, filled with indignation, felt emboldened by his sister's status as the noble consort. "Since both of you have drawn your swords, I shall do the same," declared the Eastern Depot's commander, his own confidence surging. "Draw your swords." The clash seemed imminent. Witnessing this, the governor of Hangzhou felt his legs weaken. Wan Shi and the commander of the Eastern Depot, though fierce in appearance, were merely posturing. "I refuse to believe you would truly allow a conflict among the guards," they glared at Wang Ji. Yet, Wang Ji knew he dared not engage in a genuine battle. The consequences would be far graver than the earlier punishment of the officials. Thus, he produced an imperial edict and began to read, "By the will of heaven. The emperor decrees, Wang Ji, commander of the Western Depot, is to investigate smuggling in Jiangnan." Upon uttering these words, the previously tense atmosphere transformed. All present, including Wan Shi, the Eastern Depot commander, and the governor of Hangzhou, fell to their knees. Although the edict was not directed at them, it was understood that no one could stand while listening. To defy the imperial authority was to invite swift retribution, leaving no room for negotiation. After a moment, Wang Ji finished reading the edict and carefully tucked it away. "I am tasked with this duty by imperial command, and no one is permitted to obstruct me. Do any of you dare to defy the edict?" Silence reigned. The subordinates of the Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei looked to their leader. Both were intimidated and dared not contradict the command. However, Wang Ji was unyielding. He pointed at the three, commanding their arrest, asserting, "If the emperor should punish me one day, I alone shall bear the consequences." Chapter 170. A Community of Interests. "Wang Ji, you are finished." "Wang Ji, how dare you challenge me?" The two erupted in fury, particularly Wan Shi, who vociferously berated, "You are merely a servant beside the noble consort. Have you forgotten who has afforded you your current status? An ungrateful eunuch, a wretched creature." "I am also a eunuch," thought the Eastern Depot commander, feeling insulted, yet refrained from undermining the situation further. As for the governor of Hangzhou, he dared not utter a word. He was neither qualified to engage in such high-level disputes nor willing to provoke the impetuous Wang Ji. He could only hope for the intervention of the two formidable figures. Wang Ji responded calmly, "You are correct. My current standing is indeed due to the noble consort's recommendation. However, I have not brought shame upon her. Rather, it is you who must answer for your actions. I am loyal to the emperor, and thus I am also loyal to the noble consort." Wang Ji shook his head. "You have lived for decades, yet remain ignorant of court affairs. You will not last long as a commander of the Jinyiwei." Wan Shi scoffed. "You are but a servant to my sister. How do you presume to compare with me?" The Eastern Depot commander venomously added, "Wang Ji, you will not meet a good end. Do not mistake yourself for the eternal young marquis. Your standing is not one to be compared with his. Mark my words. The emperor will one day execute you, and that day is not far off." Wang Ji paused momentarily, then replied softly, "While I cannot predict my own future, yours is already determined. Eastern Depot commander, you have reached your limit." He then added, "Wan Shi, for the sake of the noble consort, I urge you to understand your position, otherwise you will only bring embarrassment upon her." "How bold of you, you eunuch! Wang Ji, you are destined to meet a grim fate." "My lord, I am wronged." The three were taken away in custody. Wang Ji, feeling helpless, addressed the guards, stating that according to the laws of the Ming dynasty, one cannot be held accountable for carrying out orders. Yet, their superior refuses to take responsibility. Do you still wish to resist? The guards from the Eastern Depot exchanged glances with the imperial guards, unsure of how to proceed. Wang Ji continued, "I do not intend to make things difficult for you. If you return to the capital now, you will certainly face punishment. It would be better for you to remain here until I complete my investigation, at which point I will release them, allowing you to fulfill your duties." He aimed to delay the process to buy time for his investigation, knowing that sending these individuals back would only complicate matters for the emperor. Upon hearing this, the group felt a slight sense of relief and reluctantly sheathed their weapons. Comparing their leader to Wang Ji, they sighed, realizing the disparity in their positions. "Disperse." "Yes." The guards from the Western Depot bowed in unison, displaying great respect. Following this commander, they walked with a newfound confidence. While the Eastern Depot guards and the Imperial guards remained silent, enduring their grievances, for their leader was timid. Despite Wang Ji's meticulous handling of the situation, news of the affair reached the capital, igniting fury among the officials, who urged Zhu Jian Shen to punish Wang Ji severely and immediately send someone to summon him to the capital for questioning. Zhu Jian Shen, however, dismissed their concerns, citing insufficient evidence from unreliable sources. Yet, the interests at stake were too significant for him to ignore, as civil officials, some nobles, and certain military officers united in their cause. Zhu Jian Shen felt a surge of anger. He believed he had been tolerant towards military and noble factions, only to receive such a backlash. These individuals truly acted with impunity. The subsequent reforms aimed at integrating the local chiefs would inevitably lead to conflict, and he aspired to emulate the bold actions of the founding emperors against the northern grasslands. Such endeavors would require the involvement of military leaders. Reluctantly, Zhu Jian Shen sent out further inquiries. However, this time, the interest groups had become astute, demanding unequivocal directives to ensure Wang Zhi could not continue to manipulate the situation. Zhu Jian Shen, begrudgingly, issued an imperial decree. Nevertheless, some nobles and military officers were genuinely hurt by this turn of events. Consequently, he began to devise strategies against these factions. In the current political climate of the Ming dynasty, the primary function of military leaders and nobles was to suppress the civil officials. Should they lose this value, their relevance would diminish. Furthermore, as they conspired with the civil officials, forming a shared interest, they had to be dealt with decisively. However, unlike the bureaucratic realm, a straightforward replacement in the military was unwise. Changes must be gradual. Caution was imperative when dealing with the army. During the time lost in this back and forth, Wang Zhi had effectively completed most of his tasks. Cleverly, upon hearing that the imperial inspector had arrived, he led a dozen loyal subordinates, taking a shortcut back to the capital ahead of the others, traveling day and night to exploit the element of time. As for the inspector sent to apprehend Wang Zhi, he never encountered him, instead inheriting a troublesome situation. Before the gates of the capital, Wang Zhi could not help but shudder. As the harsh winter descends upon us, the biting winds starkly contrast with the milder temperatures of Hangzhou. With news yet to return and the city guards oblivious to the court's intrigues, Wang Zhi effortlessly infiltrated the city under the guise of the Eastern Depot. Upon entering, he made haste towards the imperial palace, where all unfolded without incident. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Wang Zhi meticulously reported the progress of his investigations to Zhu Jian Shen, presenting an abundance of evidence. Zhu Jian Shen was elated. With this substantiation, the campaign against the smuggling caravans could be undertaken with utmost legitimacy, further enhancing his satisfaction with Wang Zhi. However, despite his approval to quell the public's ire, he found himself unable to reward Wang Zhi. Instead, he felt compelled to impose a penalty. The reforms dictated by the local chieftains could not be overlooked. Wang Zhi, you have indeed achieved merit, and under normal circumstances, you would be deserving of a reward, Zhu Jianshen sighed. Yet, those rascals are particularly troublesome. For now, it would be prudent for you to lie low and remain within the palace. Rest assured, once this tumult subsides, I shall reinstate your position. Zhu Jianshen's honesty was refreshing. After enduring such trials, he had come to trust Wang Zhi's unwavering loyalty. He did not wish to embitter Wang Zhi's heart. The Empress Dowager often inquires about you. Why not spend the new year in Yongqing Palace? Zhu Jianshen smiled. Worry not. I shall not only refrain from punishing your subordinates, but will also reward them generously. Bestowing honors in your name will surely garner their gratitude. Despite the absence of a tangible reward, Wang Zhi felt a sense of comfort from the emperor's benevolence, responding dutifully. I shall comply with your arrangements, your majesty. Do not be disheartened, Zhu Jianshen reassured him with a smile. Your sacrifices will not go in vain. After such prolonged toil, consider this a well-deserved respite. Wang Zhi was profoundly moved. Your majesty need not go to such lengths. I understand your predicaments. Zhu Jianshen nodded with a smile, gently patting Wang Zhi's shoulder. Since the establishment of the Eastern Depot, you have been tirelessly engaged. It has been quite some time since you have seen the Empress Dowager. Has it not? I know the bond between you is strong. Go and pay your respects to her. Yes, I shall take my leave, Wang Zhi said, bowing his head before exiting the grand hall. No sooner had he departed than Zhu Yuzhang entered. Son pays his respects to father. Please, no need for formalities, Zhu Jianshen said as he settled at the imperial desk. Come sit. Zhu Yuzhang approached and seated himself beside his father, inquiring, Father, have you been troubled by something of late? Pouring himself a cup of steaming tea, Zhu Jianshen gently blew on it before responding. Has Li Dongyang truly only instructed you in your studies, without imparting any insight into court affairs? Ah, your wisdom is unmatched, father, Zhu Yuzhong admitted, somewhat sheepishly. I have gleaned a few matters from Mr. Li. Father, I find myself somewhat perplexed, he continued. Why do you place such trust in Wang Ji? Zhu Jian Shen set down his teacup, frowning slightly. Did Li Dongyang prompt you to inquire about this? Not at all. He did not suggest I ask these questions. Zhu Yuzhong replied. He holds your efforts to investigate smuggling in high regard, yet he seems to harbor reservations regarding your reliance on the Eastern Depot. Zhu Yuzhong scratched his head. He did not articulate it directly, but it is evident he is somewhat confused. Yet he still conveyed his sentiments through you, did he not? Zhu Jianshen chuckled softly. My foolish son, are you aware that you have been used as a pawn? After a brief pause, it was evident that this individual possessed a degree of understanding. Although his political acumen was lacking, his intentions were commendable. Zhu Yuzhong inquired with curiosity, Father, with so many ministers at your disposal, why is it that you choose to employ Wang Ji, a mere eunuch? Ah, Wang Ji is quite capable. Zhu Jianshen replied with a chuckle. Are the officials not superior to a eunuch? In terms of ability and talent, they vastly exceed Wang Ji. However, their personal interests weigh more heavily. Zhu Jianshen continued. Take this instance of investigating the smuggling tycoons. Why is it that so many oppose it? Zhu Yuzhong hesitated. Is it because they are involved as well? Yes. At last, you have shown some cleverness, Zhu Jianshen nodded. Remember, regardless of who they are, as long as they can help you resolve issues, they are of use. It is not that eunuchs are inherently good. Indeed, they have committed numerous wrongdoings and are equally greedy and corrupt. It is not that your father prefers eunuchs, but rather that Wang Ji is simply useful. Do you understand? Zhu Yuzhong queried. So, it means that whether they are civil officials, military generals, nobles, or eunuchs, we should employ whoever is most capable? That is indeed the principle. But it also requires a system of checks and balances. Zhu Jianshen stated. You may heavily rely on any group. However, the crucial condition is that it must not spiral out of control. I shall remember, Zhu Yuzhong nodded, then added, Father, there is still one matter that perplexes me. Speak your mind. Zhu Jianshen appeared quite patient. Zhu Yuzhong asked, Previously, you mentioned that your word is law, that neither the ministers kneeling at the palace gates nor their resignations could sway your will. Why, then, during this investigation of the smuggling tycoons, have you repeatedly yielded? This question delved into deeper complexities. Zhu Jianshen cleared his throat before responding. To be an emperor, one must possess a broad vision and know when to advance or retreat. Being unyieldingly forceful is unwise, and being excessively weak is even worse. One must be assertive when the time calls for it, yet show humility when necessary, avoiding provocation while preventing indulgence. More importantly, you must discern the appropriate moments for each approach, maintaining an overarching perspective and weighing the pros and cons. Zhu Jianshen expounded in detail, weaving together his own insights and principles gleaned from over a decade of governance, elucidating the concepts thoroughly. Zhu Yuzhong felt he grasped the essence, yet still found himself somewhat bewildered, yet enriched by the exchange. Father, I find myself unable to fully comprehend, he admitted candidly. Zhu Jianshen smiled. First, remember to ponder during your leisure time. One day, you shall come to understand. The young prince, still in his formative years, found limited assistance in such matters, but acknowledged this as a form of accumulation, believing that one day he would reap the benefits of his efforts. Very well, I shall note it down in my notebook. And remember to keep it separate from Li Qing's, Zhu Jianshen instructed. Zhu Yuzhong, puzzled, asked, Why is that? Simply follow my directions, Zhu Jianshen replied without further explanation. Then who should take precedence? Zhu Yuzhong inquired again. Zhu Jianshen smiled wryly. In due time, prioritize whoever you deem more correct. However, one must possess their own opinions. Especially as an emperor, whether it be myself or anyone else, we can only guide you. Ultimately, it is you who must rely on yourself. Zhu Jianshen felt a tinge of disappointment, recognizing his son's lack of resolve. He sighed. Remember, in the future, you will be the one to solve problems. I shall remember. Zhu Yuzhong nodded. Then, with hope, suggested, Father, shall we have lunch together? Not today. Zhu Jianshen rose and announced, I shall dine with the Empress, and this afternoon. Focus on your studies. Yes, Your Majesty, I humbly bid you farewell, replied Zhu Yutang, hastily rising and bowing deeply. When he lifted his gaze again, his father had already departed the grand hall. A sense of disheartenment washed over him, ever since the arrival of his younger brother. He felt an increasing distance between himself and the emperor. In the tranquil annal hall, though their meetings were infrequent, the emperor had always approached him with warmth. Now, aside from the patience exhibited during lessons, the emperor's demeanor had grown rather indifferent. Zhu Yutang felt a pang of sorrow. He had studied and understood the virtues of humility and graciousness, knowing he ought not to harbor jealousy towards his brother. Yet, understanding did not erase the ache within. Exiting the hall, he gazed at the resplendent palaces surrounding him, the sunlight glinting off the glazed tiles, and let out a gentle sigh. His shoulders slumping in a manner befitting a young adult, visibly dejected. In Yongqing Palace, the table was laden with an array of pastries, all of which had once delighted Wang Ji in his childhood, even though he no longer fancied them. "You've grown taller and have become tanned during our time apart," exclaimed Zhen Er. "Indeed, I have matured," Wang Ji replied. "After such a long journey, I must be quite fatigued." "Fear not, my lady, I am well," he added, taking a bite of osmanthus cake, smiling with a childlike innocence. The young man wielded power and influence, basking in the glory of his success, yet in this space, he remained the same youth. At this moment, Wang Ji lacked the ruthless demeanor he exhibited when punishing officials or arresting individuals, appearing instead as a dutiful child before his elders. "My lady, I have erred this time. I apprehended Lord Wan during my time in Hangzhou," Wang Ji whispered. Zhen Er, taken aback, inquired, "Did he obstruct your investigation?" "Indeed," Wang Ji nodded, explaining, "However, I did not mistreat him. I merely placed him under house arrest and had him released upon returning to the capital." Zhen Er frowned slightly at the mention of Wan, before breaking into a smile. "It matters not. He deserved it. A mere beating would have sufficed. Before my departure, I specifically instructed him to maintain appearances. Let us not speak further of him." After a pause, she added, "This time, the officials pressed too hard, and for the greater good, the emperor had to make some concessions. Do not feel disheartened." "I am not disheartened." Wang Ji quickly shook his head, smiling. "I also wish to rest and spend time with you, my lady." "Ah, I have brought you a gift," he said, retrieving a small wooden box from his robes. "This is quite fashionable in Hangzhou. It will surely suit you well." Zhen Er opened the box to reveal a delicate hairpiece adorned with gold, pearls, and jade, shimmering beautifully. "It must have been costly," she remarked, clearly pleased. "Not at all. The emperor granted me 1,000 taels of silver," Wang Ji replied, scratching his head. "I cannot possibly spend it all." "You must save some," Zhen Er advised, accepting the gift. "Do not squander your wealth unnecessarily. I lack for nothing." "I will remember," Wang Ji nodded earnestly. "With the new year approaching, come with me this afternoon to shop. I shall add a few garments to your wardrobe." "My lady, there is no need," he responded shyly, yet eventually nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity." A similarly warm scene unfolded in the chambers of the empress. Young Zhu Yujian had grown taller, his complexion fair and increasingly charming. Perhaps it was a matter of perception, but Zhu Jian Shen felt that this son resembled him more closely, especially since the empress hailed from the Han lineage. The little one is awake now, amused by the emperor, giggling incessantly, clapping his chubby little hands and kicking his plump legs, embodying both adorableness and innocence. Zhu Jianshen displays a fatherly smile, proclaiming with grandiosity, "On New Year, your father will give you a generous red envelope." The compassionate concubine Shen interjects, "What use does a child have for money? The palace lacks nothing. It would be better spent on the stability of the realm. I possess wealth. I shall spend it as I please." Zhu Jianshen teases his son, "Isn't that right?" The child, still unable to comprehend, simply beams joyfully. Concubine Chen shares in the happiness, recognizing the emperor's genuine affection for their son, who may not necessarily be destined to be merely a prince. While the palace radiates warmth, outside, the officials are engulfed in despair. They have learned through their spies that Wang Ji has returned to the capital and entered the palace, inciting their anger. Yet again, they have miscalculated. This scoundrel is too cunning, slipping through their grasp like an eel. They realize that once Wang Ji successfully integrates into the palace, apprehending him will become an arduous task. Without evidence of his crimes, and with the emperor's favor, even if they possess incriminating evidence, they cannot harm him. Failing to eliminate this menace will only bring them misfortune in the future. This year, they lack the spirit to celebrate. However, they are not entirely without confidence. The emperor's attempt to eradicate smuggling operations is not a simple endeavor, as they hold their own cards close to their chest. The common people, The smuggling trade with Japan has long established a community of mutual interest, encompassing not only the literati and military officials, but also the populace. To dismantle the smuggling networks would lead to widespread unemployment among countless citizens, tarnishing the emperor's reputation. From the emperor's reactions, it is evident that he places great importance on his public image. He would not risk his standing among the people for mere profit. Although they have not managed to eliminate Wang Ji, they are not left in utter defeat. Indeed, as they surmised, while Zhu Jian Shen may not fear the ministers, he cannot disregard public sentiment. Let us simply enjoy the new year. Zhu Jian Shen sighed. Weary after such prolonged struggle, it is time for a respite. He feels fatigued. Simultaneously, he begins to understand Li Qing, grasping why he always appears so exhausted. After a century of conflict, who could remain unwearied? He softly muses. I wonder how that fellow is faring now. Can he celebrate the new year well? At last, Li Qing can relish the new year. He exhales deeply. Having resolved 2 guardians and repelled the Hosokawa clan's offensive, he can finally afford to slow down. After consecutive battles, Li Qing has consistently led from the front. Yet he is weary. Nevertheless, the rewards are monumental. His territory has expanded twofold, his military strength has increased exponentially, and his reputation has been firmly established. In this region, scarcely larger than a province of the Ming, Li Qing's influence has ascended to the forefront, truly becoming a dominant force. Currently, his military is on the brink of 3,000, and recruitment continues. He possesses 2 small gold mines, 3 small silver mines, and 1 large silver mine, yielding a substantial and stable daily income. With Murakami Takumi for recruitment and Inoue Saburo for military training, Li Qing, the leader, finds himself quite unburdened. He has now become a symbol of spiritual belief, unafraid of being overshadowed by the 2, who lack the audacity to undermine him. Anticipating that after the new year, the troop strength could reach approximately 3,500, Li Qing believed that sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. He planned to train for 2 months before engaging in battle when the weather warmed. Upon reaching the level of the top daimyo, the average armed forces under their command hovered around 3,000, while a prestigious family such as the Hosokawa boasted an army exceeding 10,000. Thus, future battles could no longer rely on street fighting tactics. Lord, came the voice of Murakami Takumi from outside. Li Qing steadied himself and replied, Come in. Murakami entered. Bowing respectfully, Lord, the Hosokawa have sent envoys. Do they still dare to come? Li Qing asked, taken aback. They come to discuss a partnership, Murakami explained. It seems they wish to ally with us to undermine other factions. Ah, that makes sense, Li Qing nodded. Where are they? They are waiting outside, Murakami inquired. Shall we let them stew for a couple of days to dampen their enthusiasm? Li Qing stretched lazily and replied, No need. Let them in. Yes, Murakami bowed and exited, returning shortly with 5 or 6 individuals. Lord, this is Hosokawa Katsumoto's adopted son, Hosokawa Toyohisa. Very well, please take a seat, Li Qing gestured. Hosokawa Toyohisa scrutinized Li Qing for a moment before taking a seat beside him, frowning as he asked, Are you of Han descent? Indeed, Li Qing acknowledged calmly, smiling. Does my origin matter to the Hosokawa clan? Toyohisa paused slightly, then nodded gently. You have a point. I shall be direct. We Hosokawa maintain an army of over 12,000, undoubtedly the dominant power among the 4 great families. That statement is disputable, Murakami interjected. The Yamana clan's influence is hardly inferior to that of the Hosokawa. Toyohisa frowned and turned to Li Qing. My lord, I am here to negotiate. Who holds authority in this matter? Li Qing smiled. You may speak. I hope you will heed the Hosokawa's command and assist us in attacking the Yamana clan. In return, we shall offer generous compensation and pledge not to assault you again, Toyohisa proposed. Moreover, we will publicly recognize the legitimacy of your faction. He believed this offer was sufficiently generous that Li Qing would accept without hesitation. To his surprise, Li Qing smiled and shook his head. I cannot accept this condition. Chapter 172. Negotiation. I cannot accept this condition. Toyohisa was taken aback for a moment before responding in anger. Do you dare to refuse? Li Qing merely chuckled, remaining silent as he savored his tea. Murakami sneered. Shall we engage in battle once more? You have no say here, Toyohisa retorted angrily. Murakami replied with a smirk. It is not my intention to meddle, but your lack of sincerity is evident. Frustrated yet powerless, Toyohisa felt the weight of the Hosokawa clan's strength. Their forces were several times greater than this so-called lord's. However, during the last assault with nearly 3,000 men, they had been thwarted. Now, their adversary was even more formidable, and attempting to conquer them might require 5,000 troops without guarantee of victory. Moreover, should they mobilize too many troops, the Yamana clan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Suppressing his anger, Toyohisa addressed Li Qing. What do you wish to propose? I desire nothing in particular. Li Qing continued to savor his tea, remarking calmly, however, I must remind you that it is your Hosokawa clan seeking my assistance, rather than my eager attempts to curry favor with the esteemed Hosokawa Kyojo family. After a pause, he added, we are both astute individuals. So let us dispense with the roundabout talk. Allow me to elucidate. Given my current strength, I need only remain passive, for no one would dare to challenge me, including your clan. Should you choose to attack, the Yamana clan would surely retaliate against you, and they, too, would refrain from assaulting me, fearing your opportunism. Li Qing continued. Moreover, I am situated closer to you and farther from the Yamana clan. Do you suppose they would not come bearing significant gifts, seeking my assistance to undermine you, or even collaborate in an assault against the Hosokawa clan? Dare you risk it? Hosokawa Toyohisa seethed with anger. Li Qing smiled knowingly. As long as the remuneration is sufficient, who is to say whom I would assist? Although Hosokawa Toyohisa wished to speak harshly, he found himself conceding. The opponent was far too clever and formidable, having deftly grasped the vulnerabilities of the Hosokawa clan, making threats futile. It was undeniable that the Hosokawa clan was in a position of weakness. Despite his frustration, he had to acknowledge this truth. Reluctantly, Hosokawa Toyohisa lowered his stance. Let us take a step back. After the war, the resources acquired shall be entirely for the Hosokawa clan, and we shall acknowledge your legitimacy. How does that sound? You jest. Naturally, what we conquer belongs to us. Is that not the norm? Li Qing scoffed. As for legitimacy, given the current circumstances, do you truly believe I care? Hosokawa Toyohisa clenched his teeth. What is it that you desire? Had you articulated this sooner, we could have avoided such unpleasantness. Li Qing finally set down his teacup and stated, I require 300 swords, 200 pounds of gold, 1,000 pounds of silver, 2,000 stones of grain, and war horses. Why don't you just seize them? Hosokawa Toyohisa was taken aback. Li Qing shrugged and gestured toward the door. Murakami Takumi rose and said, My lord, please. Hosokawa Toyohisa stood in fury, yet found himself unable to depart. It was impossible to simply walk away. If he were to hand Li Qing over to the Yamana family, the Hosokawa clan would be in peril. The armed force he possessed had already ascended to the ranks of a major lord, and their demonstrated combat prowess surpassed that of the top-tier lords. He could not afford to leave without a resolution. Such a formidable force, if not courted by the Hosokawa clan, would undoubtedly be courted by the Yamana family. Reluctantly, he sat back down, huffing, Your appetite is quite large. I came here with sincerity and truly hope for a fruitful collaboration with your esteemed faction. Hosokawa Toyohisa stated proudly, You have not erred in your observation. You are closer to us and farther from the Yamana clan. Given the stature of the Hosokawa family, we shall not collapse after a single battle. Should you insist on opposing the Hosokawa family, we will pursue you relentlessly. Then, softening his tone, he added, There is an old saying among the Han people, leave a line for others, and you shall meet again in the future. I implore you to consider this rationally. Li Qing nodded slightly, praising, You have studied Han culture quite well. Hosokawa Toyohisa was not in the mood for pleasantries. Let us revisit the terms. Let us approach this with calmness and a sense of realism, shall we? Certainly. Li Qing, having initially aimed for a compromise, had proposed an inflated demand merely to leave room for negotiation. How about this? I shall forego my demands for gold and silver. Li Qing stated, no less than 300 samurai swords. Each one is indispensable. As for war horses, I require but 100, and they must be exceptional steeds. Additionally, I request 3,000 stones of grain. He further asserted, This is my bottom line. Should you fail to meet these terms, there would be no necessity for collaboration. I am confident that the same conditions, or even a 50% increase, would be readily accepted by the Yamana clan. Murakami Takumi interjected. What the esteemed lord says is indeed correct. Lord Hosokawa Toyohisa, our request is to better assist you in combating the Yamana clan, is it not? Hosokawa Toyohisa hesitated, recognizing the paramount importance of both the swords and the horses. Particularly, The 100 warhorses were more precious than 200 pounds of gold. We can provide the 300 swords, but can the warhorses be exchanged for gold? He tentatively proposed. Li Qing replied coolly, you are dismissed. Very well, we shall comply. Hosokawa Toyohisa nearly shouted, understanding that these items were crucial assets convertible into military strength. Although the cost would not cripple the Hosokawa clan, it was still a painful concession. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Allow me to impart a piece of ancient wisdom. The wise adapt to circumstances. You have demonstrated great wisdom, my lord. Hosokawa Toyohisa reflected that this endeavor exceeded his initial expectations. However, he recognized that the danger of pushing people into opposition far outweighed these losses. The swords, horses, and grain will be delivered promptly, he stated solemnly, but your warriors must not be fewer than 2,000. Such a demand seems unreasonable. We must retain some arms for our defense, no? Protested Murakami Takumi. Given your current strength, even with 2,000 samurai deployed, you should still possess sufficient defensive capabilities. Hosokawa Toyohisa retorted, filled with ire towards Murakami Takumi, rebuking, moreover, you are unworthy to negotiate terms with me. He turned to Li Qing and murmured, this is also my bottom line. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing suggested, lower your demand. 1,800 is the least you can concede. 1,500 is suitable. If it does not meet your approval, so be it. Li Qing resumed his tea, frustrated yet resigned. Hosokawa Toyohisa insisted. 1,700, and that is final. 1,500. Then you are dismissed. As you wish. Hosokawa, having reached his breaking point, grumbled after the war. We shall take 20% of the spoils. Li Qing pondered briefly before agreeing. That is acceptable. Finally, Hosokawa Toyohisa felt a sense of relief wash over him. Negotiating with this man was truly no easy feat. He produced paper and ink, stating, this is the emperor's decree, symbolizing the emperor's authority. Should you violate your promise, whether by failing to deploy troops or by sending uncommitted forces, be assured you will face universal condemnation. Li Qing inwardly scoffed. The emperor is but a puppet. Even if he retains power, I pay no heed to the emperor of your nation. Nevertheless, he saw no reason to quibble over such formalities and readily signed the cooperation agreement. With a smile finally gracing his face, Hosokawa Toyohisa carefully stored the agreement, saying, I shall prepare the provisions, and they will be delivered within half a month. When shall we commence hostilities? He refrained from revealing specifics, merely stating, you need only prepare for battle. Very well, Li Qing replied indifferently. Will you be staying for a few days? No need. Hosokawa Toyohisa wished to linger not a moment longer. He could hardly tolerate Li Qing's demeanor. Do you not desire those items swiftly? Li Qing retorted with a smirk. See yourself out. Murakami Takumi rose politely and said, please, my lord. Hosokawa Toyohisa let out a disgruntled huff, inclined slightly, and turned to depart. Quite the gentleman. Li Qing mused with a chuckle, lazily remarking, this year has been rather comfortable. The general, this man is exceedingly arrogant. Have we ever suffered such indignities? Hosokawa Toyohisa replied with a chilling smile. Let him revel for now. Once we have severely injured the Sanami clan, we shall turn our blades upon him. How dare he be so presumptuous? My lord, while our gains this time are substantial, we have irrevocably offended the Hosokawa clan, Murakami Takumi expressed with concern. Should the Sanami clan suffer a grave blow, it is not beyond reason that they would redirect their ire towards us. Inoue Saburo scoffed. Are you foolish? We can merely feign effort. With our warrior prowess, any strike we make would showcase the might of elite samurai. The core elite shall remain untouched. Li Qing interjected. All efforts will be drawn from newly recruited warriors. What? Both men gasped in surprise. My lord, is that not excessive? If my estimations are correct, combat will commence in February. This ample time is sufficient to train a formidable fighting force, Li Qing stated, directing his attention to Inoue Saburo. You must endeavor to enhance their combat capabilities. During battle, exert yourself fully without the slightest negligence. Channel the spirit of a desperate struggle and do not fear losses. What? The two were astonished again. Is that truly necessary? Murakami Takumi cautioned, my lord, there is no need to overly concern ourselves with the emperor. Li Qing took a sip of tea and replied, this contingent of 1,500 must commit entirely. Saburo, you shall lead them. And ensure that the Hosokawa clan delivers a crushing blow to the Sanami clan. Inoue Saburo stammered, but why, my lord? Because I intend to seize the Hoshikawa clan, Li Qing said, his voice low. The greater our advantage, the more the Hoshikawa clan will invest, allowing us to exploit their vulnerabilities and consume them. Li Qing smiled. Have you forgotten what I previously stated? By mid-next year, we shall ascend to the ranks of the Hoshikawa clan. Both men were astounded. They had assumed it merely a goal, not realizing that the Lord truly intended to achieve it. And not only to ascend to the level of the foremost families, but to do so at their expense. This was not without its chances of success. Truly, the Lord was audacious, meticulous, and possessed a long-term vision, invigorating the two. Yet, after their exhilaration, they still deemed the plan overly perilous. Murakami Takumi hesitated. With your capabilities, my lord, and the prowess of elite samurai, I believe it can be accomplished, but what follows? Indeed, Inoue Saburo, rarely one to refrain from debate, recognized the risk. My lord, the opposing warriors will not all be vanquished. In truth, even in a fierce battle, we might only inflict a third of their losses. Should they turn their weapons upon us, we would be in peril. Li Qing smiled faintly. I am well aware of this. Do not worry. I have devised a meticulous plan. Chapter 173. Low Cost. High Return. Upon hearing Li Qing's assurance, the two felt a wave of relief wash over them. Through their prolonged association, they had developed an inherent trust in Li Qing. If the Lord claimed to have a solution, then assuredly, he possessed one. In truth, Li Qing did not have a foolproof strategy. In matters purely reliant on raw strength, cunning strategies are of little consequence. Indeed, he had not originally intended to ascend by stepping on the shoulders of the Hoshikawa clan. The shift in strategy arose from the recognition of a splendid opportunity to leverage strength against strength. His audacity to embark on such a risk stemmed from the fact that they were not his own. He was merely there to stir the pot. And as long as he achieved his strategic objectives, the process and potential losses were of no concern to him. Of course, Li Qing was not reckless. He indeed had formulated a partial plan, albeit still in its infancy. Murakami Takumi suggested, might the great deity share the plan with us? We could prepare in advance, enabling us to respond more adeptly when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Inoue Saburo turned his gaze toward Li Qing, who appeared to be in possession of profound wisdom. Patience, he replied, there is ample time ahead. Revealing it now would serve little purpose, should you learn of it too soon. Your actions may unconsciously veer toward execution of the plan, thereby exposing us to risks. It is not a matter of distrust, but rather of utmost caution given the gravity of the situation. Li Qing smiled. You are all my trusted allies. Have I ever treated you unfairly? He patted Inoue Saburo on the shoulder, declaring, you are my foremost general, now and in the future. Regardless of how our power expands, your position shall remain unshaken. Inoue Saburo felt a surge of enthusiasm, his complexion flushed with vigor. Then, Li Qing turned to Murakami Takumi, stating, no matter how vast our territory becomes, you shall be the master of internal affairs. Murakami Takumi trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by the prospect. Their fervor was understandable, for the allure was immense. Moreover, the deity was indeed willing to delegate authority, rarely intervening in matters. As long as the outcomes were commendable, the process itself was of little interest to him. On the surface, everything seemed in order, as long as the facade was maintained, and the deity never scrutinized the underground dealings. Such magnanimity was indeed remarkable. Li Qing's willingness to bestow power arose from his deification. He embodied authority itself. The power bestowed upon them was inherently tied to his presence. Thus they could only exist in his shadow. Those who wield power must serve the one who grants it and remain accountable to the source of that power. Otherwise, the edifice of authority is destined to crumble. Li Qing proclaimed, let those who need to train do so, and those who must consolidate resources should proceed. Focus on your efforts. The rest I shall manage. Yes, both replied with a bow, filled with fervor, even forsaking immediate personal gain in that moment. With a promising future ahead, their perspectives shifted toward the long term, no longer fixated on fleeting gains and losses. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously resolved to temporarily set aside their mutual grievances. To ensure the horse runs swiftly, one must allow it to graze. Li Qing was well aware of their clandestine financial pursuits, yet he remained indifferent. The deity's denial of profit and insufficient benefits would equally dampen motivation. All individuals harbor aspirations. Even the Buddha promises rewards in the afterlife. There exists no altruism devoid of expectation in this world. This principle applied equally to both men and the warriors they commanded. The formidable combat prowess of the warriors was undeniably bolstered by Li Qing's extraordinary martial capabilities. But the more significant factor lay in the promise of promotion through valor in battle, which in turn would yield substantial rewards. Interests invariably serve as the paramount leverage that drives individuals. These individuals exhibit valor and tenacity, fueled by their motivation to strive, empowered by the unparalleled generosity of their leader. Li Qing, indeed, is generous, but his generosity is bestowed upon others. Neither the people nor the wealth belongs to the Ming dynasty. Thus it is permissible to exploit it vigorously. With no financial expenditure on his part, merely contributing personnel, the cost can be deemed exceedingly minimal. As the new year approaches, vigorous efforts must commence, aiming to overthrow the Ashikaga shogunate by the end of next year, subsequently severing the emperor's lineage, thereby thoroughly muddling the waters. Li Qing mused quietly, his gaze piercing. With the advent of the new year, the initial step involves addressing public opinion, followed by decisively dismantling the smuggling trade between the gentry and Japan. Consolidating interests within the court, Zhu Jian Shen silently resolved, his eyes cold and resolute. He had endured certain individuals for long enough, and it was time to adopt a more stringent stance. As the year-end festivities neared, both the monarch and his ministers adhered to the unspoken rule of avoiding conflicts during the new year, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere throughout the capital. On New Year's Eve, amidst heavy snowfall, Zhu Jianshen set up a hot pot in the Kunning Palace, inviting his beloved concubines, with an array of fresh meats, vegetables, fruits, and delicacies adorning the table, evoking a strong sense of festivity. The inner palace had not witnessed such liveliness in quite some time. Even Empress Dowager Zhou appeared to be in high spirits. Crown Prince Zhu Yuzhong was naturally present, yet he was not particularly cheerful, for he anticipated the arrival of another younger brother. The consort Shun had once again conceived, inciting envy among the other concubines. Presently, her status could be considered second only to that of the empress, with even consort Ji falling short, and the Empress Wang regrettably relegated to the margins. Just as in the political arena, factions exist within the harem. One faction aligns with the Empress Dowager, while another supports the emperor. Despite Empress Dowager Zhou's current lack of involvement, she remains the sovereign of the harem, wielding considerable influence. Zhu Jianshen's focus is predominantly on state affairs, showing little emotional investment in the inner palace, aiming primarily for physical gratification. However, his affections are reserved for those concubines who wholeheartedly devote themselves to him, with Consort Shen serving as a prime example. After all, she is his own mother, and since she is currently compliant, Zhu Jianshen seeks to avoid any public discord, opting instead to subtly convey to these women the potential rewards of aligning themselves with the right company. Thus far, the Ming dynasty has never encountered chaos within the inner palace. The previous influence of the Zhang family was sanctioned by her son, Zhu Zhanji. Strictly speaking, it could not be labeled as disorder. The emperor must not only govern his ministers, but also oversee his wives, for these concubines are not illiterate village women. Each is well-versed and possesses intellect comparable to educated men. Should they be allowed to act freely, the consequences could be dire. Zhu Jianshen's management of the harem, while not overly strict, effectively curbs the restlessness of the concubines, leaving no room for opportunity. The Empress Wang, for instance, is merely a puppet, devoid of any political foundation. Even if her fate were to be sealed, she would remain incapable of stirring any waves, for she has no son. Similarly, Consort Ji is unable to effect any change, as she is not the empress. The title of Holy Mother Empress Dowager may sound grand, yet in terms of rank and status, she remains inferior to the Empress Dowager. Take Empress Dowager Zhou for example. Her power is derived from the absence of Empress Dowager Qian. Should Empress Dowager Qian return to the capital, her status would immediately diminish, potentially requiring her to relinquish the Kunning Palace. This is the law of nature. In contemporary times, the influence of concubine Chun has surged, as she stands resilient against concubine Ji and Empress Wang, creating a formidable trinity. Yet, she remains oblivious to the fact that she is merely a substitute for Wang Zhen Er. Wang Zhen Er has aged, and Zhu Jianshen harbors little confidence that he will outlive his pampered concubines, who are devoid of ambition and revel in their leisurely lives. Hence, He must take preemptive measures to avoid a future where one faction dominates the harem after his demise. His meticulous planning stems from his lack of faith in both his longevity and his son. A father knows his child best, and despite their limited interactions, he has discerned his son's temperament. His convictions are not sufficiently steadfast. However, Zhu Jian Shen is not overly anxious, for he has already altered the fundamental details concerning concubine Ji. It must be said, being an emperor is indeed exhausting. One must maintain balance across various fronts. Any slip can lead to unrest for the sovereign. It is a profession that demands immense mental fortitude. Rarely is there an opportunity for relaxation, and after lunch, Zhu Jian Shen arranged several tables of myriad delicacies, seeking amusement. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year in the 13th year of the Chenghua reign. The ministers offered their New Year greetings, and Zhu Jian Shen distributed red envelopes. This year, the annual bonuses at the Ming company had seen a slight reduction, causing the already low morale of the elite staff to plummet further, yet none dared to voice their discontent. They could only take solace in the gifts, for it was unreasonable to expect annual increases. Zhu Jianshen's mood was similarly sour. He barely managed to utter a few words during the year-end summary. The bond between ruler and subjects had already frayed, and with imminent conflicts looming, he could not muster the energy to feign cordiality. Following the brief holiday, the vast machinery of the Ming dynasty resumed its operations. Concurrently, evidence against Wang Zhi from the smuggling interest groups poured in, demanding Zhu Jianshen to disband the Western Depot and execute Wang Zhi. Zhu Jianshen paid them no heed, merely stating verbally that he would reform the Western Depot, yet taking no tangible action. The interest groups were indignant, but dared not press too hard, fearing the emperor would enact drastic measures against smugglers. They resigned themselves to a strategic retreat, hoping to preserve their vested interests. Regrettably, the hallmark tactic of Emperor Chenghua was to advance where the enemy retreated. As the interest groups withdrew, Zhu Jianshen began to act. Utilizing the imperial treasury, he directed local officials to acquire the entire supply chain associated with smuggling trade with Japan, encompassing raw materials, production, and overseas sales. This maneuver was devastatingly effective. In a direct confrontation, the interest groups could not withstand the emperor's power, which is why they sought to rally public sentiment against him. However, with the court's acquisition of these industries, the threat of unemployment for the populace due to the crackdown on smugglers was averted. With their interests safeguarded, the common people would naturally refrain from inciting unrest, rendering the plan to leverage popular opinion against imperial authority utterly futile. Moreover, the industrious enterprises they had painstakingly developed were essentially handed over to the emperor, who could directly engage in production, sales, and profit. Indeed, the emperor invested significant sums to acquire these assets. But the profits from trade with Japan far surpassed those from dealings with Korea or Annam. It was a true case of low cost and high return. Even more critically, the emperor entrusted the management of these industries to local officials. Consequently, these officials benefited directly, and the previous avenues of bribery and preferential treatment became untenable. The reason is quite simple. If we can operate independently, why should we collaborate with you? Even a small portion of this substantial profit far exceeds what you could offer us. Moreover, this is the emperor's decree, and we are merely following orders. What can you do about it? Zhu Jianshen's decisive action has effectively severed the control that the interest groups in the capital held over the local officials in Jiangnan. However, this is merely a temporary measure on Zhu Jianshen's part. In this era where imperial authority struggles to reach the countryside, the emperor's grip on local officials is not particularly strong. He will not relinquish this grand opportunity to the local officials.